I've worked for a domestic violence shelter for approximately 7 years. While I personally have never seen anything, there are always odd sounds and unusual occurrences. Let me start at the beginning. The house is 2-story with an attic and a basement and over 100 years old. I really don't know much else about its history. The local domestic violence center purchased the building, which had been uninhabited for a number of years, did some renovations, and began operating an anonymous shelter for battered women and their children. Over the years, there have been numerous sightings of a young couple. A woman in a long flowing dress can be seen periodically walking up the long staircase. A man in dark, old-fashioned clothing has been seen in the living room and at the top of the stairs outside the attic door. It is usual for all who went into the attic or the basement to feel uneasy and not alone. Recently, the sightings seem to have increased. A church group came over to the holidays to sing Christmas carols to the residents, and a young boy pointed to the ceiling and said, "Look, there's an angel." The only thing seen by the others in the room was a hazy, grayish fog that wasn't in any particular shape. A few months later, one of the employees' daughter was in the living room, alone, working on a school project, and looked up to see a gray, transparent figure looming in the doorway. She screamed, and her mother raced in to see the figure moving slowly upstairs. It was as if the ghost was checking in and didn't mean to frighten the young girl. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of this haunting is that the couple together, fitting the same descriptions of the man and the woman seen in places of the house, have been seen in one bedroom upstairs. To my knowledge, at least 3 residents in the last year have been awakened at night to see the woman sitting on the edge of the bed with a man standing behind her. The couple has been described as comforting and reassuring to those who have seen them in this manner. And these apparitions have seemed to know when these residents were about to face a particular trying experience. One woman was going to court the next day for an order of protection. One lady was facing a decision about the custody of her new little baby, and one woman was about to embark on the dangerous underground trying to change her identity in order to hide from the husband who tried to kill her. All 3 of these women felt as though the ghosts were trying to tell them that everything was going to be alright, and, as it turns out, the dire situations facing each of these women worked out in their favor. I personally find their presence reassuring as well. Women and children who came through the shelter are very often depressed, sometimes hopeless, scared, insecure, and anxious. I think that the fact that they are comforted by these spirits is a sign that these are good spirits who seem to approve of the work being done in their house. They've never tried to scare anyone. Sure, lights turn on and off by themselves, and the dishwasher is forever turning on by itself. Maybe they are just trying to figure out what these gadgets are. I do not know anything about the history of the house, but I assume these spirits were once residents of this house. Based on their actions, they seem to be good and well-wishing. I hope they continue to watch over the shelter and help the current residents. Hi, my name is Tariq, and this is my supernatural experience. It happened to me when I was about 5 or 6 years old. I seem to remember it was quite a sunny afternoon. Nothing particularly unusual about that day. My mother asked me to go upstairs and wake my father, who often took afternoon naps. I remember feeling quite lazy, and I could not really be bothered going all the way upstairs to attempt to wake my dad sleeping. However, my mom insisted, so I did. I was about to walk up the stairs when I suddenly was overcome with fear, as what I had saw made no sense to me. There, at the top of the stairs, was the biggest dog I'd ever seen in my life. It appeared to fill the whole space of the landing and was near the height of the ceiling. The dog appeared to be aggressive and was barking and growling so loud that it could have woken the dead. I was so shaken and scared that I just froze in the spot. I shouted for my mom. I said, "Mom, I can't go upstairs," and she told me not to be lazy. I told her no, There was this big dog at the top of the stairs, and it would not let me pass. My mom came out to me, and she said, "Tariq, we do not even have a dog." Of course, this is what I already knew. I quickly told my mom to get over here and see what I was seeing, but by the time she arrived and looked up the stairs, it was gone. This perplexed me even more, and being the age I was, I couldn't even understand it. I started to doubt myself, wondering if I ever even saw it at all, and I trusted and believed in my mother. So if she didn't really see it, maybe I was just hallucinating, and it really wasn't there. Obviously, the dog disappeared, and after a while, I forgot about it, and never resurfaced again. However, these memories came back when I was about 12 years old, and I spoke to my mom about it. Looking back on it, I do believe I saw something paranormal, but any ideas on why my mom or dad could not see it or hear it, and why was the dog being so protective, beats me. I don't know, but it was sure a scary sight. It just sucks that I feel like I was the only one who had saw it, and it makes me crazy. But what can you do? I don't know. I recently had an experience that I can't explain, and decided to tell my story here. In June, my boyfriend Ian, our then 15-month-old twins, of course me as well, we all went to his family reunion. While we were there, we had a wonderful time meeting his family and getting to know everyone really well. We stayed at his father and stepmother's home with the immediate family. One night, while everyone was asleep, one of the girls started crying, most likely from being in a new place or losing her pacifier. I woke up, and still groggy, I sat up in the bed. I looked over to the crib. Next to the crib, there was a little old woman standing there looking into the crib. When I saw her, she didn't scare me, and I thought nothing of it. She looked at me, put her finger up to her mouth, kind of bent down, and whispered, "Shh." So I laid back down and fell back to sleep. Brianna slept through the rest of the night. The next morning, I got up and remembered what I saw. Not sure if I dreamt it or not. I pulled Ian away from the family and asked him if he had a picture of his grandmother. The family had spoken a lot of her the previous day at the reunion, but I had never met her. Ian was very close to her and was very upset at the time of her death. It would have been almost 9 years ago. They found one, and after I saw the picture, I felt this warmth, the only way I can describe it, and it filled my body. It was the lady I saw the night before. I wasn't sure if I should tell anyone, for fear of them thinking I was insane, but I decided to tell Ian. When I told him, he kinda gasped. Like I said, he was very close to his grandmother. I'm glad I told him. Later, as we were talking to the family, someone said, "Oh, it would have been so wonderful for her to be here and see all the family together." Speaking of the grandmother, Ian looked at me and asked me to tell everyone what I saw. I'm still new to this family and wouldn't want to be dubbed as the crazy one just yet, so I kept it to myself. Thanks for giving me a place to share this. In 1983, we moved into a home that had suddenly been vacated by the owners. The man had suffered a heart attack at the front door and died. His wife went into serious shock and suffered some emotional distress. After the funeral, her children decided to take her back to Missouri. I'd personally known the couple in 1971, as I had lived in a house on the connecting street. Our backyards were contiguous. Mr. Williams had been the water superintendent for the city for many years. He was an upstanding citizen, a loving family man, and a friend to many people. Shortly after moving in, He got the feeling that Mr. Williams had never really left his home. At night, after everyone had turned in, footsteps could be heard throughout the home. It sounded like heavy footsteps stomping up and down the hall, outside the bedrooms. I would get up and check to see if the children were awake, and would find them sleeping soundly in their beds. Once in a while, doors would open up wide, as if someone was entering a room, and then the door would slam shut. One night, my wife at the time awoke to see the form of a man standing at the end of our bed. He woke up on her side and leaned over a little. She laid there terrifying, knowing that I was very hard to wake up, and that if this were a burglar, I would not suddenly spring into action against the intruder. She maintained her position and just peered through her eyelids. Suddenly, the figure just faded away. These occurrences persisted for about a month. One morning, at around 2:30 a.m., we were suddenly awakened by the bedroom door slamming open with a violent force. We were very tired of Mr. Williams' nightly tirades, and I was running on my last nerve. I got up and decided to try to talk with this confused soul. I addressed him as Mr. Williams and told him that he had suffered a heart attack and had died. I told him that his wife had gone to Missouri to live with his children. I told him that we were paying rent to his children to live in this house, and we worked hard for our money. I started to get angry with him and told him that if he wanted to rant and rave and stomp about the house, he needed to do it when we weren't there, as he was disturbing our sleep. If he continued, we would be forced to move, and his children would have to find other renters. I suggested he go to Missouri, because that is where he would find his wife. After that, we never heard from Mr. Williams again. In August of 1997, I was helping a friend deliver some things for a post-funeral reception that was to be held in the officers' quarters number 1 at Fort Concho in San Angelo, Texas. Fort Concho is the best preserved and reconstructed cavalry fort in America. This is where the Buffalo Soldiers were stationed. It was very early in the morning, and we had to get the key to the building from the curator. We drove to the other side of the parade ground and parked the van. We went inside, and I took some things up to the staircase to the second floor, while my buddy worked on the first floor. I walked into the west bedroom upstairs, and immediately felt like I had just walked between two people that were standing shoulder to shoulder. I was walking into a tremendous field of static electricity. I had a cold sensation, and the hairs on my neck and arms stood straight out. I put the vase down that I was carrying, and found myself compelled to say, "Excuse me." Then I proceeded to the east bedroom. When I entered the room, I saw a little girl out of the corner of my eye, playing on the floor to my left. I placed the vase, and when I turned around, she faded away. A couple of days later, I was again with my friend. We stopped by the house of the lady who was responsible for financing the restoration of officers' quarter number 1. My friend mentioned that I had felt a presence and saw a little girl. I told her that I had seen her in the east bedroom, and she told me that a little girl had died in that very room. Maybe it was her parents that I felt in the west bedroom, or just someone else watching over her. A few months later, I had the opportunity to stop by the officers' quarters number 1 when it was open to the public. I was walking around, and a staff member volunteer came up and asked me what I thought of the building. I told her I thought it was haunted, and repeated the story of the little girl. The lady took me into the dining room and pointed to a portrait on the wall. It was the same little girl I had seen upstairs. I would first like to say, I was not a believer in ghosts or spirits. I was in the Navy at the time, and had been just transferred to Japan. My family and I arrived there in August of '91. I felt very lucky because the Navy had just opened Harrio, a new housing complex about 9 miles from the naval base. This meant that my family and I would not have to live off base. My wife and I were taken out to the Harrio to pick out a house. Being newly opened, we basically had the pick of the litter. My wife and I chose a nice 3-bedroom room townhouse in the center of the housing complex. We moved in within 3 days and began to settle down. Nothing much happened for the first month or two. Then one night, my daughter, who was 3 at the time, started waking up at night crying. She would point at the wall and tell me to make the snake lady go away. This happened about once a week. Of course, I thought she was just having bad dreams. We let her sleep in her bed when this happened. My wife became pregnant at the time, and we were allowed to move into a 4-bedroom house. I was hoping this move would solve the snake lady problem. As we moved into the new house, I assured her the snake lady was gone forever. Boy, was I wrong. It was about 2 weeks before our encounters with the snake lady started again. This time my wife and I could actually feel some sort of electrical charge throughout the house. These encounters intensified, and my daughter started to see more and more apparitions. She would tell me that the snake lady wanted to take her away. I, being a skeptic, thought the electrical charge was sort of funny, but never gave much thought about my daughter's nightmare being real. Then one night, my wife and I were awakened by my daughter screaming at the top of her lungs. We rushed into her room to find her pressed against the far wall, her feet approximately 1 foot off the ground. My wife and I both grabbed her arms, and with one of my feet pressed against the wall, I pulled with all my might. She wouldn't budge. I'm not a small man, 5'10", 191 pounds, and I worked out all the time. I could not get her off the wall. All the while she was screaming that the snake lady wanted to take her away. Scared to death, I started praying in my head. My daughter started to slide down the wall, and she fell into our arms. I don't know what it was, but I believe there is something out there that we don't know about. The next day I blessed every room in the house with olive oil. This seemed to do the trick, because my daughter never had another experience. My wife is Japanese, and she did some investigating of the area's history. Harrio was once an internment camp for the sick and dying Japanese soldiers of World War II. There is a shrine just outside the back gate for the soldiers that died there. And that's what we found out. Thanks for reading. It's funny, really, because I've been reading your site for quite some time and have marveled over the experiences people have had, but never, ever thought I would be emailing you my story. This experience is mainly my 2 friends, but I experienced it firsthand last night. They live in RAF, Royal Air Force Quarters, in Middlesex in England, and have never really mentioned anything before. A couple of weeks ago, Susie and I were chatting about various things when the subjects of ghosts came up. Funny enough, the handprints have come back since Elena was born, said Susie. Handprints? What handprints? I replied. It seems that since they moved in over 3 years ago, they've had various things happen. So she took me upstairs, and there, clear as day, was a set of huge handprints on the wall just above their bed. Apparently, she has tried everything to get rid of them, and they disappeared when she was pregnant. As soon as the baby was born, they came back, and when I saw Susie and Jay last night, they casually informed me that the handprints had moved. By now, I was getting quite spooked out. We went outside for a cigarette, with one of the music channels on the TV playing. When we came back in, The channel had changed to some gruesome true murder documentary. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing on edge at this stage, and it took Susie a good 5 minutes to change the channel back. Also, they've both watched a candle that stood on top of the telly very casually move from the middle and drop off at the end. Things have been moved around, never hidden, and the TV also turns on and off. Susie and Jay were very relaxed about this, and the ghost obviously means them no harm. Last night, it was Susie, Jay, and me, and they told me what happened last Sunday. Apparently, Susie had gone up to change Elena and had set out her pajamas and nappy out in the changing mat in the bedroom. She was bathing Elena and thought that perhaps she could use one of the smaller nappies instead of the big one that she had pulled out. When she went back into the bedroom, the pajamas and the big nappy had been thrown onto the chair, and in a perfect arc were 3 of the smaller nappies on the changing mat. Poor Jay got it right in the neck for that, until he explained that he hadn't been upstairs at all. Again, the hairs on my neck were standing on end, and when I had to go upstairs to use their toilet, Susie had to come with me. We then went out for a cigarette, and as we were sitting there, I saw the shadow of someone walking to the kitchen. Didn't think anything of it until I realized that we were all sitting outside. I told them, and Susie said that she sees shadows out of the corner of her eye all the time. We then went back in, and I was sitting on the sofa next to Susie, talking to Jay, when I noticed that she was staring at something right behind her. I asked what she was looking at, but she said nothing at first, knowing how freaked out I was getting. She then began to tell me that she noticed a transparent man with an axe lodged into his forehead casually move from the room we were in and into the kitchen, then disappear. She had told me that when she was alone in the living room, another time, that she also saw a man sitting down at the kitchen table, as if he was writing on a piece of paper, then disappear shortly after. Apparently, they are not the only ones to experience things. It seems that quite a few people in the row of houses had strange things happen, and the couple on end have seen a shadowy figure. She asked me to babysit Elena next week. Must admit, not too keen on having the extra company though. When I was about 10 years old, my family lived with my great-grandmother and me, and my brother had to sleep in the basement. Half was for storage, half was an extra room. So one night, at like 3, I had to walk to the top floor to take a pee. On my way down, I hear the voice of a little girl say goodbye. Then I noticed that same voice, and it said die. I immediately freaked out and ran back into my room, absolutely terrified. There was another incident with my brother. He was in the basement, and he heard the same voice coming up the stairs from it. It said die as well. And he turned back, looked down the stairs, and the apparition of a girl was standing right there, and then materialized and disappeared in an instant. When I was 15, we moved out to New Jersey. When I was 16, I heard horribly violent screaming. It sounded like a woman, and it sounded like it was coming from behind me. 3 days later, my brother, he was 19. He heard the same screaming coming from our bedroom closet. Nowadays we don't hear any mysterious voices, but we both know they had to be ghosts. And not only that, they had to be evil. And I don't want to experience that ever again. I'm sure my brother doesn't want to either. Thanks for listening. I first became aware of a presence in our home when I was a child of 4 years. When I was 4, my brother was born, and my parents moved him into the bedroom next to theirs. I was moved into my very own room, upstairs. My older sister occupied the room next to mine. It did not take me long to realize that there was something odd about this new room I was in. I would wake up in the night, chilled, with the overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. Sometimes, I caught fleeting glimpses of what looked like a shadow on one particular wall. When I mentioned the shadow to Mom, she attributed it to light play from the moon and other rational explanations. I tried very hard to believe her explanations and to make the shadow sightings go away, but I simply couldn't take the vision of a man in an overcoat, wearing a fedora. I could never actually see this man, just an outline, a shadow, but I knew he was there. I can't even say I felt threatened by this figure. I just felt watched and not alone. I suppose I should describe our family home. It is a large, Cape Cod-style home, built in the 1940s, just after the war. The family that built the home were obviously influenced by World War II, as was the world, I would think, and they built a secret room, which I would imagine was designed to hide the family if war ever broke out on home soil. This room was only accessible via a trapdoor in the kitchen floor, and it led to the secret room in the basement. My dad sealed this room off before I was born, although I know exactly where the trapdoor is. There is also a secret passageway that leads between the closets of the two upstairs rooms. This passageway has been sealed before my parents bought the home. This house was the second built on the foundation. The first was a farmhouse dating back to the late 1800s, which burnt when my mother was a child in the 1930s. The family that originally built the Cape Cod didn't live there long, and it became a rest home for the affluent elderly in the community for many years. My parents bought the home in 1954, and I was born 11 years later. There were other strange occurrences in the house in my younger years, such as doors opening and closing by themselves, and doors locking when there were no locks, and the piano playing by itself. But I'll fast forward to 1974, when my older sister got married. I took the opportunity to move into her larger room, and that is when the strangeness went into overdrive. I hadn't actually even moved completely into the room when the weirdness began. I'd moved my record player into the room, along with a student desk. I was showing the room to a friend one afternoon when the door slammed shut behind us. When we turned to look at the door, the shade in the opposite window flew off the hinges and landed at our feet in the middle of this room. We both screamed and ran to the door, only to find it locked, and there wasn't a lock on the door. We managed to finally get it open and run down the stairs. My friend would never even go into the room again, let alone spend the night with me. I didn't let it bother me, however, and moved the bed into the room and took up residence. The room always stayed incredibly cold, even in the heat of an Ohio summer. My dad installed triple the insulation into that room to try to help with the chill, but it remained downright cold. There were countless nights when I would awaken to knocking on the walls. Sometimes I would knock back, and it would knock back at me. When I told my parents about the knocking, my dad said it was a tree limb scraping the house. The knocking became so intense that he ended up cutting the tree down, but the knocking continued. My parents installed an intercom system into my room next to my bed, so I could page them when the knocking started. Dad seemed convinced that it was the neighborhood boys throwing rocks at my window. It didn't sound like that though, and the knocking was coming from an inside wall, not an outside one. One afternoon, I was lying on the bed reading, and I got the overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I sat up on the bed and said out loud, "Stop it! There's no such thing as ghosts!" And no sooner had I uttered the words, a figurine on a shelf began to wobble, and then flew off the shelf and across to the bed, hitting me on the forehead. I slept on the sofa for a month after that. My family was even beginning to notice strange things happening by this time. The television would turn itself on and off, or alternatively increase the top volume, without anyone being in the room. Dad said we had a bum set and bought a new one, but it did the same. We had the wiring replaced, but it still happened. My mom declared that if it was a ghost, it certainly wasn't going to run her out of the home she loved. This is true. She still lives there with the ghost. Other things that would happen in the house included radio switching on and off, lights flickering, the washing machine switching on and running a cycle, and of course the shadow wandering around upstairs. It was all beginning to frighten me quite a bit, especially the knocking noises. If the knocking started, I would buzz Mom in the intercom, and she would race upstairs, but as soon as she reached the top step, the knocking would stop. I began to think perhaps I was going a bit crazy. I went away to college, and something strange happened in my old bedroom about a week after I had left. I still had the same clothes hanging in the closet, and there were a few posters still hanging on the wall, but otherwise, it was empty. My mom heard a funny noise upstairs one afternoon and went up to investigate. She checked the first bedroom and saw nothing amiss and went down the hall to my room. She opened the door and discovered that the mirror tile on one wall had exploded all over the place. There were shards of glass sticking in the opposite wall and had scraped across the ceiling like claw marks. My posters hung in shreds. She noticed my closet door hanging open and shreds of glass sticking in the clothes, still hanging inside. She shut the door and waited for Dad to get home from work. He decided that it must have been a freak lightning hit, although the day was sunny and cloudless, and rang the insurers to come out and investigate. The investigator noted that the point of impact seemed to be the upper corner of the wall, where the mirrored tile met the adjoining wall. Oddly, he also noticed that the broken wood in the corner was pointing outward, as if the lightning had been inside the room and went out, instead of the lightning hitting outside and coming in. The insurance company still paid for the damages, although they could never find the point on the outside of the house where the lightning had come in. When I heard about it, I came home to view it, and noticed that the wall in question was the one where I had always heard the knocking. As I said, my mom still lives in the house, and strange things still persist. She keeps the washing machine unplugged, but unless the water is cut off, it still fills up. This is the third faulty washer we've had. The TV still plays tricks too. My dad passed away in the house 2 years ago, and on a night after he died, I was staying with Mom, although I wasn't about to go upstairs ever again. And in the middle of the night, we both heard faint music playing upstairs, bluegrass music, to be precise, which was Dad's favorite, and we reckoned that there must have been a party going on to welcome Dad to the other side. Mom has since sealed off the upstairs and only lives in the downstairs part of the house. My brother has had plenty of strange things happen to him in the house as well, as did my sister, and as a result, none of us want Mom to bequeath the house to us. She can't understand why. Every single night in my home, when I was 4 years old, my parents would come in and put me in bed. Mostly my mother, because my father wasn't home much. I never liked to sleep in the dark, and there were no outlets in my room for a lamp, or none that wanted to work at the time. As I laid in bed, almost every night, I'd look out into the hall, and I would be able to see the hall light on. Almost every single night as I lay in bed, a boy would walk past my door several times and then stop. It was a white glowing type thing that I remember perfectly well. It scared me a bit, but I never got an evil aura off of him. A thing about the boy is that he had died a long time ago, before we had moved in. It scared me all the time to recall it though, even though he isn't bad. I've only slept with the door open once. Since then, my parents got the outlets working. I was sleeping in a different room, but it was across the room the boy had died in. I looked outwards from my slumber, my glasses still on my face, because I always fall asleep watching TV. I saw the boy, and he went into my brother's room. That night, my brother got really sick. I don't know what happened, but the boy had died of a sickness. Another thing that happened. Me and my friends were sitting out on my back porch, and my one friend had brought a Ouija board with her. My other friend suggested that we play. Of course, I didn't want to, because I've had past experiences that turned out bad with those things, with other friends. We sat at the table and put each of our hands on it. Before we started though, we read something that had said you must finish a question. We thought we would. Beside the porch is a pool. This will fit into what happened as I go. We didn't believe that the board would actually work though, and so we tried. Even with the past experiences, I didn't think it would. So this is what we did. We tapped our fingers while the thing was moving, so that no one could move it themselves. We did get in contact with a spirit, and we, of course, ended up not finishing a question. Then, we noticed from the pool a mist that started to emerge. I kid you not, it was a ghostly apparition floating above the pool. It lasted for about 10 seconds, and then it faded away. I then decided to finish the question. My friend immediately stopped me and asked me what I was doing. "You're conjuring up evil," she said to me. It was clear that she didn't want to do this anymore, so we stopped, and we never returned to that Ouija board again. In fact, we went out to the fireplace and we burned the Ouija board so that we would never have any bad omens attached to us. Yet another incident occurred. About a year ago, I met up with some different kind of people, Wiccans to mostly say, and I still am Wiccan now. I took it in, because God actually hadn't helped me one slight bit with my life, so I started to believe in gods. I learned some good spells, and some bad. The ones I used most were the exorcism spells for haunted houses around here. My house I knew had quite a lot of ghosts in it, and I decided to get rid of one particular one that would scare the entire family as we slept. At night, if you were to turn the light off in the living room, the room would turn a deep dark blood red, and the windows to the place would disappear. When you looked to one corner of the place, you could see a black figure walking out of it. This is the ghost I decided to rid the house of. It never spoke during anything. It would only appear, and nothing more. My sister and her friends hadn't believed me when I told them of what was going on in the room, and they tested it for themselves. As we did it, they saw exactly what I was saying, and screamed for me to turn the light on. I actually sleep in that room still. The ghost is still there, but it doesn't bother us anymore. When I had tried the exorcism, the ghost had gotten angry and thrown the lamp at me. If not for me dodging it and then grabbing it before it hit the wall, I would have been in trouble. It glared at me and disappeared. You're probably thinking, this is absolute bull, but I can assure you, it was not. And I tell you this, not because I really want you to believe in some fantasy story, but because this actually happened. I couldn't even believe with my own eyes what was occurring. When I returned to the room that night, and from then on, the ghost never came back, or didn't bother us anyway. There are other ghosts in my house, ones that are in the cellar, but I've only heard them, not actually seen them. Anyway, this last event occurred outside of my house. Anyway, one night I was out with my friends, against my parents' will. We had left when they were asleep. It was around 3 a.m. in the morning, and we wanted to see what was around the area. We went up to the graveyard near and sat down by some of the older graves, deeper into the graveyard. As we were sitting there, I looked up to see a dark and black figure standing by one of the trees. He wasn't looking at me or my friends, but something else. I had been leaning up against a grave. I didn't have much respect for the dead at the time until after this. I turned around and looked up to see a white figure standing there, looking at the black figure. They then turned their eyes towards me. I tugged on my friend's arm, but she didn't reply. She was asleep, along with the two other people that were there with us. I backed up off the grave as the white one glared at me. When I got completely away, they had turned their eyes back to each other and had vanished. Before our marriage, my husband purchased a home built sometime previous to 1870 in the center of a small town in Michigan. It is a lovely house, we still have it, with high ceilings and wide archways between some of the rooms. When we moved in, we had very modern furniture, which really didn't look right in the house, so our friends would bring us antiques whenever they could find them, very cheaply or for free. One friend bought us a very large round antique mirror that he had found in a house his company was hired to tear down. It was the kind with a gilded wood and molded frame with a medallion at the top. The glass, while it had some dark spots and shadings, was in exceptionally good condition. This was back in the mid to late 70s, and we had parties almost every weekend. In the summer when the doors were left open, no one bothered knocking. They just opened the screen and came in. Late one Friday or Saturday evening, shortly after receiving the mirror, I was sitting on a low sofa against the east wall of the living room. Also on this wall was a large archway leading into the dining room, which is where the main entry door that we used was located. There was also a door leading into the living room from the front porch, but no one used this one. The mirror was hung on the north wall, right next to the couch where I was sitting. Everyone else was sitting in the middle or at the opposite end of the room, large room. I was looking to my right and noticed in the mirror that a young man was walking through the archway into the living room and stopped right at the threshold. At first glance, I did not recognize him, so I turned on the couch to look at him directly, and there was no one there. I looked over at the mirror again, and there he was. He was not a big guy, about 5'8" or 5'9", thin build, dark hair, short for the times, and wearing what looked like one of those blue-gray work shirts. I looked towards the archway again. No one was there. I shot off the couch and into the dining room to see if anyone was playing a trick on me. There was no one in any part of the house other than the living room. It made me very uneasy, and I could never sit in that area again. In fact, I moved that couch a week later, and even though the mirror still hangs there all these years later, I tried to avoid looking at it. A couple of years after this happened, I joined the local historical society. I met a wonderful tiny old lady in her 90s. She told me that she had been in my home many times during her youth, and I found out from her that during Prohibition, the people who owned a house would have parties with bootleg liquor. There was an argument late one evening, and a young man was killed by a blast from the barrels of a shotgun at close range in the area of the front entrance to the dining room. I'm not sure if it was him or not, but for 3 or 4 years after that, every night at 3:10 a.m., I would hear slow but steady footsteps on the creaky wood floors walk from the archway through the living room and up to the bedroom door. They always stopped right there, thank God, and I tried to make sure they would come no further by hanging a crucifix on a hook inside of the bedroom door. After a few years, it either stopped or we grew so accustomed to it that we didn't notice it anymore. So, do you think my spirit came with a mirror, or that the mirror just enabled me to see him? I don't know. I guess we'll find out sooner or later. Early March last year, my husband and I had the most terrifying night of our lives. Avid campers, we had never been scared sleeping out in the middle of nowhere in our tent. We went to a campground called Weldon Springs in Illinois, about 45 miles from our home. We stayed at the backpacking area, which at that time of year is isolated except for a few deer and birds. I felt fear the minute we walked into our spot. We had camped in that spot several times before, with no weird occurrences. I felt like we were being watched. I tried to pass it off as dead trees and grass, and a lack of other people around. By evening, sitting around the fire, I was scared. Our friend came along to stay with us, had a sleeping bag with him, ready to camp. Oddly, he decided not to stay. When we got settled in our tent, hell broke loose. We laid there a minute, and I heard an odd stomping noise in the trail leading to our site. It got louder, like it was getting closer. I asked my husband after we discussed it ourselves, and he said he felt an evil presence there. Even though we were absolutely terrified, I told him to take a peek outside the tent, just so we could ease our minds about the situation and prevent our imagination from running wild. This was a terrible mistake. He told me when he looked out that he saw the ghost of a hunter with red eyes staring right at him, and then he floated off into the woods and then disappeared. It didn't last very long, but he could still tell that the man was wearing hunting gear from a different era. It definitely didn't look like the attire you would see today, according to him. He told me that the clothes that he wore looked a lot like the people in the Wild West would wear in the 19th century. My husband even said that it looked as if he didn't want to be seen, like he had the look of pure shock on his face. In a way, I wish I had seen it myself, but I know I wouldn't have been able to handle that. We know that there was something strange out there that night, and we'll never forget it. There's this camp that I know of. It's referred to as Camp Connecticut, and it's a rundown camp. It's called the Run Camp because of its deadly history, where a group of men were once gathered, said to be a cult, and eventually the town had exiled them and were forced to stay at this camp outside of town. When abandoned, the caretaker's daughter was found brutally murdered in the camp, and all members of the camp denied any knowledge or participation in the murder. Whenever I go back to the camp, I've always experienced unsettling events that could be tied to the events just described. Experiences included voices. For example, a young girl screaming, which we thought could have been the young murdered girl. We have seen figures pass among the trees while walking through the narrow paths along the woods. In pictures that I have seen, there are many orbs near the main gate and near the large sign within the camp. Examinations shown not to be a photo error or bad development. There was also this insane experience that my brother's best friend and his friends had. He happened to take a trip here, and while walking the main entrance pathway, he came across a man standing there in all white clothing. They called to him, and there was no response, so they turned to go the other way, and when they did, this presence in the white was standing right in front of them, with eyes that were completely black. As they turned and ran, it seemed as if the presence began to run after them. Anyway, as they got close to the main gate, they turned, and there was no one behind them at the time. They stopped again for a second, and turned back to look behind them again. They recall that about 5 apparitions, all in white, were standing right next to each other, and then they disappeared. It was as if they were letting them know that there were more of these ghosts. They then walked back to the car and drove away. This place is very freaky to even just look at the main gate. I get scared every time I go. I will send our photos as soon as I get my scanner up and running. Thank you. I've been tempted to write about what happened to my family many times, but it seems far too unreal. We were not allowed to talk about this outside the house when I was a child, and my mother only told guests about her visitors when they experienced something in our house. Our childhood home was built in 1898. My parents bought the home in 1974, when I was only 6 months old. The house was very large and had been converted into a double. My grandmother moved into the upper level. Strange things began to happen shortly after my family moved in. My mother had her first experience one night, after she had sent my older sisters to bed. From her bedroom door, she could look out and see into the kitchen hallway and into the bathroom. My family had only lived in the house less than a month when my mom saw a little blonde-haired girl walk into the bathroom. All of my sisters have very dark brown hair, and this was clearly a blonde-haired child. My mother panicked and yelled to the little girl, but the door shut. My mom jumped out of bed. In her mind, she was thinking that this little girl was a neighbor's child, that my sister must have snuck in the house. When she opened the door, there was nobody inside the room. My mother nicknamed the little girl Jessie, and I have no idea why. My mother had many experiences in the house, and with the younger children, myself, my younger sister and younger brother, when we were very small, it was as if we were playing with someone else. I don't remember this, but my mom did, but I do remember that in my oldest sister's bedroom in her closet, there was a paneled off section that led under our hallway steps to the second floor. I remember talking to someone that we called the lady under the stairs. I always thought that it was my mom or grandmother, but I later learned that this was not the case. When we told my mom about this, she would not let us play this game anymore. I do not remember being scared at all. My younger sister and I would also go into our hallway and play with the lady on the stairs. I have very little recollection of this at the time. I would have been about 4 years old, and my sister would have been about 3. When we described the woman to my mother, she forbade us from being in the hallway alone. I never took the ghost stories to heart and was very carefree as a child. I always felt safe. However, I did finally have a bizarre experience that I could not explain or rationalize away. My grandmother had a stroke when I was 15, and my mother gave my older sister's bedroom to my grandmother since it was on the first level and was safer for her. She had no control over what she was saying and was rapidly deteriorating. My parents didn't lay any ground rules down for us kids that summer, as things were in havoc, and my brother and I had stayed up all night, watching Nick at Night in the living room. I could see into my grandmother's room, and we also kept an eye out for her, should she use the bathroom or want something to drink. I was just starting to doze off when I thought I saw someone in my grandmother's room. It was a blonde-haired girl who might have been 10 to 12. I have no idea the age. I thought I was seeing things, or that I was just really wiped out, and my mom's stories were starting to get to me. I walked out into our kitchen, and my oldest sister was eating a sandwich, and I told her what I saw. She laughed at me and told me I must have been dreaming. I thought maybe she was right, because I just never believed what my mom had been saying about the girl she had claimed to have seen on several occasions. Now here's where I realized I wasn't a complete nutcase. I said before that the house was very big. Well, my grandmother started screaming, and my sister and I ran into the room. My grandmother was up and headed for the front door. She was screaming about fire and the little girl. We could barely make out what she was talking about, but she kept repeating, "The little girl said I was going to hurt the baby, and I have to go, before I caused a fire." That was the most intelligible sentence that my grandma had said in over a month. My sister kept saying, "What little girl?" and my grandmother said, clear as day, "The little blonde-haired girl." My grandmother was 72 years old and short of hearing. She was also 3 rooms away when I literally whispered this to my sister. We woke my mom up because we did not know what to do. My grandma ran out of the house and refused to come back in. She stood on our porch. My parents took her to the hospital, and she was placed in a nursing home because even the mention of our house sent her into hysterics. The baby she was talking about is my younger brother, who is the baby in the family. My mom decided to turn the house into a one-family home again and had us kids, there were 6 of us, do the work. We did not mind, as we wanted the help, and it was a good way for us not to think about my grandmother all the time. My younger sister and I would be the only 2 sharing a room, but that was fine, as we were very close, and we were excited. Again, I was up, and could not sleep, so I went up to the room that would be ours. It had been my grandmother's, and I was scraping wallpaper off the walls with a putty knife. We had started this project the night before, and I was bored, so I went up to get some more done. I was scraping the walls, and had been doing so for about an hour, when I heard a funny noise that sounded like the scraping noise I was making with the knife, but different. It's hard to explain. I thought someone was playing a trick on me, so I began to scrape the wall, and very quickly, I stopped. However, the sound that I heard continued, and it was the sound of scraping, but it was coming from across the room. I do not know if whatever was in the room was mocking me or playing a game, but the scraping kept going on. Whoever or whatever did not care that I heard them. I screamed. I thought it was one of my older sisters. I ran down the front steps and opened the door, and the house was completely quiet. Everyone was sound asleep, snoring. I woke up everyone in the house. I was terrified, and I never slept in that room. I would continue to hear things in that house until I was 18 and moved out. As for our house restorations, my mother began working on the kitchen and back hallway that led to our attic. While doing so, she found where the house had burn marks and was scorched. My mother mentioned this to one of our neighbors, a woman who had lived on our street from the day she was born in the early 1920s. Our house had been burnt very badly and had been rebuilt. At that time, it had been converted to a double. A little girl and her parents lost their lives in the fire. My other sisters had things happen to them too. One of my older sisters was looking out at the living room windows. Something grabbed her shoulder and called her name. One more thing, please don't think I'm nuts, but I've not had this happen in any house or apartment I've lived in since. And one thing I did notice is that whatever was in the house is not frightening to me in my youth, but only became frightening when each of us hit a certain age. I have no idea why. This was also something I thought that was so weird. The little girl was never visible upstairs, and the woman was only spotted downstairs once. A neighbor who was alive when the house caught on fire remembered that the little girl's name was Jessica. My mom had been calling her that for years, and had never known what the little girl's real name was, but I just called her that because it seemed right. Hi, I just thought I'd write to you guys to tell you what happened to me when I was about 12 to 13. I'm from northwest England, in a county called Cheshire. I was staying with my father in a small village called Wrenbury. He used to live in a large country house that has been around for many years. I think, but I'm not certain, that the house is in Victorian. I was staying for the weekend. The house does look spooky, but I never felt any kind of presence there until Sunday afternoon when my father popped out to the local store. He was only gone for about 15 minutes. It was about 9:30 p.m., and I decided that I needed the toilet. There was a downstairs toilet, but that was full of boxes and tools, so I had to go upstairs. I walked upstairs and went to the toilet. After flushing the loo, as the noise from the loo had gone and I was washing my hands, I heard the sound of a baby crying and screaming. Sound was coming from a nearby bedroom. This scared me a lot because I knew there was nobody in the house, and it was not coming from the outside because the house is stuck in the middle of nowhere, just miles of farm fields around. I walked out of the toilet and headed towards the direction of the crying. As I opened the bedroom door, the sound flew past me, but no one was there. It was almost like the sound traveled through me. I was rooted to the spot with complete terror. I then turned to face the sound, which was now sounding like it was coming from one of the other bedrooms across the hall. I don't know why, but I headed to the other room. The crying baby was really loud, and I was sure that someone was hurting a baby. Looking back, maybe that's why I went to see. As I opened the door, I saw something I will never forget. There was a baby lying on the floor, but it didn't look right. Half of its body was stuck in the floor. I could see one of its legs pointing out, and a half of a face. It was wearing old-looking clothes. The sound of the baby was almost deafening, and it looked like someone was hurting it, but no one was there. This was all too much for me, and I ran downstairs and outside into the dark, and just waited for my father to return. I never told my dad anything. This is the first time I've ever told anyone. I thought I was going crazy, because I've never believed in ghosts before. My father no longer lives there now, but I did go back once when he was visiting an old friend that now lives there, but I never went up their stairs on my own again. Well, I just thought that maybe you would find that interesting. Mail me back if you wish. Hope you don't think I'm lying, because it was all very real to me. I'm 20 years old now, and I have access to the internet. I spend my time looking for other people who've had similar things happen to them. Thank you for reading. Many years ago, my family and I lived in a lovely Queen Anne style home. We lived in it for 13 years, 11 of which we experienced paranormal phenomena. 2 years after we moved in, we had a first of many odd occurrences. My daughter was in the kitchen, and I was upstairs, when I heard her call out that the upstairs toilet must have overflowed because water was running down the outside of the staircase. I ran to the top of the stairs in bare feet, only to feel water on the surface of the carpeting. I looked over the top of the railing to assure her that the toilet hadn't overflowed, and that was when I felt the wetness on my feet, but there were no water pipes in that part of the house. When I got down the stairs, I found the water running in rivulets down the wooden molding. My daughter reached up to turn on the light under the stairway alcove, and as soon as she did, the water stopped. We had to wipe the trom down, and we never found any reason for that activity. Months later, while preparing for bed one night, I heard footsteps running down the attic stairs. The door crashed against the opposite wall, and then nothing. I was terrified, thinking that someone was there. They would have to pass my room to get downstairs, but nothing happened. When we finally went to look, the door was against the wall. We even thought that maybe a ball had bounced down the stairs, sounding like footsteps, but there was nothing. Strangely, when we started to think our house had unseen guests, we were no longer frightened. As time passed, we had many more experiences. I heard a woman crying softly, but pitifully. 2 of my daughters saw images of old-fashioned children, dressed in long white nightgowns and mob caps. A visitor to my house saw the same thing, and asked me who the little girl was. On another occasion, my nephew was spending the night, and thought he saw someone standing at the top of the stairs, in a long white old-fashioned nightgown. My nephew was 16 at the time, and we hadn't told him about the house. My husband thought we were all crazy because he didn't believe in this sort of thing. My daughter came home late one night and was just lying in bed, going over her evening, and looked up to see a male figure suspended over the bed. She watched the image dissolve from the top as if it were sand falling. There were other things that happened there, although nothing dangerous, and finally, we sold the house and moved down. It was several years after we moved on from the house that we met a family that had lived there years before we did and had very similar things happen to them. When they said their experiences were very frightening and mean-spirited. I sometimes think our guests moved with us because from time to time we still get very strange sensations in our present Victorian home. I've had quite a few ghostly experiences over my life, all of which have been rather benevolent, except for one that happened a few years back. I was 24, living with my mother, my sister, and my 2-year-old niece. One night, I woke up and looked up into the darkness. This thing flew down from the ceiling, straight at me with its arms out. I can still see it. It looked like a cross between a gargoyle and an alien. It looked so evil. It sounds silly, but I was so terrified that I ran out of my room screaming into the living room to be with my mother. I was shaking uncontrollably, and I sat with her for quite a while before I could convince myself that it was just a dream, and I went back to bed with no further problems. Well, a few months down the road, my sister was at home with her friend, Kelly, who seems to have some sort of connection with the paranormal, like her mother, and she sent her down the hall to get a towel for my niece. The linen closet is down the hall in my mother's room. Kelly came back a couple minutes later, white as a sheet. Now, my sister and Kelly are always talking about stuff like this, but this is what really freaked me out. She said that there was something in my mother's room, and it was a threatening presence. She then went on to describe it. About 3 foot tall, gray, kind of a cross between a gargoyle and something. I'd never mentioned anything to my sister, and the only thing I had told my mother is that something scared me. I'd never described what I saw to anyone. In another related incident, prior to my sighting, my mother was trying to sleep one night in her room, and as she was about to fall asleep, something breathed near her, kind of like a sharp exhale, right into her ear. She woke up the next morning with scratches in the middle of her back, and the freaky thing is, she slept alone, and there were only 3, long, about 6 inches thin, scratches on her back. Needless to say, I'm very happy to be out of the house. I'm not sure if this qualifies as a ghost story, but it was more than an ordinary dream. My cat Johnny, my sweet silver bad boy for 10 years, died at home of aggressive cancer in March. During the month between his diagnosis and his death, I showered him with even more attention than usual, so by the time he passed away, we were closer than ever. On several occasions, including at his grave just before burying him, I invited him to come back and let me know he was okay. A few nights after his death, I was aroused by a dream by the sound of Johnny's meow, coming from the direction of his special spot at the foot of my bed. Coincidentally, his grave is about 30 feet further in the same direction. I waited with a mixture of hope and anxiety to feel him walking up my body to my face, but it didn't happen. Instead, I became aware of something tickling my left ear and tried to reach over to pet him, only to find that I was paralyzed. That's when I panicked, remembering all the scary ghost stories involving a period of paralysis. That was the moment where I woke up, and I suddenly saw something in the corner of the room. It was a dark, small figure, but I couldn't really make it out. It was a dark shadow, Even though it was a very dark outline of something, I'm assuming it was a kid or something, it was very terrifying. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like two Grim Reapers were standing right behind him. So this humanoid ghost, this figure, this creature, this child, was hunched over and was absolutely mortified himself. And these Grim Reaper type ghosts came to take him away. And just like that, within seconds, they were all gone. I guess you can say that my cat didn't return. In fact, I think a demon actually returned. But I guess that's up for debate. Thanks for listening. After you read this experience, you might think I'm crazy or something, but believe me, it was the most terrifying night in my life, and it has taken me a lot of time to get over it. Before I moved out, about a year ago, I lived in a 100-year-old house. It had 2 floors, and my family only lived on the top floor. We barely ever went into the basement, because the floors were all rock, and there were no lights down there. One day, when I was about 15, I had a friend sleep over, and we thought it would be cool if we slept in the basement and told ghost stories. We gathered up our sleeping bags and our candles and went down to the basement. As soon as I entered the room we were going to sleep in, I immediately felt as if we were being watched, and I told my friend that I thought we should maybe sleep upstairs. She just told me to quit being a wimp and to set up my sleeping bag. As soon as we stayed up and talked and laughed, we never did tell ghost stories. I felt more comfortable and fell asleep easily. In the middle of the night, I remember this so clearly because this scared the crap out of me so bad, and I'm absolutely positive I wasn't dreaming. I woke up to knocking coming from one side of the house, and slowly getting louder and closer, and right when it was so near that it was shaking the ground, there was a big crash, and it went away. I sat up straight in my sleeping bag, and my whole body was trembling. After I calmed down a bit, a figure appeared at the foot of my sleeping bag, and I froze. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream, I couldn't do anything. The figure was of a man dressed in rags that were covered in coal. He stared at me as if he recognized me from somewhere, and then his eyes widened, and he exclaimed with a gasp, "Mary Beth, Mary Beth, help me." He then disappeared with a flash of light. Apparently, my friend had woken up right when he disappeared and saw the flash of light. The next day I told my parents, and they said that they had felt a presence down in the basement earlier. I read up on the history of our house, and found out that the mistress of the house was named Mary Beth, and her picture resembled myself. One of her servants had been trapped in the basement, and tried to climb out of the coal chute without succeeding, and after being trapped for about 3 days, he died in an unexplained fire accident while in the basement. Thank you for taking your time to read this. Hello, I have another ghost experience for you. In March of 1994, my husband, my oldest daughter, and I, we visited Venice. We booked a room at the ancient Palazzo. We were assigned a room on the 2nd floor, overlooking a canal. The view was accessed by opening the heavy wooden shutters, which opened into the room. These had a metal rod, which fit into a U-shaped hook on the other window. Opening out were double windows, also heavy, with numerous panes of glass. This room had double beds, with a narrow walkway between them. About 3 times during our 2 days there, we would hear footsteps start from approximately the middle of the room, march smartly over to the windows, at which point the wooden shutters would fly open. We would track this phenomenon with our eyes, but saw nothing and felt no fear. The first time we rushed over to the windows to check them, these shutters were so heavy that it felt doubtful that a gust of wind was blowing them open. What's more interesting is that the glass pane windows remained shut and seemed pretty airtight. The catch was not all that easy to work, either. My daughter, then 14, remembers having to struggle with it to open it. Even my oh-so-logical and mechanical husband looked over the shutters and could come up with no good explanation. The last night we were there, we were retired for the night with my husband and I in one bed, and my daughter in the other. She and I could hold hands in the space between the beds. They were so close together. Right after lights out, we heard the footsteps, this time walking up between the beds to where our heads were. We could hear breathing. We were both too scared to do anything, but we certainly compared notes the next morning. I wanted to ask as we were checking out if the place was haunted, but the only folks on duty that morning didn't speak English, and we don't speak Italian, but we'll never forget the place. About 10 years ago, when I still lived in Pennsylvania, a group of friends and I took a joyride out to the Quaker Cemetery, just for a good night scare. It was a chilly, full moonlit November night, and there were 6 of us there, 5 guys, and me, the only girl. It was the perfect setting for a ghost. Now, I don't know how many of your readers have ever been to this cemetery, but to describe the first time I saw the place, I screamed and just about curdled my boyfriend's blood. The crematorium scared me the most. I don't know. Something about the way it looks and what it was used for. Anyway, back to that night. 2 of the guys were acting like morons and jumping all over the place and around the markers inside the cemetery. I was angry at their pure disrespect for this old place, and so I tried telling them to stop. But of course, as excited as they were getting, they wouldn't listen. Me and this other guy were too chicken to go along with them, especially because of the way they were acting. They were bound to disturb peace in the cemetery, so we stayed by the car. We kept hearing a fake bird call coming from the trees along the opposite side of the road, and then I started smelling the lilacs. The lilac scent somehow wasn't disturbing, even though it was November and none were blooming, and also, there weren't any fresh flowers placed on any of the very old graves. The fake bird call almost scared the life out of us, because it just sounded so unnatural, and with each chirp, sounded closer and closer. We decided that we really needed to get out of there, so we both sat inside the car, waiting for the others. I got myself in such a worked up state that when I found a quarter on the ground, I swore, "In blood we trust," was written on it, rather than the usual "In God we trust." My friend just laughed at me. The story that I'm about to relate to you took place when I was about 11 years old. I'm 17 now, and most people whom I've conversed with about this matter shrug it off as the hallucinations of a child. It was the fall of about 92 or 93, maybe before, maybe after. I do not honestly remember. I was living with my father here in Texas at the time, because my mother had hauled off to Arizona to take care of her father, who had succumbed to a stroke. My father and I had gone to my grandmother's house for dinner. My grandfather was out of town visiting relatives in another part of the state. My father, my grandmother, and myself were in the kitchen conversing about things that I can no longer recall, because my memories of this occasion are starting to fade and jostle in my mind. My father told me to go wash my hand in the restroom, as my grandmother had just finished making dinner, and we were about to sit and eat. I walked out of the kitchen and into the dining room. As I looked in the general direction of the restroom, which was about 15 feet from where I was standing, I noticed 2 things immediately. The toilet was making strange noises, which isn't uncommon in houses, and there was what appeared to be a man in a shroud, standing in the restroom, with his hands under the faucet, staring at me. I don't remember exactly what my feeling was at the time, except for a bit of fear and a bit of awe at the supernatural. I'm a big reader, and around that time in my life, I was getting into ghost stories and other paranormal phenomena. I then walked back into the kitchen, and my father asked me if I'd washed my hands. Of course, being as frightened as I suppose I was, I told him that I had, and then I proceeded to eat my dinner. But the events of that night have never entirely left me. I'd seen the man in the cloak on at least 2 other occasions since, but those stories are for a later time. Thanks for reading, and good night. This story was told to me by an ex-boyfriend, Mike, when we first started dating. We were still getting to know each other, so when he told me he was very afraid of spirits, I believed him, because it's not the type of thing you'd say if you were trying to impress a girl. I asked him why, and this is what he told me. Mike's first encounter with ghosts was about 10 to 12 years ago, when he and his family, mom, dad, little brother George and Mike, were living in a house in the northwest side of Chicago. This particular house had an attic, which was used to store the items that came with the house when before Mike's family bought it. Nothing too unusual, mostly furniture and such. At this time, Mike was probably 15 years old, and his brother George was probably 9 years old. They were up in the attic one afternoon, goofing around, pretending to be acrobats and wrestlers. Eventually, they got tired, and George collapsed on the floor, while Mike sat in the old recliner that came with the house. The brothers continued talking until their mother called from downstairs, announcing that dinner was ready. The boys had worked up an appetite, so they bolted out of the attic. Mike was the last one out, and as soon as he shut the door behind him, he remembered that he left the light on. Knowing his mother would be mad if he didn't turn it off, Mike opened the door to the attic, took one step in, and froze. The recliner that Mike had been sitting in was slowly turning towards him. Mike tried to command his body to run, but he was so scared he seemed rooted to the floor. The recliner turned enough so that Mike could see the form of a knee, and it was at that point that Mike got the strength to bolt out of the room and down to the kitchen. He told his parents what he saw, and of course they didn't believe him, but Mike refused to stay in the house any longer. He was so upset that his parents made arrangements for him to sleep at his aunt and uncle's house that night. Furthermore, this was the last time Mike ever stepped foot into the house. He stayed with his aunt and uncle until his family sold the house a few months later. Of course, his parents objected to his imposing on his relatives' hospitality, but they were too afraid to force him to come back, fearing he would have some sort of breakdown. The next house Mike's family moved into was still in Chicago, and not too far from the old house. Everything was going fine until one night, when Mike's family had friends over for dinner. After dinner, the adults and Mike sat around the island in the kitchen, having coffee and talking, while year-old George played outside in the backyard with the guest's little boy, Sam. At one point, George opened the kitchen door and ran through the kitchen, past all the adults, and straight into the adjoining bathroom. Nobody thought anything of this until about 10 minutes later, when Mike's dad questioned why George was taking so long in the bathroom. Mike's dad knocked on the bathroom door, asking George if everything was all right. No answer. Mike's dad tried to open the door, but it was locked from the inside. Everyone started getting concerned until the kitchen door opened again, and in came George and Sam. Mike's father asked George how he snuck back out of the bathroom without anyone seeing him. You see, there is no other way out of the bathroom. If George came out, or even opened the door, he would have been seen. In order to get back outside, he would have had to go through the kitchen again. George swore up and down that he had not been to the bathroom at all. He was outside playing with Sam the whole entire time. Mike's father asked him again to explain about the locked bathroom door, but when they checked it again, it was not locked. There were other strange incidents that happened in the house, mostly to Mike, more than anyone else in the family. The last incident Mike told me about was something that happened to him a few months before we met, when he was about 22 years old. One night, as Mike was laying in bed, he woke up with an uneasy feeling. He was lying on his side facing the wall, and he felt as if someone was staring at him. It was the middle of the night, and pitch black in the room. Mike turned over and opened his eyes and saw a black figure standing next to his bed, staring down at him. Mike shut his eyes and screamed for his mother repeatedly. When she came storming in the room, Mike told her what had happened. It seemed as if such occurrences happened sporadically. Strangely enough, when Mike was getting to the point of forgetting them. Seems as if the spooks recognize this and remind them of their presence every now and again. I was kind of skeptical when Mike told me the story, mainly because I was just getting to know him. I couldn't tell if he was a habitual liar or something, but the way he acted and the way he told me the stories was enough to make me wonder if he was a spook magnet. We only dated a couple of months, and maybe that was for the best. I might be younger than some of you, but I've had a lot of experiences. I'm 18 years old. About a week after my 10th birthday, my uncle had taken his own life inside my grandparents' house, the one I'm currently living in now. After his death, I would refuse to go down into the basement where it happened. I would always hear unsettling noises, to the point in which I would feel so uncomfortable being in that home. The odd part is, it would only happen when everyone was in bed and I was home alone. As creepy as it was, I still had somewhat of morbid curiosity to go down there. Though, of course, I could never bring myself to do it. There would be times I would hear very faint snarling and growling sounds. Other times, I would hear weeping. It was very disturbing. Then about 6 months after my uncle's death, my 17-year-old cousin had died in a car wreck. One night, I was so upset over the deaths that I had stumbled down there without thinking about where I had went. I was so overcome with grief of emotions that I was bawling my eyes out. It got to the point where it was too much for me. I was sitting on the couch thinking about ending it all so I could be with them. Just when I was about to, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I knew instantly that it was my uncle. That moment made me realize that it was okay to continue on. That may have been a positive experience, but I assure you, it didn't get better in that basement, in that house moving forward. One evening, I was up in my bedroom. My parents were again fast asleep, when I heard a disturbing wailing again coming from the basement. I have a vent in my room, and it connects directly down to the basement. I could hear these cries coming from the vent. I listened closer through the vent, and I could have sworn I heard my name being whispered. Like an idiot, I thought maybe my uncle had returned and wasn't feeling well, so I swallowed my pride and went down into the basement so I could at least tell him that everything would be okay. As I opened the basement door and looked down the steps, at the end of these steps, I saw a figure for a moment's time. It wasn't my uncle. In fact, it was a black misty shadow, and it slowly evaporated. It seemed to be there for a few seconds, then it was gone within a blink of an eye. I then turned around, heard a distinct growl, then ran back up the rest of the steps and back into my room. Sometimes when I walk around the house, I can feel something watching and even following me. It's not always my uncle, but it definitely feels like something evil. It wasn't too long ago that me and my 21-year-old cousin went to go see her dad. Now, this is the cousin that was in the wreck with the one that passed away. Jean, the 21-year-old cousin, had told me that she had felt her sister's spirit with her before. While we were up late at night talking about her, we suddenly felt her presence with us. It was like she was sitting there and listening to us. Then, not too long ago, I was over at a friend's and was going to stay the night. We were in her room, talking about how she thought that maybe she had a ghost living in her house. Of course, I'm sitting there nodding my head. Then I felt something grab my necklace that I was wearing. So we got freaked out and ran to the living room and checked out my neck. Whatever had touched me left a great big red check mark on my neck. Then about 5 to 10 minutes later, it felt like something was grabbing my legs. I pulled up my pant legs, and it had red marks all over my legs. So me and my friend decided to get out of the house and go bowling. Over at the bowling alley, the marks had turned white and disappeared. Well, anyway, when we got back to our house, the marks returned, and I kept feeling things grabbing me and following us occasionally. But the weird thing is, nothing was happening to her, and she told me that nothing like this has ever happened to one of her friends before. I was beginning to think that this bad presence at my home was starting to attach itself to me. So we decided to go to bed. While we were laying there, it felt like someone had come up and sat down on the bed between us. So I looked over, and no one was there. I haven't been over to my friend's ever since. A friend sent me this and suggested that I tell my stories, so here's one of them that I hope you enjoy. I have more if you'd like to hear. I live in Clinton, Illinois, which is a small town. We have a lake, and that's pretty much about it. One night, I was out joyriding in the cemetery with a friend, as I like to do from time to time, and I had to go to the restroom. So, I went to this accessed area that is out in the country. I went to the restroom and then walked through the pavilion to look at the lake. I then came back to my car and then crawled into the driver's seat. I looked up, and there was this little boy ducking behind a garbage can. He had red eyes that glowed like a demon's and teeth that were jagged and white. A black figure that looked like a medium-sized dog was beside him, and it was black. All that you could see was its red eyes. They both stared at us in the car, and I felt fear overwhelm me. I quickly started the car and left. The next day I told my mom about it. She grew up in the area, and she said that they often had Satan worshippers out there, and that rumors were that a little boy was drowned and used as a sacrifice many years ago. My aunt, she says that the little boy was evil, and therefore was put to death in that spot. I've tried to research this, but there are no records of any murder of a child taking place in this area. But I will never go there again, night or day. This is just one of the countless stories that I have. I have some photos too. I don't know if you can use this, but if you can, feel free to. You may also edit if needed. Have you ever stayed at the Holiday Inn? You should, because this story is outrageous. In early of July 1999, I spent a work week there for a regional curriculum camp. I had originally been slated to share a room with other teachers on the first floor. However, The room was a smoking room, and the odor was causing my asthma to flare up, so I was transferred to a room on the 4th floor. Buggered if I can remember the room number. When I retired on Monday night, I had not heard yet of the ghost or any legends. I was awoken 3 times during the night by the phone ringing. I was really ticked because no one was ever there. I vowed to speak with someone at the front desk about it. In the morning I learned about Tanya, the ghost. We all laughed at the story, thinking it was something to amuse tourists. Being WNY natives, we weren't going to be suckered by any such nonsense. I forgot to talk to anyone about the phone, and decided not to bother. I fell asleep very quickly that night. I was awakened that night by the sensation that someone was staring at me from the left side of the bed. I have small children. My son often wakes me using the stare method. Now, I might have thought the ghost story was crap, but I wasn't going to test the theory by looking to see what was next to me. I said, "Go away. I'm not going to look at you. I need my sleep." The sensation immediately left me, and I slept the rest of the night quite peacefully. I awoke and went to my morning sessions without anything remarkable happening. However, I had to return to my room mid-morning to fetch some papers I needed for the next session. The curtains were open on the doors leading out to my balcony, which was not unusual. Housekeeping always opened the doors after cleaning. What was unusual was the number of small, sticky handprints all over the outside of the doors. These were no higher than my waist. I shook my head at the poor cleaning job. I was sure that the previous guests must have children with them, and that the maid had failed to clean the prints off the glass. I wonder how hard it was to open the doors and give the glass a good cleaning, and then I hustled off to make my session. As the day progressed, I heard more tales of Tanya, like how she throws the poolside chairs into the pool during the night, etc. We giggled amongst ourselves, like good campers should when hearing ghost stories. None of us was going to admit we believed any of it, especially when our principals were listening. So, I was half joking while I was in my room, getting ready for bed, and said out loud, "Listen, Tanya, I don't know how old you are, but I think you'll enjoy the books in the Falls room. If you can read, you'll really like them. Even if you can't, lots of them are full of beautiful pictures that I bet you'll like to look at. Go there instead of bugging me." I slept like a log, without any interruptions that night. When I went to breakfast the next morning, I told a colleague about my chat with Tanya. I mentioned that it must have worked because I had slept so well. I stopped talking when I saw my colleague's jaw drop and her face go white. I asked her what the matter was, and she took me over to the professor who was leading the sessions in the Falls room. My colleague said to the professor, "Tell us what you found in the room this morning." I listened in stunned silence as the professor described what a mess the room was. Books were thrown all over the place. The display table was in shambles, and her boxes of supplies had been unpacked and poorly repacked. In her own words, she said it looks like a kid went through everything and tried to put things back together, but couldn't manage. The professor had questioned the hotel staff about who had access to the room, and all swore that no one had been in the room after we had left, and that the door had been locked until the staff let the professor in the morning. I apologized when she finished and explained that it had probably caused the mess by inviting Tanya to go there. We all laughed uneasily at that. Some other teachers on the 4th floor admitted the strange things, like the ringing phone, no caller, and the sensation of being watched. Suddenly, we weren't so sure if the story was something just to amuse the tourists. Were the phone calls, stirring sensations, sticky fingerprints, and trash conference room related? There could be logical explanations, like incorrectly routed calls, poor cleaning, and staff mischief. Maybe Tanya was drawn to all of us warm, female, motherly-like type teachers. No male teachers that I know of on that floor, and yes, all of us are moms too. One thing is for sure, I'm far less skeptical of the paranormal than I was before, and I will admit, even to my principal, that something odd happened in that hotel. If you really want to check out the paranormal, then you have to go to the Grand Island Holiday Inn. You can pretend you came here to see Niagara Falls. I've had many experiences with ghosts and hauntings, all beginning around age 3. I'm now 28, and my connection to ghosts and spirits has only grown stronger with time. I suppose I should start with my earliest haunting. I was around 10 years of age. My parents had just divorced, and I was feeling alone and angry. I don't like to sleep with my bedroom door open. When I did, I felt I was being watched. One summer night, the air was hot and humid, and I had no choice but to sleep with my door open to get a cool cross breeze. I remember waking up sometime around midnight or shortly thereafter, feeling I was being watched. When I looked out my bedroom door, I saw a frightening sight. A figure with pure black skin, bright yellow eyes, and a cloak of red, white, and black harlequin-like design was staring at me, its hands on the door jamb, about to enter the threshold of my room. I screamed, saw its eyes widen in shock, possibly, and flee down the hall adjacent to my room. I even saw its robes fluttering after it as it fled. My scream woke my family, who searched the room for the thing, lack of a better word, but found nothing. All the doors were locked, no windows were broken. I shut my door, put up with the heat, and it hasn't returned since. I've been told that the creature was a demon. I also found out that I was depressed at the time, and that may have been drawing it to me. I can still feel its presence when I think about it. I feel very frightened just remembering the experience. Thank you for letting me share my experience here. I wanted to share my own personal experience with you regarding my beloved Nana. She passed away in 1984. I took her death very hard and would go to visit her grave often. After my now ex-husband and I married in 1998, I became pregnant within the year. Since I knew that my ex and I would not stay together for the long term, and since our marriage was so troubled, I found myself up at Nana's grave many times, sometimes just to talk to her and ask her to guide me and to watch over myself and the baby. The first time I went to see her grave, I hadn't been there for nearly 2 years at the time. I was pretty certain of what row her stone was in, but not completely sure. I asked her out loud to help me find her, and so help me God if I'm lying. I ended up parking directly in front of her row. I thanked her and walked over to her grave, placing a single rose on it and crying. I was about 6 months pregnant with my daughter at the time, and I was very certain that her love for us would get us through the rough months ahead. Shortly after our daughter was born, my ex-husband and I were having major problems, major fights. It was obvious to the both of us that we would eventually split up permanently. We separated when my daughter was 3 months old, and I moved into an apartment with my infant. Shortly after, I could feel my Nana's presence. I never saw anything. I always asked her not to appear to me, as she knew I would be afraid, but her presence was unmistakable, especially in my daughter's nursery. It never frightened me. Conversely, I felt very comforted and protected. As a new mother, I took many photos of my infant those first few months. I never noticed until a friend pointed out to me that in one of them, which was a picture of the nursery, there is a vortex on the right, like a solid bar of white light, and to the left of that, an arched mist that almost looks like the shape of a rainbow, but you can see the wall right through it. Also, the picture of the room came out as if I had taken it from on the floor, or close to the floor, and pointed the camera up. I would have never taken a picture from that angle, and I know I didn't. I cried when I realized that the vortex and the light are my Nana watching over her great-great-granddaughter and me. I don't think it's a coincidence, either, that the photo is focused on the rocking chair and the mist is right across it. I should also mention that shortly after my Nana passed away in the 80s, and my brother and I still lived at the home with my parents, that one night I was up reading in bed and walked out into the kitchen. My brother was sitting at the kitchen table, shaken and white as a sheet, almost crying. A second later, my mother walked out of her bedroom, and she was crying. They both professed, at exactly the same moment, that they had seen Nana appear to them and tell them not to worry, and that she was all right. I might add that their bedrooms were on opposite sides of the house. My mother also had a separate incident where she saw my Nana at the end of her bed. She wasn't at all afraid, just comforted. I still visit my Nana just to say hello, and it comforts me to know that someday I'll meet her again. Until then, I guess I'll just be comforted by her presence and know that her ghost is still looming around. And no matter what, I'm always a fan of Nana. How can you not like Nana? She's amazing. I miss you, Nana, but I'll see you again. This incident occurred about 20 years ago in Mishikawa, Indiana, when I was only 9. Our house was built in 1904, so it had the huge solid oak doors and trim. The living room was very long, with ceilings which are 12 feet high. I hope you got the idea of the architecture of this house. The basement was a full one, divided into 2 rooms, and this is where most of the presents seemed to be. I'll get to that later. Back to the house though. The master bedroom was downstairs, with its entrance being oak sliding doors. All of the fixtures were of the early 1900s also, so the living lights were hanging chandeliers, one at each end of the living room. The upstairs had 3 bedrooms, with a landing at the top with a banister guarding the stairs. The stairs were enclosed and curved, and this will be important in a minute. The house upstairs wasn't insulated well, so in the winter it was cold, and in the summer, hot. As a consequence, my 2 brothers and I slept on the pull-out couch downstairs. One night, my younger brother and I went upstairs to get ready for bed, and as we were going down the stairs, I looked back up due to the feeling something was there, and I saw an apparition coming towards us. I screamed and told my brother to look up. He did, and saw the same, so we flew down the rest of the stairs and yelled at our parents to go look for the man. They did, and of course, nothing was there. Now, let me describe the ghost. He was not opaque, he was complete in his form, and he was dressed in Catholic priest clothes. I noticed this because we're not Catholic, but my friend next door was, and I visited her church just down the road. I thought this was very peculiar, but what I thought was even more peculiar was the fact he was holding a gun, and he pointed it directly at us, or so what I thought was a gun. Of course, my parents told us we were young and had very vivid imaginations, and it was nothing. Years later, however, my mother confessed that she knew the house was haunted, and also because when she was the only one home, she would hear something walking up the stairs and on the stairs. We always had German shepherds, and our dog would growl at the ceiling and would never go in the basement. Now, onto the basement. I knew there was a presence here in the back room where the water heater was, because it was much colder, and felt wrong. It felt evil and bad, and didn't want anyone there because it felt you and you just had to leave immediately. I want to say that the upstairs didn't have this feeling to it, even though this is where we saw the man. I'm not sure of the history of this house, and soon after this incident, we moved to Florida on my dad's company transfer. I just want to give my opinion on this. After researching different types of hauntings, I feel that this was a replay of some kind, and I was a witness to it. I do feel that there might have been more than one presence, because the evil in the basement was different than the other, and the one in the basement didn't want anyone there. He did other things to give us this feeling. Mostly, the noises were harmless and no bother to us, but it was the basement that we avoided for whatever reason. I would love to hear what you all think of this, and the type of haunting you feel it is. I used to spend a lot of nights driving around in my youth. I was young and reckless, and had no clear direction in life, so I'd often find myself aimlessly driving, late at night. I'd spent a majority of my adolescent years dependent on drugs, and unfortunately, almost succumbed to an overdose. I was harming others, but most importantly, I was on a path to self-destruction. The night before my overdose, I had a creepy paranormal experience that, fortunately for me and those around me, changed my entire life for the better. It was another one of those late night drives. I'd gotten into a verbal altercation with my parents. Words that weren't meant to be said were exchanged, and I ended up running away from home. I took the keys and headed out driving for hours until I ended up in an unfamiliar town. I was starting to get a little exhausted, was 6 hours away from home, and was running low on gas. What happened next will always be embedded into my subconscious for the rest of my life. I pulled up to a gas station in the middle of nowhere. Now, like I said, this area was completely isolated from the rest of the world. It had a last house on the left kind of feel. Until I ended up at the gas station, I'd driven past miles and miles of just cornfields and farmland. Woods all around, nobody in sight. I ended up walking to the gas station and bought myself a pack of cigarettes from the station attendant. He noticed I looked a little confused and asked if I was lost. I said yeah, I was. This was before GPS and cell phones, and I didn't have a map with me. He told me there was a bridge in the distance that was visible from the gas station less than a mile or so away, but said if I crossed it, I could pass another town nearby and find a highway that could take me back home. I thanked him, pumped my gas, and went driving towards the bridge. As I started to make my way through this road, and on my way through the bridge, rain started to pour down, and I could barely see through my windshield. It had rained so much that it almost obscured my vision, and there was no source of light anywhere along the dirt road I was traveling on, except for my headlights. The guy at the gas station told me the bridge was very close by, and even though I could see it in the distance before it started raining hard, it felt like it had been forever before I could see it. Just then, I finally came across the bridge, despite the downpour. This is the part that really startled me. I was driving across the bridge, absolutely nobody in sight, no other cars. It was late at night, 3 a.m., and nothing but trees and bushes scattered around the bridge. I kept driving across this long bridge, and that's when my headlights shined onto this small child who suddenly appeared within my field of vision. All I could remember was that his eyes were glowing, almost like an animal in the night. I was unable to stop in time, and I thought I had hit him. I immediately panicked, stopped the car in the pouring rain, got out to check to see if he was okay, and the kid was nowhere to be found. It confused the hell out of me, because again, what kid would be playing around in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, and in the pouring rain? I didn't even hear a thud, or any noise besides the sound of the rain falling down on my car at the moment of impact. I looked under the car. It was as if this child didn't even exist. I remember distinctly that the boy was wearing overalls and a hat. It looked like a completely real boy. There was no mistaking that this was a human. Now, I mention my recklessness and drug abuse because this incident caused me to turn my life completely around. I was so worried that I accidentally hit a child, and it may have ran off into the woods, that it made me swear to always be alert and never fight with my parents again. This happened when my brother was around 5 years old. It was around 2 a.m., and he went into my parents' room to get in bed with my mom. My mom's bed was right by one of the bathroom doors. The door on the other end of the bathroom led to where the back door was, and the stairs to the basement. He got in bed and was facing the bathroom. He got scared and woke up my mom and asked who the little girl in the bathroom was. He said he had never seen her before. He told my mom that she was just standing there, staring at him. My mom said the way he was talking, like there was really someone there, it really scared her. She said she just rolled over and shut her eyes. She was too scared to even look. I don't think a 5-year-old imagines things like that. While we were in the same house, my mom's cousin was hunting in the mountains and accidentally fell on his gun and killed himself. The family thinks he came back to say bye because it was such a sudden death. A few days after he died, when we were all in bed, a light in the hallway bathroom would click on and off. It was an older house, so the switch made a really loud click when he turned it on and off. My mom would be sitting on the couch late at night, with her back facing the hallway. You can sometimes feel when someone is behind you, and she said she heard me breathing hard and walking up the hallway. She called my name and turned around, and no one was there. At the same time, at her cousin's parents' and sister's house, similar things were happening. His old toys from when he was younger were stored in the basement of his parents' house. One night his electric train turned on. It was going around the track. No one knew this was happening to other family members until my mom called his parents and told them what was happening to her. The next day they went somewhere and tried to contact them. They all said they loved him and it was time for him to move on. They think he was trying to contact the family because he died suddenly. After they talked to him, everything stopped. The following happened back in July 1995. Me and a friend traveled around the UK by train. It was about 4 p.m. Then we checked in at a bed and breakfast in Manchester. All double room was occupied, so we got the 2 single rooms, which was located next to each other. We were quite tired after a long day trip by train, so we rest for a moment. Later we went out to eat something, had a beer in the hotel bar, and then headed up to the rooms for sleeping. The time was about 11 p.m. I closed the Vatican blind, turned off the light, and almost immediately fell asleep. The room was pitch dark. Then, after about 2 hours, I woke up and found the room bathed in light. The light almost blinded me. I had a strong emotion to walk towards the window, just like I was enforced to do so, and then I went up. I heard voices and music, like old folklore or something. The voices was only like a murmur, so I actually couldn't hear what it says. It was like being in a full-up restaurant or a pub or something. I was not actually scared, but it was an uneasy and confusing experience. Then, I reached the window and opened the Venetian blind. Everything turned to normal again, quiet and pitch dark. I went back to bed again, and to my surprise, I fell asleep after only about 10 minutes. The morning after, we met up and headed down the stairs for breakfast. Afraid of being regarded as a fool or jackass, I told him it was only a dream. Then, I almost dropped my coffee pot when he told me that the exact same thing happened to him. He has always been quite skeptical to the paranormal things, but I think this experience has changed his mind a bit. I would be very glad if you could give me your opinion. I have apprehension about what really happened that night. I know I was fully awakened, and it can't be my imagination, because the same thing happened to him. As I said in a previous mail, I'm not so good with English, so I hope you understand me. You may publish my story if you want, but you better circumscribe it before. Hi there, my name's Joe. My friend Colin probably wrote you recently about some recent activity. For the past I don't know how many years, I've been able to feel, and to an extent see ghosts. I can sense what they are feeling and what their intentions are. However, for about 3 years, my friend Colin started having sleeping problems. I already knew his house was haunted, but what was haunting it was the spirit of what I think is a 5-year-old child. For Christmas the year before, a friend of ours that lived in Thailand sent us all gifts. However, Colin was the one that received a house that you would leave tokens and gifts in to help ward off evil spirits. Over time, it stopped doing that. Trapped in the house was some kind of creature, like a demon. It was huge, dark, and very menacing. I still don't know how to use all of my abilities very well, but at the time, I sure as hell didn't, but I attempted this anyway. We attempted to destroy the house, and everything in it. It took 45 minutes just to get it to catch fire. During this 45 minutes, I was attempting to immobilize the creature inside the house. After 45 minutes, I was able to trap it, by pure luck. After I trapped it, I was able to see what was being stored in the house. It was a large field, fire everywhere, dead bodies on fire, blood everywhere. It reminded me of what hell would look like when described to you as a child. After that, I was drained. I couldn't do much of anything. I thought I lost all my abilities, but after 2 months they started coming back, very slowly. I knew this only because I was able to see the ghost in Colin's house again. While I was living in Korea, I encountered a few spirits, but they were by chance and left over from the war. That was when I knew my abilities were back to full, but I wanted to learn how to better use them, and I'm not having any luck. Well, to end the story on a bad note, last week my friend Jess asked about any ghost encounter any of us have had. So Colin and I talked about this one. So Jess got curious and wanted to see where it happened. Reluctantly, we took him there. Surprisingly enough, development has been going on in the area for the last 5 years, but at the spot where we destroyed the house, nothing is built. We went to the spot, and I was able to feel it out from residue from when we first destroyed it, but after a few minutes, it wasn't just that. The feeling I was getting became stronger until it made me sick. I almost passed out, and I doubled over dry heaving. It turns out it was still trapped there until that night. Somehow, it got loose. I don't know how or why, but now I have to get rid of it for good, and I don't know how. In 1989, I moved into a government apartment in a small town containing 7 units. The last apartment was occupied by a single mom with a small child and her boyfriend. The previous year, they, man and woman, were murdered and shot to death in their bed in their first bedroom by the woman's estranged ex. No one wanted to move into the apartment because of the history surrounding the apartment. I was a young mother and had 2 children and needed a place to live, and thought nothing of this. In time, I was told of the strange happenings of the place, and chalked it up to superstition, or small-minded people with too much time on their hands. Things were pretty quiet for me and my little ones for the first few months. Then small things started to occur. Light over the sink area in my kitchen will mysteriously come on in the middle of the night. Being the only adult in the house, and the only person who would actually reach the switch, this had me worried that I had an electrical short or something, and promptly had it checked out. Nothing. Perfectly normal. Kitchen cabinet doors would be halfway open in the mornings when I awoke. I scolded my oldest daughter, 7 years at the time, for climbing the counters and getting snacks out, and she told me that she was asleep and she didn't do it. My youngest daughter, 2 years old at the time, was starting to make a habit of getting up in the middle of the night and getting into bed with me. Very unusual for her. She's a hard sleeper. At one point, I was having trouble sleeping, so much so, to the point I went to a doctor and got sleeping medication, all to no avail. I always woke up at 3 a.m. and had a difficult time getting back to sleep. Nothing worked until I rearranged my bedroom furniture and moved my bed from one end of the room to the other. Once, while my oldest daughter was visiting her grandmother overnight, myself and my youngest daughter decided to take a bubble bath together in the late evening. While we were in the tub, I heard jingle bells rattling around in the cup on a shelf not 5 feet from me. All of my windows were closed, and no one else was in the house. Couldn't explain it at the time. After 3 years, I chose to move in with a man to a better neighborhood. My landlord chose that time to tell me the complete history of my apartment. He showed me the newspaper articles on what happened, and after reading all of them, I understood all. The ex climbed through the bathroom window and shot them both dead at 3 a.m. and took the child, which was sleeping between the two. Her bed was in the exact position as I had my bed when I couldn't sleep. The mom was a stay-at-home mom and was always in the kitchen fixing stuff for her little child, making homemade cookies, snacks, and such. She always left the kitchen sink light on for her boyfriend when he came in late at night. My daughter always getting into my bed late at night was quickly understood by me. The other bedroom was never used by the child. She always slept with her mother and the boyfriend. No other tenants have reported any activity in this unit. Of course, they didn't have a smaller female children either. Time will tell if this ghost will ever find peace or her final rest. Before moving out, the last night there, I made my peace with her and told her I understood why she did the things she did. I understand she wasn't trying to scare me or my little girls, and I wished her peace. One afternoon of 1995 or 96, I was dusting our bedroom, the master bedroom, in our apartment. Right beside our bedroom was a small hallway leading up to the bathroom into the other bedroom. I remember being in a very good mood. I'd been doing a few changes in the decoration of the bedroom and was now dusting. I was happy with the results, and as I was dusting, I was talking about the changes with my husband, or what I thought was my husband, standing in the hallway. All smiling and happy, I started to tell him, or what I thought was him, "Hey Frankie, look at what I've just done. Isn't that nice?" I advanced in the hallway to bring him in the bedroom, and as I neared him, he disappeared. I nearly jumped. Now, as I was dusting, I happened to turn my head towards the hallway, which was on my right, and there stood a man who very much looked like my husband and who was dressed in modern clothes, a short and a t-shirt. When I saw him, I was sure he was my husband. That is when I started talking to him, and as I was cheerily and happily explaining the changes to him, he had this most beautiful smile of encouragement. He seemed to be happy for me. What a surprise when I realized that I had been speaking to someone or something else than my husband, and when I saw it, it disappeared. It is when this being disappeared that I realized that my husband was lying on the couch, and watching TV. He was very surprised when I told him what happened. I live in Australia, and I've been seeing spirits ever since I was about 2 years old. My first experience was just after my grandmother's death. I was visiting her grave for the first time, and then all of a sudden, I started hearing voices. They were telling me to leave, that it was too dangerous for them and me if I stayed, that I had to run and never turn around. It is weird that I remember it, although my memory is not as clear as my mother's, but I remember most of the details. I know that this is pretty hard to believe, but I give you my word it is true. Although I think about it now and realize that I wasn't scared, at the time I knew that I had to leave, so I told my mom and dad, and we left. My dad didn't believe me, but my mom did. Since then, I've had many experiences with spirits, all of which have been good, except for one. This happened when I was 15. I'd been roped into a swimming carnival, and I can't swim too good, so I was practicing in my pool. The pool is down the very back, and you can't see the house from the pool, as it is behind a shed. I've often seen spirits down the back, but it has never worried me. It was getting late, and I've been swimming for a while, so stopped for a break. Whilst I was standing in the middle of the pool, I seen a baby sitting on the fence that surrounds the pool. I tried to look away, but I was in a trance. I finally stopped looking at it, but it was good, as I was suddenly dragged under the water. I struggled for about 2 minutes before it would let go. When it finally did, I ran inside. I told my mom, and she never believed me, but I've never been down there on my own ever since. My name is Evan, and my friend's name is Scott. We're making a trip to North Carolina for a concert in August of 1996. After the concert, we drove for a long while, finally making it to South Carolina, and were in need of a place to camp, as it was getting pretty late. We found the Kings Mountain State Park entrance, but being almost 2 a.m., the gates was locked. We both got out of the VW camper to see if we could get the gate open. The road was completely deserted, and being at the entrance, we were not even close to any campsites. With the headlights of the camper as our only source of light, a woman appeared out of nowhere. She had dark hair, thin white dress, and was barefoot. She asked us if we were with the wedding party, and we replied that we were not. As quickly as she appeared, she was gone. Scott and I thought it was kind of weird. No evidence of another car on the road, and the fact that she was barefoot in the middle of nowhere at 2 a.m. in the morning. Entertaining the thought that we may have had an encounter with a ghost, we forgot about it. Recently, I was reminded of the incident and thought I'd surf the web to see if there was documentation of some similar experience when I found her site. I was blown away when I found an entry for Kings Mountain State Park and the woman in the white dress. The entry said that she was murdered by the Klan for marrying a black man. I wonder if they were married right before the murder, and that's why she asked us if we were the wedding party. When I was 9 years old, we moved to a house in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. My mom had just gotten remarried, so I now had a stepfather, whom I absolutely despised. About a year or so later, my dad started renovations on the house. We added almost half a house on. There was a 3-season porch, a mudroom, a bathroom, and 2 basement bedrooms. My sister moved out of her bedroom to the new one in the basement. A few days later, I was in my bed. My bed faced the wall by the door, but I couldn't look out down the hall. I had only been in bed for a few minutes. I looked up because it felt as someone was in the room with me. That's when I thought there was my stepfather standing at the foot of my bed. He was wearing what appeared to be a hooded trench coat and appeared as a dark silhouette. Looking back, it didn't really initially terrify me, because I just thought it was my stepfather playing tricks on me, as I said. Boy, was I terrified. I yelled, "Ken, get out of here." Suddenly, my mom, who was in her bed at the end of the hall, yelled back at me that he was asleep in the bed next to her. Suddenly, the figure disappeared. I ran as fast as possible into our bedroom. There was my stepdad, sound asleep and snoring right next to her. I told her what I saw, and she just told me to go back to bed. The next morning, at the breakfast table, I started telling everyone. My oldest brother described the man in the hood. He also said he'd seen the man in his bedroom at the foot of his bed. His bedroom was in the basement, located right under my parents' room. He also thought it was our stepdad, until it vanished. He just thought he was hallucinating or something, and didn't tell anyone. Honestly, now, I really wish it was my dad. Hi, I'm a 21-year-old student in Chicago, Illinois. I'd like to tell you my story, and if possible, ask for your professional opinion about a few things. I've experienced spiritual and ghostly activity for about 11 years now. I used to be frightened by these experiences, but now I'm quite intrigued. However, one incident stands out in my mind and still bothers me to this day. This is the story that I would like to tell you about. About 5 years ago, I lived in an apartment on the second floor. It was an unusually warm summer's night, so I decided to sleep on the couch, with the sliding door open to let in the breeze. I woke at about 2:30 a.m. to a horrid stench and a strange coolness. Confused, I looked around the living room. I looked then, and directly in front of myself, and I was lying on my right side, with my right arm tucked under my head as a pillow, and I saw a figure. I was frozen with fright as my eyes began to adjust to the darkness, and I saw the figure's face. At this point, I was thinking that someone broke into the apartment. However, this was no person. This ghost had a human-shaped face, but it was a grayish-white color. Its eyes were darkened, and what I remember the most was the huge prominent cheekbones. Furthermore, this thing only had a torso and a head, nothing else. Suddenly, with great quickness, its head descended, positioned its face directly in front of mine, stared at me for a moment, and as quickly as it descended, it pulled its head back to the original position. I began crying at this moment, and that's when I felt a sort of punch on my chest. It then seemed to kind of run off into the kitchen, and then I heard the door slam. I jumped from off the couch, turned the lights on, and checked the door out. The door was locked from the inside, so there was no possible way that someone had broken into the apartment and left through the kitchen door. To say the least, I was badly shaken. I took a moment to collect myself. When I realized my chest hurt, I went to the bathroom and pulled down my pajama top slightly, which revealed a large red mark, as if someone had punched me. This mark eventually developed into slight bruising as the morning came. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. Since this event, several other experiences have occurred, none as frightening as this, thank goodness. However, a cluster of events did occur directly after this experience. For what reason? I'm not sure. I did go to the library and search for possible causes for such an occurrence. The closest I got to a logical answer was something called a night terror, which I'm sure you are familiar with. But I've excluded this as a possible explanation for many reasons. The only thing I can think of is that I had seen a ghostly entity. As to why there was a stench or a cold chill associated with the experience, I can only guess. Also, I've always been under the impression that spirits cannot harm the living, but I simply cannot believe this to be true anymore. And this is an experience that I had when I was younger. It's a little short, but remains my creepiest ghost story I've ever had. I had to have been 8 or 9 years old when it happened, and yes, it sounds a little corny, but it was truly an unforgettable and authentic experience. It happened to be dark and dreary on this night. It had been raining really hard, and I had no choice but to walk through the rain. The rain just kept pouring down, and all I could think about was how miserable I was from the rain, and just wanted to get to my friend's house faster. I think it was around 10 p.m., and I was walking through the neighborhood park to my friend's house on the other side, when all of a sudden, I saw my dead grandmother appear from out of nowhere. Oddly enough, it was a year to the day of her death from cancer. She just looked as she did before she got sick, though. She looked wonderful. Of course, I wasn't sure if it was really her, so I walked up to her and called out her name. The wind became harsher and the rain fell harder, and as she reached out to me, I could see she was in pain. It was at that very moment that her face changed, and she became scared and looked as though she needed my help, and it was then that she disappeared. I had to have been 3 to 5 feet away. Needless to say, I ran as fast as I could to my friend's house and didn't say another word that very night. I was sent to live with my grandparents when I was 3 years old. I loved my grandpa with all my heart, and he and I became very close because he could not work due to a serious heart condition. We took wonderful care of each other. Even at the age of 5, I've always been very responsible due to my grandfather's ill health. One day, when I was 9, my grandma kept me home from school to look after Grandpa because he was not feeling well. About 9:30 that morning, he went to lay down because he said he did not feel well. I went in about 10:30 to take his temperature and discovered his fever to be 103.4. I rushed and called my grandma and mother immediately. In turn, my mother said she was going to call an ambulance, so I was to get Grandpa ready and wait for them. As I did this, my grandpa called me into his room and told me, "Pumpkin, I love you very much and you know this. Even though you are young and in time will forget different things about me, just always remember my love and the way you feel. I promise you this. I'll always be there with you, and you'll always be in my heart." I will always remember him saying this, because that was the last conversation he ever had. I never got to say goodbye, because he fell into a deep coma, and they wouldn't allow me into ICU to say goodbye. He then died on May 26, 1983, at 5:36 a.m. I know this for a fact, because he had given me his watch to hold on to while he was in the hospital, and it stopped at that very second that they pronounced his death. Now, while that is odd enough, the best part is yet to come. 3 weeks after my grandpa had passed away, my grandmother became very ill and was put into the hospital, so my sister, brother-in-law, and myself stayed out at my grandma's house. My sister had a cat that whenever someone came down the stairs, it would run to the basement door and cling to the screen to be let out. Well, one night, at about 11:30 p.m., the cat was sleeping with me on the couch in the basement when it jumped down and ran to the door to cling onto the screen, when all of a sudden, we heard footsteps. Now, the house is locked, my grandmother is in the hospital, and we are all in bed, downstairs. my brother-in-law grabs his baseball bat and tells us to call 911. At first I was very scared and was crying. And then they went upstairs. The footsteps stopped, and all of a sudden, my grandpa was standing in front of me, holding the note I had put in his pocket the day of the funeral. He had a tear in his eye and told me, not audibly, but I could see his lips move, that he loved me and would always be there with me. Ever since then, any major life event, graduation, marriage, the birth of my 2 children, anything, I felt this love at one time or another, and I felt a huge sense of calmness. I guess this would be a second account of a previously encountered ghost story. I had the same thing happen to me as in the story below on Denton Road, Ypsilanti, Denton Road Bridge. The story goes that a group of kids were playing chicken near Denton Road Bridge, and one of them proved to be Chicken. His car swerved off the road when they reached the bridge, and they crashed into the river below. Many people claim to see a light come out of the river and chase their vehicle to the end of the road if they stop at the center of the bridge at night. I'm a racer and have a very fast, very built up 1969 Dodge. One stopped on this bridge simply because we were lost, and a pair of headlights came up the embankment and behind me and started coming up on me very fast. I thought some drunken redneck was out four-wheeling and was going to rear-end me. The car was in gear and running, so I simply stepped on the gas, and the headlights behind me pulled up within a few feet of my rear bumper. I floored it, and the light stayed right on my bumper. Couldn't see a thing behind me because the brights were on the car following me, and they were far brighter than any car I'd ever seen. I had the speedometer buried past 120 miles per hour, and they were 2 feet off of my bumper. I remember the red glare of the brake lights lighting up the road behind me some, and the moon was very bright that night, so I could see the way to the bridge practically, and there was not a car on the road. I was a little stunned, and almost lost the car at the turn. We went back to make sure that no one behind us had got into the ditch. There was nothing. And then I got freaked. Made it back to Windsor in record time. I don't know how to start this, other than saying several years ago, when my children were small, we moved out into the country on the Washington side and lived in a home that I feel has some strange paranormal or ghostly things going on in it. I would have to say that during that time, there was something in there causing all havoc in our home. To make it short, I used to on a regular basis have something come to me, and I'm not sure what, but let me explain what it looked like. I would wake up from a sleep most of the time, but sometimes I was fully awake in bed when it would happen, but for the most part, I would wake up from a sound sleep and notice this lavender-colored smoke, or whatever you want to call it, coming from the corner where my closet was, and it would do different things at different times. It would wrap around my perimeter of my room, and then go to the end of my bed, and separate into 5 different lines, and then dart at me, and then would go away. Sometimes it would wrap around the room, and then come down from above, into 5 different lines. The first few times that this happened to me, I was very frightened, and would wake my husband up, and of course by the time I could wake him up, there was nothing there. He slept very hard. This went on for a whole 7 years that we lived in this home. During that time, my husband also became very mean and violent. Also, in the room adjoining where my closet and my son's closet connect, my son was having these horrific nightmares that we could not wake him up from. We would sit there for sometimes 20 to 30 minutes, trying to wake him up, and he would be begging for his mother or his father, and crying out, asking them to go away and leave him alone. He would describe them as ugly and short, very ugly and mean looking in the face, and they would torment him and scare him and try to hurt him. This was heart-wrenching for me to see him go through this and not be able to wake him up. I would cry right alongside of him when I was holding him, rocking him, trying to wake him up from these nightmares. All of my children used to tell me that in the house, they would see a ball of light sometimes that would move quickly through the home. I saw that occasionally as well. Our television was something quite interesting as well. It would turn off by itself while we're watching it, and then it would turn back on with the remote, and then it would turn back off again. We could play this game for a few minutes, and then it would stop. This only happened a couple of times through the TV. I do feel that there was something evil in that home, because many things went on in that home. What the lavender-colored smoke was, or the ball of light, or even my son's terrifying dreams were, I have no clue. I don't have a great deal about that kind of stuff. I do feel that I have many experiences though, and had some in other homes as well. Who knows, maybe they follow me, but the home in Washington was not a good ghost, if that is what it was. Our family went through some of our hardest times in that home. Can you tell me what the lavender smoke was, or what the ball of light was? I would be very interested in knowing. You could respond to me. Thanks so much. I'm from the Southern California area, so here's how it goes. I was born in the Los Angeles area, but my parents bought a brand new home in the Orange County area. The city of La Palma, to be exact. The house was located on some ranch of some sort, because our backyard faced a very large open but fenced field, with some cattle roaming around in it. Mind you, these are tract homes, as we know it today, and at the time, it seemed like we were living in the boondocks. I mean, looking back at it now, it was a rather very lonely area, but it all had these new tract homes. You know, one supermarket, one library, one hospital, fire station, and police station. You get the idea. What the funny thing was, we were only 4 blocks west of Knott's Berry Farm. That is, if you stand at the main entrance, as you get closer to the park. Anyway, the house was well built, new carpet, plumbing, the whole works with upgrades. But on some occasions, I was very scared downstairs in the family room. I was even scared in my own bedroom. I mean, my room looked like a toy room display, so there was no reason for me to get scared, just out of the blue. I mean, I was playing in my room, and it seemed as if evil walked in the room. I got this incredible feeling of hate towards me, as if I shouldn't have been there. It's happened to me several times in the house, and at 7 years of age, I didn't know anything about the supernatural or paranormal activity. Another occasion was during a Saturday afternoon. My mother and I were upstairs, and suddenly, we heard this slamming and crashing noise, and as we came down the stairs, we saw in the living room my mom's favorite painting smashed on the floor. It looked as if someone broke it in anger. I mean, the frame was just trashed, and the small pictures around the one that got smashed were perfectly hanging straight. The ghost made itself seen again in the late afternoon. This time, my mom was doing some house cleaning, and as she turned to one side, she looked up towards the stairs, and she saw a man wearing a white cream-colored suit in pristine condition, except he didn't have a head. No Hollywood genre or anything like that. I saw the same thing myself. This time, I saw him at night, at the end of the hallway. This was very real, and very scary. Another time, as I would sleep at night, the beds were occasionally kicked very hard. Also in the master bedroom, the sliding glass mirror doors were slamming back and forth, and the dresser drawers were also slamming in and out as well. All these things would happen separately from each other on different occasions. The main boulevard is La Palma Avenue, and the street of the house is Comstock Circle. We lived there from 1970 to 1975, my parents and I. And that is the most scary and terrifying ghost story I have. Thanks for listening. I had recently sent a story about my grandfather visiting me about a week after his death. Well, that was one of the more comforting things that has happened to me. The next story I'm about to submit actually happened as a dream, but to this day, I feel a very strong connection with it. It all happened about 6 years ago. A 10-year-old girl mysteriously vanished from a sleepover at her friend's house. I never met this girl, and although we only shared the same first name, I had several odd dreams about her after her disappearance. One day, about 1 week after the child turned up missing, I woke up early one morning to go to work. It wasn't like any day though. I woke up feeling very sad and upset. I didn't have any idea why I was feeling like this, but something just wasn't right. So, I continued to get ready for work. When I got there, I still had this bizarre feeling that something big was about to unfold. About an hour into my long workday, I forgot about the feeling and went on with my day. A woman I work with came into work about an hour later and then asked me, "Did you hear they found the missing girl?" All of a sudden this feeling came back. I said yes. They found her in a dumpster wearing her blue nightgown. She replied, "Then did you hear?" I then started to cry uncontrollably and said no. She, the young girl, came to me in my dreams and showed me where she was and told me that I no longer had to play with her because it was time to move on and now she could rest in peace. The woman just looked at me in disbelief and really didn't know what to say, and neither did I. I then realized this poor young soul felt compelled to have someone to be with her. Why she chose me, I will never know. Again, we did share the same first name, but other than that, I cannot explain what happened. Most people I tell this story to have a tendency of just looking at me with an odd expression on their face, but I too believe that it was all just more than a dream. I've never seen any ghosts or had any sort of experiences with the supernatural, but my friend, Amber, has. She was friends with this guy named Seth, whose mother was my high school coach. She was telling me about this house Seth's parents bought in Monticello, Florida, about 45 minutes away from where we live. It was a real old house with lots of land around it. This house is a weekend house for Seth's family. One day, Amber was invited to spend the weekend with them. She told me that on the way up there, they tried to warn her not to get scared because there were ghosts there. She thought they were pulling her leg and was laughing and playing along. When they got there, Amber was impressed with the 2-story wooden house. It was built in some old style from the 1800s, apparently. She walked upstairs to her room for the weekend and was given a tour of the house. Upon entering one room, she smelled something sour and bitter. It was right beneath the attic. She couldn't describe it to me, but let me know it wasn't pleasant. Then, she was led to the attic, supposedly the most haunted room. There were old rusted chains and shackles attached to the walls. A long time ago, a slave owner owned this home. The slaves would be punished by whipping and being shackled in the attic, with no food and water for several days. Amber said she had no eerie feeling, and didn't see anything out of ordinary. Later on that night, Seth and Amber were staying up late and playing games. They dared each other to go up to the attic, knowing the stories behind the deaths of slaves in the attics. When they went up the stairs and turned on the lights, they smelled that sour and metallic smell, and saw dark stains on the floor that wasn't there previously. Amber said she had never been so scared in her entire life. She thought her heart was going to stop beating, because it was beating so fast and hard. She and Seth went downstairs, wasting no time at all. Amber couldn't sleep at night, because she was certain she could hear the groans and cracking. The next day, Amber came straight home and refused to come back to the house again. I talked later on with Seth's mother, my high school coach, and she said it was true. She gave more stories about how she'd find things moving or missing, how she smelled cigar smoke when no one smoked. She told me how she would come home at night and all the lights would be on in the house. She told me she had not seen any ghosts or even felt threatened. She actually thought of them as her friends because they would turn on the lights for her at night when she came home. I wouldn't be able to stand it. Weird, huh? It makes me leery of my own house, even though my parents originally built it. I have a few experiences. In 1976, I was living in an old building, and every night, I would hear footsteps, heavy ones, walking on the floor above me. I then asked the apartment manager, who lived upstairs, and learned that no one did, and there was a crawl space. He checked it, and no one was there. So on a weekend when I knew no one was in the building except myself, I decided that if I heard the footsteps again, I would not be scared. Then the footsteps began pacing all night. I kept my wits and made plans to leave. I left the building. Second experience, about 1985. I was at work early one day, 9th and Market, and was going into the bathroom. A woman went in before me, not less than 1 foot in front of me, and so when I walked into the bathroom, no one was there, and I looked under all the stalls, and still, no one. Yet there was one way into the bathroom and the same way out. The woman just looked like a solid body. The same thing happened once again late one evening when I was going into the bathroom, and I just rushed in just behind her to see her, and when I got in 2 seconds later, no one, not even in any of the stalls. Later I learned that the cleaning staff in the building saw the same thing. They saw the woman enter the bathroom, and they waited for the woman to leave the bathroom, but no one left, and when they went in to find her, she was not there. In 1977, a friend committed suicide. All that weekend that she had died, I was depressed and could not shake the feeling. Then on Monday, I went to my university library, and as I sat there trying to read late in the morning, I hear that someone yelled in my ear, except it penetrated my body, that Holly committed suicide. I jumped and looked around, but people were quiet, and no one was saying anything, and I thought, where did I hear that? And I must be thinking negatively. I became uncomfortable and left the library to shop. When I returned at about 6 p.m. to read, a woman came up to me and said, "We're looking for you this morning. We're talking about you and wanted to tell you that Holly committed suicide." I said, "So this is true what I heard?" I was told to call Holly's husband, and he verified it and said he searched for me the whole entire weekend. The next day, a strange thing happened. In my grief, I meandered my way to work in a different direction, passing a funeral home where I noticed a coffin in a hearse, and my heart and love went out to it. Then, after I got to work, I checked the obituaries for the funeral home where Holly was. It was the same place I passed that very morning, and so I invited a friend to come with me to pay my last respects to Holly at noon. I met my friend at the funeral home, and we were told that Holly had been sent out that morning for cremation. She had been the only one sent out, and she was in that coffin in the morning in that hearse that I passed on my way to work earlier. In 1982, when my father died, I woke earlier in the morning and was calm. Then my mother called to tell me he died. Everyone in my family woke up, and my mother got out of bed, sat by the phone, then it rang, and she got the word. At this time, I could hear people cry. Only the sound came from their body and not their mouth. My brother was in a deep grief and not crying out loud, but I could hear his spirit cry, and he just had a sad look. In 1992, my mother was very ill and in a rehab center. I did not like staying in her house because I thought it was haunted. On this particular morning, it was 5 a.m., and I was typing and printing a letter on the computer. I typed most of the letter, got up and stuck a mug of water in the microwave, and set it for 1 minute. Also, I prepared a plastic cone with filter and coffee in it. Then I rushed back to the computer to print the letter. I added a few lines to the letter, and then began to hear the microwave beep and beep. I ignored it. Then the beeping stopped. I got this creepy feeling, but I ignored it, and then I thought the microwave had a timer, and so the beeping stopped because of the timing, not because anyone opened the microwave door. I printed the letter, ran to the kitchen to get the mug of water out of the microwave, and poured in the cone. I found instead that the mug had been taken out of the microwave, and the coffee was made, waiting for me on the ledge of the kitchen counter. Yet I know I did not get up from the computer to make it, because I made a conscious decision to ignore the microwave and finish my letter. My mind worked overtime to figure it out. I grabbed the letter and left the house that morning, and told whatever did that it was taking the coffee. I didn't really appreciate it. Other things happened, like the rustling of papers when I was trying to sleep, etc., and I had to leave the house. Sometimes, I've heard other people think that they were not directing their thoughts to me, as what happens with schizophrenics. Enough for now. This isn't my story, or even the story of the person who told me, but I thought I'd share it anyway. This was told to me by the music teacher at my high school. The college he attended, which I won't mention the name, is up north. I'm not sure when it was built, but the main building of the college was a Catholic monastery. There have always been stories around the college that a monk went crazy and killed himself in the monastery. People in the college have reported strange happenings and sightings of what appeared to be a monk. The story that I know comes from a janitor who works at the college. On the weekends, one of the custodian's jobs is to break down the classrooms. This means that they have to stack up all the desks and chairs up against one wall. The janitor had just finished doing this and walked out the door and locked it from the outside. There is only one door into the classroom, and it is the one he had just locked. The windows in the room can only be opened from the inside, and the janitor was the only one in the room. As he turned to walk away from the door, he hears loud crashing and banging coming from inside the room. He immediately unlocks the door and steps inside. What he finds is that all the desks and chairs have been thrown all around the room. Drawers from the teacher's desk were ripped out and papers strewn across the room. There is no way any possible human could have been in that room and done that damage in a matter of seconds, then run out without the janitor noticing. As I was reading your website, I was recalling my own happenings. None were ever harmful to me, but I do sleep with the light on most of the time. I believe I have a following, whether it be the same ghost or if I have some attraction for them. It started when I was about 4 years old. I had this imaginary friend. I named him Jingles. From what I am told, I do not recall any part of Jingles other than what I was told by my family. I made my friend Jingles so believable that everyone in my family actually started to believe there really was someone named Jingles. I would talk to him, play with him, and of course, if anything was broken or stolen, Jingles did it. If I was good and got a treat, Jingles had to get one too. Jingles remained my friend until I reached first grade and moved to a new home. While in the kitchen with my sisters and mother, a man's voice from the woods called my name. I was about 8 years old then. We all froze with our mouths dropped to the floor and our hearts racing. All four of us could not have imagined that someone called our name. I was young, so my mother made a joke about it, and it was forgotten. Throughout my childhood, strange things happened in this house. Images were seen out of the corner of my eye, and my family's eyes, but we would just chalk it up to our imaginations. Certain toys would flip in the air, stuff like that. I was scared for the moment, but never afraid to be in the house. Over the years, we have found what I believe to be cow skulls in the backyard. 2 were found, but no one in the street has any cows. We don't know where they came from. This house that I lived in as a child eventually became my home. My sister lived in the in-law apartment below me. She would always ask me what I was doing up there, because she would always, even when I wasn't home, hear jumping and walking around. What makes this so strange is that once I moved out of the house, the noises stopped. After moving out of my parents' house and into my own home about 9 months ago, there seems to be extra guests. I hear voices, but can't make out what they are saying. I often hear a muffled radio sound. I hear running water. The house is always making house noises, but around 4 to 5 a.m., the noises stop and the house is dead silent. Often a cool breeze would find me, even when there is no wind. I can't explain the feeling that I'm not alone. My children, 9 years old and 8 years old, keep saying that they want to move because they think the house is haunted. I don't think moving is going to solve that problem. A little background on the house I own. It is 30 years old in a waterfront property. I found out that the owner of the home died of cancer, not in the house, but has died. There have been 11 deaths around the lake, and they've all died of the same cancer. When I was 9, my grandfather died in the dining room of his house. It was not unexpected. He had been very ill and was bedridden. Shortly after his death, we moved in with my grandmother due to the fact that she was also ill. She was a very unhappy and hateful person. She blamed all life's injustices on my late grandfather and hated him for dying. After we had moved in with her, we realized how serious her illness was and took her to the doctor. She had Alzheimer's. As her illness progressed, my parents could no longer take care of her, so they placed her in a nursing home. Big mistake. She transferred all of her anger from my late grandfather onto my father. During the last stages of her illness, she would repeatedly tell us that she did not want to be buried near my grandfather, that she had spent all of her living years with him, and she did not want to spend eternity next to him. Well, as fate would have it, my grandmother passed away. Funds were tight, and we not only had to bury with my grandfather, but her casket was placed on top of his. We had no other choice, because all of the extra money we had for her funeral was used to care for her in the home. Anyway, on with the story. After my grandmother's death, strange things began to happen. During dinner, the back door would just fly open, or at night, the sheet would be tucked around my body while I slept. We always made jokes that say that grandfather was home, or he was looking in on us. Then, things took a turn for the worse. One night, my father awoke to the sensation of his legs being pressed into the waterbed mattress. Once he was fully awake, he realized he could not move, and whatever was pressing him into the mattress was continuing up his body. He glanced over to get my mother's attention, but could not speak. This entity was now cutting off his breathing. Finally, he thought, "Mom, I am sorry. I had nowhere else to put you." And then it all stopped, as fast as it started. The next morning at breakfast was when Dad told us about his experience. The next night I had a similar experience, but chalked it up to dreaming. I figured that I heard my dad telling us about his experience, and that I was just dreaming based on that. Now, let's jump ahead 9 years. I'm married, and have just given birth to my first son. It was morning time, and my husband already left for work. I thought I would just take a short nap and rest, while that baby was not fussing. So I dozed off to that place between sleep and wakefulness, where you're not fully totally asleep, but resting. The next thing that happens is something that I'll never forget. I began to feel my body being pressed down into my waterbed mattress. I could not open my eyes, but I knew I was awake. I could hear the television and my son cooing. I could not move, and then I began to hear this voice, a horrible, evil voice that not even a word can describe, saying, "You know I love you." This went on for what seemed like an eternity, but was only probably about 2 minutes. Then, in my mind, I thought, dear God, what is my baby seeing? And just as quickly as it started, it stopped. I've not had many experiences since then, and that was just 2 years ago. My question is, was it my angry grandmother or something else? If anyone has any suggestions, please email me. I'm on your website because my boyfriend runs a theater in downtown New York City and has otherworldly occupants. The building has been around since 1897 and was a school until 1978, where a fire killed a little girl. Now, it's an arts community with theaters and artists that occupy the studios and occupy the whole of the building. My boyfriend and a couple other people who run the theater have seen and heard things. I myself have felt the cold associated with presence in a particular room. All my hair stood up on end, and in my gut, I felt we needed to leave the room. These are 2 particular events which solidify my suspicions. I got a call from my boyfriend one night to tell me he was coming home early. In the background, I heard male laughter, like someone was playing a joke on him and really enjoying it. I thought nothing of it. He works with a couple guys down at the theater. When he came home, he told me he had been dumping the evening's garbage. The dumpster is at the bottom of the stairs on the north side of the school. As he was going down the stairs, he saw a figure cut across the room at the bottom of the stairs. He called out, thinking it was the building's handyman. No answer. He reached the bottom of the stairs and deposited the garbage bag and headed back up the stairs to get the other bag of garbage. At that moment is when he heard what sounded like someone dragging the bag he had just deposited. He stopped, turned and called out. The noise stopped. He dismissed it and brought the other bag down. He headed back up, and the same thing happened. This time he did not go back down, but instead called to tell me he was on his way uptown. Later that night, in bed, he told me what had happened. I asked him who was with him when he called me, and he said he was alone. All my hair stood on end. Who was that laughing then? I asked. He said he was alone when he called. I think he thought it was my imagination or a bad connection, but now I know what I heard. Now last night, I was at the theater, some fashion show going on there. My boyfriend tells me what happened the night before. He'd spent the night at the theater in a pull-out mattress the guys kept there for late night work. It was around midnight, and he was not asleep. He was staring up at the ceiling, rethinking his day. He heard his name called out. Then the door to the office slowly closed, as if someone was closing it from behind. He responded and peeked out to his desk, to see if somehow a cat had found its way into the building, which is ludicrous. One doesn't see cats around there. And of course, he found nothing. All the windows were closed, so no breeze blew in. He said he then heard what sounded like whispering outside the office door. Lots of whispering, stage whisper, of gibberish with some strong hissing sounds, almost like a snake. He called out again and banged on the door. He went back into the adjoining office and went towards the door. He then felt a cold coming in from under the door. He placed his hand in the crack at the bottom of the door and felt no breeze. Then, a scratching sound, fast repetitions, like a dog scratching to get in, started. This was too much for him. He packed up and calmly walked out. He said he was a little afraid to walk back once he left the theater office, afraid of what he might see. I think being a theater, and many actors who love the space left parts of them when they died. The founder died of leukemia and loved and lived for this theater company. The little girl who died in the fire also stands my hair on end. Last night, I also found out the other guy who hears and sees things, that he hears that same playful laughter in the theater, just like I heard on the phone that night. Also seen figures sitting at the bar, footsteps heard. And that's my story. Thank you. Hello. I'm writing about a few experiences I had at my home. The home is called Edgefield Manor. First, I want you to know that this may sound like the classic haunting in a big old mansion. Well, believe me, what lives in this house is no Casper. I moved in the fall of '86. The estate is huge, gardens and rooms upon rooms. It was originally going to be condemned. Well, anyway, here's a couple of my experiences. One day, I was in one of the parlors. I got up to turn the light on, and as soon as I did that and turned around, I saw a whitish figure glide across the other hallway. Another thing there is poltergeist activity. Explain this to me. The home has a ballroom. I went inside like usual. The grand piano was in the same place as it has been when I moved in. I walked out for 5 minutes and then came back inside. The grand piano was moved across the floor, pushed to the other side of the room. No indication of any noise. It was just moved. There are many others, and I have pictures. If you want more stories or pictures, just email me. I know this is kind of short, but it's always terrifying. Hi, my story begins in Maine. Our family owns a cottage in Castine. We go there every year. We're going next week, actually. The house belonged to my great-grandfather. The house dates back to the Revolutionary War times. People have died on the front lawn. The house is a 3-floor tower. This is a story about a crazy lady who used to live in that house. She used to scream out of the tower at people. Well, I think I saw her in the tower one night. When my great-grandfather lived in the house, he claimed that he saw it a few times when he would read on his rocking chair in the living room. He said it would walk in front of him. 3 other people in my family saw the same thing. I never heard the story about the crazy lady until I brought up my experience to my parents after we got back from vacation. The funny thing was, this ghost, it was wearing a maiden's outfit. When my dad told my grandfather, he said that I experienced it exactly as he saw it. I've never heard the story until I saw it. I am no liar. I was really never told to believe in ghosts, if they were real or not. This started when I moved to Missouri with my family in 1995. The first home we rented when we arrived, something was very uneasy about it. I not only felt it, but my eldest son did also. One evening, when the three sons were in bed and my husband was working late, I was up watching TV late. When I decided to go to bed, I left a low light on in my bedroom. As I was walking down the hallway, past my son's room, there was a blur. I thought it was because my eyes were tired, and there was a mirror on the back wall of the hallway. But as I continued walking, my left eye got real blurry, and I felt a cold chill go through me. There's a basement to this house. I had my washer and dryer down there. I also had my kid's Sega game there. I felt very uneasy every time I went down there. My eldest son heard something pounding on the Sega controllers. He said at one time, he saw some kind of figure down there. The figure was bent over, blurry blackish gray, and it had no real face or features. He said it stood there, and it was shaking its head. He would be downstairs playing, and hear someone coming down the stairs, and no one would be there. My son was very uncomfortable when he first walked in. He said he felt sick to his stomach. When he saw the figure, he felt sick also. We have since moved, same town. We have moved into another house that has been lived in by many people, but not for long periods of time. Someone told me that the reason nobody stays in this house very long is because it is haunted. Again, me and my eldest son have been the ones noticing everything that has been happening here. I hear feet scooting across the floor at night, but no one is there. My son has seen a bright light flashing in the corner of his room. It is in the upper corner of his room, where no lights shine on the wall. I've also seen this myself. He has also seen 3 lights, spinning lights, beside his bed. There was also a time that he felt his bed shake. My son has cancer, and he had been going through a time that he could not sleep. It was right around the time that he felt his bed shake. We do not have an uneasy feeling about these experiences. They are quite comforting. I had an uncle. He was killed on a head-on accident when he was riding a motorcycle, and he was hit by a drunk driver. This was around maybe 20 years ago. I think of him very often. I was just wondering if it was him that was there with my eldest son and me during this time that he, my son, is going through this cancer. We aren't scared of his cancer, even though it's rare. My uncle was a very spiritual man. I feel that this is his way of letting us know that my son is going to be alright. We will get through this year, and his cancer will be done. I have 2 other sons, and they've not experienced anything. Neither has my husband. I told him, and felt foolish. I felt he thought I was crazy. To start my story, I've had these experiences for a good part of my life. It started long before I was born, in a house that has been in my family for almost a century. My oldest brother Mike, he was around 3 when he saw the presence of my great-grandmother in a corner in the attic during a visit to see our grandmother. This house is an old 2-family home with a basement and an old apartment attic that had been dismantled in the 50s. My family moved into the house in the late 80s. Since the house has been in my family for almost 100 years, the house has seen many losses, and a lot has occurred inside the home. The attic had a very high spooky factor to it, I guess you would say. The house had a very spooky feeling to it all over. A lot of 2-family houses, built in the 1900s, in the New England area, I've been told had a door that led into the living room. The door was for coffins to be wheeled into the living room, so the wakes could be done in the home. Knowing this always freaked me out. The doorway had been covered decades before my family moved in, but the eerie outline was still there on the living room wall. Now that I give you a feel of my old home, I'll explain my happenings. I lived in the house for 10 years. I have 3 older brothers. My oldest brother, Mike, heard and saw a lot happen in the house. He didn't always tell the rest of us, for I guess reasons of his own. I started having things happen 7 years after we moved in. When I was younger, I thought they were just nightmares. June of '96 for my birthday, I received a dog. August of that summer, my parents were staying in our summer home, and my brothers and I were home. My oldest brother Mike and I were lying on my mother's bed when all of a sudden, my dog went wild. She went from a dog that never barked or growled into an attack dog. She started barking and growling at the wall, and when we pushed her towards the wall, she cried and whimpered and shifted herself back towards us. I, being brave, stood in front of the wall and tried to beckon her towards me. She just barked and kept at her growling. My brother Mike and I were convinced we weren't the only 2 watching TV and left the room. My brother and I kept what happened to ourselves, and later that night, my brother Joe came home and slept in my mother's room. I slept in the living room, and my brother Tom was watching TV in the room with me. At 4 a.m., Joe and I heard my mother's sliding bedroom door open and shut 3 or 4 times. The dog started going nuts again, and Tom jumped up and ran to see what was going on. Joe sat straight up in bed, terrified by what he had seen. That night, 3 of us slept in the living room. Mike and Joe and I have heard voices of 2 men talking to one another. I've heard the doors open and shut, and when I went to see who it was, no one was there. Mike, he once saw what he thought was Joe. Joe looks just like my uncle, who had died in the house. Mike said hello to the figure and went to his room. When he came out of the room to talk to what he thought was Joe, the figure was gone. And when he finally saw Joe again, Joe told him that he was just getting home from work and hadn't been home since that morning. Mike had slept on the bottom bunk of a bunk bed he had in his room. Joe used to sleep on top, while long since then, slept on the couch in the living room. Mike swears he could hear someone shifting on the top bunk, even when none of us were sleeping on top. Mike would hear 2 men conversating on the top bunk, but he could never understand what they were saying. These are just a few of the experiences we've had. My mother, father, Tom, and I, we all moved out of the house in '97. Joe and Mike still live there. They still experience things happening at the house. I lived with them from November '98 till July '99, and I had no experiences. I visited them 2 weeks ago and stayed overnight. I slept by my grandmother's on her pullout, and something almost jumped at me. I can't even explain what happened. It was pitch black in the room, and my mother was next to me. I turned my body and opened my eyes, and it almost a flash of light, but with a dark figure behind it, leaped at my face and disappeared. I got so startled, I started crying. I think that whatever was in that house has followed me. There's something as new in my home. When I leave my room sometimes, or even when I'm sitting in my room, my stereo would turn on, and my Jewel CD will come on. Last time I came in the room, the song Adrian was on. If you know Jewel, it's a song about a young girl who is a child who becomes disabled. I have no pictures or sound bits to share, just what me and my brothers have experienced. I know it's long, and some of my things may seem a little wild, but what I'm typing is nothing but the truth. I don't really know where to begin with my story. I told very few people about it, for the fear they might think I'm crazy. I'm glad to have found a place where I can talk about it freely. I'm 26 now, and have not experienced anything like this since I was a small child, but it changed my life forever. When I was around the age of 3, I was still sleeping with my mom and dad. There were several things that happened around this time. I will start with the worst first. One morning, I'd just woken up, and I turned over like I always did. But this morning, I saw the most horrifying sight that no 3-year-old should have seen. Laying next to me was this terrifying demon. I know it was a demon because of its eyes. It had a human form of a woman and was nude. It was about 10 feet tall, had thin bony fingers, and the darkest eyes. It was like you could almost see through them. You could just feel the pure evil. It had the most wicked smile on its face, like it was taunting me. I stared at it for a few seconds, and then turned back, hoping I was dreaming. Then, I felt the bony finger poking me in the back, as if to say, "Hey, you." I turned back over, and it was still there, grinning that sickening grin. I watched it get up to go to the window, which was closed and about 20 feet off the ground. It turned and gave me one last grin and went out the window. It was also around this time that I awoke one night to see 3 demons. They seemed to be like children. They were standing in the doorway, laughing the kind of laughter like I've never heard before. This was the same room where I'd seen the other one. At the age of about 7, I awoke one night to see a Grim Reaper standing by my bed. Needless to say, these things have disturbed me all my life. I also saw my grandfather and his past child after he had died, but that was a peaceful sight. I've not had any other experiences since I was a child. Oh, they've always been noises that I could not explain, but nothing like before. It was like the experience did something to me. I've never had normal dreams, not as a child or as an adult. Always strange dreams and nightmares, like I have some way of knowing when a spirit is near or a house is haunted. Some people call it a gift, but I just wish I could understand it and what happened to me as a child. Thank you for letting me share my story. And this is a true story. This happened to me when I was 8 years old. I'm now 28, with 3 kids of my own. It happened in my hometown of Soak Village, Illinois, which is known to be a place that Indians pass through using South Trail to get to other destinations. At least, that's what the official story is. There are others, like myself, who believe more. We believe that Indians actually settled there, if only for brief periods of time. There's always been talk of bones being found when a pool is dug up or a garden was put in, but most say it's just that. Talk. Not me. I believe it. I also not only believe, but know that the ground the Soak Village is residing on is sour, cursed, beyond anybody's wildest dreams. And I have many stories to support that belief. But for now, I will start with my first story of proof. It was a cold, normal night in the season of autumn. Cold enough to keep you inside your house and snuggled under a blanket. I was doing exactly that. An 8-year-old can only do so much during these times, and I chose to do my homework so I could read later. I'd been listening to a Rick Springfield album on 8-track. I was playing it on my 2XL robot toy. This was a toy that you could put 8-track cartridges in that was made by the company to be a sort of trivia game. You'd play the cartridge, and it would ask you questions and tell you jokes. It had two big red robot eyes that flashed red when you were correct. It had 3 buttons you could push to answer your questions. 2XL could also play normal, 8-track music, and of course, its red robot eyes flashed in time with the music. So it was doing exactly just that on that cold autumn night, flashing its eyes to Rick Springfield, and I was quite contented. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor of my house and faced north, along with my bed. I had a window north of me and east of me. Of course, it was dark outside, but it was so warm inside and so very comforting. Every now and again, I'd look up from my homework and just look out into the darkness. No reason. It was just something I did. Well, this was the last time I ever did that again in that house. As I was sitting there, all of a sudden, I felt instantly cold, and every single hair in my body was raised. My blood felt like it had ran cold and decided to just stop pumping through my body. My heart was racing. I was perfectly terrified, and I didn't even know why. Yet, my 2XL was suddenly stuck, and it kept playing the same verse from Rick over and over. Hole in my heart. And its eyes weren't flashing anymore. No, they were just burning bright red, blood red. Then I felt this magnetic pull, like something was pulling me to my right. I turned my right head and looked out the east window and saw something that haunted me for the rest of my life. Sitting just barely outside my window, levitating, was the most horrifying image I'll ever see in my life. A creature about 2 feet tall, but sitting Indian style. His skin was snowy white, and you could see the outlines of his bones because he was that skinny. He wore some sort of white cloth draped sideways on his body. This is why I later named him Gandhi Monster. My young mind thought his skinny body and his white cloth looked like the real Gandhis did. This creature's head was too big for his body. His 2 horrible, big dark eyes were piercing my soul as he stared at me. He opened his mouth and grinned a grin at me that haunted my dreams for years. His mouth was full of long, snarly, razor-sharp looking teeth, dripping with blood. I don't know how a mouth could fit so many nasty teeth into it, but it did. I watched as the blood dripped from his teeth and slid down his chin and onto his white cloth diaper shorts. He raised his hands and reached for me. The fingernails were at least 4 inches long, gnarled looking, and sharpened to points, also dripping with blood. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run, but I was locked into place by his piercing eyes. I couldn't breathe. I felt as if my brain was being scrambled and my soul was being raped. His grin became larger, and he opened his mouth wider. He kept looking at me, as if he knew me, as if he had been waiting for me. He started to lift his arms, and it looked as if in seconds he would actually be inside my room and not just outside my window. All traces of reason disappeared, and my mind snapped. I still don't know how I did it, but I managed to tear my gaze away and leap off the bed and out my bedroom door, screaming with every inch of my soul, all in like 2 seconds. I could feel him pulling me. I could feel that horrible stare penetrating my back as I screamed down the hallway to my mother. Of course, when her and my father and younger brother came back, it was gone. But they knew I saw something, and they did not try to tell me it was my imagination. They comforted me and taped up all the windows in my room. They actually had to pull down all the shades and seal all sides with duct tape. I couldn't even sleep in that room for almost a year. My brother even remembers coming into the room with my parents afterwards. The Gandhi monster was a story we didn't often tell, but it always brought fear to speak of it, to us and to others. My parents never spoke of it again either. As I grew up, I tried to face my fear and sleep in that room, but never did I sleep with my back to a window. Never. 18 years later, I moved to Florida with my own little family, and I found peace within myself. But I'll never manage to forget that creature, and I'll never sleep or sit with my back to a window, and I will never forget the one thing I heard it say to me in my mind as I was running out of my bedroom door. Someday, I'm coming back. Hey, I'm in my mid-teens, and I've experienced ghostly encounters. The one that really freaked me out was when me and my family moved to Scotland. For a few months, we lived in chalets. Me and my older sister shared one on our own. A few weeks after we moved in, we began to feel uncomfortable and felt as if we were being watched there, and there was also a threatening atmosphere. We told our parents, and they said it was just because we were next to the graveyard. A few weeks later, I was lying in my bed with the door open when a tall, dark figure stood, leaning over me. I didn't think at that particular moment, but it wasn't until my sister asked me if I felt somebody was in my room the previous night. We started to talk, and she too felt as if somebody tall was leaning over her. I then started to sleep in my sister's room, and the figure didn't return, so I moved back into my own room. But then again, the figure returned this time. It was kneeling beside me. The next morning I told my sister, and again, she felt the presence of a tall man. Our dad told us that the large house next to us was where the Vikers used to stay until the house was sold. One night, my mom came in, and she was holding two necklaces with crosses on it. Me and my sister aren't religious, so her mom thought it had something to do with that. So we went to bed, holding the crosses. That night, it was very uncomfortable in both rooms. After that, we haven't felt the presence of the tall man. The figure that visited did so on a few occasions. Each time, it felt as though it was getting closer and more angry. When the crosses were given to us that night, the figure seemed very angry. Its face was literally pressed into mine, and it felt as if he was gritting his teeth at me. My sister also had this very uncomfortable, menacing figure who was pressed into her face. All you could do was hide under the guilt, closing your eyes really tight, and hope you'd fall asleep quick. Since that last visit, nothing has returned, and we've since moved then, and nothing. We don't even use the crosses anymore. Other things that we didn't think of as being connected at the time now do seem connected, such as the chalet that mom and dad were in, although the same, was different in feeling. Because mom and dad's chalets always had a comfy feeling, yet ours didn't. Whether it was because there was just me and my sister alone in there, and it was our imaginations or not, we don't know. Although in mom's and dad's chalet, there was only one more person over there. From the moment we stepped into the chalet, it was always cold, even with the heaters on. Plus, there was often a bad smell wafting around, a lot like fish, rotten. This was only in my bedroom, possibly me, my sister says. Also in my room, there was a strange noise of scratching, as if someone was sketching or writing. This noise accompanied the presence of another figure, smaller in stature and of the female sex. My sister also felt the smaller presence, but not the noise. She only came once, very different, not menacing, quiet in nature, and much older. She was almost a comfort. But it's still not nice to be watched over at night by ghostly figures. It's strange, because we didn't actually see anything, yet you get so much from these feelings: the sex, age, angry, happy, etc. Plus, we get almost exactly the same feelings. But is it just our imagination? Are we certifiably insane? Are we demented? No, we definitely feel we had a visitor. Previous to this experience, my sister had not really believed in it, ghostly visits and such, but now, I think she has had a change of mind. Me, myself, I've always believed. My mom's granddad often visits, a kind presence, bringing good luck, such as when she was having problems. He visits to let us know everything will be okay. He often visited when we were babies, watching over our cots. Our dad also saw what appeared to be him. Whenever he visits, we know him by the distinct smell of putty. He used to repair windows. So really, we are used to the visits, although my sister had never experienced any until now. Unfortunately, it wasn't a happy experience, one not to forget. Happened to surf onto your website, and I just wanted to let you know that I saw Resurrection Mary in Justice, Illinois, back in October of '92. After getting off of work at 3 a.m. from a chemical plant, Whitco Corporation, near 51st and Central in Chicago, I was driving by that particular cemetery at about 3:30 a.m. on my way home from work. Driving by, but initially not thinking much of the sight, as there was a nightclub with women of ill repute nearby. I saw a woman in a light blue or white palm dress standing by the trunk of what looked like a black park limousine at the front SW Cemetery driveway off Archer Avenue to the cemetery. I slowed down quite a bit to get a better look at the odd sight, but then drove off. I thought it was probably a prostitute with her John. However, looking back at my mirror, maybe a second later, the woman and the limo were gone. Let me reassure you that there was no way that I would have missed the limo driving off in that second that it took me to look back in the mirror. They weren't on the road or in the cemetery because I looked for taillights. The cemetery gates are pretty large, and it would have taken a great effort and time to open both of the cemetery gates for the car to get through. I did not think much of the incident until a few days later. I was talking with some of my employees that lived in the area near the cemetery. Two of my employees mentioned that I'd probably seen the ghost called Resurrection Mary. I didn't much believe in ghosts until that incident, and I'm still somewhat skeptical, but I cannot fully explain what I saw that night. That incident is still vivid in my memory, and kinda creepy to think about it, to this day. Ever since I can remember, I've always had an interest in ghost stories. That is why I'm writing you this letter. No, I don't have a ghost in my house. A friend of mine told me about this place at least 10 months ago. I was so amazed at this story, I asked if he would take me to this place. No one really ever goes there. I guess because it's so creepy and dark looking at night, but during the day, it is okay. Nothing strange happens. Well, first, before I tell you more about this place, let me tell you the story of why it is so unusual. The city is called Lake Forest, California, and they call it Canyon Creek, I guess, because it is nothing but canyon and wide open spaces of nothing but rocks and wildlife. The story goes back 30 years ago, of a lady who was in her 40s. Nobody knew what her name was. She lived alone with her two Great Dane dogs. She was very rich and owned all of the canyon, which is like miles and miles of land. This lady never married and had no children. It was just her dogs and herself. She lived in this trailer park home, and it was not a pretty house by any stretch of the imagination. Well, about 6 years later, the story goes that a police officer got a call about the lady and her dogs. The officer went to the lady's home and knocked at the door, and no one answered. The officer ended up breaking down the door, and what he found next was horrifying. It is said that the officer found the lady dead. Nothing was left but her decaying body, and her bones were visible. Worst of all, laying right next to her were her dogs. They had both died as well. Now, on to the paranormal part. People who have never been to this place don't know what to expect if they come into this place. It's unpredictable. Sometimes, when you go back to the area where she passed, you'll notice paranormal phenomena. Other times, you won't. A man was driving alone on the canyon by himself one night, and the story goes that he saw the presence of the lady standing at the side of the road with their 2 dogs. The man did not stop at all to give the lady a ride. He just kept going. This other story was told by my friend. My friend told me that his ex-girlfriend and her boyfriend went up there one night to check it out. They stopped where the lady's house was. They were only there about 15 minutes away when they were just talking and listening to music. Then, all of a sudden, they heard a knock on the side door of the driver's seat. They both turned to look, and they saw the lady standing there, knocking on the window. She was dressed in all white and covered in blood. They also saw the dogs nearby as well, far off into the distance, appearing as silhouettes. They sat there in shock for 3 minutes, horrified by what they just saw. For some reason, the lady was still knocking at the driver's side of the window, but in reality, it was really not that long. They both said that she must have been there about 40 seconds. After that, my friend said they never returned back there. That was not the only story that happened to anyone. There are far more. What I would like to know is who is this lady and why is she doing this? There's something more to why she has to haunt people who have done nothing to her. Maybe it is because she does not want anyone on her land that she loves so much. What could it be? Here's my email address. If you have any questions, please feel free to get a hold of me. I would like at least some kind of feedback on this story. Please, I beg you. I'm so confused, and I'm scared. Please let me know what is going on. I find this intriguing. Right now I'm 18, but I remember the events as if they happened yesterday. I've only ever had to move house once, which was nearly 2 years ago. My parents and I used to live in East Anglia, UK, which has its fair share of haunted old homes, but all that is totally unrelated. We had a semi-detached house. My dad told me I was about 30 years old. I always remember the evil presence in the house, although I didn't notice it much back then. First experience I had was when I was about 6, and it was late one night, after my parents had gone to sleep. Our neighbors were away on holiday at the time. I had the smallest room, which was situated above the garage and the stairwell. I was just falling asleep when I heard a loud knocking noise, like someone rapping against a wall, and it was a rhythmic rapping. I ignored it, or at least tried to at first, but then a few seconds later, I heard it again. It was coming from downstairs, and every time it happened, it seemed to be moving up the stairs and eventually onto the landing. By this time, I was creeped out and turned my lamp on, which flickered weirdly. Eventually, the knocking was right inside my room, in the far corner, and I was surprised my mom or dad didn't hear it. I called out a few times for my mom because I was too scared to get out of bed, and she came in. I asked her to stay with me and hear the noise for herself. She waited with me and heard it too, but naturally, she didn't believe me. and told me it was probably the heating. Why would the heating make noises, which sounded as though they were coming from downstairs, into my room? Another incident happened just after one of my brothers left for university. He was the last one to go. I was about 10 when this happened, and I'd swapped rooms with him anyway, so I was now in the back room and was a lot bigger than the one I had before. This incident terrified me the most, and I'll never forget it. I used to sleep with my feet out, the blanket at the bottom of the bed, obviously, and I woke up after feeling cold fingers on my foot. Waking up groggily, I looked down to the end of my bed and was surprised to see a black shadow in the shape of a human figure. It was looking right my way. I could tell it didn't have any eyes or any human features, and eventually it turned swiftly and quietly left the room. My bedroom door had been shut, and it left my room without the door opening. You can understand now why I sleep with the covers right over my feet. I've had plenty more freaky experiences. They happened on school trips, and on 2 occasions, we stayed in very old, possibly haunted locations. I'll write them in another time. All that I've told you now is all very true. I wish I had looked into the history of our previous house, and I know before it was built, there was just old farmland. And other times, especially when I was alone, I got the feeling I wasn't exactly all alone, if you get what I mean. The presence didn't seem very friendly in itself. This happened about 4 years ago. While I was a senior in high school, a bunch of friends and I were looking for something to do and ended up riding out to a very old cemetery in the rural area of our small town. The story goes that there was a young boy who was buried there decades ago, and he has often been seen playing on the grounds. We, being arrogant kids, did not believe a word of it and just parked the car at the cemetery and stood around talking. Pretty soon, the 5 of us started to wander from tombstone to tombstone, reading the names of those buried. I walked over to one that was under a small tree. I was busy reading it, and someone walked up beside me. I was sure it was my cousin, and did not even look at him. I just said, "Did you see this one, Robbie?" Just then, my cousin Robbie said, "Are you talking to me?" He was standing several yards away at the parked car. I could tell in my peripheral vision that the figure on my left was still there. I did not look at it. I ran screaming to the car, where my friends waited. I spooked them so badly that they all just jumped in the car, and we sped away. I heard later that the tombstone under the tree belonged to the boy who is said to still haunt the cemetery. I may still be somewhat of a skeptic, but I will never, ever go back there. In May of '99, my favorite uncle, Brian, died of cancer. It was a big surprise. He had always seemed to be so fit and healthy for his age. He was 61. The day he died was strange for me. I'd gone down to his house to see him and found his sister, my Auntie Ann, standing at the door of his house, talking to one of his neighbors. My mom looked worried. She had a right to. That morning, he had been taken to Worksome Hospital in North Wales, UK. He had been complaining that he had a pain in his back for months. Anyway, I didn't know what was going on until I walked closer to my mom and her sister, talking about what happened to my Uncle Brian. It was then when I could smell it. The terrible smell of death looming over the house. I've read and heard of people smelling when death is coming and had never believed it before, but I knew now that it was true. We visited the hospital, and I sat watching my limp, pale uncle's body disintegrate into nothing. And that was a very sad day for me, and will always be embedded into my mind. As we all sat around his bed, my mother asked me what I wanted to do. In my heart of hearts, I wanted to stay by his side, but couldn't bring myself to watch him go. I decided to go home. As we arrived home, and I put my key in the front door, I could smell a faint smell of something. I knew that it was the same smell I had smelled in Uncle Brian's. At that moment, I burst into tears. Just as I did, the telephone rang. It was Brian's son, Mike. Before anyone picked up the phone, I told him that he had died. Mom picked up the phone, and sure enough, my favorite uncle had died minutes before we entered our own house. That is no ghost story, but this is. My Uncle Brian used to stay with us all the time for the holidays, Christmas and Easter, and sometimes birthdays. We had a dartboard put up under my room in the dining room, especially for him. At night, when he was alive, we, or rather I, could hear the darts hitting the board with such force that it used to run right through the floor of my room. He used to stay up till late at night too, watching the telly and switching channels on cable TV. After he died, however, that all stopped. Christmas was as quiet as a mouse. There was no telly, no darts hitting the wall or the dartboard, nothing, just complete silence. That was until New Year. As soon as it turned 2000, the noises started again. One night, I couldn't sleep and thought I heard someone moving about downstairs. I thought it was my dad, who suffered 7 heart attacks. I walked over to my door and opened it a little to listen to what was going on down there. As I listened, I felt a chill run up and down my spine. I could hear the telly. I felt curious, so I made my way down the stairs. As I got to the living room, I found myself staring at a telly that wasn't even on, that hadn't been on for hours. I shrugged and told myself that it was probably next door. But as I reached the top of the stairs, I heard what I thought was someone playing darts. I turned on my heel and walked downstairs, again curious to find out who was making these noises. I got to the games room and looked at the darts board. Its doors were closed and locked. No one could have played with that if they wanted to, without whacking my father up for the key first. For the record, my uncle loved his tea. His cup was still hanging up on the mug tree. As I had gone back upstairs for the second time, I had seen it with my own eyes, hanging there, still and alone. I got to my room and went to sleep, finally. But I had only been asleep about 15 minutes when my older sister, Rebecca, was waking me up. She looked terrified. I asked her what was wrong, and she told me the following creepy tale. She was in her room, laying in her bed, ready to fall asleep, when she just happened to look at the bottom of her bed. That's when she saw him. My Uncle Brian stood there in all his glory. He was holding his mug in his right hand and was staring at her. She couldn't move a muscle. It took her all her time to make it out of her room to my room. By this time, she was crying her eyes out. I don't know what it was that made me do the thing I did next, but I felt I had to check that this mug was still hanging up on the mug tree like it was about 25 minutes ago. With my sister holding onto my hand so tight, we made it to the kitchen. His mug was not there. I went into the living room and found a still warm cup sitting on the table, half full of steaming tea. To this day, he still plays darts and visits my sister's room. Maybe he wasn't meant to leave us as soon as he did. Back in 1990, I was 18 years old and staying with a host family in Veracruz, Mexico, as an exchange student. One day, I awoke to a lot of bustling and nervous chatter around the household. I kept hearing the word Baruja repeated over and over. Unfamiliar with that word, I inquired about its meaning, which was explained to mean witchcraft in Spanish. Apparently, someone found a cross, laid down in granulated salt in the backyard, which according to the native residents was a clear sign of witchcraft. Being the consummate skeptic, I just nodded and secretly chuckled at the genuine worry that the superstition was creating. Later that evening, the day's excitement culminated into a sort of ghost story session in the kitchen area, where it was explained to me that witches and spirits have been known to travel in shadows or balls of light. Whatever happened to the broomstick? I belted as I laughed out loud. After a few more stories, I had heard enough and decided to show them just what I thought of their primitive beliefs. I ran out the back door and approached the cross assault that started this whole charade as the group clamored after me. I stood above the cross and made a challenge. I said out loud, I challenge the spirits of hell to damn harm me. Anyway, they all thought I was taking a big risk, but I just laughed it off. Later that night, my host brother and I were dropping off friends with the family flatbed. As the last one jumped out from the rear, I turned my head and watched him enter his household. Before I turned my head back to a frontal view, the next image we saw both startled the both of us. Materializing from the upper window, there seemed to be an entity of some sort. It was an old lady, but a really disfigured looking old lady. You could see the detail in her face, but she had red glowing eyes at the same time. Besides the red glowing eyes, she had scars all over her face, and it looked like she was almost on fire at the same time. I don't even know how to describe it, but it looked very off-putting. The image of this witch lasted about 30 seconds before she dematerialized, and she was no more. Naturally, we bailed out of that area without really processing what we had seen. After what I just witnessed, I knew I felt a sense of regret. It was then when I realized that I should never make demands or challenge Satan himself to come see me. So, I'm not sure entirely if that was Satan himself coming to see me, but I know that it was something serious, and I didn't want to mess with it. Demonic. Challenging the spirits to come see me. I guess that was a horrible idea. And now I'm no longer a skeptic. I'm a little bit more open-minded now. But I guess you can understand after dealing with that kind of thing. So what's the big takeaway from here? Obviously, you don't want to challenge the devil. You don't want to summon anyone, because you never know what you may be conjuring up. I know this all sounds silly, but it's true. It happened, and I just wanted to tell my story. My first ghost story experience started happening to me about 2 days after my mom and stepdad bought this house. We have a child-proof door to keep my little sister and the dogs from going downstairs. It only comes to about 3 feet high, and it can be opened from the other side. Since we had just moved in, and hadn't got any of the bedroom furniture into the house yet, I'd slept out on a cot in our living room, where you can see the child-proof door that leads to the staircase. Anyway, as soon as I drifted off, I felt as though someone was watching me, and so I rolled over to face the door, only to discover what seemed to be a solid shadow, with one arm over the door and head peering over at me. It soon disappeared, and since it was dark, I just convinced myself that my eyes were playing tricks on me, so I went back to sleep. But it kept happening, and my mother soon started telling me she's seen it too, wherever she goes to get some water or go to the bathroom, and I hadn't told her I'd seen anything. We could both swear to God that there's someone there looking at us. Then after we finally got settled in, I started sleeping in my room instead of the living room. Since I can't sleep without a little light, and my bedroom is in the basement, I have a dull green light in my walk-in closet, which you can clearly see into from my bed. So one night, I'd been reading my book, and over the top of my book, I saw a solid shadowy figure in the shape of a man just walk through my closet. I was so scared, I ran upstairs as fast as I could. My mom and stepdad came out and asked me what was wrong, and so I told them. They looked irritated and said that it was just my imagination and I should go back downstairs and get some sleep. So I did, until 1:30 in the morning. I woke up because I heard someone calling my name, and I thought maybe it was time to go to school. Then when I was fully awake, I realized school wouldn't start for another week, and that the voice was calling my name, and it was unfamiliar to me. So I froze in my bed, but I kept hearing my name until it was like a whisper in my ear, and I felt something that was almost like a cold finger running down my back. I almost ran back upstairs to wake my parents again, but remember what their reaction had been the last time, and decided that maybe, if I just laid in bed, it would go away. Then the TV turned on to channel 60. At the time we didn't have cable, and on the TV was a televised ad about contacting the dead that had shut off. I screamed and ran up the stairs as fast as I could and slept on the couch for the rest of the night. To this day I refuse to sleep downstairs, no matter how childish it may sound. Also, another thing that has happened to me for a long time, I was definitely afraid that the lights in my room would go off and my door would slam shut so I couldn't get out. And one night, when I went downstairs to get something, my door creaked and slowly started closing, and then my lights flickered. I went upstairs as fast as I could and asked everyone if the lights had flickered upstairs, and they all responded no. Various other things still happened in my house. Like one time, when I was wrapping a Christmas present, I put down the tape and went to pick it up again, and it wasn't there. I asked my mother, who was in the room with me, if she had taken it, and she said no. We searched all over the house, and finally, we found it on the kitchen counter. CD players go on and off. The dogs bark and growl randomly like there's a stranger standing right in front of them. The cat's hair stands on end, and they hiss at nothing and bolt into the other direction. And sometimes when I go downstairs to do the laundry or something, I got the sudden urge that I need to run quickly or something terrible will happen. And believe me, I do. Hello, my name is Brittany. I'm not possible how my story will be accepted, but a few things that have happened to me are something to consider. There are 3 parts to my story. The first part is my parents' personal encounters. The second part is an encounter my parents and I both shared. And the third is my own personal encounters. Part 1, the noisy spirit. When my parents first bought out the house, it was very small. Only a kitchen, dining room, and living room. Upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. My parents had been inspecting every room one at a time to see exactly what they needed to fix up. My parents were upstairs in one of the bedrooms when they heard noises downstairs in the kitchen. When they got downstairs, according to their story, to investigate, the cupboard doors were swinging back and forth wildly. They walked over to shut them, and voices yelled at them to just leave immediately. They didn't listen. 5 years later, I was born. By then, they had built on 2 family rooms, 2 porches, a laundry room, pantry, and they even built on a shop where they conducted their own business. They normally heard music playing and voices yelling at them, but they ignored it for whatever reason. In the second story, the attacks, when I was 10 years old, a lot of very dangerous attacks started happening. My dad started being ferociously attacked during the night by invisible forces. Now, my dad slept upstairs in his bedroom alone because the bed hurt my mom's back, so she always slept downstairs on the couch. My bedroom is directly beside theirs, so I could hear everything going on in there. Normally, my dad will wake up to feel as if he was being held down, strangled, bit, scratched, cut with a knife, carried around the room, etc. When he would wake up in the morning, he would have bite marks in impossible places on his body, cuts, scratches, red bruises around his neck and wrists, and long deep gashes across his chest. Now, this didn't happen all the time, all in one night, but things happen frequently. I was really starting to get worried. My grandma and Aunt Phil taught me an Italian prayer to keep the evil away. I would pronounce it right now, but I'm not entirely sure if I even did it right, so I'll refrain from doing so right now. But the prayer is the prayer to the Virgin Mary, and its purpose is to keep all the evil out. They told me to say that 3 times every night, and it would keep the evil out. I said it 3 times in dedication to my father, and things slowly started to get better. It was still very scary, because I never expected the entities to be so violent. But in my 3rd paranormal experience, these are my personal encounters. Well, now that I'm 16, certain things have happened to me. They aren't violent or even frightening, more so reassuring. To explain it a bit, my bedroom door is the kind of door that unless you prop it open, it swings shut again, and fast, too. Well, for the past year and a couple months, I've noticed that there might be a spirit that is checking in on me. When I sleep, or late at night, my door will swing open, wide enough for a head to look in, to check in on me, to make sure I'm okay. I'll look because it creaks, and see nothing there. It will stay open at that width for 2 minutes, as if someone is checking in on me. Then it will slowly shut. The doorknob will turn, and it will close all the way. Like I said, it was reassuring, because I felt as if someone, whoever it was checking in on me to make sure I'm okay, and they're just trying to tell me they're here for me. I'm glad I have it. I look at it as my spirit guide. I'm pagan, so on my website, you will understand my belief as spirit guides. I'm 19 years old, work in the computer industry in London, England. When I was around 10 or 11, I used to live in another part of the county, called Dudley, West Midlands. Opposite our house was a pub called the Hangman's Tree. We found out later that this pub was where people in the late 18th century hung people for crimes, such as highway robbery, murder, etc. Anyways, my sister was about 7 or 8, but didn't like the dark, so she always used to call Mom to take her to the toilet in the night. One night, my mom heard my sister go to the bathroom on her own. In the morning she said, "Well done, you went to the bathroom on your own last night." My sister replied, "No, I didn't, Mommy. The black man took me." My mom panicked at this point and thought someone must have gotten into the house. She said, "What black man are you talking about?" My sister said, "He's my friend. He's a black mist, and he sits with me at night and tells me stories." We're all getting really scared now. My mom asked me how she knew it was a black man, because when he smiles, I can see his teeth. We were all really freaked out by this, but my sister didn't really seem all that bothered by it. So we decided, whatever it was friendly. A couple of weeks later, I walked into my sister's room to check on her, and found that the rocking chair in the corner of the room was rocking on its own, and at a steady pace, and my sister was fast asleep. I don't know. It may be a comforting presence, but it definitely seems creepy to me. My name is Alex, and I live in Colorado. I've always been in tune with the supernatural. My first experience that I can remember was at my grandmother's house, and I think I was about 5 years old. My grandfather had died long before I was born, and when my mother was about 6 months old, I remember him coming into my room and telling me goodnight, and that he loved me, and telling us a bedtime story of the 3 bears. I asked my grandmother who the man was, and she said no one was in the house but her, my mother, my brother, and I. I told her the man's name, and she laughed, and said my mother probably told me to tell her this. I said my mother was asleep. It was about 20 feet from me, in another room, and I don't think she could have heard him. Granny said that was true, and she called my mother in, and said, "Hey Jackie, did you tell him about Pat?" My mother said no, that she didn't remember him himself. My grandmother asked me to describe the man to her. I said he was about 6 feet tall and wiry, with brown hair and blue eyes, and he could imitate different accents. He told me in an English accent that he loved me, and in a thick Irish accent goodnight. Then he told me the whole story of the three bears in a very English accent. He didn't seem like a ghost at all. He seemed completely real to me. She said I described my dead grandfather down to a T. I've never seen my grandfather's picture before, and my grandmother told me so. My grandmother is very open-minded, but the rest of my family is not. She got tears in her eyes, and she took me in her lap. She said, "Patrick, do you know anything about your family history?" I said no. She said, "You hail from a long line of very powerful people." She said that our family was old and went all the way back to England, Ireland, and even Scotland. Back before the Christians and the Muslims, and back into time immemorial. She said every generation had a special ability, and so did I. My grandmother gets dreams, and they always come true. 2 years before Mount St. Helens blew its top, she told us it was going to blow. She's like that. She told me our family practiced the old religion. I said, "What? Christians?" She said no. She said Druidry and Wicca. I was like, "What's that?" And she said she'd explain it to me when I was older. She told me to tell Pat she still loved him after all these years. The following night, however, I was not greeted by the same presence as before. The really crazy thing was, it was something entirely different. That's when this entirely black figure, completely blacked and shadowed, but you could still make out the outline of this figure, walked through the doorway. His presence was obvious. He was not here to make friends, and it was apparent that it was not my grandfather. "Where's Grandpa? Where's Grandpa?" I can remember shouting, but no noise was uttered by the black figure. Just then, he pointed to the window right next to me in my bedroom. I didn't want to look, so I didn't. In fact, I refused to look. So I think I remember shutting my eyes and covering the blankets over my head, and just went on. I heard the door slam shut. The next morning, I woke up and went to greet my grandmother in her bedroom. Unfortunately, something was terribly wrong with my grandma. At the time I didn't realize it, but she had passed away in her sleep. And to this day, I really wonder if that had anything to do with my incident the night before. Was it a coincidence? I'm not entirely sure, but it devastated me for years to come. You may criticize me and say that 5-year-olds could not remember such a thing, but remember, I remembered it clearly because it was a traumatic event. My family has a history of abilities, and my grandma even talked to me about this before she passed away. I don't know, maybe it was Grandpa, and he was secretly saying that he wanted Grandma to be with him and that he missed her or something. But why did it feel so dark? Why was this presence so dark? I can only conclude that now, as I think back to it, it had to be the death, the Grim Reaper himself, and there's no other explanation for it. One thing I still wonder to this day is that the Grim Reaper was pointing at the window. Remember, from earlier in the story. I always wondered, what if I did in fact look out the window? I would have saw something bizarre. Maybe my grandma's soul being transported into a different dimension. Or maybe, just maybe, it was just all in my head. Whichever the case, it doesn't matter. It was terrifying. Well, here we go. I'm not sure if what I'm experiencing is an actual haunting, or if everything can be easily explained. I live in South Texas, not in the sticks. I'm 17 years old, and currently attend high school. I'll be graduating this year. Our house is very new. It is only 4 years old, and built by us, so nothing has happened in the house. However, we live directly on the banks of the San Antonio River. In fact, we're situated on a 75-foot cliff. On our property stands another house, where we also used to live while our house was being built. I never liked this house, and always felt very uneasy when staying there alone, or for that matter, with others in the house. I do not know exactly how old this house is, but I do know now that when they were adding new boards to the siding, they found old newspapers dating back to the late 30s and early 40s in the sides of the house. Now let me explain the layout of the older house. It has one bedroom and one kitchen. There's a living room, dining room, and an entertainment area for guests. The living room used to be my room. Between the bathroom and the bedroom, there lies a closet. The closet has two doors, connecting both rooms together. I always felt as if something was watching me from everywhere in the house, but never really experienced anything. Now that we have moved into our new house, things have intensified. I always feel the eyes on me now, and sometimes I am forced to run downstairs because of the overwhelming sense of dread that occurs while I am upstairs alone. I hear my shower door open and close during the night, and when I am downstairs watching TV, I can hear the water running in my bathroom. When school is in session, I usually get up around 5:30 to get ready, because I'm an academic editor for the yearbook, as well as class treasurer, so I usually have to be there early so I can get everything in order for the student body. Well, once I was taking a shower, when I felt something hit the back of my leg with extreme force, I turned to rub my leg and search for the culprit, thinking maybe I had accidentally knocked over a bottle of shampoo. Yet directly behind me was a penny. I have no idea where that could have come from. I haven't told anyone, as I think no one would believe me, and I'm more than happy to keep this to myself, except about 2 weeks ago, I had a dream that disturbed me greatly, and I feel someone needs to know. I had a dream that I lived in the old house on my land, and I was dressed in old style, late 30s clothing, and I was washing dishes. All of a sudden, a girl came running into the kitchen and kissed me, telling me she was on her way to an ice cream social in town, and that her boyfriend, she gave me a name, but I can't remember now, would be picking her up and taking her. She appeared to be my age now, and I'm supposing I was her mother, because I told her to take care and to wait to say goodbye to her father, something I would never say. Anyway, another girl appeared from the back, and I was now outside, standing on the porch drying my hands and waving at a man pulling up in an old-style car, like you see in mafia movies from a long time ago. I kissed him, and he appeared to be my husband. He was explaining to me about his recent business venture when I suddenly realized who I was. I took the man by the arms and began to shake him uncontrollably, telling him he was crazy, because in a few months, the Great Depression would fall, and we would all starve to death. I then told him that we should save our money and move to Florida. He took a hold of me and told me that the heat must have gotten to me, kissed our 2 daughters goodbye, and took me into the house. Only we went into the bedroom and continued to walk through a second door and into a second bedroom that the house does not have today, and he laid me down on a cot. He told me to get my rest, then he kissed me on my forehead, and when I closed my eyes, I woke up in my room. It was the strangest dream I ever had, and as a result, I have not been able to sleep for days. I usually go to bed at 10, but lately I've been drifting off at 2 or 3 in the morning, and I usually dream every time, except now I don't, or do not remember when I wake up. I still feel like I am being watched, and I have no idea what is going on. If you, or anyone can shed some light on my situation, please email me. I would greatly appreciate it. I know this sounds weird, but it's very scary. I wonder if the dream has anything to do with the situation in my house. Thank you. I've not told anyone this before, due to the fact that it is hard to believe, and plus, it happened to me when I was young. I do not know if you would consider it a ghost encounter or not, but I'm going to tell you the happenings to me anyway. I live in West Virginia, and when I was 9 years old, my brother and I shared a room. We had 2 beds in the room, separated by a window in the middle of them. We had settled down for bed this particular night to go to sleep. I could not have been asleep long when I awoke to a rapping-like sound at our window. I laid in my bed, not moving a muscle for some reason, and I just could not move. I tried my best to move and even screamed my brother's name, but could not. And the weird thing is, what was going to happen had not even happened yet. While I was going through this state of mind, I guess I could hear knocking on the window from the outside. Whatever it was would knock twice on the window, wait a minute, and knock twice again. After this went on for a while, I was finally able to move on, and when I got up to look out the window to see what was knocking, all I could see were these 2 big red circular eyes looking right back at me. I was petrified. I went right back into the state where I could not move. It was like those eyes had me hypnotized. When I was finally able to move, I just laid back down. The whole night the knocking continued, 2 knocks at a time, and a few minutes later, the same thing. This went on for nights, and the same thing was there. Every night, when I would look out the window, there would be these 2 red hypnotizing eyes. This went on for about a week, and then all of a sudden, it just stopped, and it never happened again after that. When I got older, I started hearing stories about a creature in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. They called it the Mothman, and every time I would hear one of these stories, it would be described as having big red eyes. Then there was really no doubt in my mind that what was visiting me and my brother all these nights was in fact this creature, because when I was 9, we lived in Bluefield, West Virginia. To this day, I've never forgotten those nights when I was visited by what I believe is that creature. A lot of weird things go on around our home. My grandparents' house is also a little strange. I've experienced many things numerous times at both my house and my grandparents' house. First of all, when I was 6 years old, I was awakened by a raspy humming sound. I sat up in my bed, wiped my eyes, and looked to the left of my bed. Sitting there in a rocking chair with a baby was a woman dressed in an old-fashioned type gown. She was also wearing a bonnet and had her face turned towards the baby. I thought it may have been my mom, so I whispered "Mom," and when the lady in the chair looked at me, her eyes glowed red. So I yelled louder for my mom to come to me, and when she came to the door, the woman disappeared, but this chair was still there, very faintly, and rocking slowly. I never told anyone except my mom about this, and when my younger cousin was 6, she reported seeing the same exact thing to me. One winter when the electric was off, my cousin accompanied me as I went to take a shower in the old house. Because it was the only one with a gas water heater, I ran nothing but hot water into the bathtub and got in. The water wasn't scalding hot, but very warm. I heard whispering and asked my cousin if it was her. She said no. I heard it again, only louder this time. I became alarmed and listened more closely. This time it was very loud and very clear. The whispering was the Lord's Prayer. I was very scared and I couldn't make myself move. The water became very cold and the whispering grew louder. I told my grandparents and parents what happened and they shrugged it off. My grandparents reported hearing gospel music, preaching, the Lord's Prayer in the old house. My papa was going to take a nap one day and felt the bed move and saw an indentation as if someone were sitting beside him on the bed. Many other things happened, but these are only a few. If anyone is interested, I'll post more later. My story begins that my belief was finally confirmed on a trip that my wife and I took to the Jefferson Hotel in Jefferson, Texas in September 2003. This town is very unique and small and has a very historical feel to it. Every building has a historical marker dating back to the 1800s. The town has a sprawling history dating back to the 1800s when steamboat travel was very popular off the Mississippi River into the bayou and one of the main means of transportation at the time. This town has also the reputation of being one of the most haunted towns in Texas and the United States. We really did not know anything about Jefferson, but we were told through an acquaintance that the hotel in town had a haunted history. I really wanted to confirm my belief and acquire good evidence of the paranormal spirit world. I've always believed that ghosts are indeed spirits or entities of people who for some reason have not passed to the other side, that they are stuck in limbo between the physical dimension world that we live in our physical state, and the spiritual world that we pass on to. We traveled from San Antonio, Texas to the Jefferson Hotel, which is about a 440-mile trip. We arrived on a Friday afternoon and planned on staying 3 days and nights. We had booked 3 different rooms in the hotel that were rumored to be very haunted. All these rooms had recent paranormal activity in them. The hotel was very plain looking from the outside, but the inside was very exquisite due to the way they had decorated with many antique pieces of furniture spread around the hotel. All the rooms are decorated differently to where you feel like you're in another hotel. The hotel has, I believe, 23 rooms that you can stay in, and about half of those are rumored to be haunted by spirits. I had heard a story that a psychic had once ventured into the hotel and said that there were 7 spirits in the hotel. For our first night, we stayed in room 6. The room was very quaint. It had a queen-size Benedict, along with an antique tub that stood by itself in the bathroom. At first, nothing happened, which dampened my hopes, but then at 11:30 p.m., things started to happen. However, they only happened to myself. We were lying in bed with the lights off and the television on. The television was located on a dresser at the foot of the bed facing us. I was lying on the side of the bed, closest to the one window in the room. There was enough distance between the bed and the wall for someone to walk. I had exposed my right arm, resting along my side and slightly off to the side of the bed. Suddenly, something began to pull the hairs on my arm. I felt an electrical sensation, such as that when you acquire static electricity. I looked down in disbelief, but I could not see anything. I then nudged my wife and told her what was happening to me. She started to laugh, thinking that I was trying to scare her or something. Just then, while she was talking, I felt a small woman's or girl's hand and fingers drag itself all the way up my arm, from the tip of my fingers to almost my shoulder. It felt like a woman because it was a small hand. This really got my attention. I then jumped out of bed, telling my wife what had just happened. She of course could not feel or see anything, and thought I was making up the whole situation. I then had the feeling that someone was standing in the corner, between the bed and the wall, staring at us. I had the distinct feeling that the ghost was a woman or girl, because it seemed to be small and unobtrusive. This lasted for about 5 minutes, and then it stopped with me no longer having the feeling that the ghost was in the room with us. I remember it upset me that my wife was not encountering anything. Nothing else happened that night, even though I had expected it to. The next morning we moved across the hall to room 12, which had a very grandiose king-size poster bed in it. The room was also quite larger than room 6. I really was waiting for the opportunity for something to happen so that I could look at researching it more. I have to admit that I'd been slightly alarmed from my experience in room 6. Well, nothing happened in room 12, but something did later happen that night in the hallway just outside. I had become bored watching television with my wife and decided to go out into the hallway around 1 a.m. that night. I ended up sitting in an antique couch that is at the end of the hallway, pushed up against the door that goes out into the front balcony. The hotel was working on the balcony, and I locked the door and pushed the couch up against it to block the door. The door had a glass pane that covered approximately the top half of the door, enabling a person to be able to stare outside into the main street or the buildings across the street. Well, the street was very dark, and there was no activity at all in the street. It was very quiet at the time. I kept hearing noises in the hallway every time I looked down or away. It was strange that noises would happen only if I was not directly staring down at the hallway at the time. The hotel is very long, front to back, and narrower in width. At one point, I heard a noise down the hallway and looked down with nothing happening or being seen. Then I heard a noise outside and looked again to see nothing. I then heard the noise down the hallway again and turned to look. When I did this, something then knocked the glass behind me with 3 taps suddenly. I admit that I jumped about 3 feet because it startled me so badly. When I turned around to look, there was nothing there. I walked back to the window and the door and looked out again. Again, I did not see anything at all. I then went to get my wife and told her to sit on the couch a few minutes to see if anything would happen. Of course, she came back in after 10 minutes and told me that nothing had happened to her. This again was very frustrating to me because I began to think that the spirits were only trying to communicate with me. Nothing else happened that night, and we went to bed. The next day we moved into room 19, which is rumored to be one of the most haunted rooms in the hotel. The maids were in the hallway as I walked down to put our bags in the room. Room 19 sits in the upstairs hallway, all the way to the rear on the left side of the hallway. The maids began to tell the story of room 19. They said that a blonde lady spirit haunts the room and that the bathroom is haunted. When a person goes into the bathroom, you are supposed to run the hot water in the bathtub and the sink at the same time, and then close the door and turn out the light. The spirits are supposed to turn off the water sometimes, and you are supposed to be able to see the words in the mirror when you go back in and turn on the light. As the maids were telling me the story in the hallway, a woman suddenly stepped out of one of the rooms adjacent to room 19. This woman began to tell me that her friend had stayed in room 19 the previous night, and that they had brought a Ouija board with them. She told me that they had been trying to summon the spirits of the hotel. They had asked the board if there was a spirit that haunts the room, and what the spirit's name was. She said that the board had told them that yes, there was a spirit, and the spirit's name was Laura, which I had spelled out. When the board had stopped, the woman's friend had been lying on her stomach on the bed, watching the other two people on the floor do the board, when something suddenly grabbed her exposed legs from behind and pinned her down to the bed for a few seconds. The woman had not been able to move and was terrified by this. Later that night, the woman had grabbed her pillow and blanket and went downstairs to spend the rest of the night with the desk clerk that was there all night. Apparently, other things happened to the woman in the room to make her want to do this from what the woman explained to me. This really got my attention, and I could not wait to conduct our research of room 19. We also were the only guests in the hotel that night, and the desk clerk went home around 9 p.m. My wife and I ended up doing the bathroom thing right away. When we first went into the bathroom, there was nothing in the mirror over the sink, and the bathroom was very clean. I then turned on the hot water in the bathtub and sink, turned off the light, and closed the door. Well, the water never quit running, and after about 3 or 4 minutes, I went back into the bathroom and turned on the light. My eyes were in amazement at the words that had suddenly appeared in the mirror. The mirror had been steamed up by the hot water, but the words were very clear in a sort of film on the mirror. The words read "Help, Judy, help," and the word "murder" was written backwards in the mirror on the bottom. At first, I thought this was a joke, and I had my wife come in and smear the film on the mirror with her fingernails to where it was literally smeared all over the mirror. I felt that if there was some kind of chemical on the mirror, that it would be smeared the next time we did the experiment. Again, I went through the process, and again, the water never shut off or anything while we waited. When I went back in, I was truly amazed. The words had appeared in the mirror exactly as they appeared before, without any distortion at all. This really freaked us out, and I really had the feeling something paranormal was taking place there in that room. We had decided to stay up late into the night, since we would be alone in the hotel that night. We asked the desk clerk to unlock most of the rooms in the hotel, so that we could walk into any of them should we hear or see something. The desk clerk did this, and we followed around as she did this. When she got to room 6, the room we stayed in on our first date, she put the master key in the lock and unlocked the door. She then began to push on the door, and it would not open or budge. I was standing about 15 feet behind her, watching her, and she pushed on the door and got a scared look on her face. She said, oh no, not again." I then began to walk towards her and asked what was wrong. When I got up to her, the door suddenly opened. We all stared at the open door in disbelief. I then walked into the room, but I saw nothing or felt anything out of the normal. The desk clerk then left shortly after that. My wife and I decided around 1 a.m. to sit in a couch in the middle of the upstairs hallway and wait for things to happen. Of course, nothing did, since we were sitting there prepared for anything. I then got up and decided to go downstairs to the lobby. When I was in the lobby, I had the distinct impression of being watched by more than one person, and I kept turning around to look, expecting someone to be standing there. I got this really weird feeling, and I decided to go back upstairs. When I got upstairs, I decided to go into room 14, which has a bed rumored to be haunted in it. This is a queen-size bed with an ornate, sculpture wood headboard that goes almost to the ceiling. The bed is actually kind of spooky the more you kind of look at it. I did not turn on the light when I went in because the hallway light was bright enough under the door for me to see. When I got into the room, I immediately got a chill from the room. Something then seemed to draw me to the bed. For some reason, I went and sat down on the edge of the bed. Nothing at first happened, but then the bed suddenly began going up and down as if someone were pushing on the mattress underneath me. It felt like the mattress were breathing as if a person were lying on the bed, breathing heavily. This really alarmed me because beds are not supposed to do this, per the realm of science. I asked that my wife come in the room and sit on the bed. I remember my wife saying when she entered the room how cold it was. She did lie down on the bed and said that it was really cold on the bed, but she did not feel anything. She did not lie there that long. We both went back outside in the hallway. I had the feeling that spirits were around us, watching us, even though nothing else happened that night. The next morning, I got up around 9 a.m. before my wife did. I ended up sitting in the rocking chair in the room. I started to read a journal of other people's experiences in the room of the hotel. The hotel lends itself to patrons if you're interested in seeing what other people have seen. I decided to do the bathroom test one more time, for old time's sake, to see if anything else would happen. I went in and did the same thing. At first, nothing happened, but then, when I sat back in the rocking chair, I could hear physically the water faucets turn off slowly on both the bathtub and sink. I then waited to see if I could hear anything else. There was this very eerie silence in the room, except for the breathing of my wife sleeping in bed. Suddenly, a woman's voice began to moan over and over the words "oh," which sounded like a broken record, repeating itself over and over. This did not sound sexual either, as some people may think in reading this. It actually sounded very sad, and it was not very fast. This sound, or voice, was kinda loud, but it did not wake my wife. I was too startled at the time to wake my wife. My curiosity was in trying to figure out exactly where the sound was originating. I looked around the room in all directions, and finally decided the noise was coming from behind the window shade by the window. I walked over, and the noise did seem to get louder there. As I stood by the window, the sound seemed to be coming from behind the shade, between the shade and the closed window. The sun was shining outside, but since we had the shade pulled down, the room was kinda dark and gloomy with only one light on. I then reached for the shade and pulled it back. When I did this, the sun then entered the room. As this happened, the water faucet suddenly turned again, and the water came back on in the bathroom. The woman's voice also suddenly stopped. I then walked over to the bathroom in disbelief at what just happened. I looked in the bathroom, and it was very cold in there, with the same steamy words in the mirror. I then went back to my wife and woke her up screaming and told her what just happened. Again, she looked at me in shock and disbelief. I was indeed very frustrated that I had not woken her up to hear what I had heard. It definitely would have gotten her attention. About a half hour later, we were putting our stuff together to leave. My wife was in the bathroom, and I was putting my contact lenses in, using the mirror in the room. I remember having all sorts of problems trying to do this because something kept knocking the lens off my finger. My wife screamed, "Look," and I turned around. The light was swinging back and forth from the ceiling as if someone had grabbed it and swung it. My wife was so happy that she had finally experienced something. My wife had also asked the spirit earlier, when we got into room 19, if it would swing the light at some time to acknowledge its presence in the room, and that the female spirit knew we were there. Spirit had answered our request. My name is Jamie. It was late May, and I was at my friend's, Anna's birthday party. It was a sleepover. Around 5 or 6 giggling girls showed up for our night of pizza and movies. Although we were all excited and jumpy from eating pizza and consuming vast amounts of pop and ice cream, I decided I would turn in as I was really tired and they were watching a movie I didn't really enjoy much. They were all in the TV room, just down the hall and to the right from where I had set my sleeping bag in the family room. The floor was hard and I was uncomfortable, but I tried my best to drift off. I was closest to the dining room, which was an extension to the family room and ended in a dead end. I'd stretched myself right in front of the entrance, so there was no possible way anyone could get into or out of the dining room without stepping over me. Also, once they had stepped past me, there was no way out again without stepping over me a second time. I sat up for a moment because I thought I heard someone breathing. I looked around the room, but it was empty. Across the hall, the basement door was slightly ajar, and I heard my friends laughing and talking in the TV room. I sighed and lay back down, finally able to close my eyes. I awoke only minutes later to a thud in the room. It sounded as though someone with heavy boots was deliberately stomping on the floor towards me. I assumed it was Anna or one of the other girls trying to scare me. I heard them stomp to the edge of my sleeping bag and step over me. Whoever it was, they were clumsy because they stepped on my arm and a few strands of my hair, causing me to wince in pain. I heard the boots stomp to the corner of the dead-end dining room and stop. As I said before, there was no way a person could go into the dining room and then step back out without having to walk over me, and, judging by the person's boots, they would make a lot of noise doing so. I opened my eyes and was startled. No one was in the dining room, behind the table, or under the chairs. In fact, the whole living room area was empty and silent, except for my heavy breathing. At that, I picked up my pillow and bolted towards the TV room, where my friends had fallen fast asleep, the movie credits rolling by, lighting the room a faint blue. I laid down, far as I could from the hallway, and after stealing a blanket from a sleeping Anna, fell asleep. I wrote previously about the place I work and all the ghostly happenings there. Up until now, I've not seen a full apparition, only shadowy figures and strange sounds. The other night, myself, my assistant, I will call her Amy, and a maintenance guy, Robert, were working in the area where most of the activity occurs. It was 11:30 p.m. and we decided to take a smoke break. I need to explain the layout of the building for this to make sense. Our building is smoke-free, so we have to go outside to a smokehouse. In order to get there, there's a long tiled corridor, about 50 feet long, leading to the door. There are no fences or areas along the corridor. The three of us headed to the smokehouse and exited the heavy safety door. Amy was first, I was second, and Robert was last. Just as Robert came through the door, Amy turned and gave a startling scream. I turned, and right behind us was a woman. What made her appearance so shocking was we had not seen anyone walking behind us down the corridor, and there was no place for her to have come out of. Also, as she walked on the blacktop, there was a loud, sharp clicking of her high heels. I fell back against the wall of the building and was speechless as she walked by. What scared me the most was one, her clothing. She dressed in all black. Black skirt, shoes, coat, gloves, and a large 1940s-style hat with a veil covering half her face. And two, where did she come from? And why did she not acknowledge us? Amy had screamed, and yet she did not turn her head, look at us, or acknowledge us at all. After she had walked by us to the parking lot, I told Robert to see if she got into a car. I ran after her, but within 10 seconds of us seeing her, she was gone. Needless to say, we were all pretty shaken up that night. The next day we scouted the building for a woman who matched that build and asked people if they knew of someone who wore that style of hat. Everyone said no. This is not the first supernatural occurrence in this building, but it is the most intense to date. I should add that one of our old employees said our description of this woman sounds like the founder's wife. She died in 1957. I've posted to this website before and have something else I would like to share. It was 1986 and I was 18 years old when this occurred. My sister and I were on our way home from a Bruce Springsteen concert and I'd fallen asleep in the car. I had a very vivid dream that my boyfriend at the time was involved in a car accident. So vivid, as a matter of fact, that I dreamt that there were 4 people in the car. Him and his friend Sean, and 2 girls that I did not know. I woke up and said out loud, "Bobby's been in an accident." I didn't get the impression that it was fatal, but that they were hurt. My sister said that it was just a dream, and to not be upset, but I knew in my heart that it wasn't. When I got home, it was pretty late, probably about 1:30 a.m. I went into my bedroom to get changed, all the while resisting the urge to call Bobby and confirm what I already knew. I felt that if it was indeed just a dream, it was too late to call though. As I was wrestling with this, my phone rang, and it was Bobby telling me that he and Sean had been in a car accident. That in and of itself was strange, but he had also been cheating on me, and there were 2 girls in the car with them. No one was hurt too badly, just as I had thought, but there were injuries. Just thought I'd share. Thanks for listening. Hi. My story is very personal, as it was not a haunted house I lived in as a child, but a visit from my deceased granddad. Just to outline why I believe it came to me was that I was raised by both him and my grandmother in England from 9 days old till 10 years old. For all intents and purposes, they were my parents. I was 14 in 1976, and my granddad had been slowly going downhill from his battle with sclerosis of the liver. He had been in a hospital for a couple of months, and we knew he wouldn't be spending that Xmas with us. He died at 3:58 a.m. on October 7th, 1976, with my grandmother by his bedside. She had all the monitors, IVs, tubes, pumps, and everything else that was keeping him alive removed, so that he may die with dignity in a side room, privately, without the impersonal ambience of intensive care. I was devastated about this loss and automatically went into a crying fit. This went on for about 2 weeks. I didn't eat, sleep much, stayed out of school, and in general became very ill and depressed. I vaguely recall the funeral, but was very overcome with emotion. I was a 14-year-old girl who had lost the most important man in my life, and it was killing me. One day, I recall getting up to go to the bathroom and hearing my mom telling my dad that they should take me to a psychiatrist due to my emotional state. I went back to bed and cried, telling my granddad that I wish he was here, eventually crying myself to sleep. Now, most nights before going to bed, my dad would check up on me, and in the half asleep, half awake state, I was aware of his visits. This particular night, I was turning over, but found that I was stuck on my bed, on my right side, and totally unable to move. It was that dead weight type of feeling one gets with a tingling sensation, like when your leg falls asleep, but this had no sensation, just weight. I was scared, and this caused me to look across directly at my bedroom door. In the doorway, dimly lit by my nightlight, I saw the dark gray, not black figure of a heavy-set man outlined, but yet I could see through it, kind of. The left arm was outstretched towards me, but I dare not to move. After what now seems roughly 30 seconds to a minute, the shape disappeared, and I felt a sense of calm. I was hungry and fixed a cheese and pickle sandwich for myself. I went back to bed, but oddly enough, this incident didn't bother me really. I woke up the next day, showered, dressed, put a little makeup on to hide the bug eyes I had, and went downstairs. My mom was washing dishes, and my dad was reading the paper, and they both commented on my presence, and more so, state of apparent well-being. I knew, I guess, deep down, that it was my granddad who had visited me, but although I had no proof or words to back it up from granddad, I still wanted to test my feeling. I asked my dad if he had come in my room, and he said no. He said, "We didn't hear any noises, crying, etc., so we thought we would let you sleep in peace." I said, well, in that case, it was granddad who came to see me. With that remark, my mom threw the dish towel into the sink and said, "That's it, we're taking her to a doctor." Fortunately, my dad stepped in and suggested they hear me out. He believed me, or at least looking back, pacified me, as it obviously made me feel better, so we went along with my visit from granddad's story. My mom didn't believe me, but it didn't matter. I believed it. This isn't the end. Although I only had one visit, granddad did appear to my grandmother. Ironically, when I called her up to tell her, She went very quiet and said that the very same night he came to her too. She said she couldn't sleep and went to his study to sort papers approximately 4 a.m., roughly the same hour he had died. I don't know what time my visit occurred. She said she felt someone was behind her. She was sitting at his desk, crying, when she felt a gentle touch on her shoulder. She said she brushed it off sharply as it scared her and she turned around. Nothing was there, but she said she felt something. She said she stopped crying and felt better. These were only the 2 incidents. No one else had a visit from Granddad, but we both know, Gran and I, that he came to visit us for comfort. We loved him more than anything, and he reciprocated us. My mom fell out with my grandparents, so the closeness was not between them. We both were hit the hardest, and he knew it. He came to let us know to go on, I feel, without the suffering that we were both enduring since his death. My grandmother lived until 1995, ironically, dying on her 83rd birthday. My grandmother promised me that if she could, she would visit me after she died. She didn't. I lit 2 white candles in our apartment. After I had packed it all up and sat there in silence, awaiting her visit, nothing happened, but I know she's okay. She was buried, as per her wish, with her granddad, and they finally were together again. That made me happy. They had been married and in love since 1932, school sweethearts, survived wars and hard times, and now eternally peaceful. Love is very powerful, and although it's hit and miss amongst those whom I tell this to in regards to belief, I know it happened and why. I've seen 2 of these things. They're called green orbs. I've known people who have seen them, and I've seen videos of them on TV that people have filmed and say that they are ghosts. First time, I was at my grandparents' house, which they seem to think is haunted. They joke about it because they are very religious and have trouble incorporating their beliefs with their senses. I was going to bed and was having to share a bed with my grandfather, who was already long since asleep. I crawled into bed and laid there for a while, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. Eventually, my eyes focused on the brightest object in the room, what appeared to be a reflection. I stared at it for maybe 15 minutes before a realization hit me. It was the brightest thing in the room. I considered maybe there's something outside brighter that it's shining off of, but my grandparents live in the sticks and have only 1 light outside, and it's quite some ways from the house. I had originally thought that it was a reflection from the brass hinges on a door. After deducing that the light was of its own source, I investigated. I got out of bed and walked up to it. The closer I got, the more apparent it became that this was not a mere reflection. It didn't move much. It hovered there, like a green rip in space and time, waiting. I experimented a little by turning on the light. It stayed there for a split second, after the light came on and then disappeared. I wasn't able to go back to sleep for a while. Second time I actually saw one, I was at my in-laws, lying in bed with my wife. It was near the ceiling above our heads. I woke my wife up and asked her if she saw it. She said she did, then went back to sleep. I watched it until it disappeared. After it was gone, I woke her back up and asked her if she could still see it. She said that she could not and went back to sleep. In between those times, I was at a known haunted house, unknown to us, but known to the occupants. We were staying the night, and while some of us were in the kitchen, 2 of my friends burst out of their rooms asking for flashlights or candles. They refused to go to sleep without them. They told us of an object we originally thought was a glow-in-the-dark mini frisbee, only it didn't move like a frisbee. I don't know what these things are, but I would very much like to study them. I was around 10 or 11 years old, growing up in Georgia when this started to take place. I lived with my parents, 2 brothers and 2 sisters in a rather nice ranch-style brick home. My father had built this home when I was around 4 or 5 years old, and no one had ever passed away in it. My 2 brothers were 5 and 6 years older than I. One sister was 7 years older, and the other sister was around 1 or 2 years old when this happened. This all started very suddenly. Me and my 2 brothers slept in one room, in custom-made bunk beds that my father had built into the room. They were built in an upside-down L shape, with the main bunks on the right and a single bed coming off the main bunks from the head of the beds going towards the left. My oldest brother slept in the single bed, my other brother slept in the bottom bunk, and I slept on the top bunk. There were 2 windows over the single bed that my oldest brother slept in, and during the summer, these were kept open so that the attic fan will pull cool air in. Sorry for so much detail, it helps one to understand the rest of the story. One night we had gone to bed, and around 2-3 in the morning, my oldest brother was jarred awake by a tremendous pounding on the other side of the brick wall, where he slept, outside. He woke both of us up very quietly, and we listened as the pounding went across the wall, as if someone was walking the length of the house and back, pounding on the brick wall as they went. Now, this wasn't like someone was pounding with their fists or even kicking the house. We probably couldn't have even heard someone who was hitting the wall with their fists or feet. No. This sounded as someone had a 15 or 20 pound rock or something very heavy and solid, and was pounding the wall with it as they walked back and forth, with the impacts coming approximately 1 to 2 seconds apart. After some very frightening few minutes had passed, my older brother slipped into our father and mother's room and awakened our father, telling him about what was going on. My father, not pleased with being awake at this hour, didn't really believe him at first, but quietly made his way to our room and where the pounding was still going on. As this was summer, he looked out the open window through the screen, but couldn't see anyone. He then proceeded to collect his 20 gauge pump shotgun and slipped out the door on the opposite side of the house from the pounding to try to sneak up on whoever was doing it. As Daddy turned the corner of the house with the shotgun at the ready, the pounding suddenly stopped. Daddy had a flashlight, of course, and there was nothing to hide behind for at least 30 to 40 feet, where a cornfield started. He searched around for a bit, but couldn't find anything and came back in. As soon as he came in the house, the pounding started again. He went out immediately. Whenever he turned the corner, it stopped again. This was repeated several times, always with the same results. These happenings then continued for the next 2 to 3 months, almost every night. My father did not find anything or anyone that could account for it. There were also no marks or any kind of evidence to show where the pounding was being done on the bricks. One night my brother that slept underneath me was having a dream about playing basketball in a tournament at school when the pounding started. As the pounding was going up and down the wall, he was dreaming that he had missed a shot and that the coach had called him to the sideline. He dreamed that the coach was mad at him, and while asleep, he was moaning and making some kind of noise. My oldest brother, who slept under the windows, was trying to listen to the pounding to figure out where it was at during that time, and when my other brother started moaning, he reached over and grabbed him by the hair of the head and started pulling his hair to try to shut him up. At this time in the dream, my other brother was dreaming that the coach had grabbed his hair and was pulling it for him, missing the shot. We had always laughed about this happening. Anyway, my father never did catch anyone or anything pounding on the wall, and we still wonder to this day what it could have been. If anyone out there has had anything similar happening with pounding on the walls and moving back and forth, I would appreciate hearing from them. This is really weird because it happened about 2 days ago. My house doesn't have any history of weird stuff or hauntings. That's what made it strange. I lived in this house for about 6 years now. I'm 17, and I've yet not experienced anything like this. It's not really a haunting, but I thought it was really weird. It was about 1 a.m., and I was in my room on the internet. Both my parents were asleep, and nobody else was in the house, other than me. My parents were in their room, which is all the way across the house. The living room, the kitchen, the family room, and a small hallway separate my room from theirs. The only lights that were on were the lights in my room, because I was on the computer. As I was looking through the website, I heard my name whispered in my ear, so I stopped and looked around to see who had whispered, but saw nobody. So then, I tried to get chills and decided to go to bed. So I turned off the computer, and this was now about 1:20 a.m. As I was getting ready to go to bed, the phone started to ring, so I turned on the lights of the hallway to go to the living room. As I went to go see who it was in my caller ID, it read unavailable, so then I picked up the phone. When I picked up the phone, I said hello, but nobody answered. Again, I said hello, but again, nobody answered. I started to get pissed, but I tried to listen to see if I could hear anything. What I heard gave me chills. As I started to listen, I heard whispering that sounded like mumbling. I couldn't make out what was being said. It was like someone or something wanted to tell me something, but couldn't. It was really freaky, so I hung up the phone and I just sat on the couch, looking around for anything unusual. When I finally got up to go back to my room, I got the worst feeling that somebody or something was watching me. As I got to my room, I went straight to sleep. The next morning felt like if nothing had happened. This is the house of many tenants. The house is well over 200 years old and has many tenants over the years. I was 18 when we first moved in. It was a 4-bedroom house with high ceilings, an attic, and basement. My parents and nephew had the 2 downstairs bedrooms, which left me to the upstairs rooms. The first night we moved in, my friend and I were setting up the upstairs rooms as my bedroom. As we were standing in the hall by the bathroom, a little boy ran out of the other bedroom, ran down the hall towards us, peeked out around the corner, and ran into the bathroom. We went into the bathroom and saw that no one was there. Let me explain. This couldn't have been my nephew because he wasn't even in there at the time, and there was no other small boys in the house. Also, sometimes I've seen a man who dressed in what I can only call colonial walked up the stairs and walk into the attic. The weird thing is, I've never seen him walk up the old wooden stairs. Sometimes you could hear someone moving boxes and stuff around in the attic as if they were looking for something. All the people who had stayed in the house in the span of 6 years that had lived there would never sleep upstairs by themselves, and many reported the feeling as if someone was going to push them down the staircase as they stood at the top of the staircase. On more than one occasion, you could hear a woman crying, the toilet flushing, and doors slamming. My older sister stayed with us for a short while. During her stay, she had the shower doors cave in on her, pinning her to the wall, and a fan cord lightly wrapped around her neck during her sleep, in which she had found the following morning. Foul smells and shadows were a constant reminder of the ghost's presences. I was glad when we moved from the house because I found it very unnerving and somewhat frightening. I don't think I've ever had a sound night's sleep. In 1996, my boyfriend Daniel was living in an old New Zealand city called Dunedin. This city has a lot of old houses and a lot of history. He lived with his previous girlfriend in one of a pair of old terrace flats, which were cold and didn't get much sun during the day, but it was cheap, an important consideration when you're a poor student. It was the couple's flatmates that first noticed something strange. She has to be something of an amateur mystic, reading auras and such like, and she claimed to sense more presence in the house. But the really scary stuff didn't start until Daniel went away for a couple of weeks and the 2 girls were in the house by themselves. They noticed the cats were frequently taking fright and chasing something, which the girls could not see. It got worse, and once the presence pushed one of the girls down the stairs from behind. Finally, as Daniel's girlfriend lay in bed one night, she felt something get into bed with her, a cold presence which touched her thigh. While Daniel was still away, the 2 girls had the place exorcised and the incident stopped, but not for long. Shortly after Daniel's return, the strange occurrences started again, the cats freaking out and other weirdnesses. The flatmate moved out, leaving Daniel and his girlfriend to deal with it alone. In an attempt to exorcise the ghost a second time, the couple burned incense around the house, especially near a certain doorway which seemed to be central to the occurrences. But as the 2 watched the circling smoke, they noticed it cut off, just disappeared into nowhere, a few inches away from the wall, as if the smoke were traveling through some kind of invisible doorway. In the end, they moved out, unable to handle the atmosphere of the house any longer. I don't know who moved in afterwards, nor what became of the ghost. This happened while I was visiting the city of Guadalajara. When I was about 11,
I'd gone on vacation with my grandparents. They didn't have a phone installed at their house because it was only a vacation home, not where they lived. So, one morning, my grandmother and I left to the phone central, where you can pay to make long-distance phone calls. Anyway, while we were waiting, an old lady approached us and began conversing with my grandmother. She would put her hands on mine and my grandmother's, and we both would pull our hands from underneath hers because she was so cold. She also had a very beautiful necklace with the Virgin of Guadalupe on the side. The image itself looked so real, like if it could move. Well, she was asking us to go to a church not far from our house to donate some food for a church carnival to raise money to repair a huge hole that had taken part of the main aisle. So, we agreed, and she asked us to ask for her by name. The old woman had also told my grandmother exactly what to prepare. So, when the day came that we had to go, we set off to the church, and once we arrived, we asked the priest for this woman. The priest went silent for a moment and then said in a very low voice, "She is no longer with us." I didn't understand until he asked us to go into the office where he could explain. This old woman had promised many years before to take a certain food to the carnival. She fell ill and never was able to attend because she had passed away. Interestingly enough, the priest had also stated that we were not the first one this had happened to. Interesting story, and I'm glad you guys were able to read it. Thanks for your time. I've always believed in ghosts, and now I live in a 100-year-old haunted building. I moved in with my boyfriend a year and a half ago in July. The night I moved in, I had an experience that was a bit unnerving in the light of day. I received a call from a friend that evening, and she asked if I could take her kids to the airport in the morning. I said sure I will, and set my alarm to go off at 5 a.m. so I could go get her and get to the airport on time for her. Well, my alarm went off, but I was so tired from the move, I forgot why I was going off and fell back to sleep. An hour later, I felt the bed shaking as if someone were trying to get me up. I remember thinking, what now, and then fell back to sleep, only to be woken up 20 minutes later by the phone ringing. My friend said she would get a ride from her sister. After the call, I looked over to the kitchen and saw a gray figure in the door that seemed to shake its head at me. I immediately knew he was what tried to wake me up, so I could keep my promise to my friend. He seemed to have the best intentions, and I didn't see him again after that. He seemed very friendly. We then moved down to the second floor, and I soon found out we have a ghost here too. This one likes to pace up and down a short hallway between the door and the living room. He also paces along the southwest wall of the living room sometimes. I get the impression that he's a man in a brown pinstripe suit and bowler hat and has a mustache and deep-set eyes. He stands about my height, around 5'8". When we first moved in, he would pace the hallway, coming further and further out into the living room and bedroom. It's a studio apartment. He seemed highly agitated. My boyfriend saw him more than me, and a few times he would arrive home from work and the top dead bolt would be locked. We never used that lock as it is very difficult to open with the key from the outside. My boyfriend works graveyard at a 24-hour store, and I am alone here at night for 4 nights a week. One night, I noticed that it was coming further and further out into the living room, and he was giving off vibes that were not friendly. I've had enough of this now, and looked at the hallway and said, listen, the year is 2001, not 1903 or whatever year you think it is. Times have changed, and it's okay for people to live together without being married, so lay off of it. I felt a feeling of surprise from the hallway, and have not had a problem from him since. I related this to the apartment manager, with whom we had become good friends with, and she said that she had seen him too, and I was right in my impressions of what he looks like, as that is who she had seen in our place when her son lived in the studio. She has also seen him in the hallway outside her apartment door. She said that there are several ghosts in the building, and she is not surprised to hear stories about them, as she has also had experiences with them when she first moved into the building before she was manager. It's an interesting place to say the least. The incidents that you're about to read happened to me when I was a college student several years ago. We had inherited an old apartment from my grandfather, and 2 years after his death, our family moved in. The fact is that it was okay in the beginning. Weird things started to happen soon after my dad transferred to another town, and my parents left both me and my sister in the apartment. During the day, we could hear noises coming from the ceiling, and we wondered what the neighbors upstairs were up to. We didn't give much thought to that until we started hearing them in the middle of the night. It sounded as someone was dragging chairs and tables around the apartment. We knew our neighbors upstairs. They were an old couple and had one son who occasionally paid them a visit. One night, the noise went so wild that we decided to run upstairs to complain about it. I rang the bell several times and banged at the door. No one answered it. Apparently, there was nobody home. This situation went on for months, and we finally talked to our neighbors. The old lady was baffled and claimed she would never do such a thing. That was crazy. Anyone who came to our home would hear the noises. One morning, my maid was working in the kitchen when she heard someone open the living room door and walk along the hallway. She was scared to death, but she never thought it could be a ghost. She quickly took out a knife and searched the whole apartment for a burglar. Again, there was no one there. It was not uncommon to sense someone watching us or in the room, just a presence. Once, I was writing a paper and I clearly felt someone behind me. As I turned around, I saw nobody. My sister was so afraid to stay alone in the apartment that she would wait for me downstairs. The most frightening thing was to come. We were sleeping in our bedrooms when we heard bangings inside my closet. They were so loud that I woke up and jumped out of my bed immediately, thinking the shelves inside had tumbled. When we opened the door, we saw nothing. The closet was in the corner of the room, and we didn't have neighbors next door. It couldn't have come from outside the apartment either. The noises were so real that we didn't doubt that they were there. When we sensed someone around us, we didn't wonder if they were ghosts because the whole thing was so real. The ghost idea only dawned on us on some time later after the incidents. We are not ghost freaks. Well, after that last incident, I grabbed my mattress and slept in my sister's room. On the next day, I went to a church and brought some holy water with me, which I sprinkled all over the place. Things calmed down for a while. A year later, we moved out, and we heard that the family who had bought it moved out 1 year later. Hi, my name is Lisa. About 3 years ago, I was in a rehab for about 2 months. It was up in Lafayette Hills, Pennsylvania. The place was an old 1800s huge mansion where the owner's daughter Eugenia was mentally ill. Back then, they did not know the things they do now, of course, and her wealthy father donated the house and its land to the people in the profession after his daughter hung herself in the main foyer from the grand staircase. The name of the rehab is Eugenia House, and it was, in every way, still her house. The house itself is now used as offices and meeting rooms, some of them original. In fact, most of the house is still original, except the actual rehab, which was built off of the house. Anyway, being very into the paranormal, I was extremely interested in the history and to know firsthand if it was in fact haunted. Every time I could, I went in there, listened to the people who had worked there for years, and believed these stories. Some of them would not go in there after dark. Now, I was determined to know. One evening after dinner, me and my friend Brian sneaked off to investigate. It was totally empty. As we walked up the main staircase, I was hit with this very cold air all around me. I was really scared, but went up anyway. As we got to the top, we went right into one of the offices. We walked in a little further, and I was so uneasy. As I turned to look at Brian, we both heard shuffling, like books moving around on one of the desks. Then it sounded like a large book fell very hard to the floor. As we turned to run out of the room, I was disoriented and did not know where to go, so I followed Brian. As we fled towards the main staircase, these very big double wooden doors at the top of the stairs that in my whole time there were never closed, and they were so big and heavy, don't know if I could close them without help, slammed shut right behind us. The stairs were very long. As we got to the bottom, we stopped and looked up, And as we did, the cold air hit us very hard, like a winter wind. It felt like it swirled around us on purpose, investigating us. It made us just stand there, in awe almost. Then, after a few minutes that felt like forever, we fled out the door. We told the believers in the group, who were amazed, and I'll never forget that. After that, I did not go back in at night, but in the courtyard where we all smoked, you could look into the front windows. One night, shortly after that, I was telling one of the counselors of my tale and peering in the window at the same time. As I spoke, one of the big overhead outside lights would flicker, only when I mentioned Eugena's name. At this point, the counselor was extremely convinced and started to tell me a few stories of his own that he never shared with anyone until me, for fear of the staff would think he was being foolish, but neither of us were. Hello, my name is Rob, and a few years ago, I lived in St. John's, Michigan. While I was there, strange things would happen, all centered around the very old school called Perrin Palmer. I think there was more than one ghost involved in these hauntings, and they weren't benign. It all started with hearing strange music near these old mobile units. It all came from a small group of them, and I could always hear it after school, and everyone else could too. No one was there at the time, not even the janitor. So one day, my friend and I decided to investigate. When we looked inside one mobile unit, we saw a black cat with glowing red eyes. We ran and never looked back. About a year later, the school demolished and a new one was built. Whatever was haunting this school didn't like having its home destroyed. Oh yeah, did I mention the entire school used to hear a train whistle, and no train has run in the town for 100 years. There are no trains within 20 miles of the town. When we were first at Gateway North, the new school, we thought we could get rid of the ghost, but we didn't. At first, all it was sightings of black cats around the premises of the school, but then more harmful things began to happen. One morning I woke up to deep scratches on my arm. It was like a cat had scathed my arm. Then, on a swing at school, a kid fell while in mid-swing. The kid was pushed. She didn't slip. 10 witnesses saw her fall, and it wasn't an accident. No kid pushed her. She sprained her arm. 2 weeks later, another kid under the same circumstances broke his arm. 4 more kids were pushed from the same swing, under the same circumstances. Balls were swerving to hit kids on the playground. I left the next year. I haven't been in contact with my friends since. I don't know if it's continuing. I hope not. Well, like everyone else, I'll start off with some background information. I'm 19 right now, and ever since I was young, have had a fascination with death and what lies beyond. Every time I would read something, I would try to think I had a similar experience, but I didn't. I've lived in Chicago for most of my life in the same house. Nothing really special about it, except our basement floors are basically entirely dirt. But that doesn't really mean anything to my story. When my mom found out she was expecting my third brother, she decided we needed to do a little remodeling and room changing. So I ended up having my brother's old room, which also used to be my brother's room. Nothing unusual happened while I was living there until the end of my senior year in high school. I was asleep one night, and the room got unbelievably cold, although no windows were open, and it was a warm night. I buried myself under my blankets and tried to go back to sleep. This would happen from time to time. Then one night, I was woken up again by the extreme cold when I saw a shadow of a man whose figure I could not make out, just watching me sleep. He stood about a foot away from my bed. When he noticed I was awake, he just turned and walked out of my room, but he went through the wall right next to my door. The first few times I saw him, I was petrified and would just close my eyes tight till I felt the room was warming up. And there were also times when I would see him coming from the kitchen, which was outside my room, and walk back into my closet. Also at night, I would hear things fall off my dresser, and I would just calmly as I could ask him to pick them up. And when I'd wake, everything would be as I left it. I never told any of my friends or family about this,
because they are not believers. Till one day, my mom had called me at school since I had moved out for college, telling me my sister refuses to go or sleep into my room anymore. That she woke up one night and came screaming into my parents' bedroom about a man who was watching her while she was sleeping in my room. I didn't say anything while my mom told me, but I did interrupt her before she could give me the description of the man my sister gave. I told her what I'd seen, and my mom dropped the phone. She kept asking how I knew, so I finally told her I had seen him before. I also told her if the lights ever go out in my room, to calmly ask the man to turn them back off. My mom just laughed at me. Also, I should mention, since I moved out of the house for school, my room remains hot to room temperature while I'm gone. But when I come home on weekends, the temp does not go above 50 degrees, no matter how high we set the heat or how many little heaters we put in there. Then one night, my mom was clearing out some of my sister's clothes, so I would have room for mine when I came home for the summer, and my dad was sitting outside in the kitchen watching TV. It was relatively late at night, and my mom had just finished clearing out a drawer and was about to get up when the lights went out. My mom said out loud, "Look, I'm almost done here, and Jennifer will be home next week, so please just put the lights on." And just as she finished, the lights went on, and my mom ran out of my room. Since I've been home for the summer, my room is back and stays at a normal temperature, which I'm thankful for, but I still hear things in my closet, and I'll see a light shine through the closet doors, although I don't have any lights in the closet. "20 years ago, when we moved into our house, a duplex, we were good friends with the tenant, and she had told us that she was going to be gone for the weekend. So we were home, sleeping on a sofa sleeper in the living room at the time, and we heard noises from the upstairs, sounding if someone was dragging furniture across the floor. My husband went to the stairs and yelled up to see if there was someone there, and the apartment was dark. So he came downstairs, and we fell asleep, not thinking any more about it. Well, the next day when she came home, she came downstairs and asked us if there had been a problem upstairs, and we said no. Why? And she said that she was just wondering why we moved all of her dining room chairs into the kitchen. At first I was scared, but then for years nothing had happened, until Jenny was born. One night, my husband had gone hunting, and I was awoken by a noise of her mobile being turned on. I went into her room, and she was just lying there awake, watching the mobile move above her. Then the last time that anything happened was about 3 years ago. My husband and I had divorced, and I was seeing someone. Well, my friend, as I call it, must have not liked him, because he always kept his cologne on the dresser, and at least once or twice a week, I would come home and find it either knocked over, on the floor, or in the garbage. At first we blamed the cat, but then we started closing the bedroom door, and it would still happen. Of course, he never believed. Nobody ever does, but I do. Nevertheless, I'm not with him anymore, and have since been remarried, and have no problems. Sometimes when I'm alone, I do feel that there is someone or something there with me, and my daughter. I'm sure that you receive thousands of these stories, but mine is true, whether you or anyone else believe mine. I know in my heart that it is true. Back in about 1982, I became resident manager of an old rooming house in Placerville, California, better known as Hangtown. Placerville is just a few miles from Coloma, where the gold rush took place at Sutter's Fort on the American River. The rooming house, during the gold rush era, was the only hospital in the area. It consisted of 42 rentable rooms and several miscellaneous rooms that were used by residents for laundry, storage, vending machines, a TV room, community kitchen, dining room, and my office. I'd been manager for about 6 months before the chaos started. I've always been a sensitive, having had several experiences all through childhood and adulthood. One cold winter night,
A bad storm had moved in, and the main highway to South Lake Tahoe had to close, trapping several skiers and gamblers halfway up the hills. It didn't take long before the motels and hotels filled up. I got a call from the police department asking me if I could accommodate the stranded travelers. I let them know that I had about 10 or 12 vacancies, but to let them know that our power had failed due to the storm. All streetlights were out, and there was total blackness everywhere. There were several steps leading up to the entry door, and I was afraid that in the darkness, someone might get hurt. All of the tenants helped out. We gathered up the candles and put them out on the steps. We dug up some old coffee percolators and made the coffee the old way and set out to greet our guests. They didn't come in one at a time. They came in at about 10 at a time. I paid some volunteer residents to get rooms ready while I checked the people in. There was a group of the younger residents there at the stairs with flashlights ready to take the new guests up to the long flight of stairs to the upper rooms. As the guests would arrive, these men would chant, "Welcome to the Hotel California. You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave." All went well, and the next morning, everyone thanked and said they had a wonderful stay and really enjoyed the off-the-wall hospitality. Shortly thereafter, we had a tenants meeting. During the meeting, these men were chanting the words to the song Hotel California and called my attention to several verses. During the storm, I had lit the candles to show the guests the way. At one time, the community kitchen had been the manager's resident kitchen. In the day of the hospital, it had been an emergency room. In the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast. Other verses fit also. Every time the song would come on a radio anywhere in the rooming house, the volume would be cranked. Then one night, as I sat up figuring the next day's bank deposit, I heard screaming. It was the young girl down the hall on the first floor who was living there with her small son. She told me that there was a face of a man on her wall. My husband went and checked it out, and yes, it was there. Later that night, about 2 a.m., she came to my office again and said that she kept hearing a whistle, like a bamboo whistle, and a child's voice calling mommy outside her room. I went down there and heard the same thing. One of the young men who was still up watching TV went outside to check it out. He said the sound was coming from every direction he walked. He would hear it from the south, north, east, and west as he walked. By now, the commotion had woke up just about everyone in the rooming house. The TV room filled up with people telling me of the experience that they had been having, but were too afraid to talk about it until this night. About 4 a.m., everyone went back to bed. I stayed up, along with two of the younger, more brave men. As we sat in the TV room talking, we heard loud stomping coming from somewhere in the back part of the lower story. At the end of the main entry hall, there was a swinging door that led to the laundry area. Beyond that, the garbage room. Beyond the garbage room, there were other empty rooms that I was told later was the hospital morgue. As we passed the community kitchen and started to approach the swinging door, the footsteps got louder. We all looked through the window at the top of the swinging door and saw no one. Just then, the door swung open and stayed open as though someone were holding it. Needless to say, me and these brave men backed up quickly. No one was standing there at the door, but it remained open for several seconds and then swung shut. It was a quiet, still night, so the theory of a breeze or wind is out. In a few minutes, the footsteps started again, just as loud as the first time. We looked down the hall, and the swinging door was opening and shutting continuously and with a lot of force. We were all speechless. All this time this was happening, we were still hearing the whistle and the child's voice calling mommy. In the nights to follow, there were several incidents, and some residents that have been there for years moved out. Within a matter of a few months, I was gone. I've never gone back there, but I wonder to this day if there are still occurrences at that place. Every time I hear that song, it brings that place to mind, and when it does, I get a cold chill, and every detail is just as visible in my mind as it was that very night. My best friend Kay just moved out of a house that is most definitely haunted. The house is in Dayton, Idaho, a small town of about 200 people, about 10 miles north of the Utah-Idaho border. It sits on Dayton's main street across from the city park. It's a large old house that has been divided into a two-family dwelling. My friend lived in the front part of the house, while another family lived in the back. Kay told me that she and her 3 kids never liked the house from the beginning, but she had taken a new job in Preston and needed to find a house to live in. After spending days looking for a place to live, she was told about this house and went out to look at it. She said when she saw the house, it looked dark, even though the sun was shining. When she went inside, she said the house was even darker inside, and there was a heavy feeling in the house she just couldn't shake. She really didn't like the house, but it was all that she could find, so she took it. From the beginning, she and the kids disliked living there. Her 14-year-old daughter hated staying by herself in the house and would do anything to avoid being alone. She said that she always felt like someone was watching her. One afternoon, when she was alone, she saw the dark figure of a man looking through the hall window at her. This really scared her. The hall window was high enough off the ground, and you would need a ladder to see in the window. When you pass the hall window, the hall turns and goes past the stairs and ends in the master bedroom. This part of the hall at the house of the stairs is always frigid. My friend had found a new home to rent and was eager to get out of the house. I was helping her pack, and I had mentioned to her how cold that hallway was by the stairs. It was like walking into a freezer. She said that it was always like that. Even in the summer, when it was 90 degrees outside, she said that the hall was freezing cold. I thought at first it was cold because the storm windows had been left open, so I closed them. Then it dawned on me that it wasn't that cold outside because we've been having such a mild winter. It also felt like a cold wind was blowing across the hall, even though there was no drafts anywhere. The cold spot never moved. As soon as you went into the bedroom, or upstairs into the bathroom or kitchen, it was warm. But as soon as you stepped into the hall, you froze. Her 8-year-old twin boys would never go to bed alone. Kay told me that they were scared to sleep without each other being there. Mac told me that he and his brother Jared never went to bed alone, that it was too scary to be up there. Until they moved into this house, they had never been afraid to sleep alone. Kay and her kids finally moved into their new house. The other family that lived in the back moved out 2 days before Kay did. Renters never stay long in that house. Their new house is bright and cheerful, a stark contrast to the old house. I've experienced a lot of these kind of things all my life, but this was the first time I had never experienced psychic cold or cold spots. I get cold just thinking about it. I read your personal story. It was spooky, but I enjoyed it. Thanks for having the courage to share it. I've also had some paranormal experiences, but considerably mild in comparison to yours. Please allow me to share them with you. The first possible experience occurred when I was very young. Under the age of 8 years old, I had an imaginary playmate, but my mother thought I was in touch with the entity. The playmate was adult, male, and went by the name Shadow. I don't remember Shadow, but I do remember the last time I talked about Shadow, because my mom asked me why I didn't mention Shadow anymore. Apparently I would talk about him at great length. I said that Shadow had gone away. My mom asked me when he would come back, but I said I didn't know. When my mom asked where Shadow had gone, again, I said I didn't know. My mom told me she used to hear me talking to Shadow, and that it sounded one half of a telephone conversation. It wasn't like I was making up the other half of the conversation, but merely responding to something that was being said to me. Perhaps I was in contact with the entity. However, Shadow never frightened me. He was a comforting presence. Perhaps it was an entity, although I've wondered if I was in contact with my guardian angel. Then again, I've always had a strong imagination. Perhaps it was just an imaginary playmate. The next paranormal experience happened in my brother's home in Moss Beach, California, approximately 1/4 of a mile from the Moss Beach Distillery, a restaurant that has a reputation for being haunted. When this experience happened, I did not know about the hauntings of the restaurant or of the history of the area. My brother's house has a downstairs bedroom that has long been considered my bedroom because I always slept there and always with the door locked since everyone else slept upstairs. One night, I was awakened out of deep sleep by a man's voice, a voice much deeper than that of my brother's. The voice sounded angry, full of accusation, and said, "You don't belong here." I had a brief glimpse of a man in my room. His back was to the window, so he was in silhouette, but very solid looking. What I could see was a very craggy and rough-hewn looking face, and he was wearing a heavy canvas jacket, like the type firemen or fishermen wear. He was pointing down at me in the bed. However, it was just that brief glimpse, and then it was gone. I've wondered if I dreamt it, because I was able to go right back to sleep. However, I doubt I would have dreamt that I didn't belong there, because I had spent so much time in my brother's house that I felt I had as much right to be there as my own brother did. When I told my brother of the incident, he said he had something spooky happen also. One night, about 2 a.m., he was still up reading when he heard someone coming up the stairs. My brother built his house from scratch and was very familiar with the entire house. It wasn't one creak that he heard. He heard every stair being trod upon. Thinking he had a prowler, he got out a gun and went to find out who was in his house. He found nothing, and all the windows and doors were locked tight. He said it was very eerie. Later we found out that Moss Beach coastline, not too far from Half Moon Bay, was the site of a lot of illegal bootlegging activity during Prohibition. There were accidents, gunfights, and other tragedies that follow illegal activity. Since finding out about the history of the area, we have since wondered what it was that my brother and I encountered. The last paranormal experience that happened occurred within a 3-month period after my mother's death. Perhaps I should say experiences, because on 3 separate occasions, I heard knocking. I was living with my maternal grandmother in the house my mother grew up. Each time I heard the knocking, it was just 3 evenly spaced knocks, but they were loud. Third time it happened, I went to answer the front door, convinced that someone was there. My bedroom was in the back of the house, which was some distance from the front door, so the knocks had to be loud for me to have heard them. I'm not positive, but I think it was Mom coming back to say hi. There's another possible experience. Both my husband and I felt something pressing down on the bed while we slept. The first time it happened to me, it woke me up. I thought the cat had just jumped on the bed near my feet. When I realized the cat was next to my pillow, it got my attention, but again, I was not afraid. The cat often moves his head and eyes like he is watching something I can't see, and only in the bedroom. And when I'm in the apartment alone, taking a shower, I hear a man's footsteps coming into the bathroom. They always sound the same, and I'm guessing they are a man's footsteps because the stride is wider than a woman's and heavier. Like I said, my experiences are very mild in comparison to what you have experienced. I've never felt fear during the experiences, but later, contemplating the possibilities, I tended to spook myself. Pretty tame stuff, but every now and then, it grabs my attention. I haven't tried to talk to any entity, if indeed there is an entity, because I would rather the experiences remain merely an amusing conversation piece, and not the source of a major investigation. Thanks for letting me share my story. You have a terrific site. I hope to visit again. Hi, I just wanted to submit my story of some experiences we had in the house my daughter and I lived in from August 2001 to February of 2002. This house is located in Pendleton, Oregon. In July 2001, we lived in a small duplex that burned down. So my daughter and I lived in it for a short while. Then the hospital I worked for had a house that no one was living in, so we were able to rent it. This house had a complete upstairs, then another apartment downstairs. When we first moved in, we didn't notice anything at all. Then my dad moved in with us and lived in the downstairs apartment. First thing that happened was in the very early AM, like 4 AM. We could hear a baby crying from somewhere in the house, but the exact location could never be found. Then my dad, who was a true skeptic of the supernatural, actually admitted they had seen a young woman in a large brimmed red hat in the downstairs area. Both my daughter and I could hear people walking up and down the concrete steps that led to the downstairs apartment. Shortly before Christmas that year, I was laying in bed, mostly asleep, but aware of the house, and I heard very distinct footsteps coming up the back steps, walk through the kitchen, dining room, living room, and into my bedroom. I even heard the bags rustle at the end of my bed as they walked by. I stand straight up, thinking it was my dad coming upstairs to tell me something, and when I looked, there was no one there. I laid back down and heard the footsteps walk back out of my room, through the other two rooms, and back down the stairs. One of the most interesting things that happened was that my daughter loved to sing, and she was recording herself sing on a very simple old-fashioned tape recorder. She sang 3 songs. On the first one, everything was fine. Then on the second one, it started out in her voice. Then all of a sudden, it was a man's voice singing the song. Then that song got over. Then it went back into her voice. This was so scary, we couldn't believe it. Then right after the New Year, my dad became very ill and was admitted to the hospital for over a month. While he was gone, the haunting became even more noticeable. We would hear very loud noises coming from downstairs, and the TV would turn on and just blare. So, I completely locked up the downstairs so no one could come or go from any of the entrances. One night my daughter and I were watching TV, and all of a sudden, the TV downstairs came on so loud, it was shaking the upstairs. You could hear people walking around in circles in the kitchen, and you could hear voices of 2 men arguing and talking, coming from the downstairs. We ended up having to move, so I don't know if any haunting continues there or not. The house has since been sold, and new people live there now, and I've always wanted to ask them. Hello, my name is Laura. I've had a lot of experiences in my life. A lot of people say ghosts follow me, and especially my sister-in-law, who has been around me when things seem to happen. I would like to share 2 incidents in particular that scared my family and also myself. The first story starts when we moved into my grandmother's house. Everybody in my family said it was haunted, but I did not believe it. I visited there and spent the night there a lot, and nothing too strange has happened that could not be explained. It was the second night in the house, and I was giving my daughter a bath. She was taking her bath, and I was sitting on the sink, plucking my eyebrows, when all of a sudden, she turned to me and said, "Mommy, there are red eyes in here." I said, "What? Where, honey?" She turned to show me, and look on her face was that of sheer terror. I would never forget the fear in her face. She let out a piercing scream, and I was afraid. She was acting like someone was coming after her. I ran, grabbed her out of the tub. We slipped to the door, and I dove out of the room. My husband was dead asleep on the couch, but he flew up and went into the bathroom, swinging his arms. He thought someone had broken in or something. She was really freaking out. We were in the living room trying to calm her down. She was hysterical. All she kept saying was, "He's gonna get me. Don't let him get me." And we said, "Who?" And she said, "The man with the eyes." We let her know she was okay, and nobody was coming for her. We almost calmed her down, and as soon as we said we wouldn't let anyone get her, and that she was safe. The garbage flung across the room, and it was loud. That was the last incident that night. My cousin was sleeping over one night. She went home crying because I told her about the incident that happened, and she got a little vocal to the ghost, and a screwdriver flew off the fridge and hit her in the stomach. There were happenings like doors opening, water turning off, scratching at the doors, and on, and toys going off by themselves. Second story. We recently moved from Fort Lauderdale to St. Augustine. We actually moved to Lake Butler. We lived out in the middle of nowhere. One day, I was up watching TV. I had nothing to drink, and I do not do anything else. Anyway, I was watching TV and got distracted by something out the window. It looked like a green glowing circle. It was about the size of a golf ball, and the light was gleaming off of this thing. I was wondering to myself what in the world. All of a sudden, came another one, and then another. In like 2 seconds, there seemed to be at least 10, and it looked like they were trying to come through the window. I got scared and turned my head, thinking it would go away. As I turned my head, I looked at the door window, and a flash of heat lightning or some kind of flash lit up the window, and it looked like a man, almost transparent, but not quite. He seemed dark. I don't know. Anyway, it is hard to explain, but it got me so bad, my body hurts. I ran to the window, closed the blinds, and ran to bed, and forced myself to sleep. Things still happen a lot. My family and I just choose to ignore it. I hope you all don't think I'm crazy. Thank you for listening.
I'm young, but have had my run of bad luck. When I was 8, 2 of my dearest friends were shot minutes after I had left the woods. Sandy, Claire, and I were in the woods in the summer. We had fallen asleep in the treehouse when all of a sudden, I was woken up by a noise. Sandy turned to me in her sleep and told me to run away as fast as I could. I was shocked and did not want to leave, but then she screamed at me. I took off running into the woods. I stopped and turned around to hear 2 gunshots and screams. They had been shot in their sleep. 3 years later, I was talking on the phone with a friend, and I noticed my dog staring at the corner of the room where I had a picture of my friends and I in the woods. I turned and saw a shadow in the window of a little girl. I told my friend about what I saw. I kept watching. It turned to me and said, "Run, run fast." My friend on the phone asked who was that. I turned off the phone and ran out of the house just as a window was broken in the house by a man with a gun. I ran next door and I called the police. This may not be one of the more exciting tales that you've heard, but I assure you that it's true. My name is Lindsay and I'm 16 years old. My best friend has claimed to be a psychic and has proven his ability several times. He enjoys freaking me out by reading my mind and knowing what I'm doing while I talk to him on the phone. He told me that he used to have guardian ghosts when he was little that only appeared by his bedside when he was woken up by nightmares. However, as I do not know the whole story behind his ghost, I'm writing about a different instance where his powers came in handy. One more note on him. He can astral project, meaning that he can send his presence places while his body is sitting comfortably at home. He has only done this with me once, when I was upset and crying while I was on the phone with him. Now for my experience. I was on the phone with my best friend, as usual. It was about midnight, and we had been having a very serious conversation. I was getting very upset, and was curled up on my bed with the phone. We had both been silent for about a minute, when I felt a presence in my room. I said, "You're here, aren't you?" Thinking that he projected himself into my room. He told me that it wasn't him. Suddenly, I was hit with a feeling of pure hatred and evil. Though I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, I knew exactly where the thing was. I huddled into the corner of my bed as I slowly became hysterical, saying, "There's something here. Get it out. It's here, and it's bad." He told me to block my mind and that he would help me. I kept saying, it's here, until he almost yelled at me. "No, it's not, Lindsay. It's here." I've never heard him say anything that angrily. We were silent again for about 2 or 3 minutes, until I worked up the courage to ask him what happened. He said that it was gone, that he had thought it off, whatever it was. We decided that our serious conversation had probably just opened up a window to some bad karma and had manifested itself in almost physical form. For the next few days, I avoided my room as much as possible. We decided to keep the serious conversations to a minimum for a while. I've had several experiences with entities, mostly I believe evil. They seem to be attracted to me. When I was about 5 to 8, my sister had a poster of E.T. that I was deathly afraid of. Its eyes would follow me, and I feel like I saw it wink. I think it might be a spirit working through it. When we moved from the house, I had the guts to rip it in half. Incidentally, my sister told me that last year she was deathly afraid of it too, but kept it because it scared me. Then when I was 10, I just turned out my nightlight and was starting to snuggle under the covers when I felt someone tickling the blankets around me. I was really sleepy at first, so I thought it was my mom, but the second I realized she went to bed hours ago, I flipped on my back and 2 disembodied hands started choking me. My spirit left my body. This is possible, and I ran down to my parents' room screaming to help me. When I realized I wasn't there, I was back in my bed. I was not dreaming because I had marks on my neck, and I remember the time exactly when I turned out my light. Then when I was 13 in my house, I now stay in one night, I was meditating, and when I was down, I went to blow out my candles and I looked out the window. I saw a short man all in black with glowing red eyes. I couldn't move and I was petrified until finally I ran to the bathroom. Soon afterwards, I could feel a presence in the room and I had horrible nightmares. I packed all my stuff up and moved to the empty room next door. I went back later and blessed the room in the name of my goddess and haven't felt it since. When I was 16, me and my friend, her boyfriend, and my boyfriend all went to this graveyard one night because if you went through this clearing, you can jump on top of the crypts and hang out. It was the boyfriend's idea. They were talking amongst themselves, and me and Tiffany were quiet when I heard a little girl's voice directly underneath say help me in a whisper. It kept on for a while, every couple of minutes, and kept getting louder. I noticed that every time it happened, Tiffany was looking around, and I asked her if she heard it. She said, yeah, it says help me. The guys never heard it. A little time after that, I was riding in a truck with friends, and a big swirl of fire leaped across the road. It almost looked like a tumbleweed the way it swirled. I wasn't on drugs or anything. Neither of my friends saw it. Then sometime this year, currently 19, I was riding along with a friend when I looked out the window and I saw this thing running along the side of the road. I thought it was a large black dog, and I watched as it moved ahead of the car and then darted in front. I screamed watch out, but it disappeared. My friend thought I was crazy. It wasn't just a shadow because I saw 4 legs moving, but if it was the ghost of a dog, it was a huge one. It was almost the size of a baby deer. Following this last encounter, I decided it was time to seek counsel from someone more familiar with the paranormal in an effort to make sense out of what was happening to myself and my family. I was fortunate enough to have become friends with a fellow service member whose wife had worked for a time at the Whaley House in Southern California. After relating to him some of the details of our ordeal, he assured me that she too had experienced encounters with the paranormal and would be most interested in hearing what I had to say. I made arrangements to meet with her at her earliest convenience. Cheryl was a very warm, gregarious woman and put me at ease immediately. She encouraged me to be open and honest about everything that I experienced and convinced me that she would believe everything I had to say. She had always been sensitive herself, she said, was well versed in the use and interpretation of tarot cards, and had participated in a great number of successful seance and Ouija sessions. I began my tale. After I'd finished, Cheryl immediately suggested that she and my wife and I make arrangements to meet the following weekend for a Ouija session at our apartment. She advised me not to purchase a board when I told her we did not own one. She claimed that they were dangerous and that she would create a disposable one when she arrived. As I left her, I was both anxious and apprehensive awaiting the weekend. The following Saturday evening, Cheryl arrived, as planned, and she immediately asked for a tablet of paper, a felt tip marker, and a roll of adhesive tape. She proceeded to create a Ouija board, fashioning it out of individual squares of paper and taping them to our kitchen tabletop. She then asked if we had a wine glass, which we gave her, and this she placed upside down in the middle of her unique creation. She instructed us to lightly place 2 fingers on each of the bottom of the inverted wine glass, and shortly after we did as she instructed, she began asking questions to our spirit. The results were immediate and amazing. The wine glass became animated and moved so swiftly that we literally could not keep our fingers upon it. It initially traveled just inside the perimeter of the board in ever-increasing circles. As Cheryl asked questions, it would spell out the answers and then continued on its frenzied journey as before. Judging from the answers we received during the course of our questioning, we all surmised that our ghost was actually my guardian spirit and had been with me since birth. She was, according to the answers we received, responsible for every paranormal experience I and my mother had ever witnessed. Her name was Rachel, but she indicated that she preferred that everyone other than myself referred to her as Z. When my wife, during the course of our questioning, addressed Z by her given name, my guardian spirit became highly agitated as the wine glass suddenly shot out from beneath our fingers and struck my wife in the collarbone. Cheryl suggested that we immediately terminate the interview at that point. She proceeded to remove all of the paper squares used to create our makeshift board from the table and burned them in our kitchen sink. Following this, she took the wine glass we had been using as a planchet and poured a liquid into it that she had gotten from a container in her purse. She mumbled something, drank the liquid from the glass, washed it in the sink, and returned it to my wife. Cheryl then sat down with us and explained that in her estimation, Rachel evidently considered me to be her property, so to speak, and was extremely jealous of any female that challenged her authority in that regard. She stated that Rachel was very empathetic to my emotional state and would tend to display more often when I was ill or at ease, or in a state of emotional distress or confusion. She suggested that my wife's and my recent reconciliation, following a brief separation, and my upcoming release from the service were likely contributing factors to the frequency and intensity of our recent experiences with her. She was somewhat concerned, she said, about Rachel's blatant hostility towards my wife, but felt that as our lives returned to normal, Rachel would follow suit. She was right for the most part, until shortly after we moved. Following my release from the service, we returned back to the Midwest and lived for a brief period of time with my in-laws. During this time, my wife gave birth to our youngest son, and our experiences with Rachel became nothing more than unbidden recurring memory. By May of 1977, I was gainfully employed again, and by the following month, we were able to secure a townhouse which we leased for a year. Shortly after arrival in our new home, Rachel decided it was time to become reacquainted. She began innocently enough. Initially, the TV just began changing channels by itself again. Then we noticed that the water taps would shut off by themselves as we washed dishes, bathed, or showered. Usually it was the hot water that would be slowly extinguished, leaving us to wash in the icy cold water. Unless, that is, Rachel was upset with us for some reason. Then it was the cold water, scalding us until we realized what was happening and could defeat our efforts. The faucet knobs would be visibly turned to the right and be shut off. It took us a while to notice this, but we eventually did. We became accustomed to keeping an eye on the faucets so we could thwart her attacks. I should stress here that while I say we, and I did witness many of these occurrences, I was not subject to them personally. When I say we, I mean my wife and extended family or friends that came to visit us. I should also note that Rachel never harmed or attempted to frighten the kids. I did, however, feel the effects of the furnace when it began turning on by itself during the summer months and the air conditioning turning on in the winter. It got to the point where my wife and I trained ourselves to subconsciously listen for almost a click of the thermostat control, so we could react quickly and accordingly. As odd as it sounds, these daily interruptions to our lives became almost commonplace and second nature until they were brought to our attention, sometimes hysterically, by our house guests, at which point we attempted, as rationally as we could considering the circumstances, to explain the phenomenon. We were for the most part able to assuage their fears. That is until my friend Dave spent the night. Dave was a lifelong friend of mine who called me unexpectedly one cold wintry night and explained that he had been physically evicted from his apartment by his wife, under threat of death should he attempt to remain, he claimed. He desperately needed a place to stay until she calmed down and became rational, so I, of course, invited him over immediately. He arrived at our townhouse shortly thereafter, carrying a sleeping bag and an overnight case containing what little he was able to stuff into it as his wife chased him around their apartment. He filled me in on all the juicy details of the latest arguments, and then, reluctantly, I was forced to bid him goodnight as it was getting late and I had to get up for work very early the following morning. He was settled in a sleeping bag on the living room couch, watching TV as I headed upstairs to bed. I didn't see Dave for a very long time after that. When I woke the following morning and headed downstairs for my coffee and car keys, I immediately noticed that while Dave's sleeping bag, shirt, and shoes were still lying on the floor where he had left them the preceding night, he and his pants were nowhere to be found. Somewhat alarmed, I immediately went to the kitchen window, looked out into the parking lot, and noticed that his car was also gone. Had his wife called him at her house and begged him to come home, with the phone in our bedroom, we would have surely been awakened by its ringing, and Dave had assured me that his wife had no idea where he had gone. Had he called her perhaps? If so, why then hadn't he dressed before he left? Especially considering an extreme cold and with a foot of snow on the ground, there had to be a reasonable explanation, or so I hoped. Returning home from work that night, I immediately attempted to contact Dave by telephone at his apartment. The operator informed me that his line had been temporarily disconnected. I later learned that it had been ripped from the wall during he and his wife's argument. Growing more concerned, I then called his brother and was relieved to hear that he had indeed returned home to his wife the previous night. The circumstances regarding his sudden, half-nude departure from our house, however, was going to be left for Dave to explain, but Dave made no effort to contact me at all. 2 weeks to the day later, I was finally able to contact Dave by telephone at his apartment. He assured me that he and his wife were doing fine again and then oddly asked if I would personally return or mail to him the belongings left at our house that night. I suggested that he stop by for them one evening and fill me in on the details surrounding his sudden departure, but he emphatically refused. In fact, he stated that he would never set foot again in our house if he had anything at all to say or do about it. I was extremely perplexed at this point, and it took me 2 months and a 12-pack of beer to finally pry the story out of him, during which time I held his possession hostage. It seems that shortly after I had gone to bed that night, Dave decided that he should also get some sleep. He told me that he had gotten up from the couch and turned off the television and then slipped back into his sleeping bag. Almost immediately after he had settled in, facing the back of the couch, he said that someone tapped him on the shoulder. Assuming it was me, he turned over to face where he thought it would be standing and saw only the darkened living room. As my mother had years earlier, Dave said he came to the immediate conclusion that I was messing around with him and simply rolled over to go back to sleep. As soon as he did, he said, came the shoulder tapping once again. He claimed that he jumped up and turned on the lamp at the end of the couch, hoping to catch me as I ran to hide, and was surprised to find the living room once again empty. Somewhat unnerved, but again blaming me, he turned off the light, this time deciding to face the living room. The tapping now came from behind the couch. He ignored it. It came again. He again refused to acknowledge it. Suddenly, he said, one end of the couch, with him on it, was propelled approximately 3 feet into the air and dropped to the floor. He struggled out of the sleeping bag and bolted straight upstairs to where my family and I slept. He stood, he said, outside our bedroom doorway for almost 10 minutes, torn between awaking us or fleeing. After calming down, he decided to go to the bathroom and return to his sleeping bag, having rationalized that what he experienced could be attributed to that night's activities with his wife. He returned downstairs and headed for the half bath located directly off of the kitchen. As he approached the bathroom doorway, he said that the bathroom light suddenly turned on by itself and the door slammed shut directly in his face, missing him by only fractions of an inch. That was the final straw. He grabbed his pants from the floor near the end of the couch. He would have left them too, he said, had it not been for the fact that they held his car keys, and ran for the outside door. As he ran through the snow, struggling to get into his pants, he claimed that as he looked back, towards the apartment windows. The bathroom curtains parted and the light went out. Dave held true to his word and never returned to our apartment again. I delivered his belongings to him personally as he requested. This is not a personal experience, but that of a friend. Her mother had been recently divorced and decided to buy a cute little house for herself and her 2 daughters to live in. The house was that of an elderly lady who was confined to a wheelchair. Before they moved in, the place needed a good cleaning, and some of the carpets needed changing, most notably the one upstairs, which had been the woman's bedroom and where she painted with oil paints, because there had been a worn path from the wheels on her wheelchair through the upstairs room where the lady had spent most of her time. The girls took the upstairs room, and their mother was downstairs. In the beginning, my girlfriend would hear noises during the night, but would think it was either the house settling or her imagination. Then she started to smell paint for no apparent reason, with or without the windows open, breeze or no breeze, night or day. The sounds became more defined and would often happen often. She told me that it sounded as though someone was moving around her room. She would hear the squeak of wheels, and the smell of paint was so strong. I never had the impression of fear from her. She often joked and said it was her room before it was mine, and she has every right to be here. In the 3 years that they lived in the house, before they moved out of state, the carpet in her room had to be changed 3 times because the same worn marks had been there when they first bought the house. It kept coming back. When I was little, my family just moved into a house in Des Moines, and the first night we stayed there, I had to sleep on the couch in the living room, with me being the oldest and all. Well, let's get on to the point. Here's what happened. I got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. I came back, and the last thing I saw was my covers and my pillow. I started to shut my eyes, but then I opened them up for some reason, because I got a really strange feeling that I couldn't describe. And I saw a man right in front of me. He almost looked like an Amish guy, and he had these weird green eyes, and he just stared and glared at me. It felt so demonic. It felt almost evil. I couldn't even sleep. After that, I just froze. Then I put my head under my covers and screamed, "Mom, Dad." Just before my parents rushed in to see what was the matter, the Amish guy looked me dead in the eye, and he said one thing. He said, "If you ever tell anybody this happened, then you're going to die." The thing was, he was telepathically communicating with me. He didn't say it from his mouth, but he said it through his mind. I'm not sure if that makes sense or anything, but that's just what I felt. That was probably the most scariest ghost story I could ever tell to anybody, so I hope you enjoyed it.
I stumbled across your website about ghost hauntings and thought my current story could be handy. Firstly, I live in a little town and village at one of the most southern parts in Australia, along the SC coast. I'm 21 years old, never touched a single bad drug in my life except alcohol, and have no family with mental illness in my bloodline. About 4 months ago, I was reading my book in bed, and the lights were on. My dog was on the bed with me. Suddenly, at approximately 11 p.m., I heard a clap at the end of my bed, and the room went sorta cold. Suddenly, I heard a breathing hovering at the end of my bed, like something was watching me. I saw the dog growling at it. I checked outside to see if anything was out the window. Nothing could explain this demonic-sounding breathing that grew louder and was getting slowly closer to me. As I was creeped out, I went on to my sister's room and was explaining what was happening when all of a sudden it was behind me, right next to my ear. It went into my sister's room, and this time it got extremely loud. She started crying and hiding under her boyfriend's arm. It stopped and went away. For the next week, I started to notice whenever I walked into different buildings, the power would fade in and out for a second. Everywhere I went. I put it down as coincidence until it just became too much of a coincidence. Also, at one point in this week, I swear I heard a demonic voice in the living room saying something I could not understand. I told it to leave. After a while, things stopped, and 2 months after the first incident, I was laying in bed one morning where suddenly I froze. I was trying to send a text message, and from what I recall, the writing changed. I was trying to read it, but my vision blurred, my body was shaking, and I could not speak. I definitely was not religious, but I was praying subconsciously. It was really intense. This lasted about 2 seconds, 2 months later, and it's up to today, on Monday. On Friday night, my mate stayed over. My dog was on my bed once again. I heard my dog growling at something, and based on past experiences, I decided to just roll the other way and sort of just block out everything. My mate, on the other hand, was scared to death, as he told me the next morning that a really bad presence was in the room. He said he just could feel it. It was suddenly cold, and he said breathing came from the hallway, got louder, and went into my bathroom, which is when the dog started to growl. It stuck around for about 2 minutes. My mate was too scared to move, and didn't even tell me it was happening. Last Sunday, possibly the most intense thing happened at around 4:30 a.m. I went to turn the DVD player off with the remote. I accidentally fell asleep with it on, and then rolled onto my left side. Out of nowhere, wind was rapidly blowing in the room. It was a harsh, freezing cold wind, blowing on my face as I was covered by my blanket. A very deep, dark, but clearer than usual voice echoed in my right ear. It was saying something in a totally foreign language I had never heard like before. I could not control my body at this time. I was frozen into my bed and could not speak. I was trying to recite a prayer that my mate's dad, who is a priest, told me to say if shit ever went down. I could only mumble it, and this time it snapped out, and I yelled the word God subconsciously. The room became so still. It was daunting. I like to consider myself to be very logical and usually skeptical. I never would have believed such stories in the past, but now that I've experienced it and have heard so many stories of my friends doing seances and stuff, I think it's legit. I do not believe this to be a human spirit. I actually believe it to be some form of bad spirit or a demon. I still am not a religious person. However, I now believe in the unseen. I hope to get some much needed sleep now. I've had slight hauntings all my life. Just little things that I'm sure mostly everyone has had happen to them. That is until my family moved into a home in De Pere, Wisconsin. The home is an area rich with history. It is supposedly where the last Dauphin was found. I've heard stories from other people whom lived in this area, and a lot of them have problems with their homes as well. Here is my story. We moved into the home when I was about 13 years old. At first, we loved the house and how big it was, but in the first few minutes of running through it, I could almost sense something was really odd about the house. It was just a spooky feeling that I had when entering some of the rooms. Our dog would freak out a lot and bark at imaginary things and would refuse to enter some rooms. Our friend would refuse to spend a night because they felt something evil in the home, and some claimed to see demons and shadow people. I came home to find my best friend sitting on my porch shaking and crying. She told me that she was in my bedroom and heard my mother's bedroom door slam shut. She went to investigate and found that there was no reason for the door to slam like it did. So, she opened the door and set a heavy clothes basket in between the door frame and the door itself. She left the area, only to hear the door slam shut 5 seconds later. She went back and found the clothes basket had been flung inside of the room. We also had an unusual fire that should have killed all of us, but for some reason, I woke up to discover its TVs would flip on and off by themselves also. Alarm clocks would never stop the correct time either. I almost felt like the house had a good and evil battle going on with it, and we were caught in the crossfire. My sister and her friends would hear moaning noises a lot too. We finally told her mother that we needed to move, and she did not put up a fight. The day we moved out, she confessed to us that when she was sleeping, she would wake up to a feeling like someone was sitting on her and strangling her. She even felt the fingers once. When we got to our new house, the neighbors came over to greet us. They asked where we had just moved from. We gave them the address, and they got all very pale and told us that they too had lived in the same house and asked us if we had any problems living there. We compared stories, and almost everything was the same.
The home is almost always for sale or rent. It just seems nobody wants to stay in it for very long. I did meet the current owner once, and he told me he has had no problems with the home, but I'm sure that he either is not noticing, or maybe the demons have finally left. It just seems like every home I lived in has the same little type of hauntings with it, or I'm just sensitive to that kind of energy, which I could live without. I have many things I could post here, but some I'm not ready to share yet. Hello, my name is Tiffany, and I have some uncertainties maybe you can clear up for me. When I was 6 years of age, my father was killed in a car accident on his way to work. To this day, I strongly feel his spirit remains with me. For the record, I love my father dearly, still do, and miss him so much. In the spring of 1992, as a class project for our psychology class, we had to take notes that night of the dream we had, if one was had, and share it with the class the next day. I still to this day cannot decipher if what I had was a dream or a near-death experience. I dreamt I sat in this tunnel. It had all my favorite childhood memories within it, my stuffed bear, my ball, my favorite tricycle, etc. Also in that tunnel was my father, dressed in a white gown, sitting on a chair. I knelt down next to him and listened to him tell me, "Tiffany, I love you, and I need you to understand this is not your time." I told him that I loved him and missed him so much, but he told me that I couldn't go, because then I couldn't tell my mom what he wanted me to share with her. He told me, "I understand you miss me, but you have to understand that one day we will all be together, and that time is not now. You have to let your mother know how much I miss her and care about her, as well as the rest of you. I have 6 siblings. The light in this tunnel was absolutely beautiful. I've never seen anything like it before. As I was drifting away from him in the dream, I was waking up, sobbing uncontrollably. Of course, I had to go and share this with my mom, and she was speechless. Since then, I've only had one other dream with my dad and siblings in it. Of course, real as ever, and again, so upset I couldn't be with them. I'm just not so sure if the first one was an actual dream, out-of-body experience, or near-death experience. It was just amazing. My second experience, when I was 20 to 21, I became pregnant. I lived with my cousin and her boyfriend in Ballsville, New York, in an apartment on Downer Street. One night, while I was close to my expecting date, I woke up to a woman without a face in a white gown, almost like a nun sitting at the end of my bed. When I sat up, she immediately disappeared. She showed up a few times after, almost as though she was watching over me. It didn't matter if I moved my bed from one side of the room to the other, she still found her way. To this current day, I still feel like I have family who have passed on watching over me. I've been told I have an older man, usually sitting at my kitchen table with a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other, which sounds much like my grandfather. I can't tell you how many times my fiance, 2 older sons, and myself have put our cell phones, digital camera, flashlights, anything with batteries on the kitchen counter, and within hours, the batteries are almost drained. We don't place these items up there as often as we used to. Many times when family is going to pass on, see the individual in a dream the night before, and that's when I know their time has come. I've had dreams which include the dead meant for other people, and let me tell you, they physically drain me. Oh my god, sometimes it's fun though. When relaying the message to the rightful person and seeing their expression when I tell them something I have previous knowledge of, and don't know what it means, but they have an understanding. It is just amazing. It seems to bring relief to them. I don't know if you can sort any of this out, or if any of this makes sense to you, but I know this stuff has happened to me, and it doesn't scare me. It seems like more of a wake-up call. Thank you for your time, and have a great evening. Thank you for listening as well. I sincerely appreciate it. My children and I had a very bad experience with a demon in a house that we lived in. My son became very scared one night as he viewed a ghost of a man with a sword sticking out of its side. This ghost was standing in the doorway of my son's bedroom very late one night. He said this thing was just giving him the feeling of such terrible dread and hatred. It made my son feel like it was going to kill us. My son started sleeping in my daughter's bedroom, and that thing started going from room to room, looking for my son, and so it started coming into our room and scaring the daylights out of me. I felt the hatred and anger. I know that it would have killed us if we had not gotten our pastor out there to help us. When our pastor pulled into our drive, he said he felt the anger and hatred just emanating from the house to the outside. He knew what we were up against, and we immediately started saying prayers to Jesus and his army of saints to fight for us. It ended up working so well that while we were living there, we had no more problems. But whenever we drive by, we cannot even look at the house. I know this was a short one, but I appreciate you listening. Hi, my name is Diane. Growing up in Detroit, my family lived in a house that was haunted. On several occasions, my whole family would hear loud crashes that could only be described as boxes of dishes being smashed. Everyone in my family experienced several ghost contacts in one form or another. On 3 different occasions with 3 different family members, a man about 60 was seen wearing a plaid flannel shirt. This man mainly stood there looking at the person, never attempted communication or harm. I was about 8 when he appeared, and I was the first one to see him, although my sister, who was 7 years older than me, was not present. I tell this to you now, so later you will understand. My relatives from out of town were visiting, and the adults were sitting in the living room after dinner. I was extremely quiet in the hopes that only a child can have, that they would forget that I was there. I was sitting on the couch and the front door was open, with the screen door closed. I saw the man wearing a red plaid shirt, staying at the front door looking in. I told my family, and they thought I was overtired and put me to bed. Later that same week, my older sister was getting into the shower when she saw a man in a red plaid shirt standing in the bathroom with her. She freaked out and told my mother, who this time listened more closely. She then revealed that she too had seen the man in the red shirt standing in the kitchen by the sink, looking like he was getting a glass of water. All family members routinely heard footsteps throughout the house, especially going up the stairs into an attic bedroom. The steps would continue across the floor. All my family members experienced this together and separate on several different occasions. My sister's, whose bedroom it was for a while, admitted she was scared to sleep in that room and was frightened very often, thinking that someone was coming into her room. I later had that same bedroom and became so afraid of it that I began sleeping on the living room sofa. On several occasions, dishes in the house would break when put in a certain china cabinet, and on 2 separate occasions, a silver meat platter in the china cabinet, whose doors were kept closed, flew across the room at my mother. Lights turned off in the basement would be on when we would wake up every morning. The dryer would routinely come on by itself, and even after the electric was checked out, this still continued. The basement had an old coal room that had been converted into a storage room with paint cans and stuff. This room had a negative feeling, and no one in the family liked to even go in there. Likewise, no one in the family wanted to go under the stairs, although no one had a mysterious occurrence in those places. Every family member in that house had heard their name called on different occasions many times when they were home alone. One occasion comes to mind. My father, who was home alone, was working in the basement. My mother, sister, and I were out shopping at the mall. He distinctly heard the front door open, even though it was locked, and someone walked across the living room and the kitchen. He walked upstairs and found the front door locked, as he knew he would. It was then that someone called his name. He answered, and no one said anything after that. Another all-family experience came when we all went to visit my grandmother, who lived across town. We even brought the family dog. We were returning home, and as we pulled into the driveway, I saw the drapes move back like someone was watching us return. I said, "Did you see that?" And my father countered, "What did you see?" I told him, and he and my mother and sister agreed that this is what they saw too. My dad went into the house first while we waited in the car. Everything was just as we left it, with the doors locked. On one occasion, I woke to having a woman staying at the foot of my bed. She disappeared as soon as I got a good look at her. Her name was Anne. She said she had lived in that house. No one in that house ever saw Anne again. This house had an addition that was a former dining room off the back. It had built-in china cabinets that would fly open on no occasion, even after my mother put hooks on them, thinking the wood was swelling. Music was often heard playing softly. In all, it was a weird place to live, and we were all very glad to move, but we did live there over 20 years. My parents moved into an apartment, as I did in a different location, while staying with them because I had become extremely ill. I had a unique experience of a ghost nurse who took care of me. My parents were asleep and I was lying on the sofa, so hot but lucid. I could hear them snoring from the bedroom. I heard soft whispers shuffle across the floor and felt a cold hand lovingly touch my forehead, checking my fever, a comfort. I was not afraid really, and somehow thought Grandma is here, but I had no evidence of this. I remember keeping my eyes closed, just knowing my nurse did not want me to see her. I was very conscious of my parents snoring and knew it was not them. When the feet shuffled off, I opened my eyes and got up and looked at my parents. They were sound asleep. The whole situation lasted maybe 2 minutes, yet I started to improve that night. Hi, I don't have any pictures or sound files, but I just wanted to share my story, and maybe you can give me an idea of what on earth I saw. When I was 6, I shared a room with my older brother. He was fast asleep, but I couldn't resist. I remember tossing and turning. I had this toy closet with a short door on it. I looked at the door and saw a large hole in it. It was black with no real shape and had a hole in the middle of it, the only spot that wasn't black. Anyway, I get up and shake the curtains, trying to see if it was a shadow. I put my hand in front of it. I move my toys and dolls. What is making the shadow, I thought. I stood in front of it and just stared, and then moved off the door and just hovered in front of me. Now, this is where it sounds really stupid, but remember, I was only a kid. I asked if it wanted to play chess. I was frightened, but didn't know what else to do. I turned and ran and looked, seeing it coming from behind me. I look up at my door. My room had no door, just an opening, and there was a black shadowy figure, like the smaller one, but in the shape of a very, very tall man. He was blocking my way out, but I didn't care. I ran through him and into my parents' room, under their covers, and never peeked out. Years later, when I was around 14, my best friend spent the night with me in that same room, and told me she woke up around 5 a.m. to see a tall, shadowy man looking down at us in the darkness. She thought it was my father. My father never comes up into my room. He never has. I know this is real. I wasn't dreaming or just imagining things. Have you ever heard a story similar to this before about a black figure that changed shape? I've never seen them since, but I'm still curious. After reading some of the experience others have shared, I wanted to highlight a few of my own. I tend to be very observant of activity around me, whether I see it or not. Some people think it's an overactive imagination, but if they felt and saw some of the things I have, they would think otherwise. I guess my first experience would have to begin with what I consider my guardian angel. To start off, I lived in a fairly average house with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, which was built in 1960. There were no previous owners. My room was at the end of a long hallway with my parents right next to it, quite convenient for late night toilets. When I was around 6 years old, I had my first experience with a world other than my own. I remember it so clearly. I'd been asleep and had a disturbing dream. I woke up, about to call for my mother. At the time, my bed was on the opposite wall of the door, and I could see my parents' room and most of the hallway. Before I called out what I saw, what I thought was my mother came into the room. I had a distinct feeling of peace immediately. I saw her clearly wearing her bathrobe with the blue and white stripe down the center and rollers in her hair. She walked into the room and up the length of my bed. When she reached the head of the bed, I put out my hand to her and felt nothing but cool air. She just looked down, smiled, and vanished. It did not frighten me that she was gone, just the opposite. I felt relieved and immediately fell asleep. The next morning, when I awoke, I saw my mother in the living room and noticed that she did not have any rollers in her hair. I asked if she had worn anything the night before, and she said no. I then asked if she had come into my room that night, and again, the answer was no. I did not say anything further in case she would say I was just dreaming. I knew then, as I do now, that I was not dreaming. It wasn't until a few years later that I told her when another strange thing happened to me as I lay in bed. I was about 15 at the time and still having trouble sleeping. My room had since been rearranged differently, with the head of my bed moved to the diagonal corner from my door, still viewing my parents' room. As I lay waiting for sleep to take me, I had the strangest feeling overcome me. This has happened twice since. I was laying on my side, staring at the opposite wall, when my vision began to tunnel. I felt my body begin to go numb and could hear, distinctly, my heartbeat slow. At first I thought I was slowly falling asleep, until I realized that I was very much awake. I was still staring at the wall, and I could make out my hand laying in front of me. I tried to move but could not. I tried to call out and could not. I thought I was dying. I could still hear my heart slow and was watching as my eyesight dimmed. Just before all that went black, I heard a distinct voice, which I thought was my mother, call my name. I heard it several times before my body and mind were together again. As soon as I could move, I sat up to see if my mother was in the room. She was not. I then went into my parents' room, where both were sound asleep. I was extremely perplexed and exhausted after the ordeal. The next morning, I told my mother about the night before and about the time I was 6. She told me that it must have been my guardian angel, coming in a form that was soothing to me. I've now been to college twice and had other strange activity that did and did not include my angel. That can go for another time. And never forget that the young are always prone to see and hear what we cannot, because they are more open to the world than elders. It's not always an overactive imagination either. Thanks for reading. I've only had one paranormal experience. It happened last October when my boyfriend had temporarily rented a trailer. We had lived there for almost 2 months and nothing out of the ordinary had happened. One afternoon, he decided to take a nap and I was in the living room watching TV. I started hearing this really strange continuous screeching noise. It sounded like it was coming from inside the wall beside his bedroom door. When I walked over there, it stopped. I sat back down and started watching TV again, and it started back again. This time, I walked into the kitchen. The bedroom was right beside the kitchen, and I started opening the bottom cabinets, and once again, the screeching stopped. I never said anything about it to my boyfriend because I didn't think a lot about it at the time. A couple of days later, we were in the kitchen eating breakfast, and he told me that the day before, when he was there by himself, that he heard a weird, loud screeching noise. He said he tried to find it where it was coming from, and it would not stop when he'd look. I told him that the same thing had happened to me while he was asleep a few days earlier. We both talked about ghosts and laughed about it, pretty much dismissing it as a joke. A few minutes later, his mom came and stayed all night and was asleep on the living room couch. This particular night, we were sleeping in the bedroom on the opposite end of the trailer. It was really late, probably around 3 a.m., and we had been laying there talking when I started hearing this noise. It was kind of like the screeching, but much quieter, and screeched at intervals, like footsteps. I thought my boyfriend had his hand dropped over the side of the bed, making that noise with his hand against the plastic on the mattress. I said, "Brian, quit making that noise." He said, "I'm not making that noise," and held up both of his hands. He looked at me as scared as I looked back at him and said, "Get up and get dressed." As soon as he said that, you could actually tell where the screeching was moving through the room to the corner beside the bed and feel this undescribable presence, and all of a sudden, the screeching just went crazy and so loud. It was right there. Needless to say, within a split second, it was the only one there. Now, can you imagine 2 grown adults running into the living room to wake up his mom? She said she hadn't heard anything, but that we scared her to death running through the living room at 3 a.m. in the morning like we were on fire. We sat up in the living room for the rest of the night and moved back to his mom's house within the week. So far, that's the only experience that I've had. I'm the only one in my family who believes in ghosts. I have plenty of reasons too. Many of these experiences I've never spoken of to anybody until now. My friends and family wouldn't believe me if I began to tell them, because I have so many different experiences with what I believe are ghosts. I think I'm meant to know of them. I feel like I have a connection with the dead. All of this probably sounds pretty unbelievable, especially coming from someone as young as I am, but it all happened. When I was very young, like maybe 3, I remember being watched. I remember shadows by the closet door. I think it was the shadow of a man. He watched me every night. Usually, he would just stand there. Once or twice, he would move towards me, and I ran into my parents' room, where they would let me stay. The shadow followed me into that room too, but I felt safe with my parents. For the next couple of years, I don't remember much. When I was 5, I lived on a farm in Nebraska. It was a really quiet area. I remember seeing a young woman, late teens, early 20s, running through the woods, laughing and giggling. If any of my experiences were to be blamed on my imagination, it would be this one. Though it was only my imagination, I don't understand how it appeared in my memory with such vivid detail. Later that year, I moved back to my home state, Virginia. Virginia is a pretty amazing state. It is one of the first places people came to when they discovered America, and it is also full of historical sites from both the Revolutionary War and Civil War, many battlefields and cemeteries. Anyway, when I first moved back there, my mother, my brother, and I were staying with my grandparents. It's a pretty old brick house. Before my grandparents moved into it, it was owned by my great aunt Clara. Ever since the first time I stepped into my grandma and grandpa's bedroom, I always get the chills. Even now, I dread going in there alone. When I was younger, the eyes of the picture of Aunt Clara would follow me. They would follow me across the room. My brother has always been just as scared of the room as I have. He would never tell anybody why. To this day, he refuses to go into the room. I remember the scariest was when I was 5. I was napping on Grandma's bed, and I was dreaming about Great Aunt Clara. All I remember about the dream was that she was wearing all black, and she was reaching out to me. I woke up sweating. The room was so dark, but I made out her figure standing at the front of the bed, reaching out to me like in a dream. I got up and ran out of the room and into the dining room, where I was pushed headfirst into the leg of the large solid dining room table. I turned to see who had pushed me, and nobody was there. I had to go to the emergency room for stitches in my forehead. I never told anybody about seeing her because nobody would have believed me. Shortly after, we moved. My name is John, and this happened when I was 10 or 11 years old, so it would be around 1978 or 79. While I was younger, I was involved with the church, and this happened one Sunday morning while I was setting up for Mass. I was the only one in the building setting up when I heard a loud bang coming from the choir loft at the other end of the building. Curious, I stepped out from where I was and called out hello, and there was no answer, so I figured that the person just didn't hear me and was just doing what they needed to do and getting ready. I was looking up the chair loft to see if I could see the person, and there was no one there, and figured that someone had just fallen down, and the noise just echoed throughout the church. I was just going through the normal, rational ideas to come up with a reason for what I had just heard. Right then and there, I had a feeling that I wasn't alone. Normally, I would have minded, because I figured that the organist came in early to get ready, but this was different. I had this uneasy feeling that not only was my life in jeopardy, but my soul was. It was a fear that I never felt before, or since. As I was looking up at the chair loft, I couldn't see anyone yet.
I could sense that there was something up there. It then appeared to me. It was a shapeless and formless figure, and it was exuding, or giving off this evil that just penetrated through me like sound would at a concert if you were standing too close to the amps. What I felt went way beyond the fight or flight reaction people talk about when faced with a situation like this. I was frozen there, beyond being scared, and my mind didn't process things for a few seconds. Then all of a sudden, I guess my mind snapped back to reality, and I just ran and took off out of the church and stayed there. I then saw the priest come out of the rectory and started going over to the church. I didn't realize how far I ran until I started walking back to the church. I'd ran about 100 to 150 feet from the church when the priest had finally seen me fully dressed to take part in the mass and seen how freaked out I was. He asked me what had happened, so I told him what happened and what I'd seen and felt. He tried to reassure me that it was probably my imagination, that it was an old church, and that it might have been just something falling or something mechanical. The thing is, I've been in that building long enough to know the sounds of the mechanical devices when they kick on and off. Another thing that I know is that my imagination wouldn't give me that life-threatening feeling of being able to tell me that there was something giving off such evil that reverberated throughout my body. I've always been a skeptical person, even since I was this age, and not only that, I've never let my mind get the better of me. I've never lost my faith in God and His advisory, and I feel that's what this one was. Some kind of evil spirit or demon, and since that day, whenever I went into that church, I always made sure that there would be someone else there so that I wouldn't have to come across that thing again. Then again, this wouldn't be the first time I've come across something like this. But then again, that's a story for another time. It's because of this situation that I became curious about the paranormal, and yet I still try to rationalize everything. When dealing with a situation like this, I believe that saying if you rule out the probable, all that remains, however improbable, must be possible. I still feel funny talking about this because the only people that seem to believe me are the children around here. We moved to this 120-year-old farmhouse about 4 years ago. When we first moved here, my youngest son was 3. He would ride his tricycle back and forth from the living room to the kitchen, which at the end was the basement door. I was doing the dishes when he turned to me and asked me to stop laughing at him. I told him I didn't say anything, so he proceeded to go back to the living room and back again. When he reached the basement door, he turned to me and said, "Can you hear them, Mommy? They're laughing at me." I left it alone, but I never forgot it. As time went on, little things would happen that really got my attention, like the smell of perspiration when nobody was around. It would only last a minute or two, and would only be in one spot of the room. I would go to other parts of the room, but could smell nothing, until I went back to the original spot, and it would still be there. I would also smell it, as if it were just passing by in front of me, and then be gone. This continued for the next year, and then one day, I laid down with my son for a nap. It was about 1 in the afternoon. I would wait until he fell asleep, and then I would get up, but before I could move, our bed started shaking for no reason. It only lasted a couple of minutes. After that, things happened a lot. My 8-year-old started to get smacked on the leg when he was asleep. He would always come downstairs afraid after it would happen. I started getting nudged in my leg at night, like someone was trying to wake me up. I'm a very light sleeper, so I would wake up immediately and look all around my bed and my room, but nobody was there. One night, when I was sleeping, I felt something lay across my legs. I tried to move, but it was so heavy, so I started to kick real hard and crazy, and it went away. Again, nothing was there. My son was 5 when he asked me if I could see the man's work boots standing in my dining room. He would see black things floating by and asked if I saw them. He would describe them like shadows. But the clincher was when we were all sleeping at 4 a.m. in the morning and my dresser started shaking so hard I thought I was going to fall over. I spoke to my pastor's wife about it, and she said they say a prayer every night and then ask the Lord to protect them from any harm or evil. I started to do that with my children as well, and we added it to our prayers
but we also added spirits also, and we've never had another problem since. Occasionally, I do still smell him from time to time, and I do still hear footsteps across the ceiling when nobody is upstairs, but that's no problem. I don't mind. Thanks for giving me a place to tell my story and not feel like I'm crazy. My friend's sister-in-law has had a lot of weird experiences in her house, and so have other people who have been there. I'm not going to go into detail about them, but I'm just going to list a few before she got her second dog, Harvey. The first one she had always used to run into the computer room in the middle of the night and just stand there barking. And when she got her other dog, Max, he also did the same, but instead, it was in the kitchen. My friend's mom was helping clean up one day when he heard someone scream in her ear. When she went downstairs, her nephew was the only one there, and he hadn't heard anything. Also, my friend's sister-in-law saw the shadow of the man out of the corner of her eye, and sometimes the kettle turns itself on and off. One time, I slept there for 2 nights, and I never noticed anything. I was even walking around the house in the pitch black dark to find the dog, and I still never noticed anything. Recently, she put the house up for sale because of everything that went on. My friend and her sister-in-law were going into town that morning. First, there was a man coming to value the house, so we went and sat there for 15 minutes. The man was just talking to her about the house when he heard this sort of dragging sound, and it sounded like the kettle boiling also, but we didn't say anything, just looked at each other and waited to see if the man would notice, but he either didn't or didn't want to say anything. When the man had left, we were just heading out the door, and we looked into the kitchen to see that the kettle had been dragged right forward to the edge of the counter. Whether it had boiled or not, I don't know. I work at the Days Inn at the airport in Colorado Springs, Colorado. I am almost positive we have a ghost occupying one of our rooms. I was taking a picture of the hotel for a website and brochure and had downloaded the images to the computer behind the front desk. The hotel facade had a few flaws, cracks here and there, so I thought I'd mask them with a Photoshop type program. To get a better idea where the flaws were, I made a negative copy of the picture to see what needed to be fixed. I zoomed in on a small crack in the stucco on the second floor, one room over from the lobby area. I zoomed back out to see how large this was, and happened to look at the glass in the window of room 207. There appeared to be an elderly gentleman looking out at me. I showed this picture to a few coworkers, and most of them agreed that there was someone looking at me. Unfortunately, now, housekeeping won't even clean that room if for some reason it gets rented. I have a few pictures from inside that room that I'll be sending as soon as I can remember where I put the discs. One pic is taken from directly outside the door and has an orb. The next is inside the room and has what I can only describe as a floating worm light. I suspect Henry, well, he's got to have a name, just likes it up there because it's peaceful. A few guests have complained about chills or a bumping noise, but nothing more than that. Still, it would be really nice to find out for certain just what is going on up there. What I find funny is that I've had one of my friends and coworkers go up there with me just so I could take the pictures. I'm a 6'2", 240-pound male, and she's 6 foot and weighs about 115. What kind of chicken am I? Oh well, better to be safe than sorry. If any pro ghost hunters happen to be in the area and want to check it out, drop me a line. I'll give you a good rate. I just remembered something that happened to one of the girls that works here though. Shortly after I showed her the pictures at 207, she went up there by herself, looked around, and then sat on the bed. The smoke detector was directly above her and fell, giving her a small lump and a big scare. I guess he doesn't like her too much. One other thing. Just this morning, I heard some tapping upstairs. There's no one on the second floor right now. I only have 5 people in the house, and they are all at the end of the hallway on the first floor. Maybe Henry doesn't like getting publicity. My house is haunted by something, someone. It's never really bothered me. It's nothing big, Doors opening, radio turning on and off by itself, footsteps, floorboards quake, noises in the attic, but as I said, it never really bothered me until about 4 months ago. I always wake up in the middle of the night, but one night, I woke up around 2:30 a.m. to a tight feeling in my chest. It wasn't so much tight as it was heavy, like a weight or something, but it wasn't all that. After a while, I couldn't get back to sleep, so I tried to put on my TV, only to find I couldn't move. When I tried to sit up from a glass of water, the weight on my chest got heavier. It was like someone was sitting on me, like a child, not moving, just a weight. I tried to arch my back, and the weight got heavier, and I couldn't breathe. I really started to panic and sweat. I was extremely scared at this point. I started to cry a little because I didn't know what to do. Then, all of a sudden, I felt a slight pinching on my right elbow, and that's all I can remember. I woke up the next morning feeling fine, just as I did the day before, although I had a red mark where I felt the pinch. I don't understand why on earth the ghost in my house will be sitting on me. Nothing has occurred since the normal phenomena, and an extra thing has started now. In the bathroom, we have a pulley light switch and a hanging mobile, and when you're in the shower, the light switch will start to swing, followed by the mobile, when there is no breeze whatsoever. I know it sounds stupid, but I swear it really happened. Thank you for your time. My life has been relatively free of paranormal occurrences, although one morning, at age 8, I experienced the much dreaded sleep paralysis. There is, however, one other story worth mentioning. In 1991, I was a 20-year-old Army corporal stationed in Germany. By this time, I was a graduate of French commando school and was in charge of my own cavalry recon squad, a jeep with 2 other guys. One chilly winter night, my unit was deployed somewhere in southwestern Germany in the wilderness during field exercises. We were literally in the middle of nowhere. Me and my crew spent half the night slinking through the woods, doing the usual cavalry-style patrols. At around 2 a.m., we were told to stop the jeep and set up a listening post in a clump of trees. I decided to be the first watch of the night, while the other 2 guys got some sleep. After about 30 minutes of staring into black nothingness, I decided to get up and walk around a bit. With a weapon in hand and a radio on my back, I began to prowl around the area. Yes, it was unbelievably dark, but at least this was keeping me occupied. Suddenly, a very average night turned into a encounter I will never forget. After several minutes of walking, I suddenly realized how quiet the night was. Not a sound to be heard from an animal or even an insect. Thinking this was a bit strange, I walked a few more paces before realizing I was right in the middle of a very old deserted village. I pulled out my night vision goggles and noticed that the village consisted of about 7 or 8 old stone houses. Only the walls remained, as the old thatched roofs were long gone. Suddenly, I felt this dark, evil presence like a weight on my shoulders. I knew I was being watched by someone or something, and I knew that I was not welcome in this place. I slowly turned around and began walking back the way I came, with every footstep in the tall, dry grass sounding like a firecracker. It was very slow and painful walking out of this place. I consider myself a rational person, but was truly scared as I made the long walk back to the jeep. Needless to say, I spent the rest of the night inside the jeep. As you read the stories on the site, it may be hard to appreciate the feelings others have felt if they try to tell their tales. I promise you, the fear and sixth sense we have felt during these tales are the most important part of the story. Hi, my name's Brooke. I work at an assisted living facility in Pennsylvania. I worked the 11/7 shift, so of course, there are a lot of stories about the place already. But besides that, I was wondering if the experiences I've had As insignificant as they may seem or be, could be the activities of ghosts, or just my mind. Of course, I'm not the only one that claims to have seen things, but who knows? For instance, I'll just be walking around the building, and I constantly think that I see things, like out of the corner of my eye. It's not a definite thing, it's just a shape. It's either black or white. A lady I work with always sees black when she sees things out of the corner of her eye. As for me, I always see white. The forms are white, that is. Is there a reason she sees black and I see white? And today, for instance, I was walking and I was sure there was someone behind me. When I semi-turned around, out of the corner of my eye, I swore there was a figure for a split second, but it was gone. It scared me to death, actually. That is why I'm writing to you today, because today, that was the closest a form or figure has ever been. No one has ever died in this facility that I work in, but they have died in the hospital. The building has only been open for 4 years, maybe 5. I was just wondering if these could be ghosts, or just my eyes playing tricks on me. A lot of the residents say that they see a woman in white in their room, or sitting on their bed. I don't know how to explain or take that either, but I appreciate your reading. Thanks for listening as well. The story I'm about to tell you happened to me directly and has forever changed my view on the supernatural. I would like to state for the record that I've always been a skeptical person who never believed in anything that couldn't be proven. Before my experience, I didn't believe in ghosts and had never given the topic a second thought. Since that period of time, it has always been on my mind frequently. This is my story. The event in question occurred several years ago at my grandparents' house. I was 19. I'd been out with my friends and returned home around 2 a.m. I retired to my bedroom on the second floor of the house and got into bed. I'd been lying there for 2 or 3 minutes, reflecting on the events of the evening, when suddenly I heard the muffling screaming of a woman coming from the basement. Almost immediately, the screaming began to slowly ascend the stairs, and within a minute had reached the first floor. It continued to ascend the stairs, and 30 seconds later had reached the second floor and was right outside of my room. The screaming was very loud and was clearly that of a woman. My bedroom door was closed, and I could therefore see nothing. The screaming continued outside of my room for approximately 1 minute, and then slowly began to descend the stairs into the basement. When it reached the basement, the screaming ceased, and the house was silent. That is the end of my story. I feel that in order for me to give an objective account of this occurrence, it is important that I detail my own actions and opinions. When I first heard the noise, I recognized that it was coming from the basement, and although it sounded like a woman screaming, I immediately disregarded this as being ridiculous. I started to try and rationalize what I was hearing. However, my analysis ended rather abruptly when I realized that the noise was getting closer. By the time I reached the first floor, it had become quite loud, and being unable to think of any rational explanation for such a noise, I became convinced that the ghost of a woman was ascending the stairs of my grandparents' house. I became completely terrified and quickly sat up in bed, both so that I could hear better and so that I could run, if necessary. When it reached the second floor and was outside my room, every hair in my body was standing on end, and my hands were literally shaking with fear. I was too scared to move, and for that reason, remained stationary until it returned to the basement and the noise subsided. I stayed where I was for several minutes, waiting for the noise to return. When it didn't, I got up, turned on my light, and sat back down on my bed. Being wide awake and in no mood to sleep, I spent the next couple of hours lying in my bed, listening and thinking about what had happened. Eventually I fell asleep, and the next morning, when I woke up, my light was still on, and I was completely convinced that I had heard a ghost. I spent the entire day gathering information and trying to figure out what I had heard. The only other people in the house were my grandparents. My grandmother is a sound sleeper, and my grandfather is hard of hearing. They heard nothing. They bought the house in 1966 and sold it in 2000. During that time, they never heard anything that even remotely resembles what I described. My mother lived in the house for several years in her late teens and never heard anything either. I myself lived in the house on and off for years and never heard anything before and have not heard anything since. I consider that maybe the pipes or something else in the house made the noise, although I don't think any pipe on earth could have made the noise I heard. I dismiss this theory anyways, because if the house did make odd noises, someone would have heard them in the past 30 years. I also dismiss the wind, because I've spent many windy nights in the house and heard absolutely nothing. In the end, I came to the conclusion that there was no earthly explanation for what I heard, and that what I experienced must have been supernatural. It sounds crazy saying that, but I know what I heard. I will never forget it. I'm sure it was a ghost. In conclusion, I would just like to state that all of my friends think I was asleep and that the whole thing was a dream. I would like to touch on this briefly. The first thing I would like to say is that I know I was not asleep. Here's my case. I've been in bed for 2 or 3 minutes, less than 5 for sure, and was laying on my back thinking. I've always had a difficult time falling asleep. It usually takes me 20 to 30 minutes, and I've never been able to sleep on my back. At the time, I was making no attempt to sleep, but was lying there, thinking. Secondly, no matter how real a dream seems, you always wake up afterwards, and that's how I know you were dreaming. I don't think it's possible to remember a dream without waking up and realize you are dreaming. If it is, it's never happened to me. If it had been a dream, I would have woken up and said, wow, that one was weird. That never happened. I was awake. Thirdly, I turned the light on after the occurrence, and it was still on when I woke up in the morning. I know for a fact that I was awake. That is my story, and I swear to you that every word of it is the truth. I don't know if you will believe me. No one else will, but I swear it's the truth. I am 17 years old. In the past 7 years, I'd lived in 3 different houses, and every one of them had a ghost. The first one we lived in was from 94 to 96. The occurrence that spooked me there happened in my parents' room. A week before anything weird happened, a bunch of knickknacks fell off of my mother's headboard. So, she put it back and pushed it away from the edge. On Easter morning of 95, I was with my brother, sister, and dad, watching TV in the living room. About 20 feet away from my parents' bedroom door, I heard a bang, and my mom came running out of her room. She really wanted to know who was pounding. Apparently, when I heard the bang, all the stuff had fallen off her headboard and kind of flew off this time. Not only that, but this Oreo tin can she had looked like it had been stepped on. After that, our next door neighbor told us that she had seen this old man that lived here before us in the backyard on the day he died in the hospital. Now, the living room looked into a hallway. In the hallway, you could see into my brother's room, and my parents was right next door. The living room had a clear view of my parents' room. One night, my dad fell asleep in the living room. He was sleeping, facing the hallway. He suddenly woke up and looked into his room. He saw this cloud of smoke billowing in the hallway, moving towards his room. He jumped up and yelled fire. When he yelled, my brother woke up and saw this. The cloud settled in the hallway and disappeared. I know this was not any kind of imagination, because my brother and my dad are very logical and analytical people, and they both witnessed this. In the next house, it was never anything really. The only occurrence that happened was the night one of our cats died. The cat house was in the corner of my room, and I had a nightlight next to the cat house. I looked up to the top cat house, and I saw the shadow of our dead cat. The cat loved sleeping on the top every night, and this night was no exception. The third house is the house we have lived in for the past 3 years. I believe it all started with the woman. My dad wakes up early in the morning to get ready for work. When this happened, my mom would occasionally fall asleep in the living room. There's a door next to the entryway that leads into the back hallway where all the rooms are. The first room is my brother's, the second is my parents', then you turn, and then comes my sister's room, and lastly, mine. Now, on this morning, my dad woke me up and looked over. He saw the back of a woman and assumed it was my mom. He got up and went out into the living room and saw my mom sleeping on the couch. He went back to his room and no one was there. After that, I had an experience with a man
It was about 4 in the morning, and I was suddenly woken up by the feeling of a large man tapping my foot. I looked up, and no one was there. I have this ticker stuffed animal that I got for my birthday from my sister. At the time of my next story, my large dog slept in my room with me. He would sleep up against the door, so I couldn't sleepwalk and open it without waking up. I woke up one morning, and my ticker was nowhere, so I figured it rolled under the bed. I opened my door, and it was laying outside of my door. About a year ago, my mom started sleeping out in the living room for health reasons. The wall our couch leans against is connected to my brother's room. We had a family friend staying in there while my brother was in boot camp. One morning, my mom woke up about 7 a.m. She heard a knocking on the wall between the living room and my brother's room. She thought it was just our friend when it moved to the wall behind her computer about 10 feet away. This is an inside wall, and there's no way there could be any knocking. It then moved to the ceiling. She said it sounded like someone knocking. A couple nights later, I heard her banging in my parents' room. Their bathroom is across the hall from my brother's room. My bathroom is across from my sister's room, and the bathtub stalls are back to back. When I heard the banging, it sounded like it was coming from the wall where the shower head is, and they have a lot of shelves over there, so it would be impossible to bang as clearly as I heard. A couple of hours later, I heard shuffling footsteps in the hall coming from the bathroom. On 2 occasions, my dad has seen a streaking white figure that appears to be a cat, but we are not positive. We have also seen shadow people walking in the side yard through our shutters. Not long ago, our next door neighbor told us that the houses in our neighborhood was built on Indian burial ground. We are not sure if this has anything to do with all this. The house we live in now appears to be the most haunted so far. I'm 17 years old, and I used to live in an old house made in 1921 in Haverhill, Massachusetts that I know is haunted. One day, when I was 10, I was in my upstairs bedroom with my 2 sisters coloring. I think that's when it started. We were home alone when we heard the closet at the end of the stairs slide open. Then we heard it slide back. The sliding doors of the closet always made a loud rumbling noise when it was open. When we heard it that day, we didn't get scared at first because we thought my mom had gotten home from work, so we ran downstairs to greet her to find that nobody was home. We looked around and then looked outside to see if the car was in the driveway, but we were alone, or so we thought. We ran back upstairs to our room and grabbed shoes and hangers for the so-called protection. Then all of a sudden, we heard footsteps racing up the stairs, then back down. We never saw anything actually reach the top of the stairs, but they ran up and down repeatedly, about 10 times, then it stopped. We were so scared, we just sat there crying, waiting to hear more, but nothing else happened. Then, when I was 15, I was taking care of a dog, and when I brought it to the foot of the stairs, he froze and just stared at the top. I didn't think much about it, so I picked him up and brought him up the stairs to my room and closed the door. The dog then began crying, and he seemed to be getting nervous and uneasy, and he started scratching at the door. When I opened the door to let him out, he ran down the steps so fast that by the time I got out the door, he was gone. After that, many more things started to happen. I woke one morning to hear something or someone dragging themselves on the rug next to my bed. I was so frozen with fear that I didn't even look to see what it was. The cabinets in our kitchen would open and slam shut by themselves. I could also hear the silverware jiggling and slamming inside the drawers. There are even moments where the computer keyboard would also type by itself. I've also had my foot slapped and have felt something sit on me while I was laying in my bed. There are also too many noises and weird things to explain, and also creepy dreams. So I'm glad to be out of that house. Well, I would like to know if the house has some kind of history or if anybody died there. Last year, after we moved out of the house, our cousins were sleeping over and we were talking about our old house. One of my cousins, who slept over our house a lot, asked why our dad always walked up to our room and why he did it over and over without ever coming into our room. We told him about the day we heard the racing footsteps running up the stairs, and she got so freaked out. My other cousin also said she hated sleeping in our room because she always heard those same footsteps coming up the stairs but never making it to the top before it ran back down again. Now in our present house in Orlando, Florida, weird things have suddenly begun to happen. Noises, shadowy figures, and also short wide figures have appeared. I always seem to see something in the corner of my eye. When I turn my head to look, there is nothing there, and my sister felt somebody whistle and blow in her ear. Well, that's all I have for you for today. I hope you enjoyed this. Thank you for reading. Hello, my name is Nikki, and I'm 14 years old. Unfortunately, I don't remember the details to my story very well, because it happened when I was about 4 or 5 years old. But anyway, my family lived in a large house that was actually quite old. One night, I was asleep in my bedroom upstairs, and I awoke in the middle of the night. I went straight across the hall to my brother's room and asked him to come downstairs with me because I was scared and wanted to sleep with Mom and Dad. He asked me why I was so scared, and I said I didn't know. So he came down with me. We started down the stairs, and I froze at the sight of what I saw. There was a little boy at the end of the stairs. Now, this could have been my younger brother, but my brother was just a few months old. This little boy had brown hair and was just sitting at the bottom of the stairs. I wasn't scared, so we kept walking. We got into my parents' room, and I was getting ready to climb in their bed, and all the lights in the house came on at once. My dad woke up and checked the circuit breaker, but nothing was wrong, so he went through the house and shut off all the lights. Well, the next night, I saw the same little boy, and the same thing happened again. This activity continued for a few more days, and my parents checked out some information by the guy that lived there before. He said a little boy around the age of 5 died because he was very sick. He died in the middle of the night in his sleep, and a few hours before he went to sleep, he turned all the lights in the house on because he was afraid of the dark. I have never seen anything since, even though I've moved several times. I always somehow sense when there is an unknown presence around them. I'll always remember that night. I've since been afraid of the dark, though I hate to admit it, but it's not like anyone is going to criticize me for it.
Honestly, never, ever in my life, ever thought I'd be writing to you. My name is Jackie, and I am 19 years old. I live in Saskatchewan, Canada. I found out about your website on the radio. I was listening on Halloween, and they said that this was the coolest website to go on. I started reading the stories in my spare time. Right now, I'm about halfway done the second page. I haven't been reading much for about 2 weeks. Well, anyway, here goes my story, and I speak nothing but the truth. Last night, I was hanging out with my friend at her house, and my boyfriend called and said Grandma was feeling very sick, and that my dad and Mom wanted me to spend the night there in case anything happened. So I called my grandma, and she told me that she was going to bed, and that I didn't need to rush over. She said she would leave the door unlocked, and I could come in at any time. I got to her place about 12 a.m., and I stayed up until 1:30 a.m. Then I went to bed in the room across the hall from her. It helped me that I could hear her breathing, because then I knew she was okay. I woke up in the morning, and my arm was numb because I had been lying on it. I woke up and started to shake it out. I opened my eyes and looked up. The blind was almost shut, but I could see out the last 2 inches that it was getting bright out. Then I got a weird feeling because I couldn't hear my grandma at all. I also couldn't hear her up. I was just thinking, I should roll over and look towards the door and the clock and see what time it was and get up and check on her. Just as I was about to roll over, and by this time, I was very awake, a cat jumped up on my bed. I did not see it. I was facing the window with my blankets over my head. It jumped up just behind my knees. My grandma does not have a cat. I knew right away that it was Slippers, or as my grandma likes to say, good old Slips.
Slippers died about 15 years ago. Well, anyway, she jumped up on the bed and walked up to my shoulder and laid down on my upper arm. I totally felt that. I was thinking, no way, this is not happening to me. I was totally paralyzed. I couldn't open up my eyes or even wiggle my fingers. Then there was a very loud, sort of rushing noise in my ears. It was like a cross between a blank TV station and the furnace times 100. I was not paralyzed with fear because up until now, I wasn't scared. Then when I couldn't move, I felt totally terrified. I thought maybe something had happened to my grandma in the night, and this was a way of saying goodbye or something. Then I totally forgot about the cat, and I thought that I really wanted to get up and check on my grandma, but the cat and the noise were still there, and I still couldn't move. When I couldn't move, I was thinking about your website, and I totally understood how terrified people can be when this happens. I was just trying to think if there could be a rational explanation for why I couldn't move. I know that I was not so scared that I couldn't move. I just couldn't move. Then the noise went away, and the cat was suddenly gone, and I could move again. I quickly curled up in a ball and laid there for a few minutes until I was sure that whatever it was gone. I did not want to see a shadowy figure in the room. Then I quickly flew out of bed and into the hall. By this time, I heard a radio was on, so I knew that my grandma was up. I was standing in the hall, and I realized I had no pants on, so I turned around quickly and flipped on the light. I put my pants on and ran into the kitchen. I sure scared my grandma because it was 8 a.m. and I didn't have work until 11. As soon as I got into the kitchen, the phone rang. My grandma could tell something was bothering me, so she rushed my aunt off the phone. I told her everything, and she believed me. Then she started to tease me a bit and say, "Kitty gonna get you," over and over. But she told me she has never seen or felt slippers, but she has heard my dog Flanagan scratching at the door and breathing. He has been dead for about a year. At 9:30, I drove my grandma to my aunt's house. I went in, and my aunt said that it looked like I was sick too. I told her that Slippers had come to visit me, and she thought this was so cool. She told me about all the stories of our cats that died, came to visit her. She told me that she feels cats come off the bed and purr in her ear, and there is no one there. And she also told me that she was downstairs, and she looked at the steps and saw one of her dead cats sitting there, and another one of her dead cats ran up past it. She told me that she had a cat that would drag stuff around the house and leave it in weird places. After it died, she started finding stuff in weird places, like mitts on the steps and shoes in the living room, just like the cat did when it was alive. Then she asked my grandma to remember about how for a long time, after their dog Sandy died, they could hear his nails tapping up and down the hall floor. Once, they both heard it at the same time. My aunt felt bad for me that my experience was so spooky. She said she has never been able to move. She said that poor old Slips must have felt really bad that she scared me. She also said that I must have scared the cat, and that it was too bad that we couldn't have comforted each other like she does with her cats. I went to work and told my friends. They all believed me. 2 of them started telling me super weird stuff that happened to them. One girl never told anyone in her life what happened to her because she was scared that no one would believe her. She decided to tell me because it was obvious I would understand. I will have to get them to write to you. One girl even has a book about everything that happened to her. Thanks so much for reading this. I know you will understand. Writing to you was the first thing I thought of when it happened. Maybe reading your stories heightened my sense of awareness or something. It did not heighten my imagination. Thanks again. I live in London, Ontario, Canada. I moved into a complex near the beginning of September with a very, very tiny history altogether. The complex itself is fairly new, and as far as I've been able to find out, only has had 1 death, and the house it happened in has no report of any mysterious incidents. With my stay at Unit 40, I've experienced a couple of things that seem quite odd, and I'm not alone. My mom has experienced a few things as well. All that has seemed to happen seemed to be directed towards the entire family, where in contrast to your story, the spirits seem to be focused on you. The things that have happened have not been harmful or even seemingly of evil intentions. If there is a spirit at all, it seems to only want to be recognized as being there. I picked up the feeling of someone being out of place first, I think. It all started with the basement door. Someone will close it tightly and go upstairs or to another part of the house. But whenever someone returned to the door, it would be open only 1.5 inches every time. At the top of the stairs, on the upper floor of the house, there is some sort of a wall that is only about 4 feet in height. Whenever standing there, I would get the odd feeling as if I was standing in someone else's place. Sometimes to the point of feeling nauseous or overwhelmed with an intense throbbing in my muscles. When informing my mom that I felt someone or something was also with us, she sort of shrugged it off. But it wasn't until she told me that the reason for the door opening was that people weren't closing it tightly, that the door opening stopped completely. After that, things that weren't so easily put off started happening. One night, I went downstairs to do the laundry. By our washer and dryer, we have 2 sinks. One, the closet to the washer, is always filthy. The one next to it is spotless. And out of habit, I took a glance into the sink to make sure nothing was there. And of course, nothing was. Well, before I could even finish putting the laundry on, my dad came to the door. My mom and dad are not divorced, just separated. He stayed for no longer than 30 minutes, seeing as though the other member of the family besides my mother and I, my brother, 10 years old, 11 in March, was not there. When he left, I went back down to finish the laundry. Taking another glance in the sink, I saw, which quite frankly terrified me, a tiny footprint pressed into the dirt. Seeing as no one beside me had been in the basement in the brief 30 minutes I was away, I got quite scared. Trying to think of all the things logically, I kept coming to the question, why? It was most definitely a footprint, slightly smaller than my brother's. The footprint is still in the sink. We're keeping it until we can take a photograph of it. And even if a little kid did it, and I just didn't notice it before with the bad lighting and all, why the sink? There are no windows in the basement, and the only way to get to the basement is through the house. And with 250-pound Roddies, not too many little kids are happy about going through our house. Another thing that bothered me was that it was only 1 foot. If a little kid did it, how did it get into the sink in the first place? The edge of the sink comes up to my little brother's neck. Another happening was my mom experienced something. She was upstairs sleeping, and I was sleeping on the futon in the living room. The next morning, my mom came downstairs and complained about not being able to sleep last night due to the fire alarm repeatedly going off. She said it happened twice. The first time she stayed in the bed. The second, she went downstairs to investigate, and nothing happened. The latest thing happening was involving my mother as well. I was down in the living room once again, and she was upstairs half asleep. She informed me the following day that the night had been too stressful to her due to hearing what she thought was me going up and down the stairs all night. She told me she was about to call out to me, seeing as if I was coming to bed, when she heard me stop outside her door, which was only open slightly, and act as if I was trying to hear what was going on in the bedroom. I sleep in the living room because I cannot fall asleep in my mother's room. I don't sleep in my room because the cats have it taken over. Whenever I'm in my mom's room, I hear scratching on the wall. Well, more like fingernail tapping and creaking. It's so bad and so realistic, I fear turning my head towards the sound, thinking I'll see someone standing there. With all that has happened and all the pets I own, 2 dogs, 2 cats, 1 rat, 1 parrot and fish, the only one that has responded to anything was my 1 cat Spooky, who is black and about 6 or so years old. Whenever Spooky is out and about the living room area, she becomes quite agitated. Her emotions are if there is a fly or bug pestering her. The way her back jumps and hair stands on the certain parts of her body is interesting. She growls and hisses, then jumps away from the area. Then she seems to act fine. I'm not sure if there's more to what is happening that I'm not seeing, or if I'm seeing too much into everyday things. However, whenever I put off our experiences, my mind drifts back to the footprint in the sink. My mom and I get the feeling that the spirit, if one, is one of a young girl about the age of 12 or 13. When asking someone that has had a few ghostly experiences of their own, an older woman, she says nobody has had anything happen to them in Unit 40, but one time, one of the previous owners took a picture of a porcelain doll on a couch, and in the photo, the doll was glowing. The most unusual thing about this, though, is that it was like brighter than the flash itself, to the point that the doll was just a blur. But the woman said that the people were just weird themselves and not to worry about anything. My cousin, Brian, and I were extremely close for as long as I can remember. He was about 12 years older than I am. He would go camping with my family a couple times a year and play Santa for me during Christmas. I have a lot of great memories with him. In October of '92, Brian died of a drug overdose. My family suspected that he had been using drugs because he wasn't as involved with family like he had been, stopped going camping and spending Christmas with us so he could play Santa. He was very into boxing and was pretty popular among people in Scranton, Pennsylvania. When he died, I took it the worst. I was in 5th grade and had to get counseling from officials at school because I cried all day, and I even mentioned to people that I wanted to be with him. So my family thought I was thinking about suicide. At Brian's funeral, I never went up to his coffin. I couldn't face the fact that he was lying there dead. He loved pulling pranks, and I remember throughout the whole wake, wishing he would jump up and say it was all a joke. For a while, I felt guilty of his death because I thought that if I knew him about using drugs, I would be able to talk to him and he would have ended his addiction because of me. After suspecting his drug use for a while, my family found out it was true, but they kept it from me because I looked to him as my role model and they didn't want me to hate him. My cousin Chip, Brian's older brother, got married in '97 and I was a bridesmaid. In the church, there was one section of the pews that was blocked off so the photographer had easy access for taking pictures. In the middle of the ceremony, I saw Brian sit down in the section that was blocked off for the photographer. I couldn't believe I was seeing him because, well, he was dead and had been for a while now. I kept looking at my mother to see if she noticed him, but it was obvious that she didn't from the looks of concern on her face towards me. All I did was look at Brian and look at my mom, and tears would stream down my face. My mom kept mouthing to me, "What's wrong?" Brian stayed for most of the ceremony, and when it was almost over, he looked at me, smiled, and left. After ceremony was over and the bridal party had ended, I ran out of the church, hysterical, crying, but I did so that no one noticed. I'm sure people assumed I was crying because of the joyous occasion, not because they saw a ghost. My mom met me outside and asked me what was wrong. I told her Brian was there, and she didn't believe me. She asked me what he was wearing, thinking I was lying. I couldn't come up with just anything. I told her what he wore from head to toe. She didn't believe me until she realized the suit I described to her was what he wore in his coffin the day he was buried. I believe wholeheartedly that he was there, and he only let me see him because he knew I wasn't over his death, and he wanted me to be okay. It was his way of showing me that he was okay, and I didn't have to worry about him. To me, it was his way of showing us that he still thought about our family, and that no matter what, he would be there for all of us on our special days. I always had a hard time thinking about him, so he was brought up on holidays, or even when my family was together. It was in those critical moments I had to leave the room if I didn't want to burst into tears. I've had a lot of closure since seeing him. I'm now able to talk to people about him, and even go to his gravesite without breaking down. Now that I'm in college, I chose a profession where I'm able to work with people with addictions and that need counseling, hoping that I could save other people from experiencing the pain I went through. An online friend of mine sent me your site when I told her about the experiences in the home I now live in. I find it so interesting, the work you are doing. I'm always afraid that people will think I'm crazy. I'm 47 years old and live in a home that was built in 1955. So many unusual things happen in the home. Whistling in one bedroom, a strong smell of perfume, and a white shoulder, even in my guest bedroom. The constant thinking someone's coming down the hall, day and night. The whistling is always early in the morning. The most eerie, unusual experience I had was when I was playing the piano. The hymn, Amazing Grace. It was as if someone had opened the back door and was standing in my living room beside me. Even the dog refused to go to the back hall and in the room, something she had never done before. Late, I told the daughter-in-law about the experience, She said that was the doctor's favorite tunes. I also asked her if he whistled a lot. She said, every morning. The house was lived in by he, his first wife, his second wife, and his sister. He died in the master bedroom. The first wife died in the middle bedroom, and the sister-in-law died in my now computer room. Her scent, of course, white shoulders. I moved to this town. The house been on the market for 4 years because of its reputation. Nothing bad happened. In fact, it is rather comforting sometimes, but at times unexpected. The really only bad thing that happened was that one of my Civil War plates, collector's plates, came crashing down while the others were still fine. I guess the doctor really can't stand liking General Grant. Anyway, thanks for letting me share my story. I've long avoided writing to someone about this experience. Reason being is I'm a skeptic and don't want to rush to judgment. To this very day, we have no idea what caused the ruckus, so anything is possible, I guess. The experience actually happened to my mother, not me. I tried to recall it to the best of my memory from what she told me. This happened over a year ago, May of 1999. We had moved into a brand new house. No one else had ever lived in it, and it was a newly developed area a month before. One morning, I got up as the norm, getting ready for work, and waiting for my mom to finish. All of a sudden, very unlike her, she poked her head out really quick and asked if anything fell or broke in my room. I told her that everything seemed fine, nothing out of the ordinary. Then, all of a sudden she blurts out that we must have a ghost then. I must have gotten pale. Reason being is since moving into our home, I've gotten back into looking up info on the supernatural. That's how I even came across this site. In fact, the night of the incident, I'd been reading stories, looking at photos, etc. It just felt like a really weird coincidence. Anyway, I asked her what had happened. Apparently, the night before, she had her back to her doorway, reading a book in bed, trying to fall asleep. I was already fast asleep in my room, with the door closed, when all of a sudden, she heard a massive crash. I'm an extremely sound sleeper, so I never heard it. She jumped out of bed, thinking her cat had knocked down a plant or something. He was constantly getting into things. When she came out, she looked all over and couldn't find anything wrong. Since the weather was nice, I knew she had her window open and asked if maybe it came from outside. She said she had thought of that, but the noise came distinctly from inside the house. She said it didn't sound like it came from the way of the window. We also didn't have anything outside that would have caused the noise. Our garage is full of all sorts of stuff she brought back after father passed on. Grandma was gone a year before him. I thought maybe something crashed in there, which to be honest, would surprise me. We had stuff packed in there as well. She said maybe so, though she was still doubtful on it. But still, the noise was extremely loud, and she remembers that to this day. Since then, we've been in the garage milling around, and never have come across anything down or destroyed. We never have figured out the source of the noise. We've never had any other experience happen since. I'm still very skeptical as to what happened. I'm going to tell you about a ghost that I'm pretty sure is haunting me. Her name is Nellie Ellen. I've never actually seen Nellie Ellen, but I can really feel her presence. It started when I was about 5 years old. I had one of my friends over, and we were sleeping in a tent under the skylights. My friend woke up at about 2 a.m. in the morning and said she wanted to go home. She was sweating profusely and was very pale. I got scared, and I asked what was the matter. She didn't want to tell me, but I finally dragged it out of her. She said that she'd seen an old lady looking at us through the top of the tent, through the skylights, and she was bloody, holding a broken teacup. We ran to my mom and slept in her bedroom that night. I never saw her though, but my friend really scared me. Over the next 5 years, only small stuff happened. Footsteps down the hall, knocking, etc. When I was 10, I had one of my very good friends over. She woke me up around 2, like my other friend had, and she was crying. The room was so dark, so I turned on the lights. My friend had a bloody nose and and was crying really hard now. I asked what happened, and she insisted that she got them all the time, and we called her mother. Her mother came, and we were talking about how my friend was really upset. I said that she told me that she got nosebleeds all the time. Her mother said that it was odd that she lied, because she never gets nosebleeds. When I went to school, I asked her what really happened, and she said, Nellie Ellen, and we've never been friends since. Years later, odd things began to happen again. I was up late, watching TV, and I heard knocking coming from my window. Nothing was there though, that I could see anyway. The next day, I did some research on my house. I found out that there used to be a woman named Nellie Ellen who owned a tea shop in the bottom of the house. I asked a neighbor about her. My neighbor said that she used to be friends with Nellie Ellen until she went crazy. I was informed that Nellie Ellen would sit on the roof in the late hours of the night with her teacups and talk to herself. One night though, Nellie Ellen accidentally locked herself out of her house and was stuck on the roof in the blistering cold. She tried to get in, but she couldn't, so she had to break a window to get in. But some of the window hit her, and she was so weak from breaking the window in the cold, she was left to die on the roof with the thing she loved the most, her teacups. A few weeks had gone by, and nothing had happened. But one day, my dogs got up and started barking at nothing. They are very protective. They usually can't get up the stairs, but somehow managed to and started barking at the roof. I was sure it was Nellie Ellen. I asked her what she wanted, and the dogs stopped barking. They just stared at the window in the attic. She didn't say anything, so I told her to leave me alone and never come back. I think my wish was granted though, because I didn't see her again. The Yellow House on Elm Street in Kansas was home to a restless spirit that had died from illness in the bedroom upstairs. I, as a young girl in high school, chose this room as my own. It was soon after moving in that I heard scuffling noises as if he was walking around, wondering what I was doing there. One night, in fact, I awoke to find him lying next to me. It was like millions of gray dots forming a human shape. At the time, I thought it was my imagination and blew it off. Then he became more active. I could hear a slamming of the back door and someone running up the steps, and then you could not hear anything else after a big stomp at the top of the stairs. One night in particular, I heard a stomp outside my bedroom and then a scuffling of someone walking slowly. It came to the right side of my bed and stopped, then to the left side and stopped. Then it went to the end of my bed and stopped. At the same time, my heavy curtain flew out over my bed, straight as an arrow. Needless to say, I was scared out of my wits. I knew I had to do some research and find out what needed to be done to lead him to the other side. I went to the library and read up on everything I could. I asked around town and found out his name and that he had died in my room. I then decided to talk to him. I said, Maynard, you need to go to the other side now. Your work here is done. I cannot remember how much time lapsed, but one night I heard another thump in the hall outside my room, but this time an elderly lady was leading an elderly man from the hall into my closet. I watched them without any fear at all. It was such a peaceful thing to witness. Someone came to lead Maynard home. I'm now 47 and still remember this so well. My father lives in the same house, and I do not feel any presence there now. I will add a PS. When I first moved there, a man's wedding ring fell from the top of a door and rolled across the floor to me. At the time, I was a romantic and said, I will marry the man who fits this ring. I still have this ring, and since it is so large, no man has ever been able to wear it. Several years ago, sometime in 1984, I was living in a small town outside of Fort Worth, Texas, by the name of Crowley. At the time, I was in my early 20s and I had a roommate. His name was Mike. Anyway, one night, Mike and I were sitting around watching TV, and having a couple of beers. As it got late, and we were getting tired, the strangest thing happened. In the bathroom in the hallway, just a few feet away, we heard what sounded like the toilet flushing. Mike looked at me kind of puzzled and asked me if I heard it too. I kind of laughed and said no. As I switched the light on, I felt my hair stand up. The water in the toilet was still going around. Since we lived in a trailer house, we both just blew it off as poor construction. We continued to sit and have a few more beers when Mike looked at me and said, "Do you smell that?" I sniffed a little and said it smelled like gas. Since the stove in the kitchen directly behind us was the only gas in the house, I immediately stood and turned to look. What I saw absolutely scared the hell out of me. All 4 burners in the stove were on. I finally got up the nerve to turn them off, and we had no problems that night. But that's not the end of the story. Several days later, Mike called me at work. It was around 11 p.m. He asked me if I could come home right now. I could hear the fear in his voice and asked him what was wrong. He said he was lying on the couch when he heard what sounded like kitchen cabinets being slammed closed, and he was very scared. I went home as quickly as possible and found Mike outside waiting, afraid to go into the house. We quietly went inside and found nothing out of the ordinary. I know that this sounds very strange and would be easy to make up. The few people I've had told this to just don't believe it, but I was there and it did happen. The only problem is that for all these years, I've wondered what happened. Was it something paranormal or just ordinary things that go bump in the night? I guess we'll never know for sure. This is not as complex or as interesting as other stories, but very real nevertheless. I was working as a janitor in a restaurant in the Sacramento, California area in the 1980s. During this time, I'd bought some books on ghosts and hauntings, to include one book called Poltergeist, which gave detailed accounts of numerous poltergeist cases. It was with this book that I had left laying about the house, and then one of my older brothers noticed. He pulled me aside to warn me that I should be careful with what I was messing around with, because, in his words, messing around like this is like knocking on the gates to hell. In light of the fact that he experienced, ironically, while also working as a janitor, a very disturbing encounter of his own, I took this warning seriously. So one night at work, shortly after my brother's words had gotten the best of me, and I had put the book aside, I was busy cleaning the dining room carpet. The place was closed, and the only ones in the building were 2 other janitors and myself. Picture a Denny's-like place, with the cook's line adjacent to the dining room, a larger kitchen and back, and an upstairs with a storage room, an office, and employee restrooms. I had completed about 2/3 of the carpet, utilizing a big, rotary-style, industrial buffer. It was 4 a.m., and I'd parked the buffer and the cleaning items with it, in the middle of the non-smoking area, away from any tables. I turned and headed for the cook's line, where one of my coworkers was busy cleaning. We exchanged words, commenting that it was time to take a break and make something to eat. He was looking at me as I approached the sandwich side of the cook's line. Then, about 15 seconds after I'd left the buffer, there came the loudest bangs that I've ever heard, indoors. 3 heavy raps, bang, bang, bang. It sounded exactly like a giant fist had pounded down on one of the dining room tables. It hit the table so hard that I could hear the silverware rattle. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I spun immediately around as the sounds came from where I just left, the buffer in the non-smoking area. I saw nothing and spun around back to around my coworker. "What was that?" I asked. "I don't know," was his answer. I thought that was strange, since he was looking in the exact same direction of the noise. To this day, he maintains that he's seen nothing. I immediately went over to see if the buffer had gone off on its own and banged into one of the tables. To my amazement, the buffer was as I left it. I expected to see one of the tables. These are your heavy, wooden tables, tipped on its side. All the tables in the section were okay, No silverware was disturbed. We immediately searched the building, armed with knives and cooking utensils, for the elusive visitor. No one was to be found. We tried, but could not even come close to duplicating what the two of us agreed was a banging on one of the tables. We could barely get the silverware to rattle. This was way beyond what any person could accomplish and get away with without either of us seeing him. I would say that if we took one of these tables and dropped it from the roof onto the parking lot, it would still not be loud enough. Sorry, I cannot say that I smelled something, saw shadows, or heard voices. I ditched the books after that, all except for the one called Poltergeist. Thanks for reading. I live in Hawaii, and there are many different types of ghosts here. We even have our own tour of the most haunted places on the island, where I live, Oahu. Every year, my family camps down at the beach for the Labor Day weekend. In 1992, my boyfriend and a close friend of my cousin's joined us for the weekend. The place we camped had a lot of ghost stories. The beach and all around it was said to be haunted. It did not help when that year, a person was found murdered only a short distance from where we were camping. My boyfriend and our close friend had to work and were coming down to the campsite one night. My cousin and I were on the beach relaxing, waiting for them to return. When they got back, we made a fire and sat around talking. All of a sudden, we got onto the subject of ghosts, and my boyfriend started to tell us of what him and Robbie saw while they were coming back. Robbie did not want to admit what he saw, and while they were arguing, my cousin, who was sitting behind us, started to freak out. All of us, thinking that something horrible had happened, turned all of our attention to her. She said that she saw a guy floating on the water, and he told her that she should be very afraid. After we had calmed her down, my two cousins and I had to go to the bathroom. Upon returning from the bathroom, we were all talking and did not notice our shadows. I was in the middle of my two cousins. Our shadows had a slight outline because our backs were facing the light. My cousin stopped all of a sudden, and we looked down at our shadows. Next to my cousin stood a shadow of a man. This shadow was lighter than ours and did not have an outline. Nobody was by the bathrooms except for us. I tried not to panic, but both of my cousins ran and left me there for a brief second by myself, and then I started to run. All of us grabbed onto each other, and we did not stop until we met up with the guys and told them what happened. That same ghost haunted us for about a year. Sometimes, still to this day, he will come back on the same night when we first met him. Back in 1985, my family moved to a large house in Whibley in Washington. I was 17 when we moved into this place, and from day one, it just gave me the creeps. The constant feeling of being watched was unnerving. Within the first 2 weeks of moving in, I had my first real experience. We had finally gotten our furniture and was very thrilled to get my bedroom unpacked. That night, I lay in my bed, very smug in my cozy room. The house was dark, and my two younger brothers, little sister, and parents were asleep. I began to feel very cold and nervous. I lay there, wondering why I was feeling so odd. Suddenly, there was this horrible screaming coming from the hallway. I jumped out of my bed, grabbed my baseball bat, and ran out of my room. I ran down the hallway towards my little brother's room, convinced that someone had broken in and was attacking them. I ran into their room to find them sound asleep and safe. I checked my sister's room and my parents. All were sleeping and fine. I went back to bed, thinking I must have imagined it. It happened again 3 more times. Finally, I woke my dad and told him what was happening. He thought I was nuts. Nothing else happened that night. Of course, sometime later that year, I began to hear scratching sounds. The sounds mostly came from outside my bedroom windows. It sounded like someone was taking a rake, running it along the sliding, right under my windows. I had 3 windows in my room. 1 faced the south, and 2 faced the west. My best friend and I would stand in front of my windows, looking down, trying to figure out who or what was causing this sound. We could actually hear it move from one side of the house to the other, but could see nothing. When this sound would happen, I would say it's just Freddy Krueger from Nightmare on Elm Street. Other interesting things would happen, not so scary, but weird all the same. In the wee hours of the morning, say around 2 or 3, you could hear the kitchen cabinets opening and shutting, as if someone was looking for a glass. When you near the kitchen, the sound would stop. I've heard this, along with my best friend, her boyfriend, and my siblings. When I would be standing in the front yard with my friends, you could see the living room curtains open slightly, as if someone was peeking out. This would happen even when none of my other family members were home, so I know it wasn't them spying on me. My friends would point it out to me. Who's watching us? There was a spare bedroom in the finished basement that would cause a strange sensation. You would stand in it and become disoriented. You couldn't figure out what wall was west, south, east, or north. You know how you can stand in, say, your living room and say, this wall is east and behind it is the kitchen. In this room, you couldn't pinpoint any landmarks behind the walls, and you would become dizzy. I had a friend. He was in the army and very macho. Stay in that room one night because he didn't believe me. In the middle of the night he left. He said it freaked him out. To this day, we still talk about it. Items would disappear and reappear somewhere else odd. Music from a music box could be heard in the afternoons. When I came home from school and I was the only one home, the kicker was, we didn't have any music box. You could hear someone walking up and down the stairs, only when I was home alone. Nice, huh? When I would talk to my parents about it, they refused to say anything other than, don't say anything to your brothers or sister. I spoke to my youngest brother 6 months ago. He's now 20, and he informed me that he was aware of the hauntings and had many a scary story of his own. The same with my other brothers and sisters. Although it had been over 11 years since we moved out, we still think about this house, and I wonder if the current owners are having a problem with Freddy. I've lived in this house for 15 years, and nothing out of the ordinary ever happened, till I put a chalkboard in the kitchen for messages from my husband and children. About a day after I hung the board, my favorite aunt passed away. She has Alzheimer's. On the board, the word Y began to appear. I began to question my family about the messages. No one knew anything about it. One night, my husband had enough and questioned everyone about the message and became angry that no one knew anything about it. He yelled at the board, "Why? What?" I was thinking dinner that evening, and my youngest daughter was taking a bath, and she yelled for me. I left the kitchen, and the board was empty. When I returned to the kitchen, the chalkboard was covered with the word Y again. Suddenly, I felt the presence of a woman. It was my aunt who was with me. I told her that she had died, and it was time she rested after having a hard struggle with her sickness. I erased the board before anyone could see it again and took it down. Nothing ever happened again. I feel my aunt didn't understand what had happened to her and had come to me for answers. Why? That was the magic word for her. To this day, I still don't know why, and I don't think I'll ever know why. All I know is, Alzheimer's is a horrible disease, and once you have it, there's no coming back from it.
We moved into our house in August of 2001. We first realized we had a ghost when I was sitting on the toilet, and the toilet paper in front of me suddenly and very quickly began to unroll into a perfect pile on the floor. This happened once to my husband also. Soon it began. Here are some of the things we have experienced with our ghost. We have a woman who died in her son's room. Her name is Della. We know this from buying the house from her nephew. And we have a male ghost, but we do not know who he is. Her son will sit in the game room and turn his stereo on. It will turn off. He will get up and turn it back on. It will turn off again. He finally, after a while, gets frustrated and just leaves it off afterwards. Once my husband was plugging in the television in the game room, and he felt a breath on his neck and heard a female voice say, "Too hot." We do not know what she meant by that. Her son was sitting in the upstairs TV room one day. We have a bookshelf in this room. On the top shelf were 2 tall candles and plants. The candle came up over the plants, across the middle of the floor, and hit him on his knee. One evening, my husband and I were the only ones home, and we had heard a crash in the kitchen. One of our glasses had come out of the top cabinet and smashed into the middle of the kitchen floor. One morning we woke up, and the kitchen stool, which had been under the table at the end of the kitchen, was in front of the stove, as if Della had been sitting there, watching something cook. We had several people over, and videotaped the comforter on her bed, being straightened by invisible hands. Also, at this time we asked, "What are you doing here?" A male voice whispered, "Watching." That is when we realized we had not only had Della in this house, but a male ghost as well. We have had on numerous occasions the smell of baking bread, and no one was baking bread. According to her nephew, she died in her son's bedroom in the month of June. The first June that we were there, we had approximately 7 times that the police would call and say that they just received a hung up 911 call. After a while, we figured out who was doing it and removed the telephone from that room. It never happened again. One summer evening, my husband was in the backyard. When I walked out, he asked, "Where's my beer?" I did not know what he was talking about. He said he thought it was me walking through the kitchen, and he had yelled up for me to bring a beer. I had not been upstairs. I was down in the laundry room. Her son took a picture with his camera cell phone of a dark figure of a man sitting at her desk in front of the computer. We have things like our shoes being upstairs and ending up downstairs, just small things like that being moved. And finally, we can hear someone walking around upstairs when we are downstairs in the game room. It has just become our way of life. They are like part of the family. We don't even consciously notice half of the stuff happening anymore. One of the most horrifying incidents, though, occurred one night while sound asleep. My husband had been sleeping in another room at the time, when I could have sworn I heard faint screams coming from the room he was sleeping in. Although the screams sounded faded and far away, the tone still sounded as if people were being buried alive. Naturally, I rushed to my husband's assistance in the event that he may be in trouble. Fortunately, he was completely fine, but before I could turn back completely and head back into the hallway and into my room, I saw a shadow figure zip past me from the corner of my eye. I decided, at that point, that I was going to stay with my husband until the morning arrived. I was too scared to go back to the other room, to go back to bed. Hey, my name is Kelly, and I know that this experience is a bit short, but it's also a life-changing story that I'll always remember for the rest of my life. I used to frequently visit this young girl who I became a babysitter for. Her parents' house was a typical American dream type home, nestled inside a friendly subdivision of similar looking homes with white picket fences, perfectly manicured lawns, etc. One specific occasion, I was watching that girl play around in the front yard. It was late night, and I know it wasn't the smartest thing to do to let a child play around outside in the yard, but I was watching her, and the neighborhood was always very safe. I think it was about 11:30 p.m. at night when this whole event occurred. The streets had been empty. Absolutely nobody was out there but me and this little girl. That was when I noticed a man aimlessly wandering down the street just in front of the house. Since I was so focused on paying attention to the little girl, I didn't really notice him pop into my field of vision until he passed us by. This was an older middle-aged man with tattered clothing, looking completely out of place in a neighborhood that wouldn't even have these types of people wandering on the streets. He looked delirious and was walking slowly. He didn't seem to turn to us or even recognize that we were on the lawn
he just kept walking. Immediately, I grabbed the girl and ran back into the house and locked the door. I decided to look through the drapes when I noticed the man had disappeared on the street. It didn't make much sense to me because the man was walking so slowly and I'd just seen him the second before. I asked the little girl if she'd seen the man I'd seen, and before I could even finish my sentence, I heard a soft knock at my door, my heart pounding. I was too scared to even look through the hole to see if it was that man, but I did anyway. Oddly enough, there was nobody there. I ended up telling the family of the girl, and of course called the cops. They came over and told me to be careful, and that they would do their best to patrol the area in case they see a suspicious man outside. Later on, I thought that it could be possibly a ghost, though I'm not sure, but it does certainly seem like it. Another night I was out playing with this little girl when it started to storm shortly after. Her parents were home this time, but I liked to bond with the kid. My mom called me and told me she wanted me to come home so I wouldn't be out in the middle of the storm. The drive is probably about 10 minutes at the most, back to my house. As a side note, a friend of mine's house that was killed in a car accident is on my way home. As I was driving past, I got this urge to look at the house, and in the yard of this house, there was this fog presence. It wasn't just a light mist either. It was a completely darkened cloud. What completely shocked me, though, was that I swear it had some sort of definition or defined shape. It had the build of a person, but as I said, was still a dark cloud. I saw it for about 5 seconds, then it disappeared. It scared the crap out of me, because nowhere else around had any kind of fog. It definitely seems that this area has a lot of supernatural energy, and I'm not sure why. Thanks for reading, though. I wanted to share a story that proves that love continues, even after death. My son and his wife, who live in another state, were expecting their first baby in the first part of December. My 80-year-old mother couldn't wait for the baby to be born. She was so excited. Every time I talked to her, everything would be about the baby. In mid-October, Mom suddenly fell ill and was hospitalized. My son and his wife came down and spent a lot of time with Mom in the hospital, making plans for the baby, etc. On November 5th, Mom died. My beautiful granddaughter was born December 1st. It was named after her great granny. It was very bittersweet, as we loved the baby more than anything, and so glad she was healthy. But it was very sad knowing how much Mom wanted to see her. Well, death did not keep Mom from seeing her first great-grandchild. While in the hospital, my daughter-in-law was alone in the room, with the baby, kinda dozing in and out. Suddenly, she felt something nudge the end of her bed. She looked up and saw Mom at the foot of her bed, smiling at her. About this time, the baby started to fuss. My daughter-in-law watched in awe as Mom glided across the room to the baby and started rubbing her back. The baby immediately quieted down, and Mom slowly faded away. The baby is now a month old, and my daughter-in-law says that now that they are home, the house will start to feel different, and the baby acts like someone is playing with her. I think we know who her guardian angel is. As a side note, yes, the story is 1000% authentic. I know maybe people might not believe it, but obviously it happened, and I have the proof to back it up, at least in my heart. It's not the scientific proof that everybody wants, but it did happen. I believe in ghosts. I'm certain of it. I had an experience at this location, similar to the gentleman who shared his story, so I'd like to share mine as well. One evening, out of the blue, my friend told me about this haunted track just outside that small Saskatchewan town, located in Canada. We decided to take the several-hour trip just for fun, just to see it. My friend, who knew about it, had already been there several times.
and told us exciting but scary stories about it. 2 carloads of us made that trip that wintry night. We drove our vehicles down the track, past some no trespassing barricades, and parked. We got out to look. So to speak, we saw the light. This bright light, similar to a single headlight, slowly moving towards us. We then noticed it would split in 2, move fast, slow down, merge back into one, and repeat at fast rates. Freaked out, we ran back into the cars to leave, to notice the one larger car got stuck in the snow. We tried to get out. The longer and harder we tried, the brighter the light got. We couldn't move the vehicle away from the light because of the snow, but the guys figured we could move it forward, towards the light, unfortunately. Myself and another girl slowly walked towards the light to see if there was a clearing so we could turn around. When we did this, the light seemed to fade away. We walked quite a ways down, then decided to go back to the cars. We turned our backs to the light, which was at this time quite a ways away. You just have to look back, and after a few steps, we did. The light instantly grew in intensity and jumped what was like 50 to 70 feet towards us and was right behind us. We ran to the cars. It followed just as fast. Something, it wasn't the snow, kept making me trip over and over again, hurting my foot even more each time. I was on the verge of tears. Eventually, somehow, we got back into the cars, managed to get turned around, and started heading back. Then the car in front of us got stuck. The light moved up the road with us, but at this time, maintained a bit of a distance. We got this car unstuck with less trouble than the first, and proceeded a few meters more when we came back to the barricade. I don't know how we got past it at first. It seemed impossible to get back. Big pieces of metal in the middle of the path, ditch with trees on the side. Maybe just enough to get a car through, if there was light. One of the girls got on top of the pile with a flashlight to show where the edge of that was. I got in the ditch to show where the edge of it was, turned on the headlights, and the most absurd thing happened. The spotlight went crazy, fast, unpredictable movements, sudden duplications, merges, etc. Then little red lights surrounded it as it turned into one huge glowing white light. Then the huge light went out, gone, instantly. The red lights remained, and they flew towards us at high speeds. I tried to get myself out of the ditch and run to the car, but my foot felt as if it was being pulled back by someone. I yelled at the top of my lungs for help, but everyone else was spooked by the red lights, and they were running. More resistance was felt to my ankle, and I looked back at it and noticed the red little lights now, about a meter from me. I yelled at them to leave me alone and for my friends to help. All of a sudden, I was released from its stranglehold. I then proceeded to leap from the ditch and ran as fast as I could. I got up and ran as fast as I could to jump in the car. We left and got away from those tracks. I know I yelled. The scary thing was, I asked my friends why they didn't help me get out of the ditch. They said they didn't hear me yell at all for anything. I know I did. Did the ghost take away my voice then and there? Discussing this event afterwards with the group, we concluded I had the scariest experience of the 8 or so of us who took the trip. Why? They aren't sure, but I think I know. I was the one who didn't believe any of it would happen. The ghost had to prove me wrong. They did. Trust me. Believe. They are out there, and you don't want them to have to prove it to you. Every time I tell this story to anyone, even typing it, my body stiffens up like I did that night. I feel a cold sweat, and every shadow scares me. It scared me to tears that night. I returned another time with other friends. They all believed at first, so they ventured out down the path, ran back within seconds, scared out of their wits. I got as far as 5 steps from the car when I jumped back in and locked the doors. Something felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to be there. I couldn't even look down the path. I traveled 4 hours. Didn't even look again, just to travel another 4 hours back home. Over 35 years ago, in our farm neighborhood, there was a farm where an old woman lived alone. It was said around the neighborhood that the old lady was a witch. I don't know if she actually was a witch, but she was pretty scary looking. She wore long dresses and always had a scarf tied over her head. She walked with a cane and was kinda stooped over looking. She didn't own a car, and we would see her walking up and down the roads, picking up cans and bottles, which I guess she sold. We would pass her in the mornings on the school bus, and whenever the bus went by her, all the kids would quiet down and sit silently in their seats. We wouldn't admit it, but we were scared of her. As I said, she lived on a farm. She did not farm the land, but rather cash rented her ground to another farmer. The land was a mix of ridgeland and rich bottom ground, prime farmland. There was a nice large woods which held an abundance of wildlife. The farmstead itself consisted of a large 2-story farmhouse, 2 barns, and a spring house. Large old pines surrounded the house. It actually was kind of a pretty farm. In 1963, the old lady died alone, and her land was bought by a neighbor in a sheriff's sale. The neighbor was never successful in finding a tenant for the house. It seemed that nobody would live there very long. Then, in 1966, the house and all the outbuildings burned to the ground. The ensuing investigation didn't ever turn up much, but to this day, the rubble of the fires is still there, and the site is slowly going back to nature. Just a large pine still mark where the farm stood. Along came 1967, and for me, life changed. Graduation, the Marines, and Vietnam. Thoughts of witchy-looking old ladies were the furthest from my mind. Presently, after 2 tours, I returned to the good old USA, and for a while, traveled around, seeing the country. Soon, I became homesick and moved back home to Indiana. Having lived in the bush for a couple of years, I guess I had a hard time adjusting to life among people, so I would spend a lot of time in the woods hunting, or just sitting alone, in the quiet. Upon my return home, I asked the owner of the old witch farm if I could hunt on the ground he owned. He responded affirmative, as the ground was no longer good for farming. It seemed that after a couple of years after the old woman died, springs burst forth out of the hillsides in the farm and saturated the bottom ground, ultimately turning the farm into a marsh. Today, you can slog through the marsh and find the tops of fence posts sticking out of the ground for about 10 to 12 inches. Fence wire is still attached to the post, disappearing into the ground. Now, I started hunting on this ground, but I was always uncomfortable while I was there. I constantly felt as if I were being watched. It was kinda creepy. You could just feel something unnatural was there with you. However, having survived the NVA, I was not afraid of any creepy Indiana woodland. One rainy night, in the late 1970s, I decided to go fox hunting. I left my uncle's home and ventured out in the woods with a light, a fox call, and a shotgun. I knew the best hunting would come in the field behind the old witch's woman's farm stand, so I crossed the creek and went up the ridge to the old farm. I set up and began to use my fox call. I was not afraid. I'd learned long ago not to let my mind get the better of me. After a while, I called in a gray fox, but I was not able to get a good shot at him, so I held my fire. It was very quiet, just the sound of the rain falling. Now, I need to explain that when fox hunting, a call is used to call in a fox, and a powerful light with a red or amber lens cover is used to shine or reflect the fox's eyes, revealing the animal's position. This is a common method used by hunters everywhere. After I was convinced that the first fox I called in was not going to present a shot, I resumed calling. After several minutes, it seemed that I was hearing a noise coming from an old farmstead area. I shined my light in the direction of the pile of rubble that had once been the farm buildings, and suddenly I realized that the light was reflecting back a pair of eyes that seemed to be 8 to 10 feet off the ground. Okay, no need to panic. Probably a raccoon up in a small tree, trying to get a better view of an animal that was in distress, a noise my call makes. Regardless of what it was, this incident spooked me, and I decided to leave. I blew my cover and removed the red lens cover from the hunting light and turned it into the direction of the elevated eyes. Now, an animal's eyes will reflect red in light, but normally reflect with a greenish tint in white light. However, the eyes of a possum will still reflect with a reddish tint. The eyes that were being reflected in my light stayed red. No big deal, just a possum. I gathered my gear and started across the field for the wooded slope to go home. Turning my light in the direction of the red reflecting eyes, they were still there, unmoving, but closer. Now, any animal whose eyes are being reflected in light will eventually move their head, causing a momentary break in the reflection. These eyes were unblinking, unmoving, except they appeared to be following me towards the woods. The scariest thing was the fact that the eyes were still about 10 feet off the ground. It was then I realized that there were no trees in the field for an animal to be in, and no Indiana owls can hover like a Harrier jet. Suddenly, this battle-tested Marine panicked and started double timing towards the woods. I found the footpath that went down to the creek crossing and started down it. After going about 40 meters into the woods, I stopped dead in my tracks. I was suddenly paralyzed with fear. I knew if I turned around that the pursuing eyeshine would be behind me. Mustering my courage, I slowly turned, shotgun at the ready, and as sure as hell, the reflection was there at the tree line, still about 10 feet off the ground. In the powerful beam of my hunting light, I should be able to see the body of whatever was following me, but all I could see were the eyes, staring, almost seeming to glow red. I was toying with the idea of shooting at what I was now sure was an apparition, but a low guttural sound, which came from the same location of the eyes, convinced me that this was not a good idea. I was overwhelmed with the feeling to get the hell out of here, so finding the feeling in my legs, I broke and ran like I never had before. I did not even use the stepping stones at the creek crossing. I just splashed through the water. I continued my pace through the scrub timber until I finally found safety in my uncle's farmyard. At this time, I heard a cry coming from the timber that I cannot duplicate or describe accurately, but it had a mocking quality to it. What did I see in those woods that night? I don't know. It wasn't anything indigenous to the Indiana woods. It was something that scared the hell out of me more than an NVA B-40 rocket ever did. I know that I will never go into the woods again at night. This incident happened over 20 years ago, but I can't shake the image from my mind. I was reading the many accounts of ghost hauntings and appearances, and I thought I should share mine. My senior year, my sister, my friend Mindy, George, Joey, and myself decided to go and search for ghosts in a place that is known for many ghost hauntings. I'm from San Antonio, and some of you may be familiar with the Tracks school bus crash that killed several children and bus driver in the surrounding Espada Park. On the way to the Tracks, there is a cemetery about a couple of blocks off the main street that leads you to the Tracks. It was about 11:30 at night, and we heard about the statue of the Virgin Mary, that if you stare at her long enough, she starts to rock back and forth. This whole area is known for many ghost sightings because it is also a battlefield. The statue is located in the cemetery, near the small road that leads into the cemetery. The cemetery has a gate surrounding it and a chained entrance. Well, anyway, we parked outside the fence and sat in silence to see if this was true. Sure enough, slowly at first, the statue started rocking. She sits with her head bowed and is holding her arms as if she is carrying a baby. To our surprise, the statue started throwing her head back. We started freaking out, but weren't too scared because we had seen a ghost about 15 minutes ago, but that's another story. We sat there, and my friend noticed that the gate was completely open. I don't know how we would have missed an observation like that, since we have to pass the entrance to get to the park outside the gate to see the statue. We all decided to go in and get a better look. We were being stupid and just weren't scared enough, I guess. Slowly, George began driving, and as we kept getting closer to the statue, the harder she would rock. When we got to where we were aligned with the statue, about 10 feet, the most horrifying thing happened. The statue lifted her head and stared at us, but with no eyes and no face. It was completely black, and what made everything worse was that as soon as she looked at us, the car shut off entirely. We were in hysterics, screaming as if we were being murdered. Even George and Joey, two 18-year-old men, were screaming like girls. The car was a year old and had no problems with it. George continuously tried restarting the car, and it just would not turn on. The rest of us are looking away from the statue, and I was praying to God to start the car. Finally, what felt like an eternity, it started, and we hauled ass out of the cemetery and took a right out of the entrance, which leads us further away from the main road towards the tracks. We were in shock and decided to skip going to the tracks and go home and pray. When we got home, I noticed the TV was on and the news was blaring. It was announced that an earthquake had just hit the San Antonio area. I guess that explains what happened at the cemetery, even though I swear it was paranormal. I'm not even entirely sure what happened that night exactly, but I know it terrified me. But how do you explain the black eyes? How do you explain everything else? Maybe it was a paranormal earthquake, if that even makes sense. You know how I was talking about the ghost from earlier that I said I wouldn't mention? Well, I guess I should mention it now. A few minutes before we were heading up to the cemetery to see the statue, we saw this old guy out in the fields, just digging. As we drove by with our headlights on, we flashed towards the guy. He looked up at us and looked absolutely frightened. Either that or angry. It was hard to tell. But as he was looking up, his eyes were black. Not only that, but his eyes were so black that they were reflecting off of the car. I'm not even sure if that makes sense, but that's what we saw. We ended up driving past that area, and that's when we went into the cemetery. Now, you may dispute this and may be skeptical about what happened, but I'm telling you, honest to God, it really did happen. I know a lot of people say that, but I swear on my life that it did. Every time I pass by that cemetery, I can't help but think of what happened that night. I don't know if I'm ready to see that thing again, once it decides to appear. But I'll tell you what, whenever someone tells me a ghost story, I'll listen and believe. We moved into a house that was about 100 years old and had not been lived in for about 20. The rumor around town was that it was haunted. I did not believe this, even though I had grown up with people that had spent nights in the house and said that they experienced it firsthand. So we moved into the house when my children were ages 5 and 8 years old. The first night in the house, I was very nervous. I could not go to sleep. When I did almost fall asleep, I heard a man's voice in my head. I know this sounds very strange, but it was like someone else's thought was in my head, and it said a man's name. I can't remember the name, only that it started with a B. We finally settled in. The girls complained of doors locking them in rooms. We had gone out of town for the weekend. My youngest daughter got a virus. When we got home, she went to bed. About 5:30 a.m., I heard what I thought was one of my children calling out for me. When I checked in on them, they were sound asleep, not even stirring. I went from my youngest daughter's room into the hall to go to my room, and I saw what I thought were car lights reflecting in my window on the stair landing. But as I watched, the lights were bobbing up and down, independent of each other. They went down the steps, turned at the landing, and continued down the steps until they disappeared through a door. Another time, at about 5:30 a.m. again, I was awakened by someone touching my leg. I thought it was one of my children, but nobody was there. I also experienced the man's voice in my head one more time. Near Halloween of the same year, I was in the car with my children when my 5-year-old complained that she always felt that someone was watching her when she was in bed. This scared me. It was time to get out. We bought a brand new house and moved out. When we had moved into the old house, I had 2 cats. They were so scared in the old house that they didn't come out from under the couch for a week. I thought this was a reaction from moving. When we moved into the new house, they were at home right away. I feel that they sensed something. After we moved out, my mother-in-law confided that she had an experience in the house while getting my children off to school. It was a foggy morning and not yet light out. She heard someone come in the house. She walked into the dining room and could see someone in what was called the parlor. She thought it was my mother, who liked to get up early and walk every morning for exercise. When she spoke my mother's name, the presence went up the steps. She thought my mother had gone up to check on the children. When she never came down, my mother-in-law went up looking for her, and no one was there. She became concerned and called my mother to make sure she was all right. My mother confirmed her calling. She said she wondered why she called so early for no apparent reason. My husband also experienced hearing what he thought was the children calling out for him, and they were asleep. For about 6 months after this, I had nightmares about the house. I hope I never experience this again.
Some people think that we are crazy, but I believe that you believe that it is real. In 1972, my parents purchased a house and we moved in. I was 5 at that time. During the 5 years that we lived there, so many strange and terrible things happened. Right after moving in, we had a sense that we were not alone. Late at night, my sister and I would see a man standing over us while in our beds. I got accustomed to sleeping under the bed for years. We would lock our door, and he would unlock it. We would put things away, and he would take them back out. He was always taking things and placing them in the exact same spot a week later. We asked neighbors about the house shortly after moving in, when we arrived home from shopping, and it sounded like there was a party going on inside. When the door was opened, there was nothing, just silence. That was when we started asking questions about the property. One neighbor, who lived next door for over 50 years, told us a heart-wrenching story. It seems that a family of 4 had lived in the house in the late 1960s to the early 1970s. Man, wife, and 2 sons. In 1969, one of the boys was crossing the street and was hit and killed by a speeding car. The other child was also killed in the same spot, same time, same way, 1 year to the date. The mother was so upset that a few days later, she hung herself in the living room. The father came home to find his wife, and he shot himself in the kitchen. This was 2 years before we purchased the house, and had been on the market since the tragedies. I cannot say as to whether the spirit was content with us or not. For instance, at the age of 8 and my sister 11, she got sick and was admitted into the hospital as dead on arrival. Thank God the doctors did not give up,
They saved her life and gave her back to us. She was diagnosed with encephalitis, a deadly disease during that time, and still is. She was in the bathroom when I found her that night, and in the mirror appeared a shadow of a man's head. We have since destroyed that mirror, but the shadow was never there before her sickness. Second instance, we moved and rented the house out to my aunt. One evening my uncle had went to retrieve some items he had in the garage. 2 of the items were antique shotguns. We have never been able to find shells for these 2 guns, and they're in shadow boxes now. As my uncle picked up one of the guns, the other slipped and went off. He was shot in the neck and shoulder and almost died from the injuries. Thing is, there was no proof either gun had been fired. Police could not find any powder residue anywhere, but they concluded that the shot came from that caliber of gun. Third instance, I moved back into the house in 1986, shortly after the birth of my son. After being there a week, it was extremely hot that summer. I had a feeling something was wrong with the baby. I went into the room and noticed that it was blue and ice cold. As I rushed him to the hospital, he was coming around. At the hospital, they said nothing was wrong with him, and he sent me home. I moved that night. I only go into the house if a renter moves out. Nobody ever lives there long. I still get locked into the rooms. I feel his presence all around me, and the hair stands up on my arms. We have never been able to get a minister to go in the house. We always get told that evil lurks there. There are many other instances, but these are the ones that really bother me the most. I'm 60 years old at the present time, but when I was in my early 20s, I married a very loving, handsome man, and we moved into our first home, which was a big red brick house in a small town. The house was separated into 2 halves, an upstairs and a downstairs. We lived in the bottom half. Soon after moving into the house, we gave birth to a beautiful daughter. Our life was fulfilled. Back then, I was still very much in love with my husband, and even today I am. And he was ever so proud of his little Joy Lynn, our daughter. Our life couldn't be better at this point. Until one day, during a hot summer, the family above us had to move due to work, and I was asked if I could clean and paint the upper half and tried to find a new family to move in. I cleaned a little one day, and then decided to start again early morning when the sun wasn't beating through the windows. And so I did. I started at 5 a.m. and decided to take a break and do one of my own chores that needed tending to. I left the door open that led to the upper half of the home and began to wash some clothes. When I went out in the yard to hang them, I thought nothing about my very curious 5-year-old daughter being alone in the house. I was only right outside the door. I went back in the house to make lunch for her before I began to clean again, and called for her and got no answer. I began searching for her, and she was nowhere to be found. After searching the streets, I called my husband home and then contacted the authorities. They found her daughter. She had explored through the door that was to the upper half of the house and climbed up into the attic. And when they had found her, she was dead. I was in shock. I was only outside for a short time, and she had no marks on her body to show cause, and the medical people couldn't even explain what the cause of death was. This was the hardest thing I even had to endure. One night, while lying in bed, trying to reenact the day out in my head and figure out what could have happened, my husband made a strange noise and yelled, "Did you see her?" I sat up and asked what he was seeing, and he swore my daughter had entered the room. I assured him no one was there, and that his mind was playing tricks on him because he missed her so much. That was one of my many long tearful nights, and it happened several times a week, until exactly 8 months to the day that our daughter died,
when I was leaving to go to the mill, I found my husband's lifeless body lying on the basement stairs that led to the outside, and in his hands, tightly clutched, was the doll my daughter lost the day before she died. The doctors say it was a heart attack, but at the young age of 30, I think he had too much strain on his heart over the loss of his daughter. I began to blame the house. It had took my only happiness from me. I moved out shortly after, but rumors have it that the families that lived there soon after swore to see a man and a little girl walking the house in search of each other. This is my true but sad story, and someday we will be together again. As for the house, it still stands, and every so often I drive to see if I can get a glimpse of my family it took from me. Sunday, September 16th, 2001. Very early in the morning, around 6:45 a.m., I witnessed what I would speculate is my first ghost experience. Before I go and tell you what I saw, or what I think I saw, I think I should mention all the details from the night before. I live in Pennsylvania, and my fiance lives on the border of New York and New Jersey. We were driving home from his house that night at about 12 midnight, which was about a 2-hour drive from a funeral we had attended earlier that day for his grandmother. As we were driving home, we got to telling each other about different ghost stories and urban legends. At first I was scared, getting creeped out by each story. However, after about an hour and a half of stories, I started to relax and enjoyed listening to them. When we got to my house, we decided to look for ghost stories on the internet. We got into reading in-depth stories and looking at pictures. At about 4 a.m., I put him to bed in my guest room. I still live at home with my parents, and they're very uptight about him and I sleeping together. The guest room is filled with porcelain dolls, many put in the closet due to being too freaky looking for him at night. He went to bed with the light on, again being afraid of the dolls, in the empty room. I went back to my room and stayed up for another 2.5 hours, being afraid myself. I wasn't afraid of dolls, but instead my room. My house is about 12 years old. I've been living in this house ever since I was 6. We moved in right after my 6th birthday in October. The area is new, and we were the first people to ever live there. The area before this was a dense forest, and it wasn't torn down until a year before the house was built. The area wasn't a graveyard, nor was it ever. When I was younger, I used to think the area was, so I went and did research directly where my house is located. As a child, I was sent to school in St. Anne's, a Catholic school in the area. I went to church either Saturday night or Sunday morning for years and years of my life. When I got to about 5th grade, I started to not believe in God. Around the same time, my parents were asking priests to come over and bless our house. I asked my parents nicely to keep the priests out of my room, not wanting it to be blessed. At first, my parents thought I was into the devil, but I explained that me not believing in God meant no devil either. When I reached 9th grade, I dropped Catholic school, and my parents no longer started to attend church. I know I've been going off subject, but I guess I should give you the background information before the details. I didn't want to go to bed at all, but I knew I should, so I waited until the sun came up and crawled into bed. My room is the hottest room in the entire house. It is so small. By the time I had gone to bed, I'd gotten so cold that I had to sleep fully dressed with a sweatshirt on. I never even did this in the winter. When I was under the covers, I looked up at the ceiling. Maybe it was my imagination, due to all the fright I've been going through, but it looked like something was above me. I started to doze off for a second and looked straight up at the ceiling. What I noticed was absolutely terrifying. I noticed a spider, only had a human face. It was translucent, and it looked at me with piercing eyes. The eyes were even red.
I closed my eyes yet again, and when I reopened them, everything seemed fine, and there was nothing on the ceiling. I've never in my life been this scared, and I've never in my life imagined things, even when I was scared. I closed my eyes and refused to open them. I fell asleep, from what I recall, a few minutes after. Later the next day, at around 8 p.m., Derek and I had been talking about what happened the previous night. We were both hungry, so I decided to go downstairs and go find something for him and I to snack on. When I came back up, we started eating, and he casually drops the line. He told me that while that was happening, last night he saw a person in the distance while the door was open in the hallway. He said he knew it was a ghost because it was transparent, but not transparent enough to notice the spiders crawling all over this person. He noticed it for about 10 seconds, and then it faded away. He was absolutely terrified, even though he seemed really nonchalant, telling me the story. I could see it in his eyes. A split second later, he felt a cold draft enter the room. Although there was no windows open at the moment, before this, I never really believed in ghosts the way I do now. However, maybe we were both scared and imagined this. And one day though, everything that was told in this email is true and exact. Nothing was exaggerated. I would really like some help and hope maybe someone could answer my questions. Please tell me if you think we're both seeing things, or if maybe our willingness to believe has brought out a spirit. Whatever the case, it was horrifying, and I do not want to experience the spider ever again. I'm an agnostic, or truth seeker. My wife is not, but both of us are open-minded people. We also believe that spirits exist, as well as ghosts, and my wife considers it creepy, while I simply remain fascinated with them. We moved into an apartment just after we were married, in 1999. I believe that there are ghosts and residual energies in various places in our apartment. The place is the standard apartment layout, and every once in a while, night or day, doesn't matter what time, she and I, or both, would hear the sounds of footsteps on carpet going down a short hallway. These were not boots in the hardwood footsteps, but more like bare feet on plush carpet. We felt that the ghost was female and very sweet. She would just walk down the hallway towards the bedrooms. If I were in one of the bedrooms, I would always have a small feeling of happiness go through me after I heard her coming. The way you would feel if someone smiled at you. Occasionally, we would feel her watching us from the front room or back bedroom. Evidently, the hallway was where our domain was. There were never cold spots, but my wife would occasionally feel the lady next to her when she walked from the bedrooms to the front room. The lady made my wife feel rather creeped out. However, she startled me once when she came running into the bedroom, eyes wide, and told me that the lady moaned in her ear as if trying to say something to her. So for the sake of my wife, we stood in the hallway and asked the lady nicely but firmly that she could remain, but to not make her presence known to us. We also informed her about the light and how she could enter into it. Since we had no more occurrences with her, in the small bedroom, there's either residual energy or a passive ghost. I feel watched when I'm in there, and it's usually 10 to 15 degrees cooler, even with the afternoon sun spilling in. I don't think my wife feels it, and no one else does either, but I felt it so strongly, so I placed a micro cassette recorder in there with a sensitive mic and recorded for the duration of the 30-minute tape. The only odd things I've heard on the tape were an occasional whistle that changes in octave. The second only lasts for a half a second, but it's an audible, breathy whistle that goes up an octave, like first part of a wolf whistle. That was interesting, and I'd dismiss it if it weren't for some of our possessions being misplaced that suddenly appear in odd places. Our truck keys suddenly disappeared this morning without a trace anywhere. The truck was searched over twice, and the apartment was searched. So I made duplicates at Home Depot and gave them to my wife, who used them to drive to the doctor's appointment. When the appointment was over, we walked back out to the truck and opened the door with a duplicate key. There on the driver's side seat was the original set of keys that were missing. She would have felt them under her bum if they'd been there before. She called me at work in hysteria, telling me all about it. I don't mind ghosts being around. I consider them friends, or at least I try to make friends with them. They are, in fact, just spirits without bodies. Some are angry, some are nice, and even some are jokers. When you come across one, you should respect him or her just like you would a complete stranger. Make friends with it, or ask it to leave if you wish. But don't disrespect ghosts because of childhood Halloween stories. They are intelligent humans who are a bit confused about where they are. If you happen to have one around you, simply ask it to walk into the light where friends and loved ones await them. This experience is not that exciting to hear about. I do not wish to embellish it with creepy anecdotes or a mysterious plot, but nevertheless, this is how it went. I attended Hagengrove Military Academy in Chatham, Virginia, a town that in itself is stuck in time. It is the home of racists, bigots, and sadists who have inherited land from their ancestors. It is not a place in which I would suggest visiting. Having said that, I used to make a trip with some of my classmates in a beer store, 57's, which was an hour-long walk through pasture and woods from the campus. We never left with the intent to be caught by school officials, one of which, Captain Stout, a double Medal of Honor veteran, who is as sneaky and stealthy as anyone on the planet. The penalty of being caught was very high. We did not mention this experience to anyone who was not present. It surely would have spread. We were on our way back from 57's at about 1 o'clock in the morning, a little buzz from cheap beer with the intent to distribute alcohol to other students, when the three of us, mainly my roommate and best friend, stopped dead in our tracks for no reason. I'll remember the next sequence of events until the day I die. We heard the unmistakable war cries of rebel soldiers on the charge. It is a sound somewhat akin to imprisoned tribesmen intent on killing you. From atop a hill, directly in front of us, through the trees, came 30 to 40 purely solid figures charging, apparently unconcerned with us. We hit the forest floor and did not make a sound as we witnessed a battle, first 10 or 12 volleys of gunfire, and finally hand-to-hand combat, and then retreat. It is pointless for me to explain every troop movement I witnessed. Just use your imagination, and you should understand. The whole incident lasted no longer than 2 to 3 minutes, but the cries of those men will haunt me forever.
I live in the town of Anaconda, Montana, and I used to work at the Copper Bowl. We all used to joke around about Wilbur, the previous owner, who haunted the place. At first it was just little things that would happen. Casino machines would all of a sudden have credits on them when no one was there, which could be a mechanical malfunction. Things would move from one place to another, but nothing was as horrifying as what happened one Saturday morning. It was earlier in the morning, and it was just the cook and I. He was telling me about the reflection of a woman he had seen a few nights before in one of the windows, but when the spot where she was supposed to be was investigated, no one was there. These kind of scarier stories were becoming more and more commonplace, and we knew that Wilbur wasn't alone. That morning, we had gone over to the bowling alley, which is next door. It was always dark in there until the owners came, and always cold. In the dark, you could hear someone walking across the boards, which makes a very distinct sound. Now, what I mean by walking across the boards is that someone is walking in the gutters or on the lanes themselves. You could hear the footsteps coming towards us, but there was no one there. You could also hear the jingling of keys. A little while later, we were alone in the restaurant, and you could hear things next door getting louder. Not just footsteps this time, but other noises that we just couldn't explain. The cook had to go over to the bowling alley to get ice and was gone for what seemed like a very long time, so I went over to find him. As I walked through the door, there was a really intense feeling, one that I've only had a few times in my life, and it was the feeling of get the heck out of there, but I had to find my coworker. When I called his name the first time, I got no answer, so I walked up towards the bar. As I walked up the stairs, I heard what sounded like a gurgling noise that comes from deep inside the back of the throat, and I got the chills. I called his name again, and this time he answered me, but it sounded very faint. Again I called his name, and it seemed to be as loud as it should be, considering he was only 4 feet from me. A little while later, we went over there again to have our cigarettes, and I saw a black figure at the other end of the alley walk across. My coworker saw the panic in my face and turned around. He then turned to me and told me we had to get the hell out of there. I found out that Wilbur had died when he drowned in a fishing trip. Needless to say, I quit not long after that. My better half and I were looking for a larger apartment to rent. Because he works mornings and I work afternoons, I ended up doing a lot of our house hunting alone. I went to look at around 5 different houses and apartments one day. They were all far too generic, little boxes in apartment complexes, until the last one. This last house was an old mill house, made into a duplex. It was huge. The ceilings were 15 feet. The rooms were massive. It was a great house, about 9 years old, and oh so cool. My boyfriend came to look at it the next day and also liked it, so we moved in. It was little things at first, an odd pounding on the wall that we attributed to our rambunctious neighbor, cold winds that we thought were just the usual drafts of an old house, but the cat, we couldn't explain the cat. Our kitty is a smart little beastie, more so than the average feline. He wouldn't go upstairs without one of us. If he was asleep on the bed and you left the room, he would go streaking past you down the stairs. He would sit and stare at something in the corner. He would leap up from a nap and chase his tail, like someone had pulled it. We didn't even really think about it. We figured the cat was weirded out by the move. Then more concrete, odd things began to happen. I would see little figures out of the corner of my eye, quick shadows that were gone before I could turn my head. Or I would hear laughter, but it would vanish just as quickly. Sometimes I would hear crying as I walked up the stairs, but these things were always short and soft enough that I would think it was a trick of my mind. My boyfriend and I were watching a movie one night when something happened that convinced me I wasn't insane or overly imaginative. My boyfriend, who does not believe at all and is incredibly pragmatic, suddenly stopped the movie. He asked me if I heard that. "What?" I replied. He looked at me and said, "Children screaming." I hadn't heard it. I could see how upset he was. And more odd things have happened since then. My boyfriend and I love kids, especially me. It's a running joke that I'm a baby magnet. Kids love me. We have several friends who bring their young children over to visit, or for me to babysit, so I have toys all over the house. Our kitchen and living room are connected by a doorway with no door, so you can see straight through. I was making a tuna fish sandwich a couple of days ago and happened to glance into the living room. A small, brightly colored ball rolled across the floor. At first, I thought the cat must be playing with it, and then I realized the cat was sitting next to me, hoping to catch some floor-bound tuna. I was the only one home. My boyfriend swears that he saw a blonde-haired kid in our kitchen, hiding under the table. I was babysitting our friend's toddler that day, and he figured it was Mickey. So he snuck over, planning to lift up the tablecloth and play peekaboo. But when he lifted the tablecloth, no one was there. Mikey and I were 2 blocks away at the park. I know I've gone through all this setup, and nothing really freaky's happened, so here's the clincher. It happened this morning. That's why I'm writing this now. I woke up late. My boyfriend had gone to work, and I was planning to laze around the house and maybe do some yard work. I laid down on our couch and decided to watch a movie, and I apparently dozed off. I woke up because someone was crawling onto the couch. Seriously, to anyone who has kids or spends a lot of time with them, you know what this is like. You're napping and feel tiny hands on the couch. Then a little body crawls up and snuggles down next to you. This has happened so many times that at first it didn't even faze me. Then I realized that none of the munchkins I'd take care of were in the house. No one was in the house, and when I sat up, the weight was gone and no one was there. None of this scares me. I rented this house because I told my better half that it felt happy, like a home. The only thing I can come up with is that the children of whatever mill worker lived in this house are still around, and that's okay. I hope they like us in our home. I'd rather have happy little ghosts than not so nice other ones. I'm so glad this site is here, and I can tell someone about these events. Our friends just laugh. Great work. I've had a few ghostly occurrences happen to me, but 2 really stand out. I call it Lady with the Long Black Hair. When I was a little girl, growing up in Somerville, Massachusetts, I was around 3, I think. I would wake up every night because of a bad dream. I would then make my way to my parents' room to sleep for the remainder of the night. I would have to pass through the kitchen to get there. Lights were out, but there was some light coming in the windows from the street lights. I would see her sitting on the kitchen counter, up against the wall by one of the windows, a lady with the long black hair, which is how I always referred to her. She was dressed in a long black dress, pale-faced but shadowy, with illuminated green eyes. She would just be sitting there and looking right at me. It always took my breath away. I was so afraid of her. I would inch my way towards my mother's room with my back against the wall, never taking my eyes off her. Her eyes followed my progress across the room. I always thought, she's going to jump off the counter and get me, but that never happened. Years later, my mom told me she had strange things happen to her in that house too, but that's another story. In another story, my Nana came to visit me. Years later, living as an adult in Hampton, Virginia. One night, I was awakened by something. When I opened my eyes and looked around, I was startled to see my Nana sitting in bed with me. Nana had died 6 months earlier. It was kind of scary because she was gray and just slightly transparent. Also, she had a shocked look on her face, almost like she was the scared one. Then in my head, I heard her voice saying, "Shh, go back to sleep," which I did. The next day, I remembered it all quite clearly, and thinking on it, I feel like she had been surprised that I had woken up and was looking right at her. I don't think she bargained on that when she come to visit me. Hey, my name is Tyler, and this is the story of my sightings of the ghost in my uncle's house. I moved to Bend, Oregon to live and work with my uncle, and I slept upstairs where nothing happened at all for the first 3 months. Then my dad and 2 brothers moved in also, so I had to move downstairs. Well, downstairs had like its own living room, a bathroom in the bedroom with its door next to the stairs. Well, We used to hear two sets of footsteps upstairs, walking around, when there was no one up there. Sometimes we would think it was my brother and his friends. But when my little brother went up to check the door, it was locked, and they were still out. One night, my brother fell asleep on the couch, and when he woke up, he heard a very loud scream, like a woman being killed downstairs. When the scream happened, our cat ran up the stairs, hit the hardwood floors, and ran right into the room, under the bed. Also, right up the stairs, our fridge faced the window with the oven right in front of the fridge door. There was a magnet calendar on the freezer door, and one night, while watching television, me and my brother and my dad were scared when we heard a loud bang in the kitchen, and then the calendar was thrown hard down the stairs and hit the door downstairs. Thing about it is that there is no way that the calendar could have went downstairs at the angle it was. The thing that made me really believe in ghosts, though, was this one night. After my dad went to bed, I watched some TV, and it was summertime out, so it was hot, and I decided to sleep on the floor. When I was about to fall into sleep, I heard a light chuckle behind me, which I thought was my dad. But when I looked behind me, there was absolutely no one. I tried to go to sleep again, and the same thing happened, and I got a little angry. Well, again, I was about to fall asleep when I had the feeling that someone was looking at me. When I opened my eyes, there was a gray male figure about 6 feet long and a dark figure about 5'10" standing right next to me. And when I looked at them both, they both looked back at me. I got so scared that I closed my eyes and prayed that they would leave. And when I opened my eyes again, they were both walking. Again, I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, they turned the corner and went up the stairs. I picked up my pillow and ran into my dad's room. He woke up right when I got into his room, and when he asked what happened, I told him in a very shaken voice that I saw a ghost. Right when that happened, we both heard two sets of footsteps right above our heads, and the door opened and closed with a lot of force. After that night, I believed in ghosts, and there's nothing in the future that will ever change my mind. Hi, my story happened a long time ago. I was 17, and it was the evening of the 1989 earthquake here in Northern California. I was staying at a family friend's house for the night. I had known them for several years, and they'd always told ghost stories while we would camp. The husband's brother had just died when he was 5 years old. He got hit by a car. He said he thinks that his brother was still around. They still lived on the same property that he grew up on. Anyway, to get to the story, that evening, we all went to bed. They had a small house and had me sleep in the kids' room, and the kids slept in the living room. Everyone was turned in for the night. All of a sudden, the lights started flickering. The dad yelled for the kids to stop messing around. It wasn't them. We all ended up getting out of bed. The lights continued to flicker and then turn off completely. We turned the light switches on, and nothing. We looked outside, and other people's homes were still lit up, so it wasn't a power outage. I just figured with the earthquake and all who knows, I wasn't scared at the time. We all went back to bed and giggled a little and made a few jokes about the ghost. I laid back down, and before long, the lights started up again, and then the drawers in the bathroom started opening and closing, slamming hard. At this point, I was scared. I ran into the master bedroom and told them I wasn't sleeping by myself. I thought I would sleep on the floor at the foot of the bed. We were all a little scared. All of a sudden, the most horrible, inhuman sound came. Like I said, it was a small house. It sounded like the home had surround sound. It came from every corner of the house. This loud, guttural scream or moan. It was a long moment, and then it all stopped. I sat there and cried. I didn't sleep a wink that night. I couldn't wait to get out of there. I told them in the morning that I'll never be back to their home. I felt that whatever it was
didn't like an outsider in the house. I look back at that night and wonder about it. I lost contact with the family. It has been close to 20 years now. At the time, it made me a firm believer in the paranormal. Now as I get older and am more skeptical, I can't help but wonder if it's some kind of joke. I don't see how. At the time, I don't even think there was such thing as a surround sound. And that is the only way that sound could have come from the house. It was as if the house itself was screaming. That is the only paranormal experience that I have ever had. Just thought I would share it. Thanks. My friend Helen and I had been in our local pub for most of the evening. We had been drinking cola all night, but decided to walk down to another one close by, as there was a band that we liked that was playing there. The town that we lived in is quiet and unassuming, so we thought nothing of walking through the cemetery that was on the way to the other pub. You're probably thinking, oh, here we go, another cemetery story. It was right in the middle of the two pubs, so it was the usual quick walk. It was around 9:30 p.m. on a Sunday night in October 1998, so it was pretty dark. We chatted and walked down the path and into the cemetery, not giving it a second thought. All of a sudden, Helen grabbed my arm and froze on the spot. "What the heck is that?" she gasped. Thinking she was trying to scare me, I just laughed and looked over to where she was pointing. I could feel her shaking as she held on to me. To help you picture the scene, the path runs directly through the middle of the cemetery, with graves on both sides, the church to the left, and a row of cottages just the other side of the graves, and a little hedge to the right. To my horror, there was something very large, tall and black, making its way along the small road, which runs along the side of the cottages. We're only about 15 yards away, but there was absolute silence. No footsteps, breathing, or noise of any kind. The thing was sort of gliding along at a steady pace, as we couldn't see the bottom of it because of the graves in a small hedge. We couldn't see any legs or anything, but the way it moved looked like it was on a bike. We both stood, rooted to the spot, and watched it for around 30 seconds. It moved around the row of cottages and down a small alley that runs along the side of the library. The odd thing was that it was huge, much taller than the downstairs windows of the cottages, and it was a sort of square shape. It's very hard to describe, but it was definitely not a person. It made absolutely no noise and moved very softly and smoothly. We were terrified. When it had gone, we just looked at each other and ran back to the pub. We told a couple of our friends, but they just laughed at us and said that we were seeing things. But we knew what we'd seen, and it really frightened us. We're not the kind of girls that scare easily and are very level-headed. On occasions we still mention it. We even went along there in daylight to try and find a plausible explanation, even trying to work out how tall it must have been, but we never came up with anything.
I recently started a new job in a large local department store. This store has a huge basement where empty shelves are stored and overstocked items, such as large ficus trees and so on. Many employees refuse to go down there alone at night. I found out why. One evening, I went down to the basement to drop something off. There is a very long hallway between two huge rooms down there. I walked to the far room, going through the hallway. As I neared the end of the hall, I thought I heard the click-click of high heels. I turned, saw nothing, and walked on. I was standing at the counter down there doing some work and heard the sound again. I looked, and I swear, I saw what looked like to be a woman literally walking into the ficus trees and disappearing. Yes, I saw high heels. Well, I went upstairs rather quickly. After talking with many coworkers, I discovered they all had the same experience. Come to find out,
The woman who used to handle the incoming trucks died suddenly about 2 years ago, and yes, she always wore high heels to work. The woman who replaced her main management moved the warehouse desks upstairs, as she always felt so creepy sitting downstairs. Did the former freight manager love her job so much that she hates to leave? Who knows? I just know I've joined the ranks of, I'm not going down there by myself. In 3 months, my husband and I will have been married a year. A few months after we're married, we moved to this house here in Minneapolis, and since we have gotten here, I've never felt comfortable. My husband's best friend was kind enough to let us share this huge house with him after some of my new in-laws sold the house out from under us and kind of left us standing. Anyway, I have an extreme fear of basements, and when I say extreme, I mean extreme. Our washer and dryer are in the basement, so come time to do laundry, it took me weeks to build up the courage, telling myself you are 30 years old, grow up. So my first venture to this basement, I swallow the lump in my throat and continue on with my mission. Under our stairs, there's like a triangle place that most people leave open to store things. Only on these stairs, the entire area is blocked in, like boarded up, so I tried not to notice, but my fear had me on my toes. I was alone, except for our 2 pit bulls who are larger than average, so you would think I would have no fear. As I was putting the clothes in the washer, our male pit comes downstairs and was lying on the floor beside me. While I loaded the washer as fast as I could, he suddenly gets up and goes into the spare room in the basement and starts this deep growling he only uses when he is protecting. Just like kids, you get to know their different sounds. Anyway, I looked up from what I was doing and saw something out of the corner of my eye that looked like another dog's hindquarters in the doorway to the room. In this area, we have a lot of idiots who think it is cool to fight their pits, and we have ours for family dogs, only they are loved and protected, just like children, but they know it is their job to protect us. Several people have approached us wanting to fight our dogs, and we always turn them away, so they get angry. So the first thing that comes into my mind was someone found a way to get one of these fighting pits into my house, so I panicked and grabbed the pipe beside the washer. As I went to approach the other dog, my male came bolting out of the room and straight up the stairs. I got this feeling someone was behind me, so I ran after him. When my husband got home, I told him what happened, and he finally broke down and told me there's some stories to this house, and one is for sure that right before his best friend moved in here, some idiots kept a dog on a 12-inch chain. It was attached to the wall downstairs in the spare room, and sometimes our dogs seemed to see him. Then he says he might as well tell me the rest that goes with this house. Seems that back in World War II, an older lady had lived here and had fallen madly in love with this house. Her husband had been killed at war, and she was just living alone, and she had made the request to be buried with this house. I thought he was crazy, as he told me to wait, and I would see things. I'm a skeptic, and I made this clear. I was sitting on the couch one afternoon, facing the stairway, which has no windows, no reflections, no nothing. There's a window on the landing and one at the bend, but the stairway itself has no windows. I looked up at my husband to say something because I had just seen him walk down the stairs, and something was floating down my stairs. It wasn't a form, just a haze, just something was there. I told my husband again. After that, things have only been worse. I was sick in bed, sitting up one night, when I felt something rub my back. Thought it was my kitten, but it was not, so I sat back down, and it happened 3 more times, like someone was trying to massage my back with tiny hands. Instead of crying out to my hubby, which I do so often, I just turned on my light and fell asleep. The next morning, I told my husband, and he said something had been missing with them. He let the dogs out. When they came in, he shut and locked the door. We never leave our doors unlocked, no matter home or not. Then he sat back down in the family room to finish his show, and he felt freezing air. When he got up to check the door, it was standing wide open. I should know, to lock this door, you need a deadbolt. I said to my husband, I don't care if anything is here. I don't mind sharing a house. I just don't want to be touched again,
or see anything else. Being touched by something not there is too scary. It has happened to me in my sleep, in the tub, getting ready for work, a lot of times. Since I've said that, I don't see too many things. After the thing I've seen in the dining room on all fours, I'm thankful. Now, however, I heard someone outside my bedroom door, whispering, making those noises, and a woman's voice kind of moaning like she is tired of something. There's so many things I could go on about. I just wanted to know I'm not the only one experiencing these things. Thank you for your time. When my mom was 17 and her twin brothers were 15, they lived with my great-grandma, whom I call Nanny. My nanny lives in this old house that once belonged to her mother and her mother's pet bird, who had both passed just 8 months before. Her mother because of sickness, and the bird because no one really paid any attention to it after her mom died. I must say myself that this house is weird. It is shaped like a barn, and it's 2 stories high. My mother's incident happened on the 2nd story. My mother was downstairs watching TV, while her brothers were upstairs asleep in their bunk beds. This was around 11 p.m. My nanny wasn't home yet. She had been working late. While my mother was sitting on the sofa, debating whether to go to bed or wait for Nanny, she heard a loud screech that sounded like her great-grandma's bird. She shrugged it off and got up to get a snack. From the kitchen, you can clearly see the twins' bedroom. She was walking towards the kitchen and looked up to see the twins' light on in the room and went up to investigate. When she got to the room, the light switch was flipped down, but the light was on. She flipped the switch a couple times, and the light still would not go out. About this time, she heard the TV downstairs get very loud. She ran to the stairs and looked down and didn't see anything and walked back to the twins' room. The light still had not went off, and it was still flipped down. My mother then heard her deceased great-grandmother's voice say, "Scotty, Scotty, wake up." Scotty, who was on the top bunk, then started rolling towards the side of the bunk bed opposite of the wall where the rail should have been, but he refused to put it there. He was getting ready to roll off when my Uncle Stephen, who was on the bottom bunk bed, dead asleep, threw a body pillow from the side of him and onto the floor. Not a second later, Scotty rolled off and hit the pillow. The light went off, the TV turned down, and my mother, who nearly passed out, heard the bird screech again and heard her great-grandma say, "Calm down, Femi," the bird's name. Hello. I thought of sending a peculiar occurrence that happened to me, but I hadn't found the right place. Here goes. My grandma was diagnosed with cancer in 1996. She was treated, and we all thought she was cured. In my case, I really didn't know much about cancer, and when the doctor said that the cancer was out, I never thought it would come back. In December 1999, I was living out of town. It had been a month since I had seen my grandma, a really long time for us. I was supposed to come pick her up and take her to my house for the holidays. On the 18th, she felt sick and went to the hospital. I arrived on the 19th, and she still wanted to go back to my house for Christmas, so against what the doctor thought, she checked out. Her bladder was no longer working, and she felt weak all the way. To be fair, now that I'm writing this, it sounds that she was pretty bad already. I always thought it was going to pass. I mean, she had overcome cancer, hadn't she? I know, it was stupid of me. But anyway, after an 8-hour trip, we arrived to our destination. I had to take her to the hospital. She stayed there until the 31st, and Aunt and myself would take turns in staying with her day and night. All through this, I thought she was still okay. On the 30th, my grandma had been in a great mood. She had been joking and playing with me all day, and so when my aunt arrived, I headed home. I would arrive at home and start cleaning and preparing next day's supper. I was pretty occupied with what I was doing, and my 2 children were sleeping. As I was mopping the kitchen, the back door had a sort of mirrored glass. I was in front of this door when I felt someone walk behind me. I looked up and I saw a shadow walk by. The feeling was more intense than what I actually saw. What went through my head as I saw the shadow was the memory of my grandpa, deceased for 5 years at the time. I dropped the mop, forgot about everything, ran up the stairs, and cuddled in between my sleeping children. I would love to say that when I thought it was my grandpa, I felt at peace. I was scared, honestly. I woke up at around 6 in the morning to the smell of roses. My aunt phoned at 7 to let me know that my grandma had fallen into a coma. All this day, the smell of roses persisted, and I would smell it everywhere. She died on January 1st, 2000. She never made it out of the coma. Unfortunately, the cancer had invaded most of her organs. I know it's not really scary, but it's the only experience I could not explain logically. I've never read of anything that has to do with the smell of roses. If anyone has had a similar experience, please let me know so I can understand this better. Hi there, my name is Phil. I used to live in a bungalow in Surrey for 13 years with my parents. The property was built in 1953, and we think that it was built on an old forest. We moved there when I was 13 years old, and I'm 29 now. And I've moved out, but things still happen. My parents have now sold the property on. Anyway, when we moved in, we wasn't told that the previous owner had suddenly died in my mom's and dad's bedroom from a heart attack. We were there about 3 months before we started noticing odd things, like objects that were put in safe places we would find like elsewhere, like keys and pictures would move, strange cold areas that normally would be in the hallway, creaking floorboards at night, and strange shadows that the cat would sometimes avoid. The cat would stop dead in its tracks and not go into that room. Instead, would just sit there and stare at nothing as far as we could see. These things continued for about 3 years, but we got used to them. But we had the odd visitor refusing to go into the bathroom to wash their hands, as for some reason was never very warm, including the summer months. A chill would run down your spine, and you wouldn't like being in there for very long. I remember one morning, it was a Sunday. I was 16 at the time. I was lying in bed relaxing. Now, I was definitely awake because the TV was on and it was 7:30 a.m. I was lying on my back, just deciding whether to get up or not, when the cat jumped out of the bed at a very high speed and ran from the room. Just then, I felt this pressure on my chest as if someone was pushing down on me. I couldn't breathe that well. I couldn't shout out for help, nor could I move, as if I was paralyzed. This must have lasted for about maybe 2 minutes, then whatever it was lifted off of me. I jumped out of bed and went into the kitchen where my mom was making breakfast. She said I looked very pale and white, and when I told her what had happened, she told me that she had a similar thing happen to her, only that she felt as if someone was trying to strangle her, and at the same time, I told a friend of mine, who at the time was heavily into the paranormal, and he suggested that the person who died of a heart attack in the house was feeling something bad, and he wanted us to feel the same thing. He wanted us to feel the pain he went through, but I wasn't sure about this thought, as I think that someone or something in that house wanted us out. A few strange things happened for us the next few years, but generally it was quietish, but things started happening to me again. When I was about 20ish, I had the same experience as someone pushing down on me at the same time as before. Also, I'm sure it used to follow me about, is sometimes I would get this feeling of someone being right behind me. I then saw a dark, tall, gray-haired man standing in the hall when I came home late one night, and when I said who's there, because my mom and dad were on holiday at the time, it disappeared in front of my eyes. Naturally, I didn't stay there that night, as I was by myself. I then started seeing faces in the wall, shadows moving at night, doors blowing open, even though there wasn't any kind of wind around. So a friend of my dad's, who was a born-again Christian, brought a clergy around to move through the house and said prayers in each room. He didn't like the hall, bathroom, or my mom's and dad's bedroom whilst in this room because he had a picture thrown at him which smashed against the wall. He then left simply a bit shaken, but not sure about what quite happened. Things were bad for a while, but then got better. I stayed another 6 years in that house, but had to leave as didn't quite feel happy there. My mom and dad have now sold the property onto someone else, and naturally, we didn't inform them of the problems there. My old neighbors have said that the new owners have asked who the dark, tall, grayed hair man is, and we just say that it is the previous owner who died there, but they are not sure. I was just wondering what sort of ghosts we had there, and why it has not found peace, and why it was not happy. Maybe you could answer these questions. I have a best friend named Mandy, and she has always said that there was a ghost named Jack that watches over her, and at the time she told me this, I was about 9 years old. I was invited to her house on a Saturday just for the day, but I ended up staying there till after dinner. She told me Jack likes to hang around in the basement of her house and likes to open this old freezer door. I never thought about it until we went down to the basement to play. I felt like someone was watching me. Later, we went upstairs and her mother told us dinner was ready and told us we were eating outside. So before I went for dinner, I told my friend Mandy that I'll be out in a second, and she said okay, and she went out to have dinner. I forgot my toys downstairs, and I remembered when I looked downstairs, the lights were off and the freezer door was wide open. At this time, I was thinking of whether or not I should go down there, so I just stood there for about a minute. All of a sudden, I heard someone call my name. It was like a soft whisper voice. I thought it was my friend Mandy. I knew she was outside with her parents having dinner, but I thought maybe she came back to get something. So I went downstairs. I looked all over for her, but couldn't find her anywhere. Now, I felt very scared, and I grabbed my toy and ran upstairs, thinking someone was watching every move I made. I went outside and saw my friend Mandy and her parents out there having dinner. I didn't want to bring up anything about it in front of my friend's parents. So after dinner, I told my friend Mandy what I heard and felt, and she said that it was our ghost Jack. Then she started to bring up how Jack communicates to her, and she sometimes sees him walking around down there. She doesn't seem to be startled at this because she believes that Jack is there to watch over her. This past September, my sister and I visited this place. I've noticed it is no longer on your website. The place is truly haunted. I'm no ghost hunter, but we thought we would give it a try on our vacation. This place I'm referring to, of course, is Knoxville, Tennessee's Evil and Copper Ridge Road. When we got there, no sooner than we got out of the car and crossed the street, I was overcome with fear. We went into the graveyard and was looking around. I looked at the building and saw a glowing light. I just thought it was from a street light on the other side of the building, but my niece was standing beside me and never saw it. I was taking some pictures of headstones when my sister started running towards me, yelling, "Did you hear that?" I then proceeded to tell her that I didn't hear anything. So we all ran scared, and she said she even heard a dog growling. We left and went back to our motel. We got brave and decided to go back. When we got back, we went into the building and not the graveyard. This time, it was like I couldn't breathe. After a few minutes, I was okay. We walked around the outside of the building. My sister wanted to go inside, but only if one of us went with her. I said I wasn't going in there, so we ended up back in the graveyard. We start looking around again when we noticed something really strange. What we saw in the distance of the graveyard, all the way in the back, was the faint image of a black shadowy figure approaching us. I started yelling, "Run, it's going to get you." Everybody sees this thing, so we run for my car and refuse to get back out. Now, my sister, for whatever reason, wanted to get back out there and investigate, out of curiosity, I guess, but I told her not to go out there. We drove away, and that was that. I live in a small town in Texas. For as long as I can remember, everyone has told stories of our high school being haunted. Before I begin, I will give you some background info. The high school was built, I believe, in the 1920s. As the years have gone by, the school has been expanded on, but the original building is still there. It is in the part of the building that most of the weird experiences have happened. These are all stories told to me mostly by the teachers. I've never experienced anything myself. I will try to remember everything. As a side note, this all occurred in the original part of the building. On with the stories. To start with, one of the classrooms in the old building belongs to Miss P. I won't mention anyone's name for privacy reasons. She has told me that there is a cold spot in the corner of the room. She has placed a large cabinet in the corner because her students would frequently mess around there. She also told me of a time when she was picking up for summer vacation and had neatly stacked all her books up on the desk before leaving for the night. She was the only person there at the time, and she locked the room up. The next morning, she returned to her room and found all the books she had stacked open, thrown throughout the room. I've taken her class, and sometimes without warning, the mobiles on her ceiling will move, but there is no breeze to move them. Also, the smell of lemons can be smelled by everyone every once in a while. Sometimes when she has her own scented candles, of which are never lemon. The main hauntings, I guess you could say, come from the gym. For years, people have had strange things happen. About 4 summers ago, we had a teacher bring in some paranormal investigators to have a look at the high school gym. They told us that the center of energy, I guess, is located under the gym in the girls' weight room. This made sense on several occasions because the punching bag down there, which is very heavy, will swing violently on its own. Also, in pictures taken of the girls' basketball team, a white haze can be seen in the top corner of the picture near the basketball goal. I've seen this picture. My friend is a photographer for the yearbook, and in a lot of her pictures taken in the old high school, white balls called orbs can be seen floating around, and even my teacher has seen them floating around as well. Anyway, the investigators took video of the gym while they were walking around, and twice, when they crossed the gym, they were followed by a burst of light, I guess is the best way to describe it. They also left a tape recorder in the weight room during the investigation, and upon listening to it, heard voices that sounded raspy and so far off of what a usual voice would sound like. I will never forget what the voices said though. The reason we view the tape and listen to the recording is because the head of the investigation has a website that she has posted this on. They said, and I quote, "No one hears us." I just thought I would share this with you all after reading the many experiences of others on this website. I attend this high school currently. Many rumors fly around about who the ghost can be. The most reasonable is that of an old janitor who died, and also some of the high school students who were involved in a car crash. I don't know what year that was, but many people believe that they could be there as well. The investigator doesn't believe they are harmful, but she also recommended not trying to contact them as well. She believes they inhabit the gym because that used to be a high source of energy, with pep rallies, athletics, and such. That is all I know. After reading some of the stories here, I thought I would like to take this opportunity to share an experience I had back in 1992 and 93 in an apartment my friend and I were living in at the time. It was a relatively new apartment complex at the time, only 3 years old. Things were innocuous enough to begin with, so neither my friend nor I really thought anything was odd. Items of food, jewelry, or clothing would disappear and reappear frequently, days or weeks later, in strange places, other than those where they had originally belonged. We each thought the other person was misplacing these items and forgetting we'd moved them. It was quite amusing at times to open up the cupboard and find the cheese in with the dinner plates or the chicken pies in your closet. Oh, and socks used to disappear a lot. Well, usually one, but I think that was the washing machine eating them. Often, there would be a dark shape out of the corner of your eye, and when you turned to look, there was nobody there. I mean, you could feel someone there too. Laying in bed at night, I would hear the front door open and footsteps walking across the living room, and thinking it was my roommate coming in from her night out, I would call out to her and get no reply. She hadn't come home. No one was home except for me. I was woken up one night by voices whispering very close by. I thought it was someone chatting outside my bedroom window at 3 o'clock in the morning, but when I woke up more fully, I realized it was coming from my bedside radio. but the radio was not turned on. It was not even plugged in. The TV would turn on by itself. Usually when we were in bed, it would come on really loudly and startle you awake, and it wasn't even on a channel we even liked to watch. One night, my friend had volunteered to sleep in the living room on the couch because my friend and daughters were over for a visit. Another long story, and my daughters had taken her bedroom over. Lynn told me the next day that during the night, she had been woken up by the feeling of someone standing over her. She said the feeling was very intense, and at this point, she had not opened her eyes, and she just knew someone was standing over her, watching her. She at first thought it was either myself or one of my daughters, but for some reason didn't want to look. Eventually she said she had to look, and as soon as she opened her eyes, the feeling was gone, and nobody was there. My family and I were all fast asleep. Then, over a period of time, things became even more weird. We had some fresh skim milk in the fridge, just bought that morning from the local 7-Eleven, which was only across the parking lot of where we lived. A short time later, we went to use the milk, and it was curdled. No harm done. We took it back to the store, and they gave us another fresh carton. We took the carton, and it sounded normal, so off we trotted home for our tea. We opened up this carton to pour into our tea, and lo and behold, curdled again. I mean thick, lumpy, sludgy goo. Not weak, watery, skimmed milk. So, thinking this was just bad luck, when all we wanted was a cup of tea, we took it back again. The store clerk must have thought we were boiling it or something, but gave us another carton, and after we shook it a few times and squeezed it to try and determine if it was fresh, we took it home. But that one was curdled too. We gave up on having our cup of tea at that point. Not long after that, I awoke one morning, and my ring finger felt sore. I looked down at my hand, and my engagement ring was buckled. It wasn't a little bent, but completely buckled into a triangle shape. It had been perfectly fine when I went to bed, and my wedding ring was normal. It was extremely hard to get off of my finger, and when I did finally get it off, it wasn't not only bent, but actually broken, almost completely through the gold band in 3 places. I don't know how a ring could even be broken, even if I had laid on my hands. I mean, they would only have pressed the ring into the mattress, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that is enough pressure to bend a diamond ring. Of course, maybe hubby had bought me a ring out of a lucky bag. Never thought of that. I took it to a jeweler for repair, and he said in all his years as a jeweler, he'd never seen a ring broken like that. After having it repaired, a short time later, I somehow managed to drop 5 rings in the shower, and the only one that disappeared down the plug hole, never to be seen again, was this engagement ring. All my other rings stayed in one place. I realize none of these events are horrifying. Apart from the curdled milk, have you ever seen skim milk curdle in 2 minutes or less? But this one is the only house or living quarters that have experienced any strange occurrences like this, so I thought this was the place to share it. We do. Both my friend and I believe that there is something wrong with that apartment, as the feelings and events were getting stronger and less friendlier the longer we stayed there. Eventually, we moved out into another apartment in the same complex and never had any other things like that occur. I was often tempted to go and ask the new occupants if anything weird happened to them, but didn't want them to think we were crazy. A couple of years ago, me and my dad moved in with my new stepmom. Everything was going just fine. I just got a new horse, so everything was perfect. Well, one night, when I went to bed, everything was normal. And just so you understand the story better, I'll explain what my room looked like. I had my rat cage by my bed, and at the foot of my bed, I had my computer that I always left on. And on this night, I had extra blankets on my computer chair. Well, I just turned off my bedside light and was staring at my screensaver until I fell asleep. But while I was staring at the computer, something seemed different. It seemed closer than usual. It seemed to be getting even closer. So I looked at the opposite wall, and it seemed to be getting closer. Then it stopped abruptly, and everything seemed to be back to normal. I just thought maybe I fell asleep, so I shook it out of my mind. Then everything seemed to be not normal again, and somehow I seemed to know what was coming, because all I could think of was to keep an eye on that door, the bedroom door. Then, a black-shaped, shadowy man came in. Well, of course I was scared. Then he walked to the side of my bed and just stood there, did nothing but stand there. He then walked back to my doorway and then turned to stare at me again. So my thought was run past him and get to my parents' room. I thought this was all a dream. So I got out of bed and started to run to my door and get past this man. Well, I wasn't able to get past this man because it felt like an invisible force field and I was frozen there, like I couldn't even move. I tried moving, but I was paralyzed. The man just stood there for about 2 minutes. Then my light turned on and my dad walked into the door and the man vanished. He asked me what was wrong and I told him about the man that was in my room. Then I asked him if he saw me paralyzed and that I couldn't move, thinking maybe it was a dream and I dreamed I walked into him. But he said no. He woke because he heard me scream, "Please, Daddy, help me, Dad, help." I can bet my life I never said that. This isn't the only time I've seen this man. When me and my family were vacationing in Mexico, I had a nightmare and my parents woke me up and brought me over to their room. This hotel room had 2 rooms and a bath to calm me down. The lights were off, of course, but they had the bedroom light on so there wouldn't be too much light in the room, and I was sitting on their bed. Then, I looked over at a couch that was in their room, and there was a shadowy man sitting there, laughing at me. So I started screaming, because of course, I was scared, and my parents didn't know why I was screaming, but the man was still sitting there and laughing, and I was trying to point this out to my parents, but they couldn't see him. One day when my family was out, I stayed home by myself. I then started to feel a breeze, so then I went to go get a blanket, and I felt like someone was watching me. I went upstairs to my room, and I saw a really bright shadow. I got frightened, so I started running to my room, but right then, my door opened. I went inside. I saw a glare near my bed, and its image started showing up. It looked like a little girl. So I told her to leave me alone. Covering myself up, I felt a chill. I started crawling to the hallway near the steps, and it was standing right there in front of me. My parents came home right then, so they tried to open the front door, but I went to open it, but it was already unlocked. I told them what had happened. They couldn't believe what I was saying. I went to go drink some water, then I went to sleep, but I couldn't. It seemed like the little girl was watching me. I can still see her to this day, but it does not frighten me. It sometimes seems like she is talking to me. I can tell when she is there because I either get the chills or I feel as someone is touching me. I moved not too long ago, but I will always remember her. I wish I knew what she was trying to tell me or leave me alone. I will remember that forever. My family had moved into this house. The old owner, a middle-aged man, moved because of the memories. 2 years earlier, his wife had died giving childbirth. Soon after that, we moved in. My older brother decided to move back in and took the room across from mine. I hated my room. It was always cold, and I was scared to be in it by myself. I would lay on my bed and watch TV. 2 times I saw ghosts. My dad sometimes went in my brother's room to play his PlayStation, and out of the corner of my eye, in broad daylight, I would see an older man, slightly bald, wearing a white shirt, and walk into my brother's room. I thought it was my dad, but the lights didn't turn on, and my dog started to cry. Soon after, I saw a young girl walk into my brother's room. She had long, dark brown hair, and was wearing a white nightgown. We have a mirror at the end of the hall, between our rooms, and while walking down the hall a couple of times, I would see people behind me. One time, There was a very tall, skinny man standing behind me, about 10 feet, staring into the mirror. I told my mom, and she thought it was funny. She gave him the name Frank. A second time I was walking down the hall, I looked up into the mirror, and a dark figure with a flowing dress ran across the hall. Then one night, I was sleeping and was woken up by a man standing beside my bed, staring at me and breathing deeply. I was too scared to move or talk. After I fell asleep, I had a dream about the devil. I swear I felt like I was awake and something was holding me down. I couldn't even move my head. After those things happened, I wouldn't go to sleep until my brother got home. And one night, after he got home, I decided to sleep on the couch in the living room. My eyes were shut and it was dark. We have big speakers and there was a flower pot on them by the window. I heard the flower pot slide across the speaker, but was too scared to even open up my eyes. I was lying on my back with one arm under the blanket and one arm on top of the blanket. Not a minute after, I heard the flower pot move. Something grabbed my hand and squeezed it. I swung my arm out and didn't hit anything, so I quickly opened my eyes and turned on the light behind me, but nothing was there. I was so scared, I couldn't sleep for days. My brother moved out soon after, and I took his room. Ever since, I've been told in his old room, strange things stopped happening. My family moved into our LA, Orange County home about 18 years ago, so I've been here all 16 years of my life. When I was little, I always fancied my invisible friend, who I've recently called Eric. I talked to him up until I was about 5, so my parents told me. Then I stopped. When I turned 15, I started seeing things. Out of the corner of my eye, while I was on the computer, I would see a figure in black standing in the doorway to my room. My computer is in my parents' room, being they have the alternate phone line. Their door is directly down the hall from mine. You can look through my door from theirs. I would also smell odd smells, like death or some sort of fish, when none is cooking. There will also be cold spots in the same part of the downstairs hallway, where most of the activity has taken place. Occasionally, even, I will feel a hand on top of mine while I'm waiting for something, such as when my parents were yelling on the phone when they found out my mom was unable to get a much-needed surgery. Luckily for me, that's not all. There was an instance where I actually heard something. I sat in the salon, doing my homework as I normally did. I was home alone. Out of nowhere came a thud, thump, thump, repeatedly from our den. It was rhythmic and rather loud. I let it run its course, and for a moment, before becoming frustrated, I yelled, "Eric, please, I'm trying to do my homework." It stopped, and I swear, that was almost regretful sigh afterwards. I've also seen the same spirit in several places, which has led my friend to believe he's my guardian. He has startled me once at school by appearing in the doorway to our recreation room. Naturally, only I could see it, which caused me to move from the line of running freshmen, who would have otherwise run into me. I'm planning to do an EVP as soon as I get an external mic for my recorder. In another story, a small home located in the suburb of Chicago houses a very strange spirit. The room I stay in while visiting my grandparents' house is across the hall from what used to be my uncle's and now deceased. Every now and then, the hanging doors in the closet will sway, even when there is no draft nor air conditioner. In the night, there will be occasional whispering. The spirit has never appeared to be malicious, which has led me to believe it is the spirit of my uncle. Though the house was built during World War II, there is no other reasonable explanation. Another story I have is a story I'm sure many people have. It begins on a warm summer day upon the Queen Mary, which is permanently docked in Long Beach, California. I was visiting with my grandparents from above story, and my parents and brother, since I've been begging to go for a long time. My grandmother and I just passed the closed-off fitness room, which my parents, brother, and grandfather had stopped at to gawk at. Gran had gone ahead a bit, so I was walking virtually alone. I descended the stairs at the end of the hall, slowly, half because I was tired, half because I was waiting for the group of four to catch up. As I went down, I felt a violent jerk on my backpack, as if someone didn't want me to progress any further. I turned immediately, believing it was my brother being a jerk. There was no one there. As we left, I turned back to the boat to take a final snapshot before departing, knowing it would be a long time before I'd see it again. On the highest point of the boat, closed off to the public, I saw a woman in white with dark hair, her dress blowing in the wind. I thought it was an employee until I looked again, and there was nothing there, and no door through which she could have gone through. Now this last story I'll refer to as Purple and Gold. Luckily for me, this has only happened today, so the details are easy to remember. Of course, every ghost researching person, serious or phony, in this country has heard of the Whaley House, the most haunted house in the United States, whose residents include the playful Yankee Jim and Anna Whaley, whose lavender perfume can occasionally be smelled by visitors and employees alike. I had gone upstairs long before my family did, eager to view the house I had heard so much about. There were only a few of us upstairs at the time, one woman and 3 men, only one of which was wearing any kind of body spray. I sniffed as I passed them. Don't ask why. Impulse, I suppose. Which was Axe, worn by one of the men. I entered the room, which had once been a playhouse, and froze in my tracks. The unmistakable smell of lather perfume hung in the air for a moment, then disappeared. This happened in several points in the house, which can also be confirmed by my mother, who later smelled it in a different area. We also witnessed a moving curtain, which I checked for a draft. There wasn't any. No one had been in the room for a while either. I would have seen them, being I was in the room when the curtain started moving. And those are all my stories.
I've wrote to you before about my other experiences, but I've one about a haunted house a friend of mine lived in a few years back. A bunch of us used to hang out there. He had a lot of bonfires over the summer. The first time I'd ever went there was a few months after he had moved in. I was dating his best friend, and he told me that he thought it was haunted. I in turn did not believe him at first. Then things happened. We were in the kitchen, and all of a sudden, we heard something from the basement, like someone was using a broomstick and hitting the ceiling from the basement. I laughed at first and asked who was down there. Then I saw the look on my friend's face. He was terrified and suggested we go outdoors for a while. While we were outside, I asked what was going on. He said that was the ghost's way of letting him know he was annoyed, so he leaves the premises for a while. I still was skeptical until I looked up and could see into the front door, and standing there in his living room was this old guy who was somewhat glowing. I almost hightailed it out of there when they decided it was safe to go in. I told them I was leaving, and they insisted I go back in, so I did. I then asked my friend if he had ever seen this ghost before, and he said no. I described to him what he looked like, and he looked into the previous owners of the house. Well, it turns out there was a guy who died in that house who looked like the same man I described. I freaked after that, as well as my friend. Things were going good at first. Like every time my friend came back home from work, he would announce himself, and the guy never bothered him anymore. There was always this room upstairs that every time you walked by it, you could feel a cold draft from the door, and it was locked. We never thought anything of it, till the man started to get mad. There were many more parties going on because of the summer. Well, the man seemed to not like the parties, and he started showing himself to me and my friend. I knew he was getting mad, and things got bad when he started attacking my friend at night. He would wake up to slashes across his back. We checked into the history more, and found out that the man was not friendly when he was alive, and worse when he was dead. It did not take long for my friend to move. The beatings were worse by the time he left. Although he never attacked me, I always feel threatened by him. I would wake up to him right in my face, and he would disappear when I would scream.
I still think about the horrors that man would do to anyone, and how my friend survived actually being attacked by a ghost. Sometimes I still have dreams about this man, and how he chases people out of the house. To this day, the house is still empty. My name is Billy, and I would like to share a supernatural story of mine. Although my story does not have a physical contact, seeing a ghost, there was definitely something supernatural in the house. It was a few years ago, back in 2001 or 2002 I believe, in Mississauga, Ontario. Mississauga is a fast-growing suburb just outside of Toronto. The place in question was your very typical haunted house on top of a hill surrounded by vast land, which in turn was surrounded by industrial and commercial land. The house was deserted, only of its occupants, as its remains lay trapped behind boarded windows. I know it sounds silly, but that is exactly what it was. That looming house on the hill that every kid stared at as there were parents that drove by. I was one of those kids who, while in the backseat of my parents' car, stared silently at the house as we drove by. But it was more than just the stereotypical view of the house that captured me. There was something there, something odd that pulled me in. It was not until a few years later that I had the guts to go to the house. I'd moved away from Mississauga to Toronto, but I never forgot the house. I'd always told myself that I would go back, alone, and take photographs of the house. So one day, I grabbed my camera and I headed back to the house. It was early spring, and the leaves have yet to grow on the trees. The house had the most scary driveway I'd ever seen, probably the length of 2 to 3 football fields, and that is no joke. Now, from what I know, the house remained deserted and the land untouched by commercialists. I guess sometime, someone managed to get inside because the roof was burnt completely off. Most of the window boardings were torn down, and the insides of the room were completely overturned and damaged. From the beer cans all over the place, there must have been a party. The property around the house was littered with about 3 to 4 sheds and about 4 to 5 old rusted cars and scraps all over the ground. I forgot to mention that for some reason, I decided to go in the house in the evening, dusk to be precise. I had less than an hour to take photographs before darkness settled in. So, I entered the house from the back because it was the only part of the house with an open door. The floor was littered with papers, overturned chairs, and a lot of other rubble. I took some photos in the entrance and made my way inside. I went into the room that was the furthest into this part of the house. The first floor had 2 sections of the house that could not be reached from inside. This room had an overturned couch, a fireplace, and a littered floor. This room gave me very strong thoughts about entering it. I don't know what it was, but there was something that felt like I wasn't supposed to be there. But I entered, and I stood at the far right corner behind the couch and aimed my camera towards the fireplace. The light on my camera flickered on and off rapidly, and my camera refused to take the photo. I tried and tried, but my camera would not take it. Instead, I stood there and watched as the room went from total darkness to light as the camera flickered on and off. Afraid of what might appear, I left the room and stood looking into it from beyond. From there, I went to the upstairs to where a previous fire left the entire floor naked to the sky. This is where I noticed something odd. The house's main floor, as I've said before, was divided into 2 parts. Neither could be reached from inside the main floor. You either had to leave the house, go around and enter through another door, or, as I just had learned, you had to go upstairs, cross over to the other side, and take another set of stairs down. Unfortunately, the stairs that led to the other side of the house was blocked by fallen timber, but this layout of the house was very, very odd. It did not make any sense. So, I went back downstairs and went around to the other side of the house to enter. I found an open window and pulled myself up onto the ledge. I froze right on the spot, staring deep into this part of the house. I have no idea what it was, but something was telling me to stay the hell away from the house. I felt this deep fear, this huge warning of not to enter this part of the house, so I pulled myself back down and walked away. Now, here's the interesting part. I've dreamt much of this house before I had gone to visit it. In my dreams, there was another entrance to the house, or another part of the house, a tunnel carved into the house from the ground. As I walked away, I saw it, about 50 feet from the house. 5 feet down the portal of it, cemented there, lay another path wide enough to crawl through that pointed to the house. Now, you can believe this or not, everything I've said is true. Just thought you would like to hear it. In the late 1970s, I attended college in New York State, around the Finger Lakes. The building I described was first built in the 1890s. Since we were in the middle of the first oil crisis, students who remained on campus spent the short winter term in the old main dorm to conserve energy. As it happened, some friends and I were assigned a large, empty room on the top floor. It was 4 floors up and 1 below the attic, and 1 end slanted along the roof line. The room had been primarily used for storage. The gloomy winter sun had a hard time shining through the one ice-upped window facing the lake. Dark as it was, we cheerfully shoved a desk to one side and slept on the floor to give us more room. We were having a good time camping out and weren't inclined to do much schoolwork until our papers were due. After 3 weeks or so, a winter storm was approaching, so we decided to stock up on necessities and have a little party just amongst ourselves. I'd like to say that we were all sober as judges and went to bed early after saying our prayers. However, it being the late 70s, we indulged in smoke and alcohol. We had the stereo up loud, but the music couldn't completely cover the growing sound of the wind. Our window was frosted up, and a tree branch scratched the glass. Every now and then, someone wondered whether we'd be snowed in. Someone said we would at least be able to get down on the tree. Eventually, we turned in. Unsurprisingly, that night, I had a very spooky dream. A woman hovered over me and was trying to say something to me. God knows I tried to understand her, but her fluid outlines and vivid colors made me feel a bit queasy. I woke up, certain she was still in the room. I saw nothing, just the shadow of the tree limb swaying outside. Too much party, I thought to myself, and went back to sleep. We were quiet the next morning. I suppose it was due to too much of a good thing the night before. The snowdrifts were impressive, as the wind had been so wicked, but the sun was out, and the sky was clear, and the snow was pristine. It was so much different than the storm that I felt up to sharing my spooky dream. It seems that 2 of the others had strange dreams as well. Since we all dreamed different things, I was certain nothing occult had happened. I was very relieved, since we still had 3 weeks to live in that room. Being a Florida girl, I was still curious about snow still, and wanted to have a look around. I dragged a willing soul with me, and we make a quick trek around the yard. Finally, I wanted to see about our tree. My companion was bitching about the cold, and she ran into my back. When she saw why I had stopped, she said, "Son of a gun." You may have guessed by now that there was no branch, no tree, no vegetation within 15 yards of our window, and nothing was 4 stories high. We dug in the snow a bit to see whether it had fallen. Nope, no trunk, no hidden limbs in the snow. We ran up to the room to look out and make certain we had the right window. When we heated off the frost with a hairdryer and we looked down and saw nothing but our tracks, every one of us marched back down to try and find our tree. Nothing. We went back upstairs and talked a bit to get over the shock. We were all skittish, but managed to sleep in the room, but with our mattresses shoved much closer together. After that, we never mentioned much. Why bother? There was no rational explanation. I'm just glad I wasn't the only witness. That would have been crazy making. Hi, I live in the United Kingdom and have had a few ghostly experiences. My first was when I was about 7 or 8, just after my dog had passed away. He used to sit with me at the top of the stairs when I was younger, as if to protect me from falling down. He would let me be till I made it all the way up or down. After he was gone, I used to sit on the same top stair, pining for my best friend. One evening, I watched as a cat walked from the dining room door, which was open, through the living room door, which was shut. This wasn't the only time I met the cat. I always slept with the door shut to my bedroom, but felt a cat pat and paw its way to getting comfortable on my bed. I also remember it purring as well. We did have a cat at the time, so I thought it was her. I reached down to stroke what I thought was my cat. Instead, there was a small indent in my mattress. When I turned the light on, there was nothing there. My door was still shut, and my cat wasn't in the room. During my teens a few times, I woke to find my light on and television turned on. This stopped when I moved out of the family home while I went to college. I suppose more disturbingly is what has been happening to me for the last few years. In 3 different properties I've lived in, my bed has been shaken. The first couple of times it happened, I was really scared, but have gotten used to it now and have accepted it. If I had the courage, I would ask it what it wants, but it's never hurt me, and I believe it is there just to let me know it's looking out for me. Whenever it has happened, it is usually when I've been upset. It happened after I broke up with my ex-girlfriend, for example. I lived in a small, cramped apartment in a building that was built in the 1940s in Kokomo, Indiana. I've heard several ghost stories from my friends and whatnot, but I'd never taken any of them to heart until I saw firsthand a ghost in my very own house. I had never truly felt at ease in my own apartment. It had always seemed as though something else had resided besides my boyfriend and I. What got me thinking was the fact that whenever I opened the front door, I saw a faint shadow of a person walk into the kitchen, which was to the left. Lighting can create that, but no matter if the light source were emitting from the right, left, behind me, or even not at all, I always saw a faint shadow of a person walk into the kitchen. I really never thought much more than it being a light trick, though I was creeped out that I saw a shadow, even though there would be no light at all. After a while, I rarely noticed it. Things changed on January 19th, 2004. I was on my computer in my living room. To the left of me was a walk-in closet. We always kept the doors to the closet open. I was the only one home. It was nighttime, and the lights were on in the house. I stared at the screen, not paying attention to anything else, when the lighting in the room changed and got dimmer. It repeated this for a few seconds, and I chalked it up to the snowstorm outside. A few minutes go by, and then, to my left, I see what appeared to be a person outside my field of vision. I wear glasses, so I don't see way off to the side too well. Anyway, I turned my head, and I saw, as clear as anyone could ever see, a young man walk straight into my closet and then disappear. I remember exactly what he had looked like. About 6 feet tall, short, straight blonde hair. He never looked over at me. I only saw him from the side as he disappeared into my closet. Strange, I know, and I could not make sense of it either. I was so scared that I immediately jumped up from my chair and drove to my mother's house, where I stayed for a couple of days. Later on, after I had moved out a month later, I found out from my landlord that the last resident was a young man who had committed suicide by hanging himself with a noose in the walk-in closet. I wonder to this day, why did I see him? What was the purpose? I don't know if I'll ever know, but I've been both fascinated and frightened by my experience, and from the day it has happened, it has always captivated me.
Hey there, I live in Akron, Ohio. About a year ago, I moved into my ex's house since it was nice, and well, we were in love. I lived there for about 6 months before she broke it off and decided to live in Ireland. I've been heartbroken for a long time, but I do remember some extra stuff that happened in that home. It's on Spicer Street in Akron, Ohio. About a month after I moved in, the first thing I noticed was waking up with her and every single clock in the house, including the computer clock, wristwatches, etc., would be turned around 40 minutes ahead than what they were supposed to be. This only happened once, and after I arrived at class, she called me to explain how each clock had changed overnight. Later, she told me that the previous tenants believed the house was haunted and refused to move back in. They were both girls, I was told. We began to notice other things too, such as their stuff would get moved if we left the kitchen. The television would turn on and off. Lights would turn on and off if we left the home. Fan would move and not move. TV would turn channels with the remote being on the TV, and certain spots in the house would be unusually cold. She was scared at times, but I typically wasn't. I just thought of it as having a little kid in the home. I wasn't really worried, and I was confident that I'd be able to protect her from that kind of stuff. If you read some of my earlier posts, I see specks a lot, and I guess it gives me some sort of confidence, even if I don't understand them. My thoughts were confirmed, I believe, when I was sitting in the living room with her and thought I spotted a blonde-haired boy's face under her table. It looked a lot like a German kid, but naturally, I blinked and it was gone. There were 2 spots in the house that seemed really weird. The basement was odd, but not too odd, since students in the past used this place for studying. The oddest part in her house was her bedroom closet. I would step at the door and not go in. She refused to even sleep close to it. I was the one who slept closest to it while she slept between me and the wall. I didn't really see anything from it, but it did feel really weird, and it didn't feel like the kid. It was something else. Also, that closet was connected to the attic, which neither of us ventured into. After I saw the kid, I felt some sort of attachment to it. I remember she used to complain that sometimes my eyes would go completely black in the house. I'd usually counter it with me complaining about staring at me, as she slept as if I woke up around 5 in the morning, but we wouldn't argue about it. It was just weird. When we broke up, or rather, when she broke up with me, I'll admit it, her away messages often wrote how she was scared and didn't want to hear any noises. So I guess the activity in the home increased when I left. Again, not sure why. So, I want to find out more about the home, but I don't know where to start. I've been lurking on here for about 2 years now, and well, I decided to finally post about my experiences with ghosts. Really only one ghost. It happened to be here in my house for a number of years throughout the 70s. The house had been built in 1970 on an old lot where an old man had lived on a shack and had died. Now, the spirit that had stayed on the property was one of a child, though. Maybe the old man had a kid and it died. Who knows? Anyway, all sorts of stuff that one would imagine a child would do happened. You know, things would get lost, stuff would move from one place to another, vases and sculptures would be on their place on tables, and when the family would come back, the sad items would be in pieces, smashed against a wall about 3 or 4 feet away. Sometimes, of course, you couldn't get into the house because the screen door would be locked and nobody was in the house at the time. Just imagine a door with a simple hook going into the circle slot. Now, over the years, I've tried to get that hook to slip over into the lock, you know, to see if it could happen by accident. It could never be an accident. If one wants to lock that screen door, you intentionally do it. Feelings of being watched and feeling the weight of someone or something next to you in the bed. My grandma would tell me that I would go off in the house in my walker circa 1981 or 82, and I would travel all the way from the kitchen to the living room to the hallway. Now, when one enters the hallway, even in the daytime, if all the doors to the room are shut, it is pitch black. She claimed that I would be in the hallway for a couple of minutes, and then I would come shooting out from the hallway as if my walker was pushed or shoved by something, all the way back to the kitchen and crashed into the wall. Now, it would take me a couple of minutes to get all the way to the hallway since I was a toddler, yet it wouldn't even take me a minute to come crashing into the wall of the kitchen. Now, I remember seeing some sort of whitish gray ball floating when I was laying down on the rug one day. This must have been 1982 or 83. I can still see that image in my brain to this day. My grandmother noticed me getting up and looking under the dining room table, and had started to shout, "Get out!" or in my way of talking back then, "Get out!" My grandma started yelling, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" I kept on shouting and punching and kicking at nothing, all the way towards the front doorway. And when I got to the door, I kept kicking the door, and then I stopped. By this time, my grandmother, who was rather slow due to weight, had gotten to the hallway that led to the front door and was asking me what was wrong. She told me that I had said that I didn't want it here, and I told it to get out. I think I had some sort of hold over it, as I was the only child born in the house. My uncle, who was only 12 at the time, had been born in an older house. I think the spirit was attracted by the fresh new life that was now in the home, much like the spirits in Poltergeist were attracted to the little girl. You know, they wanted some sort of that life force. I think that was the case with this. I got rid of it before it got too powerful, much later on. What do you think? I've lived in this house for the past 27 years. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened since those early years.
For a while now, my sister has lived in a house a few blocks away from my parents' house. I live with my parents. I would go over there to babysit my nephew when my sister had plans. Some nights I would sleep over there. Her house always had a creepy feeling to it, a thick feeling to the air. My sister had just had knee surgery and wasn't able to take care of her son, so I was spending the weekend over there. The first couple of nights were fine. I didn't mind at all. But the last night I stayed there, I was in the living room watching TV when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a shadow. Before I say any more, I better tell you the layout of my sister's house. When you walk in, you go to the left and down a hallway. The open doorway to the left leads to the kitchen. The kitchen has another entry as well. The first door on the left is my sister's bedroom. The only door on the right is the bathroom, and the door at the other end of the hallway belongs to my eldest sister, when she's there, that is. On the other side of the kitchen is a set of French glass doors and let out into a game room, an add-on to the house. The doors are always kept closed and locked at night. The only people in the house that night were myself, my sister, the one on the mend, and her son. So anyway, I saw a shadow. At first I thought maybe it was my sister getting up to ask me to get her something, but the shadow simply vanished before I could get a closer look at it. I shrugged it off as me being tired. I lay down to go to sleep. I woke up a couple minutes later. It was around 5 in the morning. I didn't know what had woken me. I was sweating badly, and I felt like someone was sitting on my chest. I was propped up enough to see the French doors, which were across the room from the sofa. What I saw that night is engraved into my brain. There was an old woman outside the doors. She had her hands pressed against two of the glass panels and her face against another. Her mouth was open in a scream. I was scared beyond belief because I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, I couldn't do nothing but lay there. And then the door began rattling. The woman was shaking it. A shadow came out of the kitchen, and the woman vanished. The shadow vanished after that, and I could breathe again. I don't know what the shadow was, but it did make the woman go away. I like to think it was my guardian angel. Who knows? That's my story. Anyway, and yeah, it is true. My mother was born in Austria-Hungary in 1908. When her parents immigrated to the US, they left their 3 children behind in the care of their grandparents. It was 5 years until her parents were able to return and bring the children to the US. In that 5 years, my mother became very close to her grandfather and went everywhere with him. She arrived in the US as a 13-year-old, grew up, and married my father. They were a young farm couple living in rural Ohio. One night, my mother awoke to see her grandfather standing at the foot of her bed. He was smiling at her, but did not speak. She relayed that she pulled the covers over her head and then looked again, and he was still there. She then tried to wake my father, but when he awoke, her grandfather disappeared. She had the overwhelming feeling that her grandfather had died. This happened in the mid-1920s, and at that time, international long distance was only a thing for wealthy folks. Her only contact with her grandparents was via mail, which would take a couple of weeks to arrive. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, she received a letter from her grandmother verifying that her grandfather had passed away on the same day and approximately the same time that he appeared in her bedroom. My father attested to the entire happening. This was always our family ghost story that no one ever had a reason to doubt. My parents live on a farm in Sugar Grove. My stepdad grew up here with his family as a child. On Christmas Eve in 1964, his dad went into town to pick up the grandma for the holiday. With him, he took a younger daughter and his younger son. On the way home, there was a terrible accident, and everybody died except the daughter. Over the years, the farmhouse was used as rental property until my mom met her husband. They have lived here now for 6 years, and have had many experiences with the spirits of this home. I, too, have had some of the same. There are many voices that we hear. Marbles rolling down the hallway upstairs, foot noises walking up and down the stairway, clouds of light and dark smoke throughout the entire house, doors open and close, things come up missing, then are returned within days. If you are alone in the house and stand by the sink, you will soon hear a voice that asks you to go away. It will repeat until you walk away from the sink. Standing outside, if you look up into the window upstairs, sometimes you will see a vision of a woman standing in the window. This is believed to be Grandma. I have an 11-year-old daughter that has walked into the downstairs bathroom and ran out, stating there is a man standing at the bathroom sink. He will only turn his head and look at you, and then turn back to the mirror. He hasn't spoken yet. When my parents first came here, they slept upstairs. They had to move to the downstairs room in the winter, because no matter what room you are in up there, it is ice cold. We have used electric heat sources to try to generate heat, but it doesn't work. There are also apparitions of faces, white in color, etched into the door of the master bedroom. These appear darker at times and lighter at other times. They appear to be stuck in the wood of the door. It's believed by everyone here that the spirits and happenings of this house are all those family members that were killed in the crash. After all, they all did reside here, and I think they still do. My mother passed away a little over 4 years ago. Since then, we have seen her, usually in dreams, and my father has actually seen her many times in her home. My mother had been sick with congestive heart failure that took a turn for the worst for about 2 years. My dad cared for her day and night. Finally, the last trip to the hospital was supposed to be a routine trip to remove excess fluid. On the way to the hospital, my mother made a prophetic statement to him that she would not be coming home again. When she was given the diagnosis that no further help was available to her and she would be sent home with hospice, she refused and decided to die in the hospital instead of at home because my father had to continue to live there and she did not want him to find it hard to stay at their home. 9 days of excruciating pain from a failing liver and kidneys, and unable to get her breath, she succumbed to death only after the last of her immediate family visited her on that day. It was as if she had waited until she had seen her husband, children, grandchildren, and son-in-laws before she was ready to go. 10 minutes after the last visitor, she breathed her last. Oddly enough, the grandfather clock in my parents' home stopped on the exact time of her death. My father has refused to rewind it. After 60 years of marriage, my father has been so lost. For the first year, she appeared to him frequently with a smile on her face, and one time told him, "I love you deeply, and just want to make sure you are okay." She still appears to him, just not as frequently as the first year. Recently, my sister and father had found a picture she had painted and had it framed to give me for my birthday. My dad saw my mother the morning they gave me the gift and said she was holding a shopping bag with a wooden frame sticking out from it with a huge smile on her face. He said they communicated without talking, and he knew she was happy and proud I was getting the picture. I've seen my mother in dreams, but only one stands out as a possible contact with her. In my dream, I was looking through the picture window of my parents' home and saw her sitting in her chair with my father standing over her, talking and smiling as if he was catching up on recent events. I went inside the house and she looked at me and smiled. I remember how peaceful she looked and so healthy. I remember saying, "Mama, how can this be? I saw you in the casket at the funeral home." She just smiled at me and said, "Well, sometimes these things just happened." I replied, "Well, I don't care how it happened. I'm glad to have you back. I've missed you." With that, I woke up. One other time, after an extremely frustrating day, I was walking in a corridor and thought I'd heard her call my name. She said, "Susie." I actually said out loud, "Mama?" She was not even there. My sister says she has dreamed of her, but never actually have seen her. My son slept in my mom's bed about 6 months after her passing, and said sometimes in the night, he felt her sit down on the side of the bed. He knew it was her because he could smell her perfume. My nephew recalled a dream he had the first Thanksgiving holiday after her passing. He said that in his dream, he walked out of his upstairs bedroom and she was in the hallway. He said, "Let's go get some turkey, Granny." He said she replied, "Now, Mark, you know I can't go downstairs with you this year, but you know I'm here." My family feels that she is around us all the time. I know she is with my father the most because he is terminally ill and misses her so terribly. I feel comforted knowing she is waiting for his time to cross over. My mother is a current janitor working at Rockford College, and one of the buildings she is assigned to happens to be the Burpee building. There, she and some of the other ladies that work with her have lunch in that specific building every work night. A while back, she told us that during her lunch break, she saw what was a female figure walk past the room they were in. She said she wore a blue dress and had blonde hair. The room has a mirror that faced the only door of the small area. She said, and I quote, "I glanced at the mirror, a habit of doing when you're in that room a lot, and saw this thin, transparent figure walk past the door. I thought it was one of the other girls that was walking by, but it wasn't until I realized that no one that night was wearing a blue dress or had dyed their hair blonde. I walked out to see if it was a trespasser, but saw no one in the hall. I called security and asked them if they allowed any blonde, blue-dressed girl on the property. They denied doing so, confirming my suspicions that it was possibly a ghost. This is just one of the stories that she has told us during the last 2 years of her encounters with the Burpee ghosts." This just happened to me just recently, on February 8th, 2008, when I took a ghost tour of the Tuang Cemetery in Brisbane, Australia. First of all, I'd like to keep this to myself anonymous. Secondly, what I saw is true, for I did some research to see if anyone else experienced what I saw that night, and, as it turns out, a few people over the years saw it too. It was cold and partly windy that night when I turned up at the ghost of the Tuang Boneyard, Brisbane's oldest and biggest graveyard. There's a lot of strange stories connected to this boneyard, like a vampire. There's only 2 boneyards in the world that got fair dinkum vampires, Highgate in London and Tuang in Brisbane. The Bleeding Grave and Walking Statue. Yes, a wandering statue. Anyway, the tour barely began as our hostess was introducing herself when I saw something standing amongst the trees. It was solid and black. It was standing there watching us. I saw it, but I thought I was seeing things. Excitement that might have sparked off my imagination. But as I walked past this spot, there was nothing there to resemble that figure, but yet it was real, as you and I. It wasn't until a few feet ahead, I heard a weird clang sound right next to me, as if someone was banging in a pot or whatever. I thought it was the signpost rattling, but there was no signpost anywhere. Now that was frickin' weird, I thought, as I hurried on, looking behind me. Most of the night I felt we were being followed by something, as I was tailing Charlie. Best place to be on a ghost tour at the end of the line. Things started to get a bit stranger, like the cold wind I felt touching me, if there was no wind blowing. The same thing happened again 2 nights later, when I felt something touching my neck in my own home, or seeing things at the corner of my eyes. When I turned around, there would be nothing there. I thought I was ready for the madhouse at one point. I know that I saw something, so I researched it, and as it turned out, others saw that same black figure at the same spot where I saw him or her, whatever the heck it was, and heard the same clanging sound I heard, so I didn't imagine it at all. I hope I didn't. That's my story. I've got other great spine-chilling tales, which I'll put up ASAP, but this was the first experience I had in years, except for the ghost of my dog who came back for a few nights to bark goodbye to us. My name is Tina. I'm 33, and I have a story I would like to share with you and your readers. I've been experiencing strange things for many years now, but I've only been sharing them for just a few people who don't believe always have the need to find something wrong with the ones who do. My mom was one of those people. She would roll her eyes and say I was crazy or I had been drinking. The day she became a believer was one of the most beautiful moments we've ever shared. This is our story. My mom had surgery in her foot and was using a walker to get around. I was at her house helping her with her laundry and such, and had laid my son down in the bedroom down the hall for his nap. Mom was kicked back in the recliner and decided she would also take a nap. All my chores were done for the time. Everybody in the house was sleeping, so I went out to get into the pool. I turned on the baby monitor at the room where my son was sleeping and brought the other piece outside with me. My mom lives out in the country. No neighbors close enough for monitor to pick up any other signals from a phone or another baby monitor. It was so quiet in my mom's house, I could hear the tick-tock ticking of the clock in the room where the monitor was. All of a sudden, I heard a woman's voice so clear and loud. It sounded like she was speaking into the monitor. It sounded like peep, as in P-E-E peep. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe it was just gibberish. That's what I heard. At this point, I start to run to the door to see if my mom is still in the chair in the living room. I got to the door, snatched it open, and there was my mom, still reclined back in the chair with a really strange look on her face. I guess I had a strange look on my face too, because she said, "What? What's the matter? Who's here? Who are you talking to?" I just looked at her and couldn't say anything. She asked again who I was talking to, and I said nobody. Why? She said that she heard a woman talking. She thought she was dreaming. She opened her eyes, and the woman was still talking, so she knew she wasn't dreaming. Having to always have an explanation for things, she then assumed I was on the phone, but looked around and saw the phone and my cell phone were on the kitchen counter. That was when I came in the door, and she knew it wasn't me. I said, "Heard that too?" "Yes," she said, with a very strange look on her face. So I went down to the hall to the room where my son was still sleeping and looked around. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing out of place. I came back down the hall and told my mom he was fine, still sleeping, hadn't moved an inch. She was a little freaked out, but she started asking me questions about my great-grandmother, who often visits me, and the places that I go. I never met my great-grandmother in person, but I've had many run-ins with her spirit. My mom didn't want to believe that Grandma visits her too, but after that day, she started to believe, not only in ghosts and spirits, but in me too. Thanks, Grandma Daisy. This is a true murder story that happened around the early 1900s in the Woods Memorial Circle, Mapleville, Rhode Island. This story is a more true and detailed story of the one before that my great-grandmother told me about. Catherine was a mill owner's daughter. She was a very pretty tall blonde. She was engaged to a local farmer, Robert. Catherine, though, had one problem. A man, who some say had mental issues, was stalking Catherine. His name was David. David would send Catherine letters of how much he loved her, and how they could have babies together. These letters disturbed Catherine. He would watch her through the window and follow her wherever she went. One day, Catherine confronted him and told him never to talk to her again. David thought this was like a game, so he proceeded to send disturbing letters and watch her at all times. As a few days went by, he gave up. With this, he had a plan. If he couldn't love her, no one else could. So one day, While Catherine was going to the woods to get water for her family, David followed. First, he stopped at Catherine's fiance's farm. Robert was working on the farm as usual, and David came in from behind and stabbed him in the back with a pitchfork. Then he went off to find Catherine. Catherine was sitting next to a pond under a hemlock tree. David pulled out his knife and stabbed her through the neck. She screamed in pain as David ripped open her body. As she died, David messed with her dying body. Afterwards, he took her organs out, cut off her breasts, and nailed her heart to a tree, covered in blood. David went home and took a nap. He was supposedly awoken by the sound of dripping. He looked around his room, and it was covered in blood. In the middle of the room, Catherine stood there cursing at him. David had gone insane. He wrote his last letter to the police, telling them what he did, where her body was, and all that happened. He drowned himself the next day in a river, his body sprawled out on a rock, broken. Catherine and Robert were buried in a now abandoned cemetery, and David's body was thrown into a pit. During a biopsy, they found a heart in David's stomach. Some people think he swallowed her heart, while others think Catherine put it there. Still, rumors persist that late at night in the cemetery, you could see the couple holding hands as if nothing ever happened. I believe I had a true experience with a shadow person. This is my story. It was maybe 11-ish at night. My boyfriend and myself were watching a movie. The lights were dim in the house. The house is more than 100 years old. From where I was seated, I could see the dining area, which was dark, and the kitchen doorway, which had a dimmed overhead light on, and the light was spilling into the dining room. I noticed a distinct shadow movement in the light from the kitchen, like someone or something walked past the light. I turned my head fully towards the doorway now, and saw a solid black elongated ovalish shape towards the top of the doorway, and it quickly slipped into the kitchen. My immediate reaction was not of fear, but sort of like, okay, what the heck was that? I wasn't alarmed. I continued watching the movie thinking of explanations for what I just saw. Now let me tell you, there are 3 dogs in the home as well as the 2 of us. My boyfriend's 2 dogs were asleep on the floor by our feet, and my dog was by my side on the couch. He's small. He was acting a bit odd, nervous now. Perhaps he sensed it in me. 30 minutes later, he got down and headed towards the kitchen. He had just got his head in the door and promptly stopped. I couldn't see his head and shoulders, just his back end. I saw his neck raise like he was looking up, and then it happened. It took my breath and gave me chills. He started wagging his tail, slow at first, like he was unsure, and then the momentum slowly gained. He never got to a full-on happy to see you wag. Then he abruptly stopped and came back to my side. He would not enter the kitchen. And in case you think maybe he was looking out a window, no, the window was too high up to see anything. My name is Guy, and I would like to share my experience at Lambertville High School. I've been there numerous times. I live about 25 minutes away in Pennsylvania. My friends and I are ghost hunters, and Lambertville is a favorite spot of ours. The first time I visited the school was about 2 years ago, in 2005 and 2006, and I've been curious about it ever since then. I've had many comments about history of this amazing site.
I've been through some of the school. Not all of it though, because the building is in poor shape. The first time we went, we didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary. Back then, we had no equipment except our eyes and ears and flashlights. We really didn't venture inside until the second trip, but that was during the day and also uneventful. The third trip back to the school was a shocker that still gives me chills to this day. We went on a summer night, around midnight, or maybe a little later than that, and not a smart thing to do, but we didn't know any better. We parked the car out in front of the steps leading up to the school. We were to go in shifts up and into the school. 2 go and 2 stay in the car to watch for cops. We were there for 5 minutes before 2 of my friends came sprinting to the car screaming, "Drive! Drive!" Me and my friend, who stayed in the car, were wondering what was literally scaring them to insanity. What they told us was pretty crazy at first. They said that while they were walking up the steps to the school, they heard the sounds of little children, little girls, giggling and laughing. At first I didn't believe it and wanted to go back to experience this for myself. I'm the kind of person that has to see to believe, but it's the hope of that proof that draws me back to the school. Anyway, that incident was about 2 years ago, and between my friends, it has been just a story with no proof. No proof until now. Last week, May 2008, me and my friends met up again, thanks to school being finished, and decided to go back. We went that night around 10 to 10:30 and stayed there for a good hour and ventured inside. Though we heard no laughing, I'm still a believer. I believe my friend's story and everyone else's stories of little children laughing because I caught it on tape. I recently purchased some equipment to help capture paranormal activity, and the most valuable tool I had that night was my recorder. It's amazingly lucky that I caught anything at all, because I only recorded audio for about 7 minutes of our hour-long investigation. And all but about a minute of the audio has voices on it that were not ours. I also caught the voice of maybe a teacher or student saying, "Does he seem okay?" in a 2-minute-long conversation with what I believe is a female and a male that answers a question that I ask. I've showed this tape to my family and friends, and they all hear talking as well, and the laughter seems to freak everyone out. I wanted to make sure that what I was hearing was, well, what I was hearing. When I heard the laughing on the tape, I thought, my God, they weren't joking or trying to scare us. They really did hear something that night, something that I would like to share with your website, if that is alright with you. I just want to know that there's something other than this life. And that is what draws me to the paranormal. Thank you for your time, and thank you for reading this. If you have any comments or questions, please feel free to ask. I'd love to share these clips with you guys and your viewers. This is in reference to your listing for the Hearthstone Inn, Colorado Springs, Colorado. This place has much more than a little girl. As a housekeeper there in 1999, I was able to experience almost all of the hauntings. In the south building, 3rd floor, the little girl would appear regularly, as well as the man in brown in the main bedroom, also in the southwest corner of the floor. He was harmless and would usually disappear as soon as spotted. On the 3rd floor, I've never felt alone, would often hear the little girl and running and laughing. 2 of the 4 bedrooms on the 1st floor share a bedroom. I learned to prop the door open while cleaning, or I would be locked in. The first time I was locked in, I rattled the door and was screaming for the other housekeeper. I was nearly hysterical when she let me out after about 5 minutes. Also in the south building, 1st floor,
There was a bedroom at the end of the hall that used to be under the stairway. The back stairway of this building, when it was a hotel, led outside. Many of our guests reported having the dreams of the woman in this room. I would feel her, but never see her. I would have trouble with the lights and an unwelcoming presence. On one occasion, the owner, David Oxhandler, spent the night in the room on having a very vivid dream of this woman and dismissing it as a dream. He was too shaken to go back to sleep. When he stepped outside to have a cigarette, he turned around, feeling he was not alone, and actually saw her, dressed as just in the dream, floating where the stairs would have been. Rumors she was the victim of a lover's quarrel and was shot on the back stairs. The last one I knew of was in the north building, second floor. One room next to the stairs facing east was never pleasant to be in. The light was very temperamental, flickering and choosing when to be on or off. I would feel a presence on the floor, but really tried to ignore it until one day I was standing near the stairs with several heavy bundles of laundry to take downstairs when I felt a pressure on the right side small of my back. Just a little shove, and I nearly went headfirst down the stairs, and not of my own volition. Last I hear, the Oxlanders were doing haunted history tours of their hotel. Shortly after, it has been sold to another local organization. Very much worth adding some info to your site, and thanks for the space. My wife and I had several experiences in our apartment over the last 3 years we have lived here. It began with hearing noises and creaks in the building early on, and slowly evolved to seeing shadows in the middle of the night in our bedroom. We both have had experiences where we thought to have seen a little boy in blue pajamas looking at things in our bedroom. 3 major events have occurred, which I'll describe in detail. Event 1. Summer of 2006. My brother was staying over because he is a minor, and our mother was going out of town. We had woken up late to eat breakfast and were playing a game of cards. As we are brothers and there is a significant age gap, we sometimes argue. I was being a little bit of a jerk, picking on a card selection he had made, when our kitchen trash can started to rock back and forth. We were the only people present in the apartment, and we were about 10 yards from the trash can. I investigated the trash can further to find that it was nearly empty and there was nothing that could have moved, so we went to the park. Event 2. Winter of 2007. My wife and I were growing fascinated with the television show Ghost Hunters. We had spent an entire day watching episodes from the second season DVD. Being cocky and joking with my wife over her growing discomfort with the mood the show was setting, I began joking about talking on the ghost of the apartment, saying such things as, "If anyone is here, come here and get me," or "You can't touch me, you're just a ghost, I don't believe in you." Later that night, at 4 a.m., I woke up quite distressed and felt that the apartment was shaking from a significant earthquake. I was sure that it was the big one and rushed to jump out of bed and pull my wife to safety in a doorway. She was in a state of shock as I lifted her out of bed and was scared of an earthquake also. When we finally got to the doorway and calmed down, I explained to her that I thought there was an earthquake but couldn't feel it anymore. She couldn't either. I began to grow very nauseous and leaned on her for support. I told her I wasn't feeling right and I blacked out. As I was blacked out, I heard sounds of people talking very quickly. At first I thought it was my wife, and I tried to tell her to slow down. I felt the sensation of running very quickly while I was hearing the rapid dialogue. I was growing angry when suddenly I awoke lying on the floor with my wife over me. She told me she thought I was having a seizure or something because all of my muscles had lightened, and I was screaming and moaning in a sense of fear. She said that I had also grown pale. All throughout that night,
I felt the bed continue to shake. Event 3. Soon after Event 2. I was angered by an experience I had felt earlier in Event 2, where I had awoken to what I thought to be an earthquake, and experienced what I thought to be a form of being possessed. I researched how to hold a seance to converse with spirits present within the room, and invited friends over to help with the conversation. I didn't describe the experience I had felt earlier, so that it would not affect my friends' experiences that night. In the middle of the seance, one of my friends began to grow woozy and sway forward when he suddenly stopped it. He said that he couldn't go on and felt like someone was talking quickly to him, and he had felt the sensation of running, identical to my experience earlier. I shared with him my experience, and we decided not to continue. Also, this night, my friend's car got a flat tire while parked in my apartment, and only needed to be refilled with air, as there was no puncture to cause the flat, as if someone deflated it. Also, another friend was called by his girlfriend within minutes of us ending the seance, because she felt something had happened and was worried. He had only told her he was going to see me, and not anything about what we were doing that night. The friend with the flat also received a phone call from his aunt about an hour after, whom he speaks with rarely, because she had similar concerns as my friend's girlfriend. How's that for women's intuition? Ever since that last event, nothing else has occurred. This is a personal experience that to this day has left me shaken. There is something wrong with this apartment complex. My experience centered on the apartment we were in, but from other residents, I heard other tales that made me really not want to live there, and as soon as I could get out, my husband and I certainly did. Trail Apartments located in South Lyon. There is a huge tree right directly in front of it. Apparitions have been seen in the little hallway between bathroom and bedroom. The panel in the hallway leading up to the crawl space had moved on its own. Personal experience was actually in the bathtub, and the only one home when it happened. I'm all of 5 foot, and that ceiling is a good 8 feet. There was no way for me to get up there. We figured that the only way to move that panel was to be up in the crawl space. Each crawl space is self-contained. EVPs have gotten into that apartment of a young woman with an accent saying, "Can't stay too long," and sleep. Both still have. If you leave the apartment door open while taking a shower, you get this feeling that you are being watched. Then look out. You see the retreating figure of what looks to be a young woman. I'd had this happen and thought I'd left my apartment door open, and it was a neighbor, and upon investigation, found my door deadbolt was locked. Numerous pictures of orbs and odd shadows have been captured in this apartment. All still have. Late at night, you can also hear someone walking past the apartment, and when you go to look, there is no one on the walkway. And considering where the apartment is, there's no way for someone to get down it quick enough without hearing the sounds of running feet. Have had an experience of having the front door hit several times while I was to peephole, and no one was there. Stories were also told to me of the laundry room in the same building is also a place of odd occurrences. Feelings of being watched and hearing a young woman's voice. Have felt the being watched part, but considering that the old furnace system was right there in the laundry room, I dismissed it. A lot of my family and husband's family refused to spend the night there just cause the place gave them the creeps, and this was prior to some of these events happening. I've tried to find out if there have been any deaths or murders or anything on that ground, and I came up with nothing. All I know is that the place was just, there was something wrong with it, and I wish I had never moved into it. The EVPs were caught when that building had few residents. I still have them, just have others listen to them from time to time to prove I wasn't crazy with what I heard. The pictures are numerous, and some still make the hair on my arm stand up because of the experiences with them. In October 2008, my friends Scott, Denny, and Steve and I decided we wanted to go ghost hunting. Scott was the only one who had experience with anything, and he had seen things and had things happen to him and other people in his past groups. We started off by going to Peace Church Cemetery and where the murderer Billy Cook is buried. We were equipped with a video camera, me, a digital camera, a digital voice recorder, a heavy-duty flashlight, Scott, and 2 smaller flashlights with the other 2 people. We walked around for a little bit as Scott instructed us to let our senses take hold of us and guide us as they please. If we got an impulse to do something, do it. We all had weird feelings, but eventually realized we weren't going to find anything here. We left, deciding to go somewhere that Scott had experienced before, the Waco Cemetery. Once we got there, we said our opening prayer and made our way out into the cemetery. Eventually, we split into 2 groups, me and Steve in one, Scott and Denny in the other. Steve told me to get a couple of specific things on video. He thought he had seen something he said was best described as a specter, with a head that shaped into a point and a cloaked black body. We walked around for a bit longer, and he told me he had seen it again. We walked towards the area he saw it, and didn't see anything. We met back up with Denny and Scott on the other side of the cemetery, and Scott started talking about the things that had happened to him here. He had been asking questions and talking in general, trying to pick up some EVP. He started talking about what he called the prankster that had slapped him in the face and possibly put scratches down his friend's back. We made our way back to the center of the cemetery where there were no graves, just a patch of grass. We stood around, and Steve told the other 2 about the specter he had seen and where he had seen it. Around that time, Scott said lights out. He took a couple of pictures, and the rest was silent. Then, we turned our lights back on for a few seconds before Scott repeated his order of lights out. This part gets a little blurry. I can't remember if it was before or after we turned the lights back on, but Scott is a big guy, wide and tall. He fell backwards onto Steve, who would have fallen on me had I not moved in time. He had fallen hard. He laid there and just looked confused, and his face was red. His glasses had flown off of impact of the fall. He asked where his glasses were. Then he asked, "Did I fall?" We tried to explain what happened from each of our perspectives quickly, as we were pretty freaked out, since this was our first experience. He had asked a couple more times as the rest of us came to the conclusion that he fell too hard to have just fallen from a loss of balance. I, for one, think he was pushed by some force. Anyway, we got him up to his feet. He looked around and said, "We're leaving." Scott was shaken, and that was all we needed to hear. As we walked back to our cars to say a closing prayer, Scott started coughing, which progressed into dry heaving. We had 8 Hardee's before we went to the first place, so we knew that he had something to throw up. We stopped to wait for him, and after he felt better, we proceeded to walk to a space between the cars to say the prayer. Scott began, "Our Father which art in heaven." It was interrupted by more dry heaving. Steve said, "Scott, are you okay?" He nodded and said, "Hallowed be thy," and cut off to some dry heave some more. This time, it was so bad that he lost his glasses and was down on his knees coughing up something that wasn't there. He looked up, straight at me, and gave the most evil glare I've ever seen. I immediately recoiled in fear, with tears forming in my eyes. I asked Scott, Scott, are you there? He got over this fit eventually, as Steve said. Hallowed by thy what? Finish the prayer, Scott. You have to finish it. Scott straightened up a little and hoarsely started to finish. Hallowed be thy name. Again, the same occurrence had just happened, and he just kept coughing and dry heaving. At this point, Scott has regained his composure enough to finish, and says, For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. As we each followed with a thankful amen, he said, Now let's get the heck out of here. I was ahead of him in parking, so I started the car and drove out of the cemetery as fast as possible. We stopped into a church parking lot up the road. Scott got out of his car, and we started talking about what just happened. He claimed to have no recollection of falling or anything after that. That's the story of what happened in Southwest Missouri on a late October night. May you form your own conclusions, and I hope you enjoyed. I've felt the presence of ghosts at some places I've been or lived at. I've never had an experience of seeing a ghost, but I can walk into a place and tell if there's a ghost there. I know if it's a male, female, or child. I've seen dark shadows, but not all have been black. Some are gray, like the color of a rat. One night, a very good friend of mine came over and we started watching a movie and eating pizza. I saw the dark outline of a male child peeking around the corner of the kitchen. I told my friend Dawn, who is very religious, and at first she didn't believe me. I kept seeing the outline of a head and shoulders peeking around the corner. Then, about 5 minutes or so later, we started hearing a scratching noise. I told Dawn that's the ghost. She said it was just a mouse. Then, I heard a loaf of bread fall on the floor. The bread is kept on the counter far back next to the microwave. I got up to investigate. The bread was lying on the floor, but had no holes in it from a mouse. I put the bread back and went back into the living room. Dawn got up to get a glass of soda, and when she went into the kitchen, she yelled. She said the loaf of bread moved across the counter and dropped on the floor at her feet. She started praying. Every time she stopped praying, you could hear scratching noises. She kept praying, and the scratching continued. Then it got quiet. We finished the movie, and as we were talking, we noticed the lid on the pizza box, which was propped up, started to slip down. Instead of just falling down, it closed. This was very slowly. Dawn said she had enough and went home. She took the pizza and box home with her. She called me later that night and said that the ghost followed her home because her bread was constantly sliding off the counter, and she actually saw the pizza lid open when it was closed in the box. She said she threw the bread and pizza box off her balcony and prayed really hard. She didn't have any more problems, and our bread stayed on our counters after that. I was at the age of 12 to 13 when my grandmother bought me a rocking chair out of what she said was a yard sale. She claimed that they were very glad to get rid of it, and she never thought to ask why. She brought it home and sat it in my room with my dolls on it. It was an antique, so I was leery about anyone sitting in it. I never experienced any weird activities in it, but my brother at the age of 9 years was sitting in the living room where he could see it and claimed to have seen it rock 3 times. It scared him to the point where he just ran outside to my grandmother, crying and screaming. I was confused, and my grandmother told me to keep it closed and keep my door shut. Later, my aunt said she went into my room to get something, and she also seen it move. I was getting mad, thinking that there was something wrong with my chair,
and hid it in my closet. The last person that had seen it move was my little cousin. Due to us moving to another location, she agreed to keep it in her room, where she did not stay at the time, but went in and out of there when needed. She was doing her hair in a dresser mirror when she got a glimpse of the rocker moving. Then, to her surprise and fright, a little girl appeared. She said she was very beautiful in an older clothing. She screamed and ran from the room. It took her some time to calm down to tell what happened, and there I was, ready to get rid of it also. The one thing I did find out about the chair before giving it away was that it hated men. Due to my family's curiosity, my great uncle was determined to see it and experience it sliding away from him across the room. He was nevertheless very scared and left quickly. I'm glad I gave it away and didn't think twice, but never had it do anything in front of me. I didn't experience this myself. It happened to my mother a couple months ago, and she told me about it after it happened. What happened was, a couple of months ago, my mom was prepping for a party in our kitchen at about 9:30 p.m. Me and my brother, who were about 11 at the time, were both at the house at the time. I was upstairs, and he was in the living room. My mom told me that she was washing dishes and that she looked up at the window in front of her and she saw someone walk by the hallway behind her. She immediately thought that it was me because of how tall the person was. She called out my name and told me to do something for her. After a couple of minutes, she came to look for my brother to ask where I had went. He looked at her like she was crazy and told her that I hadn't come downstairs for about an hour. She calmed me down noticeably scared because she thought someone was in the house, but we couldn't find anyone. This happened more than once to my mother, but more noticeable. She was washing clothes and had to walk through the kitchen and saw someone poke their head out from behind the counter. She of course thought that it was either me or my brother, but when she checked, she found no one. She called me immediately and told me what had happened, and now we believe that a ghost is in the house, but it doesn't show itself regularly. Two other things that have happened since then. One happened a couple months after that. Me and my brother had a friend over, and he had gone to the bathroom on the second story of the house. No one was up there at the time, but when he came down, he said that he had seen two red eyes down the hall near my parents' bedroom. He immediately ran downstairs, and we told him about my mother's experiences. The other things that happen more frequently now is that our dog starts to growl at something in the hallway. She sleeps in our parents' room, and sometimes she will get up and walk around the room, and then she will stop in the doorway and growl at something in the hallway. But when we turn on the light, there will be nothing there. It has been a couple of months since anything worth reporting has happened, but we believe that it is a friendly ghost and nothing harmful will come of it. Even though I'm terrified of this kind of stuff, reading stories and watching things on TV about it is very interesting to me. I have a story to share. It's still very fresh to me, even though it happened many years ago that it has taken place. My husband and kids laugh at me when I tell them my story, just because some of the things that went on. They find it more humorously amusing than seriously true. This story took place when I was about 5 or 6 years old, in a house we lived at in Oregon, Ohio. I really don't even know where to begin. The house was a 2-story home that wasn't huge, but sure wasn't small. I had 2 brothers, and they shared a bedroom with me, having my own bedroom right next to theirs. In their closet was this blue plastic hanging shoe rack that was left when we moved in. It was completely empty, except for a few bouncy balls and a metal jack in some of the pockets. Every day we would check these pockets because whenever we would empty them, there was always more the next day. I never thought anything weird about that. It was cool finding things in there. My room had a door that led to the closet. I never heard anything scary in my room, but one night, my grandparents spent the night. They came from Florida and were visiting us before moving on to other relatives. In the middle of the night, everyone ran into the room because my grandpa woke up screaming. He said the cat had crawled onto the mesh part of the box spring and scared him. Everyone went back to bed and nothing was thought of it. Months went by and summer was here. My brothers and I used to all lay in the hallway upstairs outside our rooms in front of a box fan my dad would put up because it was so hot. Sometime in the middle of the night, my younger brother Mike woke up, I guess to sleep in my room, and began screaming. He said my older brother's Jake's face was on the wall scaring him. Jake had been laying in the hallway the entire time with me and Mike. Still, everyone shrugged it off like the other things that had happened and figured he was sleepwalking. I've heard things throughout the night on and off after the last incident, but the last and scariest part of the house that happened to me, and I'm not sure how much time in between this happened, is one night when I was sleeping with my cat. It was sometime in the middle of the night, and for some reason I woke up. My cat also woke up. My cat was tucked under my arm at my side, and all of a sudden, it opened its eyes wide and hissed with its hair standing up on its back. Then he darted out of my room. I didn't understand why the cat acted like this, and seconds later, at the end of my bed was this figure. It was definitely human, but was all white and misty. It had no features or limbs. The only feature I remember is seeing an O-like shaped mouth. It was just standing there, but then looked like it was moving slowly closer. I kicked my feet at it, and nothing happened. I just kicked right through it. I was scared to death and ran into my parents' room and slept there the rest of the night. I thought I heard sounds coming from the drawers in my dad's dresser the rest of the night, but never heard anything or seen anything since. My husband, like I said, finds this humorous, so last year, he bought some ball and jacks and placed them on my pillow and laughed. I would love to find out if anyone living in that house after or before me ever had any experiences like that. I always wondered why that thing would want to scare us like that. My grandfather was a member of Washington Country Golf Club in Washington County, Pennsylvania. The golf club sits on top of a hill and used to be a very old farmhouse that dates back to the 1800s. He told me stories of him along with a group of friends who spent the night at the clubhouse. Members were allowed to stay there if they wished. It was said the old farmer who lived in the house lost all of his money and the farm went under. After this all happened, the farmer then decided to end it all. My grandfather said that during the late hours of night, you can hear footsteps walking back and forth upstairs. They went upstairs, and no one was to be found. Even in the ballroom, the lights would be seen turning off and on by themselves, as doors were being opened and closed as well. I myself have been in the clubhouse, which is very old, with wooden stairs and floors. I have even seen the bar going across the staircase, where it said the farmer had done the deed. I've heard this story from other members of the club. Whether this is true for sure or not, I don't know exactly. Another story I've heard takes place in Peters Township in Washington County. I've been told by an old football coach whose family lived in the town all their life, dating back to the 1700s, I believe. He tells a story of an old haunted railroad tunnel,
close to Hidden Valley Road in the area. It's said that many years ago, when the railroad was a busy place, a man was hooking up two boxcars. The boxcars then rolled together, hitting the man in between the two hookups. The man was cut in half from the two boxcars, and many people say that they have walked the tunnel holding hands across the tunnel very late in the night. They said they have seen a man walking at the other end of the tunnel with an old oil lamp in his hand, swinging back and forth. They even say that a train can be heard off in the distance, but no train even came. The story has been known as Boxcar Willie. I've heard this story from many different people in the past. I've seen the tunnel myself one night with two of my friends. We held hands going across the front of the tunnel. We all then saw a very small light at the end of the tunnel. Never went to check it out, but something was there. We all saw this light. It may have been something off in the distance, but I believe it was Boxcar Willie. We all felt something very weird that night. That's why I get the feeling something was out there. I'm a native of Hammond, which is very close to Maryville. I've been to Reeder Road many times, and actually know a different story of the road. The ones I saw on your site are new to me. My parents told me the story long ago, and although I've not experienced it for myself, I know others who claim to have. This may be more of a local story, but who knows? It's still something I'd like to share. Back in the 1950s, the road was often used by teens and young adults as a private makeout place. The story goes that a young lady and her boyfriend made a stop at the road. While they were parked, they heard a thumping on top of the car. They ignored it for a bit, but the girl started to become creeped out as the noise grew louder. The boyfriend decided he would get out and investigate. When he got out, the thumping stopped. After several minutes, the boyfriend had not returned, and the thumping started again. The girl panicked and got out of the car. She found her boyfriend bloodied and hung from a tree, and the thumping she was hearing was the sound of her boyfriend's feet hitting the top of the car as he hung there dead. Supposedly on warm summer nights, if you pull off into the road and park for a bit, you will hear the thumping, and if you get out to investigate, the thumping will stop, and you will find a letterman's jacket hanging from the tree above you. There is also an abandoned school out in Cedar Lake, where Hammond Baptist used to attend. The story goes that the pastor went crazy and removed some of the little ones from this world, if you know what I mean. I've personally have experienced strange happenings in the school, such as children's voices, windows that were shut on the way in open as we walked back out. Supposedly it's supposed to be the little ones trying to escape. From what I understand, a few years ago, part of the building caught fire inexplicably. I haven't been there in about 5 years. However, if you would like some directions to the place, it's a little tricky to get to, and I would be happy to share them with you if you are interested. Like I said, this is a story passed on to me by my parents, and others I know also know the story and claim to have witnessed it. I'm also aware of the satanic gatherings in the field, down the trail in the woods, usually occurring during the 2 equinoxes every year. This may explain some of the animal parts we found. Also, in this field, I've seen glowing orbs here and there, but never thought much of them since they were out far in the field. But you may be able to look into this more than I can. Oh, and the girl that jumped into the river and drowned, she is also part of this story, in Hammond, of course. She can be seen on Halloween night on Klein Avenue, hitchhiking to get to her wedding. Supposedly, if you pick her up, she thanks you for the ride and then disappears into the night.
My name is Gemma. I went to a primary school in a small village where I lived for a year or two. Then we had to move into a town nearby. It wasn't too far away from my friends, so sometimes I would catch the bus there. One day, I went up to see my friend Holly. She told me that my old deputy head teacher had just died. I don't know how old he was, but apparently he got murdered. That night, Holly asked me to stay at her house for the night, so I did. We were only about 10 at the time. Her parents were downstairs, and her 2 little brothers were both asleep. We were the only people awake upstairs. Holly went downstairs to get something to eat for me and her, and left me alone. I decided to play a trick on her. I turned all the lights off and hid under her bed in her room. I looked around. I was really scared, so I looked up and saw 2 eyes looking at me. They were glowing. At that point, I closed my eyes, thinking it was just my imagination. When I opened my eyes, they were still there. I stayed under the bed because I didn't want to move. Then, I heard Holly coming up the stairs. The eyes backed away into the darkness, and I backed away and hid again. When Holly came into the room, I jumped out and scared her. I told her about the eyes, and she believed me. Then she said, "Let's take a look inside the wardrobe." So we both opened it slowly and took a look inside. Funny enough, nothing was in there except for her clothes and stuff. So we both decided that it was me seeing things because it was dark. Later that night, Holly turned the lights off, and we both went to sleep. I couldn't get to sleep, and I kept on looking over at the wardrobe. I laid there with my eyes open, when suddenly I saw the eyes again, looking over at me. I slid under my covers. When I looked out, they had gone, but I could feel something in the room. I knew something was there. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of me. It laid down, and then I saw the eyes. It was staring right at me. I screamed, which woke Holly up, and she suddenly backed away against a wall. We could both see the black figure on the floor. Then it seemed to sink into the ground and disappear. We both went downstairs and stayed there for a couple of hours. We talked about the figure for ages. Then I said it reminded me of something. Holly said that as well, before we both realized that it looked like Mr. Baker. Why would he haunt us though? We'll never know. When I was younger, I had quite a few paranormal experiences, as did my mom. The most direct contact either of us had with spirits was with her father. He died at home and lived with us when I was about 4. My mom was very close to him, and I was pretty close to him too for being so young. After he died, my mom would often be house cleaning and walk into his room where his old recliner sat and smell his unique scent, cigarette smoke mixed with cologne and whatnot. She never saw or heard him, but she would know he was there and would talk to him for a while. When I was 6, we moved out of the house he died in and into the house where my mom still lives. I never had the type of encounters my mom had with them, but I was lucky enough to see him once. First, I need to explain the setup of our house. The front and back doors are directly parallel to each other, and both have glass panes in them. The front door opens into the dining room, and you can walk straight through to the kitchen, and then to the back door. You can look from the front porch all the way into the backyard through the glass in these doors. When I was about 7, I was standing in the kitchen, looking out the window of the back door, and I could see the reflection of the front door in the glass. Suddenly, I saw my grandfather walk by the front door in the reflection, as though he was walking across the front porch. He smiled and waved at me. The whole thing only lasted a split second, but he was very deliberately contacting me. I believe he chose to do it in such an indirect way, so as to not frighten me. Maybe he was saying goodbye, since I was too young to understand when he actually died. What's really strange, though, is that I described him to my mom as looking younger than he did when he died. And when she showed me some pictures of him in his 40s, I told her that that's exactly how he appeared to me. She thinks he must have been happiest during that time of his life, and so chose to appear that way. I think it was a couple years after that when my mom had her final encounter with him. She was house cleaning again, when she smelled his familiar odor. She was in a hurry, and she told him, "I'm sorry, Dad, I can't really talk right now," and left the room. When she came back in, the scent was gone, and she just knew that was the last time she would hear from him. She feels guilty that she didn't stop to talk to him, but I think she just realized that she was ready to move on, and that's why he didn't contact her again. We do believe that he stuck around for a while after that, because he would often lose a piece of jewelry or something small, only to have it turn up right under our noses a few days later. I've had other experiences unrelated to my grandfather, but his was the only human spirit I ever actually saw. Not long after we moved into the new home, I had several experiences with feline spirits. I once saw the hind legs and tail of a cat disappearing into, not up, the top of the stairs from the landing. I know it could have been our own cat, because it was pure white, and our 2 cats were black. Another time, I was sitting at the kitchen table when I felt a cat rubbing against my legs. I reached down to pet it, but nothing was there, and when I looked under the table, there was no cat to be found. There were also a few incidents in my mom's house where electronics would do seemingly things on their own. The TV turned itself off at least twice that I can remember. Perhaps the weirdest instance was when I was in my bedroom listening to my stereo. It has one of those LED screens that flashes at things as music plays, and when you turn the volume knob, these bars show up on the screen that move up or down as you change the volume. I was listening to music one day, and I had my back to the stereo. When I realized the volume was getting lower, I turned around, and the volume display came up on the screen, and the bars were going down like the knob was being turned. I turned the volume back up, and nothing else happened after that. This has gotten long, but I only have one more experience to share. At another sleepover with my best friend, we decided to leave a tape recorder with a blank tape in an empty room while we hung out in the living room and record whatever there was to hear. No one went in the room while I was recording, and the door was shut. When we played it back, we could very faintly hear ourselves in the living room for most of the tape, and nothing else. There was one spot on the tape where a high-pitched voice spoke in a loud, raspy whisper. It was obviously neither of us, because you could hear us in the background very softly behind it. We weren't sure what it said, but it sounded like "shine the light." It didn't make any sense, but it did creep us out. That was the only unexplained voice on the tape. which unfortunately I no longer have. That was the last experience I had that I'm certain had no physical explanation. This is a story about ghosts that I think is worth sharing. It's a little bizarre and not very detailed, but I think it would capture your interest. When I was young, I always heard ghost stories revolving around these red coat ghosts. These were entities that would often appear in our house. The home I lived in used to house British soldiers from Napoleon's time, so essentially the late 1700s. I remember one particular incident. It was late at night, and that's when I started to hear strange noises in my room. At first I brushed them off, not thinking anything of it, because you can always explain these incidents away as nothing more than just normal noises. Then, I started to hear noises which were very peculiar. I would hear faded whispers, like a group of people whispering when I would open my door to investigate the sound. It wasn't anything loud, and didn't last for too long. Of course, I ended up going down that staircase to find a root cause of these whispers. What I saw next was actually quite interesting to me. Not scary, although a bit unbelievable. After going downstairs and into the living room, I saw two redcoat soldiers for a second, just standing side by side as they quickly faded from the living room. They also had a foggy and faded quality to them to begin with, where you could barely tell a figure was there with the red colors. I'll never forget that moment the rest of my life. Growing up in Lakeland, Florida, my parents purchased a repossessed mobile home. One of the bedroom doors had a deadbolt lock, but face of the child in the room could not get out. My elder sister had this room and reported a small girl about the age of 5 or 6 that would appear in a white nightgown carrying a teddy bear. She would sit at the end of my sister's bed and just cry. In the closet of the bedroom in the same home, there were stickers and drawings on the wall where it appeared someone was punished and made to sit in the closet. There were also fingernail scratches on the wall in the same closet. In the third children's room of the same home, there was brown carpeting with a line rim shape on the floor that was the same shape of a clothes iron. If an iron fell onto carpeting while it was hot, doesn't it make sense it would just burn the carpet hair instead of change the color to green? My aunt even had to come remove a spirit once that was following my little sister all the way to school and hiding behind things when she turned around to see who was following her. My little sister said it resembled a Grim Reaper type of shadow. In the same home, items would mysteriously be moved to another area. Things would then come up missing, then all of a sudden reappear one day. I truly believe that we are not living alone on this earth, and that spirits live among us. There are a lot of theories as to why this is, but to me, I believe that ghosts and spirits are almost other living forms trapped in another dimension. Even if we have loved ones who have passed and appeared to us, to me, it's like they are leaving this realm of existence to enter another one, and they behave much like we all do, often unaware of the world they just left. I believe that the ones that chose to bridge the gap between our world and theirs are messengers chosen by God to give us confirmation that we as human beings will not lose purpose once we have left this earth, and that our souls do live on. Even if you aren't a religious type, I do believe that if ghosts exist, then God must exist in some form. Otherwise, how do these souls still live on? And what power is allowing them to exist in the other universe? Anyway, my ghost experience comes at the time I was staying at my grandmother's. It was night, and I was 11 years old. I was watching TV in the living room when I heard what sounded like my grandfather, who was a heavy-set man, but tall, make his way through the home. Noticeable footsteps, as if he were wearing boots, and they were walking across the hardwood floor. At the time, I immediately recognized it was probably my deceased grandpa, so I yelled out to Grandpa Bunky to please stop scaring me. I was hoping I would get confirmation of him leaving me alone, because I'm a very anxious person, and even though I'm in tune with spirits, sometimes I just don't want to deal with it. I don't think my grandpa honestly meant any harm by it, but I think he felt that he wasn't getting enough attention, if that makes sense, and wanted his presence to really be known that day. He was always known as a loud, boisterous person in life, the kind of man that had to be the center of attention. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I could have swore I saw the shadow of my grandfather materialize. As soon as I got up to turn directly to where he was gone and faded. So I rushed downstairs to where my grandma was. I really wanted to make sure that nobody else was upstairs, so I just asked Grandma if she was just up the stairs in the hall. She emphatically said no, and asked me why I was so concerned. I told her that I saw Grandpa, and she said that Grandpa is gone, and that while you may miss him, we have to accept this. She didn't believe in the afterlife. Funny thing was, about a year before this all happened, my great-uncle died of a disease in his lungs and kidneys. This was the exact same disease that my grandpa had died from. While that's not unusual, my older sister told me she witnessed the exact same thing that happened to me. One night, when I was at a friend's house sleeping over, she was about 17 at the time. So, I'm not entirely sure if it was my grandpa or great uncle exactly, but I still think my grandpa was the one to visit because he knew me better than my great uncle did. I also think that it had to be my grandpa because maybe he wanted my grandma to believe, but since she's closed off to this world because of her views, he was frustrated. Maybe he gave her signs and she ignored them. Are frustrated ghosts a thing? Anyway, hope you enjoyed my story. I have a crazy story to tell. I live in New Orleans. That's of course located in Louisiana, the deep south. One night, me and my girlfriend were at home, and I'm guessing it was around 5:30 in the morning. I'm assuming, because that's when I got up to go to work, and I always sit by the window and wait for my ride. This morning was a bit unusual and different. I was sitting there, and all of a sudden, I felt this overwhelming chill brush past me, like an undeniable cold air. I asked my girlfriend if she was cold, and she said no. I don't know what it was, but something told me to tell her to sit in my chair to see if she felt what I was describing. It was a lingering cold that didn't go away, and told me she could feel the cold chill as well. It gave us both goosebumps, and within a few moments, the coldness quickly disappeared. The crazy part is, I think the chair is haunted. It was given to me as a present from generations in the family. I'm talking an early 1900s style rocking chair. I remember one of my uncles wanted to just sell it off eBay to get rid of it, because he didn't want anything to do with it. So I ended up taking it off his hands because of the family history. The most interesting part of this chair is a lot of my family members have claimed to see a black figure in that chair rocking back and forth on numerous occasions. At times, it would be seen rocking on its own without anything being seen. I still have yet to witness anything like this, but ironically, a friend staying over our house actually did. It was later that night, and my girlfriend and I were in a separate room. Suddenly, my friend screams for us to come in because he just saw the rocking chair move on its own without any force. He didn't even know about the history of that chair and our family, so that made it even more terrifying, but intriguing in a way. My dad had stayed in our house once, and he said looking out the window, there's a tree outside our home, and late at night, he saw a faded man in overalls walk behind the tree and suddenly disappear. Again, none of these things have personally happened to me, but they seem to be happening to my family and friends. None of them are capable of lying. I don't see why anyone would anyway, since we're all older, mature adults, and we have no business lying for attention or any purpose really. Now, just because I said I didn't experience anything, besides the coldness in the chair, doesn't mean my girlfriend hasn't. She told me one day when she was out on the front porch, where you could see the tree. It was evening. It was getting pretty dark, but not so dark you couldn't see anything. She too thought she saw a very dark shadow move around the tree and then disappear. She said it was the weirdest thing because it was like a fog, and you could easily see the contrast between the tree and this mysterious fog. I don't know if you've seen these type of videos before on YouTube where they show this type of stuff, but she said it was very similar to that. She's also seen the blinds from the window where the chair is positioned move from time to time without any explanation. Knocks on the walls, and sometimes her name is whispered into her ear. Again, these are her experiences, so I can't tell you if it's real based on what she said. But again, my girlfriend wouldn't lie to me for no reason. As you know, New Orleans is a city with lots of history dating back hundreds of years, and with our old home, there's bound to be some entity, especially with the haunted chair. Do you believe in this? Because honestly, as crazy it may seem, I do, even without having these experiences for my own to share. As an open-minded person, I'm not just going to hate on someone just because they have a ghost story to tell. I'll be open-minded. I'll consider their credibility and other things. If all those aspects of their personality check out, then yes, I'll have to believe them. This world is fascinating. It has a lot of mystery. I will not just ignore the spirit world. I just wish that I could experience it too. Just once. What everyone else has as well. I used to live in the Theta Chi fraternity house as a brother. There were stories talking about the house had a fire in the attic and whole sorts of supernatural and paranormal happenings. I can confirm the fire in the attic was true, and strange things did happen too. Some even reported glowing eyes in the dark of the attic. However, one of the most common had to do with the lights. We had sensors installed to cut back on the brothers leaving the lights on. These sensors only react to the movement. These lights would go on and off all the time when nobody would be in the room. We would be several rooms away, far enough from the sensors that we wouldn't set them off, and they would suddenly go on and off. Also, there were times when we would be sleeping, and we would wake up to what sounded like a large social gathering downstairs. Several of us would go down there, thinking it was a group of brothers coming home from the bar, only to find the entire house empty, and no one would be around. Also, I used to work at Have a Nice Day Cafe, and the upstairs was indeed haunted. I would have to go up there every night to take down a banner that was thrown over the exterior of the building. To do this, I would have to go to the roof via the upstairs. It is full of rooms, completely empty. There was this long hallway that stretched the length of the building. There was only one light that sat at the end of the hallway. As you walked down the hall, you would get the feeling that you were being watched. Several bouncers have claimed to see a man up there. Apparently, before it was Have a Nice Day Cafe, it was called Industry, and one night, a barback intentionally left the world upstairs, using a broken beer bottle, and when the bouncers would make their rounds before closing, they would have to go up there to make sure no one snuck up there. When they would flash their flashlights into the room in which the sad incident took place, the man ghost was seen crying and bleeding. He would get up and run towards you, as if asking for help. Many bouncers quit after they experienced it. I guess you could say they bounced after they saw that ghost. This is a true story of our family's experience at Theodore's Bridge in Wichita, Kansas. I grew up in Sagewitch, Kansas, a small town just north of the bridge's location. Since my family is American Indian, we always respected the legend and tales of the bridge. On May 12th, 1983, my own mother was killed in a car wreck within feet of the old bridge. The police couldn't explain what caused her to swerve sharply to the left. However, they agree that something must have been in the road right in front of her. What's odd is that no animal tracks were ever found, and it wasn't another car. I was young at the time, and awoke around midnight with a horrible dream. It had to do with being grossly removed from this life. Someone had chopped my head off with an axe. Later that morning, around 4:45 a.m., I was awakened again by someone pounding on my door. It was the police looking for me. Turns out, they found my driver's license in my mom's car. Thinking it was me who died, they came to inform my parents only to find me standing in the doorway. Several years later, I was helping my dad go through some papers and found my mom's death certificate. Only then did I find out that Mom was thrown through the windshield with her head coming right off. Throughout the years, as family members and friends have drove by, the sight strange things have happened to them. Their cars would quit working for just a few moments, or they see things, like my mom standing there, looking at them and smiling. If anyone would like to email me, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about all the strange things I've occasionally seen. My name is Catherine. After the experiences me and my family have had, I know we have a ghost. It all started when I was 7. I couldn't get to sleep. I looked down from my bunk bed for a moment or two and saw, in my bedroom closet, which had no door, what seemed to be a little girl sitting in there, staring at me. She wore a white dress and was underneath either a white blanket or a duvet cover. Once me, my mom and my sister were watching a film in the dark, and suddenly, on the shelf, my picture was slammed down. One time my sister had said that she had seen the ghost, One night when we had our normal beds, she saw her walk from the closet to the end of the bed and just staring at her. Then she flew through the wall. The second time I saw her was when I was out in the kitchen. I saw her out the window, in the shadow window, smiling, but there would be two faces beside her this time. The scariest experience I've ever encountered was when I was watching TV. I was sitting down on one of the seats when I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. I got scared and turned off the TV to ask who was there. Then the door creaked open. Then there was a noise in the other seat, like someone was sitting down on it. I was so scared that I couldn't even move. Nothing else happened since then, but I know our house is haunted for sure. The girl just won't go away. Hi, my name is Kim. I'm 18 years old, and I have a few experiences I would like to share with you. Every summer, I used to go to my Nana's farm and help out. The last time I went was a few years ago. That was when I was 14, and something creepy happened that I've since tried to forget. I think it's about time I shared it with you all. It was a boiling hot July afternoon, and I was helping to clean out one of the barns. My Nana went on and on for about an hour, complaining that it was too hot for her liking, but I decided to stay to try and finish. About 10 minutes after my Nana left, I began to hear tiny pitter-patter of the feet in the hayloft. Thinking that it was just mice or something, I got on with my work. I began sweeping when I heard laughter and two voices, one of a boy and the other of a girl, talking in hushed whispers. I peered up the stairs, feeling slightly scared, and called again, but nobody replied. As I turned to get back to my work, the voice of the girl called up here. I was quite spooked. Nobody should be up here, but yet, there I was, hearing a voice. Sometimes, though, the other kids in the village muck around, so maybe I thought it was one of them. "Hey, you're not allowed up there," I shouted as I walked up the stairs. As I got up to the hayloft, I looked up to see two black shadows with hooks through their necks, almost hanging for a split second. This faded quickly. I completely freaked out and ran screaming to my Nana's house. My Nana later told me that two little people had died in that barn when they were playing around. My mom came to pick me up the next day, and as we drove away, I looked back at the barn and saw two little faces staring right back at me from the hayloft window. Needless to say, I never went back. In 1998, I had a ghost experience. My first, and I hope my last. I was living in the second floor of a college dormitory. My colleague that lived directly under me would ask me on occasion if I was moving furniture late in the night and early morning, between 12 midnight and 2 a.m. Absolutely not. I can recall that I moved my bed once in the middle of the day when I first moved in at the beginning of the semester. I thought maybe it was a ghost because it was common knowledge that our dormitory was an old TB hospital. The entire campus was located on an old military hospital site. Our cafeteria was where the morgue was, back in the Great First Conflict, or the Great Second Conflict. I never heard anything in my room. Then, early one Saturday morning, I got up and made myself coffee and left the dormitory on the second floor and headed down the old iron stairs. I made my way across the tennis courts to make a phone call. I could see my dormitory from where I stood. I dialed the number and was talking to a friend steadily watching the stairs to my dorm. That is, when I saw a smoky black figure flailing its arms around and staring straight at me. Then it went back into the locked closed doors of the second floor dorm. They lock behind each person that leaves, so I reported it to staff. That is when I started to hear many ghost stories from the night's guardsmen that patrolled the cafeteria and hallways. There are many dorm buildings on campus. Anyhow, I put it behind me and continued my life. Shortly after my brother died, due to a long illness, I returned to college, but got my own apartment and shared it with a friend. It would get so cold in there. Heat turned on all the way up and the fireplace on, yet it was 70 degrees outside. I was still grieving, so I withdrew from college and took my truck on a long drive across the country. In Nebraska while at a rest stop, my entire truck swarmed with flies. I'm very clean, and so wasn't my truck. I was eating, but still swarms of flies. I threw my food away and drove crying and screaming, trying to get them out of my truck. I stopped to wash my truck, then got a motel and shower. I returned 6 months later to my old apartment to ask around to see if the new renters had any problem. The lady that opened the door was really nice and said that she had to hire someone from another state to come and clear the ghost. She said that it was so bad that the person they hired had to have a partner come and help. She mentioned the freezing cold room temperatures, the feelings that someone was following her up the stairs, like I had. They said they do a certain ceremony and burn certain herbs to clear away the spirit, because she did minor ghost clearing work, but it was too much for her. She said that the people she hired said that the bowl they used to burn herbs caught fire. The flames reached the ceiling. It was the worst ghost cleansing they had to do in a long time. Then the lady did a ceremony over me, and the feeling that something hanging on my back just went away. Actually, I felt whatever it was kind of crawl up and out of me and move my spine involuntarily. I've never had a problem since. Mabel Castle, located in Ayrshire, Scotland, was built many hundreds of years ago and is reputed to have its fair share of ghosts. There have been many sightings over the years, one of which may be the young lady Jane, who had been imprisoned in the turret for falling in love with a gypsy. I recently have been invited to participate in a sponsored ghost watch at the castle, but chickened out at the last minute due to a recent visit by a ghost expert who reported the presence of at least 3 ghosts, one of which was a crying child who had been tortured and tied in the basement. There is regular paranormal activity reported, as the castle is still being used as offices. Anyway, I'm sort of 2 minds about losing my nerve, as the ghost watch had proved eventful. Crying had been heard from the basement. When the team left at 4 a.m., they made sure all the lights had been turned off. But in the car park, they looked back, and all the lights had been turned back on. When the cleaner came in the morning, the energy-conscious ghosts had turned them off again. Of course, such paranormal happenings are not rare in Scotland. I can quote hundreds from friends and family. These are just a few. My sister and husband walked into a bookshop housed in a very old building, with a book shot straight off of one shelf, one after the other. My youngest sister lived for years in a haunted house, possibly the spirit of a young child. There were occasional temper tantrums. This is a tragic but true tale. My youngest sister and her then boyfriend George had friends over for the evening. Of course, The talk turned to ghost stories in general, when suddenly, the door of the sitting room flew open with such force, it crashed against the arm of the sofa and slammed shut again. George jumped up and pulled open the door, but nobody was there. Everyone was shaken by the violence of the event. Later it was learned that at that precise moment in time, George's cousin and his friend had drowned in the River Irvine after a night of drinking and hijinks that went badly wrong. I remember reading about the drowning of these men in the local paper at the time, but did not learn of the connection to my sister's boyfriend until later. A friend heard the voice via baby monitor, which urged the baby to come. It was hard to be distinguished from the low guttural tone, whether it was male or female. When they went to investigate, no one was in the room besides the baby. My name is Trisha, and I'm writing about one of the many few ghost experiences I've had in my life. I'm fortunate to have found the site to talk to many of those who have experiences with the supernatural. I moved to Bemis Point, New York from Woodbridge, Virginia on May 1st, 2004, into a house which, as to this date, I still call my dream home, because all my life, I always wanted to live in a home so big and so beautiful. This house had 5 bedrooms, 1 bath, a basement, and a beautiful yard. I want to explain why I've chosen to talk about this particular experience in this home in Bemis Point, New York. Of course, I wasn't the only person living in a 5-bedroom home. It was me, my fiance, and my 4-year-old son. My fiance's brother and father were going to live with us. However, that didn't really work out, so it was just the 3 of us for a while. Before we all actually moved into the home, my fiance and my father went to the house to drop off some belongings of ours, and my fiance had videotaped every room of the home. The home was just so extraordinary to us, like something we had never seen before. As of this date, we still hold in possession the tape which had been recorded of that home. One of the bedrooms had been painted with artwork from a very artistic person. That artwork is believed to have been finger painted and very unusual. At the time I looked at the house before we had all moved in, I went to that room with the painting many times. I knelt down on my knees in front of the painting and touched it with my hands to get a full feel of its characterization. I will say, to this date, that the painting that was on the wall that very moment had changed once we had moved into the home. First, it was a painting of a turkey, very unusual. There were many things in this house that were strange, only we didn't catch the unusual things about them until we had moved in. To this date, I only hope to find who had lived here before we had, and I will, in time, find my answers. Now you will know the beginning of this unusual experience. It started with that painting. After we had moved into the home, we began to refresh our minds a little bit of what we thought was strange. I was in the process of unpacking and settling into our new home. I went back into that room with the painting and was in shock from what I had seen. That painting was a woman, and there was writing above the painting of that woman, and it said Earth, hate her, everything. The painting of the woman was on the wall, right on the outlet corner where a television had been sitting. I will explain to you what description I'd seen in that painting. It was a woman whose face was intensely beaten with blood flowing from her hair down through her face, and then to her arms. Her hair was hung up, as if she had been in an electric shock. Her face was bruised badly, and cut up with scars on the side of her face. Her eyes were open, and the smile on her face was extremely intense, as if she was angry. I looked around the room more thoroughly, And there on the other side of the wall were more paintings. One was of a butterfly, and a mushroom was the other. On the closet door was a poem written by the famous poet, Keats. I believe to this date, the same person who had written the poem on the door had to have been the same person who did the painting on the wall. I looked around the room closer and came upon some blood on the floor on the side of the room. It was not fresh blood, because it looked like it had dried up and had been there for a long while. I closed the door behind me and left the room. I didn't go back to the room until later on through the next week. One of the rooms upstairs was right next to that room that we had turned into an office. Across the room was the bathroom. On the other side was another room we used for our bedroom. Of course, there was an attic, located right across from the room with the painting. On the door that leads to the attic is a sign that says private. I always wondered who slept up there in that attic. In the attic, there were beds, 2 of them. The beds were built into the floor and the walls. Underneath the boards of the beds were pipes. I won't say what kind of pipes, because I'm not sure. My only guess is that they are water pipes. The attic was made to be one of the 5 bedrooms in the entire house. This room, however, was among the most strangest thing I'd ever seen, the exception with the room being the painting. In this room of the attic was cross spaces large enough to fit almost 10 or more bodies depending on the size. In one of the cross spaces was another painting. This painting was put together with boards. It was handmade, and the colors of the painting were the exact same colors used in the painting of the other room. It seemed to be the painting of the devil. However, it was never confirmed of what the painting really was. There was a sofa left in the room with strands of brown hair, which seemed to be the color of my own hair, and I never even sat on the couch when we found it there, let alone had it belonged to me. Along with the sofa, there had been a brown recliner chair sitting next to the sofa. Underneath the recliner there had been a huge blood stain. In turn could have passed to be a huge stain of grease. The attic could have been turned into at least 2 rooms by the size of the cross spaces, and that's an example of how big they were. When I left the room of the attic to go back downstairs, I noticed as I walked down the stairs, there had been names engraved into the carpet of each step that I walked down. I could not make out the names, but it was indeed visible to the eye. It was very strange to me. I wanted to find out some information about the house because I began to get nervous and anxious of the situation. I turned to our next door neighbor for info and hoped to find out all I could. One side of the house was cut off by a wall where the next door neighbor had lived. It was indeed unfortunate to us because that wall was separated from the neighbor and had not been closed off to him, as he had all entrances into our part of the house. No door on our side had locks to keep him coming through our side of the home. This made me very nervous, especially throughout the night. With an exact total of 4 rooms upstairs and the bathroom and only 1 bedroom downstairs. We had turned that room on the bottom level downstairs into my son's room. It was not safe enough to put my son upstairs due to the stairwell and the fact that I was afraid that he would get hurt. Therefore, the only room downstairs we had used for his room, just outside of my son's bedroom, was the basement door and another door that led to the next door neighbor's bathroom. We were told that the door that led to the neighbor's bathroom had not been used because the bathroom toilet was broken. To this date, I don't believe that theory which had been said to us. I noticed on the side where my son's bedroom was, each door had locks on them at the top, which made me nervous because I was concerned that someone could get locked in and would not be able to get out. However, The only door without a lock was the bathroom door to the neighbor's side of the home. That seemed a bit unusual to me, as if it was purposely set up that way, so that the next door neighbors could have entrance into our side of the home whenever he wanted to come on our side. Another entrance that our next door neighbor had to our side of the house was in the kitchen right where the pantry closet is. In the process of unpacking, I had sat some pictures against the door until I got around to hang them up. Other entrances the neighbor had to our side of the home were upstairs and in the basement. There was a storage place located right between the office and the bathroom, which had 2 doors inside the storage space that the next door neighbor could use on our side of the home. On our side of the storage space were locks. Therefore, we're fortunate for the matter. The doors to the storage space were made of glass, and therefore, it would have to take someone to break the glass or professionally remove the glass in order to enter on our side. As for the basement, the neighbor would have to break the chain on our side to come up the stairs on our side. Anyway, after having suspicions of what may have happened in this home, or what could have happened, I had to talk to someone and find out something. That's when I started questioning the next door neighbor. One day, I ran into our neighbor outside, not literally, and asked him about the painting that was on the wall. I asked him if he had known of the tenants who used to live in the home before us, and possibly all he could tell me about the painting and who stayed in the home where the painting was. The neighbor claims that a girl by the name Anna stayed in that room at one time, and told me that she was the one who did the painting. At that very moment, I felt that there was more that he had known that I need to know now. With having a few supernatural experiences previously, the feeling that someone would lead me to some kind of answer clung to me, to ask him more about what he could tell me. He told me that Anna was about the same age as me, and knew that she had been involved in many serious circumstances with others dealing with gothic rituals, practicing witchcraft, and had camped out with others in the back of the house at a campsite where most of the rituals are being performed. He offered to take me back to the campsite one day, although I never was able to get around to it. Thereafter, I insisted on letting him take a look at the painting himself, as well as the poem from Keats that was written on the door in the room. We also went to the attic to look at the stain that was on the floor. He could not agree with me that it looked like anything like a blood stain. I showed him the names engraved into the carpet on the stairs to the attic. He couldn't make a vision of what I had been seeing. Therefore, he wasn't able to discuss that matter with me. As far as the blood in the room on the floor of the room with the painting, he did in fact agree with me that it appeared to be bloodstains. However, he could not give me any explanation of why or how it got in there. The neighbor explained that he rarely paid any attention to anything in the home, and hadn't been in the home but a few times to do some work to it. I didn't agree with that theory at all. I knew there had to be a lot of info missing that he wouldn't tell me then. The neighbor insisted on finding someone to come look at the painting. I told him that it would be a good idea for someone to come out to take a look at everything I'd seen, and to examine the home in case there was any signs of supernatural crisis. When the neighbor left, I assumed that what he intended to do was not going to happen, only because I felt that he knew more than he was willing to tell me at that time. I left the matter alone long enough for me to stumble across anything else that seemed unusual to me. The day after, my fiancé and I, along with our son, left the home to take care of some business, and when we had returned to the home that evening, we saw the neighbor coming out of our house with a cooking pot. It was quite unusual to us knowing that the home had been locked up, and could not understand how he had gotten into the home without having a key. My fiancé and I got out of the car and the neighbor walked over to us, explaining that he went into the house. He told us that we made him quite nervous about the discussion with the painting as well as everything else we talked about. Therefore, he decided to speak with his cousin on how to bless the home. The neighbor explained that he blessed the entire home using some ancient herbs that were given to him, and told us that he was trying to help us out because he felt that it would resolve the situation. After his explanation, he continuously explained that he would not go back into the home without us knowing about it first. We left this incident alone, being as it was a first-time offense, and he said he was trying to help. When we walked into the home after speaking with him, we could smell the scent of the herbs he used all through the home. It was a very strong and painful scent, almost as if it was the smell of marijuana. The smell was in a long stretch throughout the home. I was more concerned for my son. We had to leave the house for a few hours more in order to escape the smell and painful irritation of our eyes. Finally, once we returned to the home, the smell settled and we could breathe again. I wasn't actually pleased for the matter that he had came into the home uninvited and blessed the home with no knowledge of what he was doing. Still, I left the matter alone, believing that he would not do it again. In order to concentrate on other things, I used my time trying to unpack my things and cleaning one room to the next. It wasn't until the next few days later I had an incident of my own. It was in the middle of the night. We were all asleep, and I was awakened by a man who laid there on top of me with all his weight pushing on me so tight that I couldn't breathe. I thought I'd been having a nightmare, although my eyes were open, and the force I'd been using to fight and pull to escape this man's weight and the fear he had been pouring over me was only a nightmare in my life. In reality, I looked beside me as I laid there fighting to escape the fear amongst the man's desire to hurt me, trying to wake my fiancée from a sleep to save me. My fiancée laid there in a deep sleep as I could not hear a peep from my crying screams of what I had left to breathe. I had been played with that very night, if you know what I mean, laying there in my own head with my fiancé laying right next to me. With one heroic scream, I used all my weight to escape this man's arms and pushed him off of me. Frightening, all I could see was his brown hair and his back that turned to my face as he walked away with not even 2 seconds and disappeared. I sat up in my bed next to my fiancé, waiting there, holding my body, hoping he would be awake and hold me. I could not make sense of this, not then and not now. Even after, I knew it wasn't over. I couldn't even call the police because, let's face it, I wouldn't be able to explain to them of such an incident. Even so, they wouldn't be able to believe me. Amongst other things, they would turn it on my fiancé, and I would not take that route. Not then, and not now. After my fiancé had awakened, I told him about what happened. He just held me tight, and he was worried. I'm thankful he believed me. After a while, I was too angry to sit there and do nothing. I was determined to get my answers. Even then, why me? I know I'm not the only person in the entire world who has had this exact same incident. There are others. I know, because I've read about them. I know that there are others out there who have been hurt multiple times in incidents like this. I've now moved out of that home and only live 2 minutes away from there. I've not been back since we moved. There are others who I'm aware who live in that same house right now as I'm telling you this. 4 of them I am aware of are girls. I fear for them. I worry for them. Even though this isn't the only incident that happened to me in that same home, they live in there as I speak. As there have been many incidents, not so much severe to this one, I worry for anyone who lives there. This will come back to me one day. In some form, some way, it will find me, and I will find my answers. I've had the experience of the supernatural ever since I was a young child, around the age of 7 years old. It has followed me. I'm 22 now. This house I lived in Buma Point, New York was said to be over 100 years old. The supernatural experiences I've had are real. It may be some kind of gift that I've been given, but it's frightening at the same time. I only seek to understand it. Even so, it's frightening to know the answers I'm looking for. I can only do what I can to accept this the best way I find reasonable. I will tell you that the man who messed with me that night is in no way comparison to any person I've ever met or come across my entire life. This will be one of the many experiences I will never forget. I know that there are others out there who wonder just the same as I do. Why me? Is there ever really an answer to that question? And if you ever wonder whatever happened to the painting or the handmade artwork that was found in those rooms, I won't be able to explain that to you. All I can tell you is that the neighbor that lived next door to me went into the house without telling us, carved that painting off the wall, literally, and told me that he burned it. As far as the handmade artwork made out of boards, I won't ever know. The neighbor took that too. To this date, that painting exists, as well as the handmade artwork made of boards. Everything in this house exists to me, and as far as the girl I was told that did the painting on the wall, Anna, what does she know? Where is she today? My last question, in regards to the landlord, John. Do you always allow your son to go into the home whenever he wants to, especially when other tenants are renting the home from you? Trust me, one day it could end up being a big mistake for him. My guess is there something to hide? I live in Arlington, Washington. When I moved into my house, the forks started bending. Now when I'm there by myself, I can hear people walking upstairs. When I'm upstairs trying to sleep, I can hear people or things running up and down the stairs. If I get up and look down the stairs, I can't see anything, but I can still hear it. Soon after we started moving into this home, our pets started disappearing. One of our cats came back, covered in what looked like blood. He was gone about an hour after he came back. All of our pets were inside pets. My aunt saw a little girl in my yard, and in the house with blonde hair. Nobody I live with or live near has even blonde hair. When my mom lived with me, she saw her too. My sister loved to listen to her stereo, but then the stations started changing by themselves. We could actually watch the bar move back and forth across it. Recently, my dad's stereo started doing that too. I got an iZone sticky film camera for my birthday one year. I took a picture, and there was an orb in the corner of it. When I'm home alone, it can totally be silent. I'll be reading a book, and my dog will start barking. I can get her to calm down, but as soon as I sit down again, she starts barking again. My cousin and I got really big chills right before we hear any of the noises upstairs. We look at our attic doors, but every morning the lock is unlocked and sometimes on the ground. Sometimes at night, I can even hear faint talking. I had a friend stay with me once, and she tried to get out of bed, but she said she felt something heavy on her. There was nothing that I could see on her, My dad went into the kitchen in the middle of the night to get a glass of water, and the freezer was wide open. This all started in '88. My aunt even had someone come and bless the home. I guess it didn't work, because it is still happening. My name is Eric, and I have a couple of occurrences that are rather interesting. Nothing amazing, but definitely weird. I've always been interested by dark things. Like to dress in black, and I like to listen to extreme metal and such things like that, so I've always kept an open mind on such things. Well, anyways, when I was about 6 years old, me and some of my brothers slept in the floor of the living room for about a couple of years. Well, one night, I woke for no real reason, I guess. I was still tired, so I didn't want to get up or open my eyes when I felt something unexplainable. It was the feeling that someone was near me, that wanted to hurt me. I can't explain it. I just felt that. Well, being curious, I opened my eyes and I saw an older woman crouching down next to me, and her face was right in front of mine, as if looking right at me. I closed my eyes again in sheer terror, but I was still curious to see if it was still there, so I looked, and the woman's face was still there. I didn't actually see her body. I just assumed she had a body or something. I closed and opened my eyes several times, and she was still there. I was more scared than heck, but somehow I went back to sleep. It never happened again, and I never told anybody because I really thought it could have been my imagination. But I know what I felt, and I'll never forget that terrible feeling I got. Another interesting experience I had was the same year, a few months later. I woke up for no real reason, and when I opened my eyes, I saw an older looking woman standing on the base of my brother's feet that slept next to me. I didn't close my eyes because I wanted to see if it was real. At one moment, I felt that same threatening feeling, but not for myself. But I actually feared the well-being of my brother. I went to sleep again, and it never happened again after. I never told anybody for the same reason as last time, because I'm skeptical, so it could have been either a real apparition or just my stupid imagination. I guess I'll never know.
Ever since I was a little girl, I've seen things or felt things. I haven't decided if I follow the feelings and spirits, or if they follow me. When I was 7, I lived in a huge farmhouse. I was awakened one night by a cold feeling on my cheek, almost like someone was placing their hand and just brushing it against my cheek. I sat up in bed and looked around, expecting it to be my sister trying to wake me up. Instead, I was greeted with an empty room. I tried to fall asleep all night and couldn't. For weeks, I refused to sleep on my own room and stayed with my parents. About a month later, I was back to sleeping in my room and was awakened again, but this time by the closing of the side door downstairs. I thought it was my father coming home late, so I walked into the hallway. What greeted me on the stairs still scares the daylights out of me today. When I got to the stairs, a lady that I had never seen before was walking up the stairs, or so I thought. But when I looked closer, I realized that the woman was floating up the stairs. She wore a dark brown skirt and a white blouse covered by a jacket. The white blouse had been stained in red in a few places. When I squinted my eyes to try and get a better look at the blurred image, I saw that the woman's face was battered and covered in blood. I was frozen in my tracks and unable to move. I just stood there. She didn't appear for too long until she ultimately faded away. but I'm convinced that the presence was a former owner of the farmhouse I used to live in. In my last antidote, I introduce you to my mother's family, the Sorensens, who lived in East London, South Africa, during the first half of this century. In fact, most of the family members remaining alive at this time are still living in East London, although a few have also moved to other cities in the country. Families were, in those days, much larger than they are nowadays, and my mother's family, which had 12 children, was not unusual. This story concerns one of my mother's brothers, Nigel, who was, for some reason, nicknamed Boy. I've always known this story for as long as I can remember, but 2 weeks ago, I formally interviewed my mother. Before I start the story proper, let me give you just a little background on my family. My maternal grandmother's name was Mina, but I was, however, never fortunate enough to meet her, as she died some years before I was born. She and my maternal grandfather, Chris, did, however, instill in all their sons and daughters a deep and abiding belief of all things spiritual and religious, and the whole family were staunch Catholics. My mother and her brothers and sisters believe in ghosts and spirits, and, in my mother's own words, firmly believe that spirits of those people that we are close to in life remain close to us after their deaths. It was not uncommon, in the days of the beginning of this century, for an above average number of babies to die when very young. In my mother's family, however, only the firstborn, a boy called Ivan, died in early childhood, and the remaining 11 were all healthy and thrived, until 1944, that is. My Uncle Boy, who was 30 years old at the time, came on one night after having a few beers, and, as he did not want his mother to smell the alcohol on his breath, he decided to spend what remained of the night in his car that was parked outside their family house in Park Street. He did not have a peaceful night, however, as he was unfortunately brutally attacked and robbed. His attacker had on a pair of army boots and forcefully kicked my uncle on the head. So forcefully, in fact, that the boy later contracted and died from inflammation of the brain. He died in a hospital on July 2nd, 1944, and was buried by the family near the end of the month. The entire family was devastated, as he had been much loved. He had been the joker of the family, and always used to perform practical jokes on my mother and her older sisters, dressing up as Dracula and jumping out to frighten them and so on. He apparently had a very loving nature and a great sense of family, but had never married. On the day of the funeral, my grandmother, my mother and her sisters Lily, Janetta, and Edna locked up the house in Park Street and prepared to walk to the church, which was just down the street. They had recently received a large arrangement of St. Joseph lilies from a family friend, in sympathy for Boy's death, and the flowers had been placed in a vase in the dining room before the ladies had left for church. No one was left in the house, and, furthermore, no one, other than my grandmother, had keys to the house. After the service was finished, they walked back to their house, and my grandmother unlocked the front door. The dogs were very excited to see them, most probably wanting company after having been left alone for so long. My mother, being the youngest, rushed past the others and into the dining room. She stopped dead in the dining room doorway and turned around. That's when she noticed the apparition of Boy standing right there. He had a completely blank expression and simply just pointed in the corner of the dining room. That's when my mother looked to see what he was pointing at and was horrified. She saw what appeared to be a dark figure with robes on and a hood sitting on a rocking chair. A second later, Boy disappeared,
and so did the mysterious hooded figure. The most interesting part of this whole story is my mom told me that the chair was still rocking by itself moments after the hooded figure disappeared. I know this all sounds a little hard to believe, but believe me, this was a real occurrence. Believe it or not, ghosts and spirits do exist. You just have to be open to seeing them. Oh, and by the way, those lilies that you saw earlier in the story, the ones I mentioned, yes, they were face down where the apparitions were, 2 of them. I worked in a movie theater that used to be a theater before, but not movie, but stage. As a matter of fact, the stage is still there, complete with all the vents, dressing rooms, and the overhead mechanisms to control curtains. It was a very happening place during its time. There was a dining place called the Kit Kat next door to the theater, and a hotel on the other side. When the stage was closed, the place became a movie theater with 1 screen. It is still set up as a theater would have been in the area's segregation. It became a 2-screen movie theater recently, and the balcony has been closed off. There have been some pretty weird things going on upstairs. I was talking to the manager one night about something that happened as I was leaving pretty late. It sounded like something upstairs in the old lobby fell. Something big. I went up with a friend to check it out, but nothing could have fallen. After I'd gotten about half of my story out, the manager finished the story for me. He said that he experienced the same thing. We've both heard voices upstairs and footsteps on carpeted floors. No one ever really experienced anything, or they don't talk about it. Up until a few months ago, no one ever saw anybody. Well, that all stopped pretty recently. I've seen 2 men. I'm the only one who has seen anything. One of them was a shadow person. He was a very dark presence, so dark in fact that he almost appeared to be a cloud floating around the room. In fact, that's what he had been doing when I saw him. By the way, you could still make out the outline of this figure. He was also wearing a top hat. The presence that I saw was upstairs in the balcony. The feeling I got off of him ranks up there with the feeling I got the one time I encountered the shadow person. This guy, however, looked like he was some sort of construction worker. The manager, which is my uncle, has been doing a little bit of research and has come up with very little information. I've written a narrative about the man upstairs. My fiancé drew a picture of him without my knowledge, just from the description I had given him. I saw the picture one day in the backseat of his car, and it sent chills through my body. The city is wanting to tear down this building and put an even larger theater in its place. We do not know how long the owner of the building is going to hold out on selling it. Hi, I'm not sure if this is a ghost story, or just me being nervous because of old fables, but I'll share it with you anyway, and I'm anxious to hear what you think. First of all, I'm from South Louisiana, where ghosts, voodoo, and haunted antebellum homes are a way of life, or at least a big part of the history down there. About 3 miles from my parents' home, where I grew up, there's an old plantation house, which I believe was built in the 1800s. I know that I'm going to skip around because I feel like I have to explain everything, but please bear with me. While I was growing up, I always felt scared to be outside or even alone in my parents' house, but I don't think the house itself was haunted, but maybe the area, because it was so close to this old house. I actually never even noticed the house until like only 6 or 7 years ago, when someone finally bought it and decided to refurbish it. The house was once known as the Stephanie Plantation, then as the Halfin House, and I believe that there was also one more name for it, but I can't think of it right now. The new owner put a lot of effort into doing research into the history of the house and how it looked, pretty much to find out anything and everything about it.
First of all, he was a friend of my father, so we got to see the house through many stages of its rebirth. A new owner took before and after photos of the house. The before photos really scared me. There were, I believe, 5 faces or bodies of ghosts in the pictures, but they were very clear. One looked like a man, maybe with a beard and very proper demeanor. Another was a lady in the ball gown. That was what the silhouette looked like, and possibly a crown. Another looked like a small child looking out of the window, and another just a blur. One looked like a man screaming, and it seemed to have chains on his wrists. I don't know what exactly to say about these pictures, but I know what I saw, and I know how the house felt, and I believe them. I've always felt a type of sixth sense, if you want to call it that. My dreams often come true. ESP is a frequent thing for me, and I always get these feelings. I'm not trying to say I'm psychic, because I'm not sure exactly what this is, but I have come to try to use them more and more. Anyway, the house was very cold, even though it was the dead of summer, probably 100 degrees and humid. You know, the typical South. Anyway, it had this very eerie and unwelcoming and not very peaceful feeling to it. And as weird as it may seem, I kept getting like these glimpses or flashbacks that were very dark, but they were of this house. The new owner had tons of stories of hauntings by him and previous visitors, or just stories that were documented. I talked to this friend of my mother-in-law who is really into this stuff, and she seems to think that for some reason I have a connection with this house, that it isn't just me being a channel. I don't know what to think. I don't really want to know. Every time I visited this house, I would get the creeps, and always in the same places. There was a small closet-looking space at the top, 3rd floor, which was recorded to have been used as an infirmary in the war. I was standing near it, thinking. I was getting a funny feeling about it, and didn't notice my brother behind me. As a joke, he picked me up and pushed me inside of it, and I'll never forget the black flash, if that makes sense, that came to me. I'm not sure if I actually saw it, or just remembered it, but it was one of the single most frightening events to date. It was like I could hear, just for that brief second, screaming and cries, and see so many people in that small space. I don't know, I guess I can't really explain it. Anyway, the room that was supposed to be the infirmary still has bloodstains on the floor, even though the original boards have been removed and replaced. I truly think something more happened up there. So then all of a sudden, this guy and his wife up and sold the house to my father's cousin, Curtis. He got a grant from the state to do further research on the house, and he actually tracked down many original pieces from the house. In the meantime of all of this, I get engaged, and one day, I woke up and something told me that I should have my wedding pictures taken in the old Halfin house. So I called him up and asked if that would be okay. He was reluctant, because he really didn't want any more pictures taken and of the house, but finally agreed. So I went back, because I was so totally drawn to this house. Since Curtis has been restoring this house, there is a much more peaceful air in it, really. And anyway, as I was walking around, I prepared myself to be more open to anything. I walked in the ballroom and got this very clear vision of this lady with a beautiful gown and crown on, maybe the lady in the picture. And even though I already had my wedding dress picked out, I immediately went home and asked my mother to make the dress exactly as I told her, and she did, though she found it was very hard to understand me sometimes. Anyway, the dress turned out beautiful and exactly as I had envisioned it, and of course, I topped it off with a small crown. I went and took the pictures, and when I walked out of the room, dressed that way, I felt the most wonderful, peaceful, and almost happy vibe rush in and out of me. It was like just me looking that way brought peace to the house. The pictures went well, but there are a couple questionable ones, which I want to send to you, to examine when I received them back from my mother. They were taken on a dead tree, but where we believe someone, or more than one, was hung to death. In the tops of the trees there is a mist. I thought it was the sun, but some say no. I would just like to see what you think. Anyway, to thank Curtis, I sent him a blow-up picture of the entire exterior of the house, with me standing on the balcony of the master room. He later came to tell my father that he can't explain it, but since that day, there has been a great peaceful feeling in the house. I'm anxious to hear what you think, and then again about the pictures. I hope I have not wasted too much of your time. Thank you. I've had several ghost experiences, but the one I'm writing happened when I was about 16. We lived in a very rural area, in a big tri-level house. The bedrooms and a bathroom were on the top floor, a small bedroom, a bathroom, the kitchen, and a huge living and dining room were on the second, and the bottom floor was a 2-door garage. The master bedroom on the top floor had once its own deck, and still had the sliding door, which now leads to a 16-foot drop to the backyard. It is important to know this, because we often would hear someone knocking on that door, even when we had the blinds open, and could see there wasn't anyone there. The stairs from the second floor to the third went straight halfway to a landing, then turned right, and went up the rest of the way. On the landing on your left, if you were going upstairs, was a picture window. I was standing at the top of the stairs one afternoon, calling my 2 younger brothers. The youngest, Lee, came to the bottom of the stairs and asked what I wanted. He and Chris were getting a snack. I was going to answer him when I felt a hard shove against my shoulders. I fell down the stairs to the landing. My brother raced up the stairs to the landing, calling our other brother. I stood up with Lee's help. Since I was okay, I shrugged it off as an accident and forgot. Weeks later, my brother was in the house by himself. He was coming downstairs. I could see him through the window, and he tumbled down the stairs to the landing. He swore someone pushed him, but he and I were the only ones home, and he had been the only one inside. The next day, stupid kids that we were, we decided to test it. Lee stood at the bottom of the stairs, Chris stood outside and watched through the window, and I, really stupid, okay, stood at the top. I felt something push me, and I started to fall again. I caught myself on the rail and was standing. Something I couldn't see was trying to pull my hands off the rail. I got up and ran down the stairs in record time. Chris said he couldn't see anything, but Lee swore he saw a shadow chase me from the landing down to the second floor. After that, none of us would go down the stairs alone, and we always ran. For some reason, they wouldn't tell our parents to decide to move. Only 6 months after we started living in the house.
It was spring of 2003. The grass was just getting green and the leaves were about to turn out. I was about 15 and my older cousin was 16. We were playing video games one night when all of a sudden we heard a big bang just outside of our window when it was open. Well, we thought it was just girls playing pranks on us, so we just ignored it at first. 5 minutes went by until we heard another bang, but only it was louder, so we thought, damn, these girls. We decided, okay, we'll give them our attention. We looked outside, but all we could see were the dark figures of trees being blown around in my uncle's abandoned house. We were a bit spooked, so we decided to close the window. Maybe 15 to 20 minutes went by, still in front of the video games, when we heard it again, but it wasn't as loud as the first two. We had had enough, so we paused our game, grabbed our flashlights, and said, whoever is pulling this on us is going to get it. My cousin and I made our way outside and thought we'd split up and go around the house and find the person or people responsible for the noises and scare them. We had dark clothing to camouflage into the night and had each end of the house covered. My cousin had the front end and I had the back end, both facing our room window side. There we were waiting for the culprit, when all of a sudden, we heard that banging sound, but only it was repeating over and over. It sounded like a hammer. We both met each other at the window side and looked around, wondering where it was coming from. As the sound was fading, we looked towards my uncle's house and saw a shadow figure in the window. We thought it was that person who was trying to scare us. We made our way through the door quietly, and again, the sound of a hammer rapidly hitting the wall was coming from one of the rooms. The sound made us jump, but whoever was in that room was going to get the total scare down. As we were walking down the hall trying not to laugh, we decided to wait for the sound to stop and jump inside the room screaming, thinking it would scare this person. Sure enough, the sound stops in a couple of seconds. My cousin and I counted back from 3, 2, 1, and then we said, we got you. We looked around with our flashlights, and there was no one in sight. Just as we were about to freak out, we saw the closet door close, and thought that the person heard us and ran in the closet. I acted like I was heading out the door, and then my cousin grabbed the handles of the closet door and opened it. There was only an old garbage bag filled with garbage. We inspected the whole house, and there was nothing but broken boards and broken glass everywhere, until we saw a tall figure standing at the end of the hallway, looking like it was holding something, maybe a hammer. But we were so scared that we didn't shine our flashlights on it. We just ran out of the house screaming. Now, my uncle's house has been newly renovated. His oldest son and family lives at that house, and so far, I've only been there once. Thanks for reading. My husband and I moved into the house about 4.5 years ago. Nothing happened right at first until about 6 to 7 months later. One night, my husband came to bed and I had awoke to go to the restroom. As I was in there, I heard this man's voice. It sounded like it was coming from the radio. So I went over to check it and the radio was off. I unplugged it anyway and still could hear the voice. I walked into the hallway thinking it was coming from one of our kids' room. I looked into each room to find nothing. Everything was shut off. I looked in the living room at the stereo and TV. They were also off. I went back into the bathroom where the noise seemed to be the loudest, and it was still there. I went back to bed and it finally stopped. My husband also told me that he had heard that same voice many times himself. My husband usually got home from work around 11 p.m., and he would go get on the computer for a little bit before coming to bed. One night around this time, I was about 8 months pregnant, and I was sound asleep. He came running in the room and freaking out, telling me to call 911. "Someone's trying to break in our home," he said. He was on the computer when he heard a big crash on the side of our house where the garage cans were. He said it sounded like someone threw the metal garbage can against the fence. He jumped up and then heard footsteps on our porch. He looked towards the door and saw the door handle jiggle back and forth like someone was trying to get in. That's when he woke me up. The police came with search dogs and found nothing, no footprints or anything. My husband also said that whenever he was on the computer at night, he would hear footsteps in the kitchen and rustling around like one of the kids were looking up in the cupboards for something to eat. When he would go to check, nobody was there. He also said he always felt that he was never alone. Another time all the kids were in school, and I was doing laundry and my husband was in the living room watching TV. Well, our 2 oldest kids had shared a room at the time, which was right across from our room. They had a kid's door alarm on the outside of it. I was coming out of our room, walking towards the living room, when the alarm went off. I was nowhere near it. I looked at my husband and said, "Did one of the kids stay home from school?" My husband always took them to school in the morning. He said just no. Then he got up, and that's when we heard rustling around and something fell over. I grabbed our youngest daughter at that time and went outside. We thought someone broke in. I took the keys to the car and grabbed the phone. My husband came outside as well, but decided to open the gate to the backyard to check out the windows to see if someone had crawled in. That's when we both saw the blinds slowly go up, like someone was peeking out. Then they slowly went down. Of course, we called the police, and they found nothing again. I remember when I would have had a friend come over or something, they always said our place had a weird feeling, and a musty smell. We could smell that too, but just thought it was because the place was kind of old. We moved out about 2 years ago, and are much more at peace. Thanks for reading. I live with my mother in a rather rural area. Our house was built by our landlord and was built in a lot that originally held a small gas station. I don't know much about the history of this area or our home beyond that. Anyway, my mother started to complain that she was smelling an extremely foul odor in the house in late February 2009. She only ever smells it in our house, nowhere else. She describes the odor as stinking like rotting flesh and blood, and she says it's been very strong throughout the house, especially in the hallway and bathroom areas. I've never smelled anything like that, what she has described, and none of our guests in the last few months have either. Since Sunday, April 12th, she has claimed that the scent is now moving. It becomes fainter throughout the house, and at times, she doesn't smell it at all. We both started seeing shadowy moving figures in the corner of our eyes randomly that night. Yesterday, April 13th, she went into the bathroom to take a shower and get ready for work, and didn't smell the odor. As soon as she got out of the shower, she suddenly smelled it and felt as if someone was in the room with her. She immediately told it to leave the bathroom. The scent suddenly disappeared. 2 minutes later, the smell returned to the bathroom. She again said, "Get out," and the odor left, leaving behind a smell akin to dryer sheets, even though we don't use dryer sheets. 5 minutes later, the foul odor returned yet again, and she yelled at it, and it left for the rest of the night. Around 10 p.m. that night, I started hearing a scratching noise in the kitchen, which is attached to the living room where I was. I then heard a strange meow. It sounded unnatural, almost as though it was a human making the meow sound and not a cat. I at first told myself, it's just one of my cats, and I have two, but they were both in the living room with me and were staring into the kitchen with wide eyes, so I'm not exactly sure what the meow was from. I then started hearing a light thumping noise, as if some light object was falling on the floor, coming from our back storage room, which is right off the hallway. I investigated and found a few of my candles on the floor. They had been on top of the dresser back there. The storage room door was closed at the time of the noise, and no one was in there. I sat back down in the living room and saw another moving shadow out of the corner of my eye, this time in the living room. Mom returned from work at 7 a.m. today, April 13th, 2009, and claimed she didn't smell anything unusual. After settling in on the couch, she suddenly claimed to smell the foul odor stronger than ever. I left the room. I had to use the bathroom, and when I returned to the living room, my mother laughed at me and said, "Very funny." She then went on to tell me that she heard a creepy meow coming from the hallway when I was in the bathroom, and she thought I had made the noise. She said it sounded like a girlish voice saying meow. I assured her I didn't make the noise, and I told her about the similar sound I heard in the kitchen last night. Both cats were in the living room napping at the time she heard the noise, and I didn't hear it that time, despite being only 3 feet away from where she said the sound came from. The only things I've noticed is that certain rooms randomly become quite cold, and then warm up momentarily, only to get cold again. I also keep getting the creepy feeling that I'm being watched at times, and it doesn't help when my cats look behind me with wide eyes. My cats have not reacted aggressively, but I've noticed that my younger cat is quite jumpy lately. We moved into this place in April 2007. Beyond feeling randomly uneasy at random times, I've never experienced anything here until recently. Mom has never experienced anything like this until February 2009. Between late February and April 11th, the smell was just a constant odor, as it followed her around the house. Just within the past few days, the odor has begun moving about the house randomly, and we've started seeing shadows out of the corner of our eyes and hearing weird noises. My mother, being her, thinks this is all quite awesome. She's always been rather interested in the paranormal, but has never experienced anything until now. I, on the other hand, am rather creeped out and want to resolve this issue as soon as possible. Any ideas on what could be going on? Why now? What can we do? Anything at all would be appreciated. We haven't changed anything or moved anything around in the house, or done anything that could have woken up a spirit of any kind. I'm assuming it's a spirit because of everything that's happening. I'm a little afraid of its sudden active behavior as well. It was okay when it was just an odor only Mom could smell, but now that we're both seeing and hearing things, I'm a bit concerned. I should also mention that when my mother checked out the back storage room this morning, she said the air felt heavy and she had a hard time breathing in there. She immediately left the room. I went in there a few minutes later and it was very cold, but I didn't feel that the air was heavy and I was breathing fine. I do know that the previous renters of this house owned a cat who died of kidney failure in the room now we use for storage. I'd be the first one to blame the weird activity on a ghost cat. Ghost cats seem a lot less scary than unknown creepy, meowing non-ghost cats, but the meow is really non-feline in nature at all, and the shadows that we've seen seem to be tall and human in stature. That's what really throws me off. Again, any help will be very appreciated. And oh, we're not religious people. She's agnostic and I'm atheist, so calling a clergyman probably won't help us out too much. Before I moved to Vegas, I lived in a small town in Connecticut. My family moved into a brand new house in 1992. I was about 3, and I had a new little brother. I don't remember anything for the first few years because I was so young. I had my first encounter that I can remember when I was about 7. I was sitting in bed with the babysitter reading a book. As we sat on the bed, the mattress bounced as if someone was underneath. My babysitter flipped out and took me out of the room. The next thing I remember is waking up one night and looking over next to my bed. There was something that looked like a black figure of a small animal looking at me and then ran out of the door into my brother's room. The next thing I remember is waking up one night and looking over next to my bed. There was something that looked like a black figure of a small animal looking at me and then ran out of the door into my brother's room. I screamed and my parents came in. I told them what had happened and they said it was a dream. But a few nights later, I woke up again to look over at my desk and see the image of a man sitting on top laughing. I didn't bother to tell my family because they wouldn't believe me. Another time I went to bring the dog in from outside. There was a door from the garage to the backyard that the dog used. I opened the door from the house to the garage to find a tall, blacked out figure standing right next to my dog. I freaked out and let the dog in. I told my mom and she said a little while ago she had seen the same thing. There was also once a time when I had a friend see the man's figure as well when she was spending the night. The thing that freaked me out the most was when my youngest sister was born. She ended up in my old room and I was in another. One night, I was babysitting her with a friend and my sister was in bed. The baby monitor was on and I could hear her cooing, which was weird because she only cooed at people. I went to check on her and she was laying on her back with her hands in the air, towards the ceiling, just staring and cooing. Then her hands and her eyes almost followed something to the closet door, and then she stopped and just looked at me. A lot of other things happened in that house, noises, footsteps, and misplaced objects. We also had a motion sensor security system that would randomly go off in the middle of the night. It happened so often my dad stopped setting the alarm. Some people don't believe me and think I make all this up, but it all really has happened. It was great to log on to this website and read other encounters that sound just like mine, because I know I'm not crazy. Thank you for reading. Seriously, I really appreciate it. I was very young, maybe about 7 years old. I remember going to my friend Diane's house for a sleepover. I'd never stayed at her house before. We were playing that day, and I remember her telling me that sometimes robbers come into her house at night. I wasn't the sharpest kid on the block, but I remember thinking that was stupid and just ignored her. That night I was asleep, sharing the top bunk with her while her older sister slept below. I woke up suddenly because I was ice cold. Being it was summer, I thought the room was very cold because of air conditioning, and that since she'd kicked the covers off of me, I just needed to grab them and get warm again. However, I remember I was a very little kid who was feeling very safe because there were 2 other people sleeping in the room with me. As I glanced to the foot of the bed, searching for covers, my gaze noticed something in the doorway. 2 dark figures. They were just shadows, no definition or features, but adult-sized and human-shaped. The shadows were darker than the dark hallway. They faced in the direction of her parents' room. One pointed to it, the other nodded, and the first disappeared into the room. The other turned towards me. I was so terrified at that point that I shut my eyes tight. I waited for what seemed like ages and finally got myself to open my eyes again just to see if it was gone, and there it was, right in front of my face, hovering above us. Its face was nothing but a blank shadow. I think I must have just kept my eyes shut and at some point fallen asleep. The confirmation of this event, now that I am an adult, comes unwittingly from my parents. I asked them if they remembered my sleepover at Diane's, and they said yes, because I spoke of how I'd seen something in my room that night. My parents still believe I was imagining it, but people who have experienced this themselves know it is too vivid and too obscure to be an imagined event. I know what I saw and get chills even today, even as I write. I wish someone could explain this event to me. What are these shadow figures? Are they malevolent? I suppose since, as a child, I intuitively felt scared. Thank you for reading. This story takes place around the summer, through the winter of 2013 to 2014. I don't remember the exact dates, unfortunately, or else I could have further proven that I encountered something at this location. I haven't posted it now before because I only recently found this website and don't really visit it this often. I decided to share this story though because it does fall under the category of personal encounters. As I previously mentioned in another thread, I have a strange companion that's been following me around. It's a black cat that seems to change height and sometimes even color that I can only see out of the corner of my eye. I named him Gabriel at a young age, and I often communicate with him without knowing it, though often I can sense him. I won't go into huge detail here since I already did it elsewhere. As someone said there, he seems to be my spiritual friend. However, this particular story isn't completely about him, though as always, he is involved. One of my friends had just finished high school, having to take summer classes while raising the baby she had while attending school, and had moved in with her biological father. The house seemed run down, in a run-down neighborhood, and it was small, incredibly small. It would be the perfect size for 1 or 2, maybe 3 college students to live there while attending classes at the campus down the street. One of the things I noticed instantly was the fact that tracks ran under the house. They were trolley tracks, from when the town used trolleys to get people places faster when buses weren't really a thing. A great big, abandoned brick and metal building behind it had a sign that just vaguely read, "Trolley Station," on it. The tracks didn't really surprise me. The town I live in has both an Air Force base and also countless train tracks running over roads. Most of them aren't in use anymore, but this place used to be a booming cattle town as well as a military base. It's filed under a small town, but it obviously isn't with all the things that go on. Anyway, the tracks didn't really surprise me, though they did make me feel a little uneasy. I suppose it's perfectly reasonable to believe that things could have happened on the job, accidents on the tracks, or even inside, that could have cost people their lives, but I brushed it off at first. That was until I went inside. The living room wasn't bad, just felt cramped. The kitchen had an uneasy feeling, but I refused to go into the basement. Gabriel kept standing in front of the door any time that I walked by, as if challenging something down there. The basement, as they called it, really just a room slightly lower than the kitchen level, had been turned into a bedroom for her father. One of the rooms, the one facing the street, was my friend and her baby's bedroom. The last bedroom, which was down the tiny hallway, had a window facing the trolley station, full of things that couldn't be stored elsewhere around the house, and I hated that room. I found in that room scratches along all the walls, and one day I decided to use a comparison. I held my hand up close to them and found that they were just wider than my hand, probably a man's hand that had caused these dark furrows on the wall. The wall was covered in a thick layer of paint, which made me wonder how long it would take someone to actually carve such deep scratches into the wall with their fingernails alone. They were definitely in the correct places to be the fingers of a human hand, and there were 3 sets on the walls, one of each except for the one closest to the window, as if this person didn't want to get close to it. Each of the sets had 2 marks, one for both hands, and they were just within my reach if I had lifted both arms. Often in this room, I would see something flash past the window, someone running past the blinds. As I looked though, I realized that whoever or whatever it was had appeared to be running, and there was nothing but a track overgrown with cactus plants. No one in their right mind would run through a patch of those, and even if they had, they would have at least been slowed by the sheer density of the plants. As I looked out the window, I saw the old trolley building, and it looked like a group of about 4 men were gathered around one window, staring out at me. I never looked up all the way to meet their eyes. Gabriel went running out of the room as fast as possible, and I followed. Then there was my friend's room. It was small, cramped like the rest of the house, but she was a completely goth Wiccan. That doesn't mean she worships the devil, by the way. She wanted us to paint the room gray. She also had us add black and red splatters and handprints all over the room. That didn't really creep me out. I thought it would be a nice touch to a haunted house, and my friend just loves this kind of thing. She was already upset since she had decided to have the baby and gotten kicked out by her grandfather, who'd she lived with for years, since she decided to not have an abortion. So we decided to go ahead and paint the room the way she wanted us to paint it. This friend has known about Gabriel for years, and she had always seemed really interested in something. She always wasn't liking the house much because she'd seen how I was reacting to things, and she knew Gabriel was making me want to leave this house. She began mentioning to me that she was surprised I wouldn't go buy the closet to paint, and I realized she was right. I refused to go buy the closet, leaving the wall the same ugly yellow color it had been before we had painted it. I didn't know why, but I didn't like that closet. She finished painting the room over there, and after the horrible smell of dying paint was gone, I was basically moved in for the weekend to keep her company since her dad was out working and wouldn't be back for a while. He was a truck driver and was currently driving cross country. During the day, everything seemed pretty calm, but I couldn't sleep during the night. I've never gotten to sleep easily, so it didn't really surprise me, but I heard what sounded like something scratching on the door. It wasn't the dog, which was my first reaction. The giant black lab liked to wander the house and stare at corners and such, and with the room painted so darkly, I couldn't really see her. As I started to get up to open the door for her though, I found the dog practically leaping onto me to push me back down onto the bed. She wasn't growling, but I could see her snarling and on edge, just staring at the door. I'd never seen that sweet little dog so ready to tear something apart. She was a rescue who was terrified of everything. You stepping on a creaking floorboard would send her yelping into a corner. And this behavior had happened before we'd ever brought her into this house. Needless to say, I wasn't expecting to see her like this. My friend and her baby didn't wake up. The noise was too quiet for anyone else to hear. I just remember whispering for the noise to be quiet, and it did. The dog didn't relax for a long while though. I managed to get back to sleep, and when I woke up again, I noticed Gabriel pacing in front of the closet, out of the corner of my eye. The door was open, and I realized how odd that was. For one, heavy boxes of various items had been laid against it on the outside because we hadn't finished packing everything away. And for another, that door was heavy. It opened swinging outwards to the rest of the room and was made of solid wood. It took a lot to close and open it, and it almost always seemed to snag on part of the carpet since the floor was uneven. The dog was practically in my lap at this point. I just felt scared and decided to turn on the radio app on my phone to distract myself. Static was the only thing I got, as well as strange whispered voices. I noticed a shadow stepped out of the closet itself, only to be chased back into it by Gabriel. He seemed to be calling me over, so I closed the door, pushed the boxes back in front of it, and proceeded to just go back to sleep. Nothing else happened while I was there that time, though in the morning, we found the door had marks on it matching the other rooms, and the boxes had been thrown across the room sometime during the night without waking me somehow. My friend wanted to know why I hadn't let the dog in, and why I'd moved the boxes all over the place, knowing I was a light sleeper and tended to be full of pranks. I pointed out that I had a badly sprained wrist at the time and couldn't have moved the boxes without waking her, and that the dog had been practically sleeping on top of her during the night. I told her how uneasy Gabriel seemed, and she immediately went to work trying to figure out what was going on. After the weekend ended, I was glad to leave. She was still my friend though, and we visited often. Each time, I noticed that things seemed to move without explanation when I wasn't looking, and the dog refused to pass a certain point in the hallway every day. I also was becoming increasingly unnerved about the fact that the basement was getting physically darker, no matter how many lights were on inside of it. My friend explained that her dad was what she called an energy vampire, and he fed off of negative energy. Beings who also fed off of that energy continued to follow a trail, like breadcrumbs to the room where all of it seemed to be stored. Gabriel kept me as far away from that room as possible. There were more scratch marks around the house, nearly over my head, and the door looked like it had taken a serious beating. I wasn't scared to hang around the closet and even go inside it anymore. All of those negative beings had seemed to migrate to the other room and were content to stay there. I even got up the nerve to visit the other room where the window faced the trolley station. I didn't see the strange men over in the window anymore. I didn't see anything else that seemed to be even remotely like them or the shape I'd seen dash by the window. In the direction of the room where all the negative energy was stored, I realized. My friend said there was a portal leading to the realm of the dead in the closet, and she'd closed it. Her dad moved out, apparently not liking his daughter cramping his style. Almost all of the negative energy seemed content to follow him out, though one being apparently remained and liked to slam cabinet doors, torture the poor dog and me, as well as scratch increasingly louder on the doors and walls. Sometimes it even threw things across the room, though the activity almost seemed to grow less violent as I walked in. My friend could only assume it was because it was afraid of Gabriel or something. With this apparent portal closed, my friend moved out of the house with her fiancé, taking the dog and her baby with her. Everything was moved out of the house, and I was glad to never see that place ever again.
This story was told to me by my aunt and uncle who lived near Sung Chung Garden in Ipoh, and of course the eerie things that happened in their neighborhood. It happened a few years ago, and back then the locals were shocked with the news of a man getting shot multiple times in his very own car when he was refilling petrol. And having a tarnished reputation as a member of a triad group and a loan shark, the locals thought it was enemies avenging for his evil deeds. The investigation didn't progress much and its case is closed at present. But the very car he died in was under his nephew and his name. Therefore, after his death, his nephew had the right to claim the car for his own personal use. Coincidentally, his nephew stays right opposite of my uncle and aunt's house. Both of them and my cousins are dog lovers, so they have a few dogs. The night when the nephew drove home the car, which was at midnight, the dogs were disturbed by a presence and all of them howled. Not only their dogs, but almost all the dogs in the neighborhood. My aunt was alarmed and she expressed her concern to her husband, telling him the unusual behavior of the dogs. However, my uncle brushed it off by telling her it might be any female dog having a period, causing high mating desire among the males. She was not sure about his reply and went off to bed. The howling lasted till the wee hours and they had trouble sleeping. The very next morning, my aunt went over to the opposite and they talked about how peculiar was the dog's behavior. Soon she found out about the car and how the previous owner died from gunshots. She was terrified by the news and related the matter to my uncle. Basically, nothing they could do. The next few nights, eerie things started to happen in the neighborhood. One, a teenage girl staying not far from the nephew's home, was talking on the phone with her friend when she heard a coarse male voice interrupted their conversation. The voice was very harsh and sounded pitiful, and she was scared and quickly ended the conversation. Two, a lady was preparing dinner in the kitchen when she heard a man whispering and talking at the back lane of her house. She opened the back door, found no one. Three, a lady woke in the middle of the night and heard a man sobbing pitifully outside her house. She decided to peek from her window upstairs and saw a black figure sitting under a tree outside her house and crying. Four, continuous barking and howling of dogs towards the car. Soon the neighbors were complaining about the strange incidents and confronted the nephew's mother. She was concerned about the car too and decided to persuade her son to take the car to a temple for blessing, which her son gladly did. And after the blessing, strange incidents ended and the dogs stopped howling. How strange.
I just got home from this adventure and had to write about it for you guys. I'm a new community member to the Phantom Wagon, and this will be my first, and hopefully not last, story submitted to this channel. I haven't heard every scary story video on YouTube, so I could be wrong, but I've yet to hear any involving storm draining. For those who don't know, draining is a term referred to exploring the tunnels of storm drains or manholes. I didn't even realize it was an actual thing people did. It's treated almost like a sport. Me and my bud are both named David. We both like to go on any random adventures we can come up with. We've gone through over 20 different storm drains in or near our neighborhood, located in Silver Spring, Maryland. By the way, if anyone listening is a local, I have plenty of other stories about well-known Silver Springs legends or creepy people in areas to share, many with documented proof and articles. Leave a comment if you're from my city or close and want to hear some more. It's always fun to see graffiti tags by people from the past, or to even feel like the first people to explore a specific drain with a blank slate, but nothing creepy has happened during our 20+ explorations. That is, until tonight. If I were being honest, I've been impatiently waiting for something eerie to happen, so I'm clearly drawn to this type of stuff. David discovered a major storm drain. It was almost completely walkable without having to bend over too much as we traveled through the tunnels. He found one where we don't have to Shawshank Redemption shit crawl through like usual. This particular location was an amazing maze of twists and turns of various tunnel options. We took a bunch of photos between David's camera and my shit phone, which would explain the drastic changes in quality. Of course, like many tunnels, immediately we came upon a faded, but still in your face graffiti tag that pretty much says welcome to hell, or in this case, the hellhole. I love graffiti, so seeing a collage of shitty tags from different decades was a cool start to that adventure. I really want to say the noises I heard were only from the people above ground that could be heard faintly, or just the echo of our footsteps in running water creating weird noises. But this would be impossible because it's midnight on a weekday and there was literally no one outside before we got in. Like I said, it could all have a reasonable explanation, but these sounds were the best way I can describe it is that they almost sounded like they didn't belong. Not just the noises itself, but it was separate from all of the natural sounds occurring. And I've never heard anything like it. And we've been in plenty of drains like this before with those normal noise combinations of echoes, splashes, and crap. It all started off far away, sounded like a fast wind. This wind sound wasn't steadily creeping up to me, but instead, just suddenly burst a large gust of air directly into my right ear. Keep in mind, it is impossible to be even windy down here. I wasn't even hit anywhere else, only directly right into my ear. It actually hurt. For just a second, my ear felt like it was plugged full of water. That feeling came and went pretty fast. I now have a headache, but didn't even think too much of this. I didn't feel scared, but it was creepy. And once you reach that area of a drain where you're too far from a nearby manhole to pop out of, you do feel trapped. I mean, you really are. If you are in a hurry, there is literally nowhere to escape to. I'll admit it, this kind of adds a rush to the experience. I kept walking when that wind blow happened again, but this time with some accompanying whispers. I didn't make out any actual words, but at the moment, I didn't realize what was happening. The combined air pressure and fainted muttering were now happening sporadically. I started to feel a bit uneasy. In the back of my mind, I thought I was seriously hearing the voices of people. I do believe in ghosts, but I don't always jump to conclusions, so I tried rationalizing the situation. It definitely sounded like whispers smashing in and out of my ear, but I also thought it could have been a weird side effect to a headache, or that I was just having auditory hallucinations. The noises were happening every 10 awkward steps I would take in the puddles. I called down to David to see if he had heard them, but he hadn't. David isn't too much into believing paranormal things like me, so maybe the force was more connected to me because in a way, I wanted to hear it. I don't know how that really works. I've experienced things like this before, but I've only felt emotional responses, such as an unwanted feeling of dread or even a sense of calm, but this time the feelings were more physical than mental. It was penetrating my eardrum and giving me a migraine. Now yes, I did feel uneasy, but only because I didn't know what was going on. This now almost rhythmic pattern of intense voices eating my eardrum lasted for at least 5 minutes, but then the further and further we got into the drains, the noises stopped. What was odd were the graffiti surrounding me during this 5-minute hellish ordeal. Every area of tunnel was coated with terrible anti-Semitic and just plain out racist and ignorant tags. What is extremely fascinating was as soon as we passed through a manhole stop and entered a new connecting tunnel, not only were these walls completely clean from any paint, but the voices and ear pain stopped, and I mean instantly. What was creepy about this area, aside from the racist crap, was its specific location throughout the entire drain system. It wasn't even close to any of the other tagged tunnels, but just in a random area of the drains deep within the tunnels, almost like it was on purpose. After walking through these naked walls, we eventually came upon one of the many options of getting out without having to pop a manhole. We walked out of the hellhole back into the stars and neighborhood lights. We looked around and realized, damn, did we travel far or what? It was unbelievable. It didn't feel like we walked that much distance. In fact, we usually feel the opposite with opposite results. Of course, as soon as we came crawling out of a sewer in the middle of fricking night in a shady part of Wheaton, Maryland, some dude was standing at a bus stop and we obviously terrified him. I started to speak out loud to David and pretended like we were looking for our dog. I'm quick to try and make myself look less shady than I already do. I've been told I give off that vibe sometimes because I always have a pulled down wool hat, visible tattoos, battle scars, a Newport in hand, and now a dirty face with dripping silk boots. I swear I don't mean to do it on purpose. I only mention this because the dude started to pick up his phone, and I was thinking, dang, I didn't even tag this time, and I'm still gonna get locked up again. But overhearing the conversation, I think he was doing exactly what I was doing. As soon as it felt like we could stick around, David and I took our time and started to try and trace above ground where we travel below. David has the technology and is also very good at mapping, so he knew where he was going, but before we made those moves, we had no idea where we were and started off in a housing complex, and the more we walked and followed our trail, we eventually figured out exactly where we were. We were now in the area of where the strange noises and ear damage were most active. That is when I started to tell David what I was experiencing there. He believed me. He's a good friend. We continued walking while looking down at David's phone, but then we stopped dead in our tracks, looked at each other, and couldn't believe it. We were walking dead center under a funeral home. I tried to rationalize it as best I could, but knowing the events that preceded this, I came to the conclusion that this couldn't be a coincidence. I think I was experiencing those creepy, painful whispers because that exact tunnel was literally crossing right through the undergrounds of a funeral home. Whenever I'd been to graveyards, which I do not do anymore, I for the most part always felt a positive vibe. But during this experience, these departed souls did not want me there. I think the offensive graffiti even added fuel to the fire, and this is why I experienced a painful ear and headache. So while nothing extraordinarily scary happened, at least from my version of what scary is, that was definitely a creepy but cool situation. As I write this, it does sound like the perfect idea for a fictional scary story. I mean, come on. Walking in a storm-drained tunnel, literally under a funeral home, and being surrounded by paranormal sounds. It doesn't get more unique than that. I'm sure a more elaborate, embellished, made-up story would be more exciting, but I think this whole discovery in general is exciting enough anyway. David and I also plan on purposely walking under the drains of a funeral home right down the block from our neighborhood. We've been in those tunnels before, but popped out of a manhole before we even reached the boulevard. If my locals are listening, that funeral home in particular is called Collins on University Boulevard. These tunnels are a tighter squeeze, but it'll be worth it, I hope. Thanks for listening. Sure, it could have all been one big coincidence. Maybe it is just an overactive imagination, but I like to stay paranormally optimistic. Is that even a real term? Whatever. Time for a cigarette. It all started in 1967 when my dad had a stroke in the front room. I was then 10 years of age. My parents bought this old cottage in 1963. The house was built in 1740. There had been no problems in the house prior to 1967. When my dad came out of the hospital, he was paralyzed down the left-hand side and was unable to speak. That's when things started to happen in the house. The first thing that happened was my parents were in bed, and suddenly all the blankets waved and rolled completely off the bed. Also, the wallpaper in the bedroom would become soaking wet for no apparent reason, then bone dry next day. As the months passed by, my father regained most of the use on his left side, but never regained his speech. Also, my father after the stroke became nasty and violent towards me. I had to put a bolt on my bedroom door, as he would wander about in the middle of the night and come in my bedroom and just stare at me sometimes, waving a fist. One night, I was in bed, and I woke up to the bed rocking on its own. I put the bedside lamp on and jumped out of bed screaming. I unbolted the door, shouting to my mother. As she entered the bedroom, the bed was still jumping on its own accord. In front of us, we both ran downstairs, and my father knew nothing as he had some sleeping tablets. We walked a while to calm down, then went back to check. It had stopped by then, so I got back in bed and left the lights on. I had no choice. We did have a third bedroom, but to come and go, I had to pass through my parents' bedroom, and as an 11-year-old boy, I was scared of what my dad would do next, so I had to stop in that bedroom. One night, me and my mother were watching television. It was about 11:30 p.m. when we heard a terrible screaming coming from the small cast iron window, which led into the back garden, near the television. We didn't dare speak to each other, and that stopped after about 4 minutes.
The next thing I knew, the television, which was on 4 screwed legs, began to walk towards us, rocking from side to side. It only stopped when the main cord pulled tight. We were by then petrified. The screaming noise had woke my father, and he came downstairs shouting, but due to his stroke, the words were not making any sense. He ran into the back sitting room. My mother said, "Go get your dad, or he might have another stroke," so off I went. Entering the room, it was pitch black. Everything happened so fast, I didn't think about turning the light on. And then I looked at the back window, which led onto the very private, unlit garden. A gray-white figure floated past the window of the side view. It was very defined. He had a 3-cornered hat, a white beard, walking stick, and a long trench-type coat with 3 buttons on it with no legs visible. I ran out of the room, leaving my father, who was looking out of the other window, who hadn't seen anything. I ran to the other room to my mother. I was unable to speak properly to her for at least an hour. My father just wandered back to bed. In desperation, my mother contacted a medium. She said the spirit was called Jacob, who was only trying to help us through the difficult time. He had been a gardener who got killed when a horse fell on him, the medium said. Things became so bad, doors banging, strange sounds in the middle of the night, not helped by my father, who everybody was scared of. I had an older sister, and she moved out in 1968 to get away from the situation. In the end, my mother put the house up for sale in 1972. And that last night, it was terrible. My father was in bed asleep with those sleeping tablets again, so he was unaware of anything. Me and my mother was huddled up in the front room. We stayed awake all night, doors banging from under the floorboards, moaning noises. Then dawn broke at 6:30 a.m. Everything stopped and went calm. We couldn't wait to move out. After we sold it, nobody lived in it longer than 18 months, till it became empty 25 years ago. Around the time this event occurred, I was around 11 or 12. I am a female, and I guess you could say I live in your basic, small, no creepy town where everybody knows each other and nothing super creepy goes on. Although we do have some surrounding towns that are pretty sketch and full of druggies or whatnot. But anyway, here is my story. Me and my mother were visiting a neighboring town of ours, maybe 10 to 15 minutes away. We were there helping out my stepmom set up a reception for a wedding that would be held later in the week. It took place in a building called the Lions Hall, which is basically a place for get-togethers and such. Now, something you should know now is that the town we were in was one of the sketchier places, and it was in one of the worst sections. Me and my sister were outside of the building, walking around and talking, when this guy pulled up in a truck. Now my stepmom was expecting someone to help carry in a few things, although she didn't really know him. So thinking nothing of it, we just assumed it was him. So then he got out of the truck and went into the building. We could hear him talking to our stepmom. He was there for a while, but then finally came out of the building and went back into his truck. Now at this point, me and my sister were still outside walking around. We noticed he was staring at us, blankly, with no real expression on his face. He sat like that for a while, until me and my sister had enough and walked around to the back of the building. Then that's when he started the truck and slowly crept around the building, sort of following us. We went around and around, doing this for probably 4 minutes or so. We could tell something was seriously off, but then, just as we turned the corner to where he was gone, like poof into thin air. We never heard him drove off or anything, and that was enough for us. So we ran inside and didn't go back out for the rest of the day. We never spoke about our encounter to anyone. So as far as I know, weird sketchy truck guy, let's never meet again. A few months ago, I was staying at my friend's house. Basically, I'd gone to sleep as normal. I usually sleep perfectly, but this time I woke up at 5:35 and felt weird. I took the blanket from my face and looked to the foot of my bed and saw two girls, both blonde, didn't have a face, and had little blue penny dresses on. I looked at them for a good few seconds and turned back over to sleep. I told my clairvoyant friend, and she told me she's always thought I had a talent for seeing the beyond. Thank you for reading. I know this is kind of short, but I guess it was a kind of cool story. I'm living in Birmingham, and I'm thinking there has to be some haunted locations that I could go to and feel around, given the history of the city. I started doing some research, looking for some local haunts, and lo and behold, I come to find out that I live 15 minutes from one of the most haunted places on Earth, Sloss Furnace. The factory was built in the 1800s, and hundreds of men died there due to the grueling nature of the work. I read about the history and ghost stories other people told about the places and decided that this was going to be my first ghost hunt. My trip to Sloss Furnace occurred over the course of 2 days, the first day being my first time, and all I did was just walk around the place, read the exhibit signs, and explore the grounds. They turned the furnace into a museum that is open to the public, and they also use the grounds to host concerts, weddings, and other social events. They happened to be planning for a wedding the first day I was there, and a few tourists were milling around, so I wasn't completely alone, but the place was fascinating. I was able to walk into a few of the off-limits areas and look around. I pulled out my phone, started recording, went into the boiler room, and managed to catch a few orbs in the footage. It was cool, but nothing to write home about. I left, went home, and that was that. On the second day, at Sloss Furnace. My second day at Sloss Furnace will go down in the history books of ghost hunting. I managed to do what the ghost hunters, scariest place on earth, and countless paranormal investigation teams have failed to do, and that is film an actual ghost. One ghost would be impressive indeed, but what if I told you I filmed at least 5 ghosts? I can almost guarantee you that you have never seen ghost footage ever that comes even close to what you are about to see. When I pulled up the second day, it was a rainy, gloomy Sunday afternoon. As I drove to the gate, I saw a sign blocking the entrance saying that the museum was closed. It was hardly secure, so I just parked my car across the street and walked in through the front entrance. There was a construction crew working on the left end of the facility away from the actual furnace itself. When I walked into the entrance, I could see remnants of the wedding party from the day before. Apparently they weren't responsible for cleaning. I made my way into the boiler room, took out my phone, and started recording again. Here I am all alone in a damp, dark factory, listening to the sound of the rain beating down against the roof, armed with only a cell phone. I walked through the boiler room, filming as I went along, and decided to call it a day. It wasn't until I got home, watched the rest of a playoff basketball game, and looked at my phone when I realized what I just captured. I was able to count at least 5 ghosts. The best part about it all is that I have proof. When you look at the film, go to the 320 mark, you will see a ghost. Go to 344, you will see a ghost, and up to 350, and you will see a literal ghost scene. If you slow it down, you will see ghosts peeping from different corners. Amazing. This is hands down the best ghost footage you will ever see. When I was younger, my father told my brother, sister, and myself that there was a ghost story that happened in a family apartment in Chinatown. Apparently, it had something to do with a friend who was visiting the family from out of town. The story took place in the 1950s or later, and whatever the friend experienced scared her enough that she left in the night and never returned. For a long time, my father denied ever having mentioned that there was a ghost story. Only recently, and seeing that my siblings and I were grown, did he finally admit ever telling the story and gave us the full tale.
During the 1950s, my grandparents still owned a large Chinese restaurant on Mott Street. Since it opened until very late, they often came home after closing around 4 in the morning. My father and his siblings often helped out working there and would often come home late as well. It just so happened that a friend of my aunt's was staying over that week. Since my aunt was busy working at the restaurant, her friend relaxed in the family apartment, which had a piano in the living room. One evening, the guest was alone in the apartment and decided to play several songs on the piano. She knew that there was nobody in the apartment and played without disturbance. At a certain point, the guest stopped playing, and when she did, she heard the sound of someone clapping their hands in the same room with her. The guest knew that she was supposed to be alone in the apartment. She was so scared by this that she left before anyone from my family returned from work. Through all the time that I'd spent with people and alone in that apartment, I'd never experienced anything strange at all. One possible explanation may be the thin walls that the old buildings in Lower Manhattan have. The building was built in 1886, and the fact that someone in the building stairwell could hear a lot of what's going on inside the apartment. Could the guests have mistaken the sound of someone clapping in the stairwell with someone in the room? Or were the clapping hands so unmistakably near that there was no mistaking that the invisible person was in the same room? I guess we'll never truly know the answer to that question. Chinatown in Manhattan, New York, is the largest Chinatown in the United States, although fast becoming usurped by 2 additional New York City Chinatowns. Chinatown, Manhattan has a long history from the mid-1800s when the first Chinese immigrants arrived off of Ellis Island. As we all know, different cultures see the world uniquely through their own personal beliefs and customs. Many of the earlier Chinese immigrants arrived from Guangdong province in the south of China. At the time, it was a very poor part of the country that had felt the effects of war, famine, and general unrest. The vast majority of these early immigrants even came from just a few hometowns in that same area. Perhaps it is a unique belief from that part of China, but some of these immigrants believe that ghosts don't have chins. When my grandfather arrived in New York City around 1919, he worked in a grocery store that was owned by his brothers and some relatives on 32 Mott Street. Like many of the stores in New York City today, there was, and still exists, a cellar directly below the store, accessible by a metal door on the sidewalk. These cellars were, and are still used today, as stockrooms for inventories. It was in one of these basements where my grandfather had a very strange experience. One day, my grandfather had to go down the cellar to bring up boxes. Climbing down by himself, there was no one else in the cellar. Although it was during the day, it was still very dark in the recesses of the cellar, which stretched back under the store into the shadows. Midway between moving boxes, my grandfather noticed, out of the corner of his eye, a figure standing in the shadows. My grandfather recalled that the figure gave off a very malevolent presence. Knowing that there should have been no one in the cellar, my grandfather continued facing away from the figure, but kept looking at it from the corner of his eye. My grandfather said, "Who's there?" From the direction of darkness, the figure gave a low and undistinguishable reply, more a mumble than a word. My grandfather knew that the figure would disappear if he looked straight at it, so he tried to get more details of its appearance. The low voice showed that the presence was a man. Its shape was definitely that of a man. My grandfather also noticed the presence had no chin. Surely it was a ghost. Giving in to the urge, my grandfather finally turned his head to look, but there was nothing in the spot where the figure had just been. Knowing of this story as he was growing up, my father also had to frequently enter that same cellar to get things. Sometimes he would look through the corner of his eye into the shadows, but was always disappointed not to see anything. For those of you who live in the New York City area, you might be interested to know that the grocery store is still around. Instead of selling groceries, it's now a gift shop. The original woodwork has not been changed, and the store looks like the same as it did when my grandfather worked there in the early part of the 20th century. It's located on 32 Mott Street. I do know the people who currently run the shop, but I've never mentioned this story to them. Chinese believe in a phenomenon that can be translated into to be weighed down by a ghost. This is a fairly common occurrence in which someone wakes from sleeping to find themselves completely paralyzed but conscious. During these short moments, people often report unexplainable experiences, including hearing voices talking to them, feeling sensations, and hearing people in the room that should not be there. A relative of mine lived in Confucius Plaza in Chinatown, New York City. Those familiar with this part of town will recognize it as the tallest building in Chinatown. This curved brick, 44-story co-op rises at the foot of the Manhattan Bridge entrance and forms a unique wind tunnel. There are many urban legends about Confucius Plaza, which slowly emerged since it was built in the mid-70s. My relative lived alone in his Confucius Plaza apartment, which had a kitchen, bedroom, and living room. On one particular evening, my relative fell asleep on his couch in the living room. He later woke to find himself totally paralyzed and unable to even open his eyes. As he lay there, he heard someone enter through his front door, walk through every room of his apartment, and leave through the front door, slamming it as they left. At the moment the door slammed, my relative was suddenly able to move again and immediately sprang up. He opened the front door, but saw no one going down the long hallway. He searched through the entire apartment and found nothing missing or disturbed. In the summer of 2011, I accompanied my uncle back to the US. He now lives in Iowa. I spent a week with his family before returning back to the Philippines. On my return trip, I decided to take a few more days off and see the sights of Chicago. I've been to the US on numerous occasions, but this was my very first to Chicago. I was looking so forward to baseball and food. I booked a room at the Congress Plaza Hotel because of its accessibility and reasonable rate. It was close to subways, where I could go with ease to a Sox game at Comiskey Park and to O'Hare for my flight home. The hotel is quite old, and it looks old. You can hear it creak in some areas. The room I was assigned to was on the 4th floor, I think. It was on a corner, and you could see Roosevelt University on East Congress Parkway when you look out the window. The hallway outside leading up to my room was always eerily quiet. The first night after I got back from eating out, the room became really cold. I thought it was really strange because it was nice and warm outside. Also, it got cold suddenly, but not gradually. I ended up sleeping with the bed sheet, blanket, and bed cover on top. It was cold just that one night. I would be out during the day to explore the city and get back after dinner. Every time I got to my room, some of my stuff would be moved. I initially thought it was the cleaners, so I hung a do not disturb sign outside my door. I would still get back to my room with my stuff moved. Nothing was missing though. All my stuff was accounted for. What validated the rumors I've heard that this place is haunted was when I saw a shadow figure. There was a dresser at the foot of my bed with a biggish mirror. While in bed one night, recalling my visit to Chicago's Field Museum that day, I saw reflected on the mirror a shadow. It was peeking out from the bathroom door that was slightly ajar. The lights were off inside the bathroom, but I could still make out a distinct human shape. It was darker than the dark bathroom, but it was solid. I stared at the reflection for I don't know how long. I couldn't really tell if it was staring back at me, as it had no face, but somehow I had the feeling that it was spying on me. There was just solid blackness where a face should have been. I blinked to make sure I wasn't just seeing things, and sure enough, it was still there. I got out of bed to confront it. Honestly, I'm not sure what I was thinking then, but it vanished. I went back to bed, looked at the mirror again. It was no longer there. Has anyone been to this same hotel and experienced these? Thanks for reading. Now, this is not an event that had taken place in front of my own eyes, but has surely happened to my grandfather. My dad told me this story, and it gave me a chance to look at spirits who have yet to rest, but are not actually scaring people to death. Here is my grandfather's tale. My grandfather was only 36 years of age, and he of course needed a job. He had looked in agriculture, the stores down the street, even the Starkiest factory that was quite a ways away.
No jobs whatsoever. Finally, after 3 weeks of looking, he had seen an ad for a wanted bus driver for the night shift position. At the time, he didn't care what kind of job it was or when he had to work. All he cared about was supporting his family. After a few days, he had gotten the job to work from sundown to an hour before sunset. The bus driving job was steady. He really didn't have any riders unless it was someone who also worked late. Soon, he had picked up on which riders came on, what time they came on, and where they should be dropped off. But a year into the job, he had gotten a new rider who would only ride for that one night. He saw the man standing at a stop to which no one had stood before, and for the first time, he could stop there. The man was described as well-rounded, pale, with a blue suit, which was very odd because it is so hot in Samoa, even at night. Like every other customer, my grandfather had welcomed him with a smile. Being the kindly fellow, my grandfather also tried to talk to him. He asked him, "How are you doing this evening? Where did you come from?" and just normal conversation questions. The only thing this man replied to is where he should be dropped off. My grandfather tried to get something cheerful out of the pale man, but there was no response. As soon as the bus got to the destination as stated by the man, my grandfather opened the door, looked up to the mirror, and said to him, "Here is your stop, sir," and looked behind. Usually, at this time, you can hear the passenger get their stuff together and proceed to the front, but not this time. He heard dead silence. He looked up at the mirror again and saw nothing. This is a true story, and although I don't believe in ghosts, it did raise some goosebumps. The first week, I was driving around 1 to 2 a.m. I got a signal to pick up a rider at the music factory. At that time of night, the streets were dead and the music factory was empty. The address didn't seem right to me and kept having me circle around back to a deserted old road. Thinking that the GPS must be off a few blocks, I decided to circle around the next few streets. I even made 5 phone calls to no avail, no answer or voicemail. I started thinking maybe I was being set up to be robbed. But I guess my curiosity got the best of me and I had to see for myself. After all, somebody could be drunk or hurt. Let me backtrack a bit and explain that the Uber screen shows both my car and the figure of a person and a closing distance as you approach. The road behind the building is old and unkempt. I thought to myself, this doesn't look good. I kept driving further back and the distance between me and my rider closed in, until finally the road came to a dead end. My display spoke and told me to turn right and my rider would be 100 feet away on my right. I turned slowly to my right and saw a very old cemetery. The gates were standing wide open. Off in the distance, about 100 feet away, was a white foggy figure standing by a headstone. My hair stood on end and I was instantly covered in goosebumps. Needless to say, I decided to skip that fare. In October of 2009, I started a new job working security. I got posted in Banning, California, at an Edison substation. I was working graveyard, patrolling around the outside of the substation. I'd been there for a few nights. Nothing really seemed out of place at first. We had 4 checkpoints we had to tag with a GPS device. We didn't have access to the inside, nor the east side of the area, due to a neighboring business. The south side fenced the street. The west had a narrow path to walk and a business beyond that surrounded by a chain-link fence. The north side had a field, and after about 50 feet, a set of train tracks. Checkpoint 1 was the southeast side. Checkpoint 2 was the southwest corner, which I posted my truck. The northwest was checkpoint 3, and 4th was the northeast. There was an area by the train tracks not on the patrol, but it was the actual northeast corner. I walked up to the far area beyond my normal patrol area, as I was prone to do. As I came back around, I felt the air suddenly get colder and heavier. I thought nothing of it and continued on by checkpoints 4 and 3. As I started down the corridor between 3 and 2, I saw a figure about 6 foot, blonde hair, thin build, and slightly glowing walk through the fence, from the inside the substation, and through the fence on the opposite side, traveling from east to west. I carried a handheld spotlight since there was so little lighting to the area, and the guy was nowhere to be seen. I ran back towards checkpoint 4 and regained my composure. I cautiously walked back to the area I had seen the figure to make sure the fence hadn't been cut. No holes, cuts, or anything else I could find. No footprints, nothing that suggested it had happened. I went back to my truck and dropped the tailgate and sparked up a cigarette. I set it down to grab something out of my lunchbox, and as I went to retrieve my smoke, it glowed like someone was dragging off of it and then fell to the ground. I thought at first maybe it was a breeze, but the night was completely still. I'm not sure if it was a ghost or maybe residual energy. I'm not sure if the substation still has security there. I was transferred off that post for a better position a week or so later. If there's no security and you decide to visit, I don't remember directions. Watch for Banning PD because they do frequent the area. I guess it started when I was little. My mom and I have always been a little more open to the things unexplainable. I was about 5 years old, making my brothers 4 and 3. My brother, who was 3, is autistic, and his tic was trains. My mother would hear his toy train go off. It made choo-choo noises and played music and flashed lights when you push buttons on the side. Every night for months, and she thought it was just us playing at night. She would come back to check in on us, and we would be sleeping. At the time, me and my siblings shared a room. Finally, my mom took the batteries out of the toy train. The next night, without it having batteries, my mom once again heard the train going off. Me and my brothers were downstairs, and my mom went upstairs to check on the noise she heard. She turned the train off and returned downstairs. A few minutes later, I swear I heard giggling, and I know I was young, but I clearly remember the figures of a little girl and boy walking down the stairs. It was just shadows on the walls, like their outlines. When I looked from the wall to the stairs, nothing was there. When I got older, my mom told me that night, after we saw the shadows of the kids, that she told the kid ghosts, if you're good, you can stay. If you're bad, you have to leave. My mom said she never had experiences with them again. The toy train never went off on its own again. I don't know what happened. I can't explain it. To this day, my mom still swears she saw the 2 kids. I don't know if they were bad. My mom said we were never harmed. The train thing going off went on for months until the night it went off without having any batteries. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe it was just a coincidence. I have no idea. I was a long-haul trucker for many years. In December of 2004, I had a delivery in Winchester, Virginia, and a second stop in Washington, D.C. At my first stop, I was delayed and didn't get unloaded until 2 a.m. I left Winchester heading east on Highway 7. Around 2:30, I came to the intersection of Highway and a Route 601 near Bluemont. At a gas station, I pulled in to check my map of Washington in anticipation of my delivery. The station was closed at that hour. There was virtually no traffic going by, and it was a cold, moonless night. While I was sitting there, someone knocked on my door, startling me. I jumped and turned off my interior lights so I could see outside and rolled down my window. A man was standing there in an airline flight crew uniform. He had 4 stripes on his shoulders, indicating a captain. He was without a jacket on a very cold morning. He climbed up on the step of my cab. He smelled like he had bathed in kerosene. When he got close to my face, I could see that his cap had the TWA insignia on it. "Could you give me a lift?" he asked in a voice that seemed raspy. I assumed it was from the cold. I was really taken off guard. It was odd.
I was in a dark, rural area on a freezing night being asked by an airline pilot wearing short sleeves for a ride. I asked him where he was headed. I work for TWA. I gotta get the Dullies to work a flight. Please give me a ride. I'll pay you, he responded. Well, how about I give you a ride to the next open store where you can call a cab? I offered. Okay, thank you, he mumbled. He said that we could descend. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I didn't want the guy to freeze out there. He climbed down and shuffled around the front of the truck. When he passed the first light, I was struck by the fact that he seemed to have long sideburns, a la Elvis. When he continued on to the right, he totally vanished. I don't mean faded away, he just ceased to exist. I jumped out of the truck and looked all around with a flashlight, even under the truck. He was just disappeared. As I continued on towards Washington, I remembered something odd. TWA had gone out of business over 2 years ago. What was going on, I wondered, totally perplexed and shaken by the experience. When I got home, I did some online research. What I found has totally turned my beliefs upside down. I've always thought that ghost stories were hokum, but with what I learned, I'm no longer sure. It turns out that on December 1st, 1974, a TWA Boeing 727 Flight 514 descended prematurely through a low cloud deck and slammed into a rocky outcropping on Mount Weather, Virginia. The aircraft disintegrated with all 92 people on board killed. The flight had originated in Columbus, Ohio, and was supposed to land at Washington National Airport. It was diverted to Washington's other airport, Dulles International, because high winds had closed National. According to cockpit voice and flight data recordings, the crew mistakenly believed that air traffic controllers had cleared them to descend to 1,800 feet from their previous altitude fix of 7,000 feet. This error, combined with strong downdrafts, caused the aircraft to hit the mountain at 1,600 feet above sea level. At the last second, they broke out of the overcast, only to see the rocky and snow-covered mountain looming in their windscreen. The captain's last words to his co-pilot were, "Get some power on," just moments before the recording abruptly ceased. The place of the impact was less than a mile south of where I encountered whoever or whatever it was that I saw almost exactly 30 years later. I don't want to definitely say it was a ghost, but the fact remains that there was someone who appeared to be an airline pilot with a very dated hairstyle, wearing a uniform of a defunct business. I no longer am a trucker, but this has troubled me for over 2 years. If anyone would have any insight into this, I'd appreciate your help. Thank you. Maybe most of us have experienced driving at night, maybe in a foggy night, a cold night, or even some people have been on a bus on their way home. In my case, I was on my motorcycle. It all happened in Mexico. This was exactly 2 years ago. That night, I had gone to my friend's house. We watched a movie. It started around 9 p.m. and finished at 11 p.m. It was around 12 a.m. when I left his house. There I was, at max speed on the road, just feeling the breeze on my bike. To get to my house, there is only one trail. There is another road to get to my house too, but it takes forever, so I took the one I always go on. It was a silent night. I could only hear the owls in the air as I was passing through this trail. At a long distance, I saw a kid. He was just standing there in the middle of nowhere. I got surprised, and at the same time, I felt really scared. As I got closer to him, I slowed down a bit. He asked for a ride, but of course I denied to give him one because it was midnight, and this was not normal. I continued the trail like nothing ever happened. Whenever I'm on my bike, I sometimes close my eyes for a bit just to feel the breeze. Somehow, it feels like I'm flying, so I closed them for a couple of seconds. Once I opened them, I was not on the same trail anymore. I was on the other road I did not take. I noticed because I know my trail like the tip of my palm. I also knew I was on the other trail
because sometimes I would take that trail to visit my uncle. I decided to go back and take the same trail because it was going to take forever. Once I got on the same path again, I noticed the same kid up ahead. This time I felt pretty scared and nervous. I slowed down and decided to give him a ride. He got on my motorcycle. I did not even talk to him. I just kept on going. After a few minutes, there was a curve up ahead. After passing this curve, I turned around and the boy was not on my motorcycle. I felt really scared at this moment, and I just had this weird feeling. And so I got home. I told my parents about it next day. And they surprisingly said that there was another person who experienced the same incident that I had. My parents told me not to drive so late, and as a result, I tended to listen to them. As some of you know from reading my previous stories, I've just recently moved to Los Angeles with my fiance and little brother, and you would also know about the new houses I've lived in, I'm currently living in, and the things that have taken place in those houses. Well, I guess that isn't enough for me, because I have to deal with them at work now. I'm a mechanic at a very popular and very busy motorcycle shop. Every day, myself and 6 other guys pull through maybe 25 plus bikes in a 10-11 hour day. Now, that doesn't seem like much, but we don't just do repairs. We also do custom paint jobs and other custom jobs, so it's quite time consuming. So in other words, it's ridiculously busy and we don't have time to mess around. However, someone seems to have the time to pull pranks on us. This past Monday was busy as hell. The showroom was having a huge sale, and for some reason, the owner thought we should have a sale on a few things in the shop, which was retarded because, as I said, it was busy as hell. It was around noon, and I decided to take an hour and go to Jack in the Box. When I got back to my work area, all of the drawers on my toolbox were open, and every single one of my sockets were scattered across the floor. I yelled over at Rod and told him if he needs to borrow something, not to make such a mess. I used a little more colorful words though, because I wasn't too impressed. He told me he wasn't even near my bench. He was doing airbrush the whole morning. Well, the pranks went on for the rest of the day. Nothing as bad as before, just missing tools, and I would turn around to find that drawers were open when I knew they were closed. Finally, it was time to close up for the night. Since I am the manager of the maintenance department, I have to stay an hour after everyone has left to do invoices and whatnot. I was at my bench pricing out a few things a customer wanted when I heard some coughing. It was coming from the long hallway at the rear of the shop that leads to the dumpsters. A special code is needed to open that door and can only be opened from the inside. Plus, it makes a very annoying creak, followed by a loud slam when it is opened. So I was a little shaken to find no one there when I went to check it out. I walked down the corridor to go see if the door was propped open at all. No, closed tight. I just turned around to head back to my bench when I heard the coughing sound again, only this time it was coming from the shop. I jogged down the hall and into the shop to see who was there. No one. This is when I just stood there and went, great, now I have to deal with them at work too. I went over to my bench where I had left my invoices, which were very important and needed to be put into my computer right away. And they were missing. I gave up. I had enough. So I grabbed my coat and left. Didn't finish sweeping. Didn't power wash the floors. Nothing. I got home and told my fiance and brother about what happened. Chris thought this was hilarious because he usually gets all of the annoying ghosts pulling pranks on him, so he got his little cheap shots in, and that was it. The next day, I got to work, and when I turned on the shop lights, I could not believe my eyes. Everyone's tools were spilled all over the floor, and a hose that I had rolled up nice and neat before I left was pulled out. Finally, I had enough, so I started yelling at the spirit. After yelling at it, I began cleaning up the tools and putting them back where they belonged. As I was cleaning, I swear I heard a very mischievous chuckle coming from the corridor. "Yeah," I said, "hilarious. I'm having the time of my life over here. So funny." Basically sounding like a retard. If someone came down and saw me arguing with nobody, I'm sure that would have looked a little weird. The rest of the day wasn't that bad, until closing time came and I was alone again. I started to smell the faint smell of a cigarette. I followed the smell too, you guessed it, the corridor leading to the dumpsters, and, yep, you guessed it again, nothing. I turned back to my area to finish sweeping, and I noticed at the corner of my eye, the missing invoices from the previous day were neatly stacked on my workbench. I leaned on my broom and smiled. I guess I finally got through to the spirit, and he felt bad or something. Since that week, nothing out of the ordinary has happened, other than a power outage that happened when two other mechanics got into a yelling match. Was the spirit angry that they were arguing? I don't know. I'm just going to say it was a coincidence. Until next time, God bless. It was the middle of August, and the harsh wind blew hot and humid, kicking up a storm for the evening hours. Off to the north, the black clouds had started to brew and roll. It was about 6:30 p.m., and my date was late. He would not tell me where he planned to take me. It was a surprise. Now, being 30 minutes late, I begun to wonder what could possibly be going on, if I would be going anywhere. I walked out into the open front porch and could almost smell the rain coming. It began to grow darker. I decided if he arrived, we would just stay at my house until the storm passed. I then started to worry that he may be riding his motorcycle. Motorcycles and thunderstorms do not mix. He knew I despise motorcycles, but, well, hopefully, he would be in his truck. As the dreaded motorcycle came around the corner, the rain began to spit big fat drops. He got off the bike and indicated we needed to hurry up. I told him I was not going. It was raining. I was not getting on the bike, and I wouldn't even if it was not raining. After he became increasingly angry with me and refused to stay at my house until the storm passed, he got on the motorcycle and started off into the downpour. I looked up, and all I could see was flashing red and blue lights, such as those coming off an emergency vehicle. I watched for a few minutes, thinking there must have been an accident right in front of my house. I could hear screams of agony, sounding if they were coming from in a few feet in front of me. No one was there. I turned around to grab my iced tea I had brought on the porch with me. As I turned back, the lights were all gone. There was no evidence of an accident either. I shook my head and turned to go into the house. As I turned, I could hear the unmistakable roar of his motorcycle starting, and then screeching tires. I whirled around, and nothing was there. I turned back around after a few moments, and decided I would sit on the porch for a while. Surely the heat had gotten to me, causing me to see and hear things. After 20 minutes later, my mom called me at the screen door telling me I had a call. I asked who it was, as my mom was familiar with all of my friends. She stated she didn't recognize the voice. I went in and answered the phone. The voice on the other end of the line clarified my name and asked how I was related to Mark, my would-be date from earlier. I told them I was not related, that we had been dating for a few weeks. I was then informed that he had my name and phone number. Mark had been in an accident on his motorcycle. The roads were wet and slick. He skidded out of control and came to a rest on a couple of those sand barrels that are used for street barriers. As the accident was being described to me by phone, I looked up and saw the flashing red and blue lights again. I heard the screech of tires. I closed my eyes tightly and said a silent prayer. As I opened my eyes, again the lights and the screeching sounds were gone. I was told to contact his parents and come to the hospital. They would not release his condition to me over the phone. I told my mom. She drove me to his parents' home, and I told them of the call. We all went to the hospital together. By the time we arrived at the hospital,
Mark's left leg had been put into a cast all the way to his hip. His scrapes and cuts had been cleaned on his arms and face, and he was arguing that he did not need to have the cervical collar on. Mark ended up staying in the hospital overnight for observation, but he eventually recovered completely. We did not continue to date after that night because he stated I jinxed him. About 3 years later, he had another accident on a motorcycle, which ended up breaking his back and his pelvis, causing him to give up motorcycles for good.
In 2009, I was living in Texas at the time. I was working out at the prison on day shift. It happened to be on lockdown at the time, meaning no one out of cell movement for the offenders. I was working with my partner, having a conversation with them to keep us awake, because if you didn't, you would fall asleep. It was that boring. I was talking to him when I stopped in midsection. What I saw did not frighten me, but surprised me, as I usually did not see any or much activity in the ghost area, in the prison. I worked there almost 2 years, and this was the first sighting out of 2 that I had at this prison. I saw a white man walk up to the last cell, dressed in offender's clothes, look over me, and then walk through the prison door. I got up to check on it, thinking no way. All I saw was an offender sleeping on his bed. He was Hispanic. I walked back to the table where my partner was sitting. He asked me what was wrong. At first, I refused to tell him because the last thing I wanted was for him or offenders overhearing it and being ridiculed. Finally, he came out and said he believes in ghosts, that he's seen them before, and then started telling me stories of the other prison he worked at. Keep in mind, most ghosts are seen most active at night, or when there is not much activities going on. I finally had the courage to tell him. Thanks for reading my story. Located in Munnsville, West Virginia, is the old West Virginia State Maximum Security Prison. Now, this prison has a long and sometimes violent history. Prisoners were murdered in their cells by other inmates during riots, and most notably, they were put to death in the electric chair, Old Sparky, who was built by an inmate from that facility. The prison is closed now, but you can still tour it, and if you are brave enough, even spend the night there. Once we had received our initial briefing about the facility, we were allowed to tour it on our own and pretty much go wherever we wanted, even places the public isn't allowed. While touring the facility, I was in a section of the prison known as the Sugar Shack, supposedly where some of the worst offenders were housed. I was the only person in this section of the prison at the time, and while I was up on the 3rd tier, inspecting some of the old cells, when down below me, the cell door slammed shut. Now, this wouldn't have come as much of a surprise to me if it weren't for the fact that all the doors had closed at once, which is what they are supposed to do, but they are controlled by a lever from a central location, which I could see from my vantage point, and no one was there, and the lever was still in the up position. Taking that as a cue, I left that section of the prison and made my way down to the basement in the location of the hole. This was a place they say drove some inmates mad. While in the basement, I kept having the feeling of someone following me, and as I grew near to the hole, a feeling of dread and despair almost overwhelmed me. I kept my senses, though, and started to make my way deeper into the basement. I caught the glimpse of a figure, just off in the shadows, moving from right to left, that should have brought them into the light. What little there was, but they never appeared, and I didn't see them go the other way. Once again, I took this as a cue to leave. I went from there up to the medical and dental ward of the facility. No physical events took place there, just a sense of foreboding over the area. This all led me to believe that something is still behind the walls of the prison, and that they may never be able to leave. I'm going to do an all-night ghost hunt of the facility, and I plan on taking some video and audio equipment and see if I can capture anything on film or tape. Thanks for reading my experience. My following story is about my visit to the famous Fremantle prison, Western Australia in 2009, when I was around the age of 14. I attended the Torchlight Tour with my best friend and her mother. The Torchlight Tour runs for 1 hour and 30 minutes, and it's completely in the dark. All you have is a small torch that the tour guides hand out to you. The prison itself was actually pretty old. It was created in the 1850s. Back then, I wasn't very informed of the paranormal, and quite frankly, I was a bit of a skeptic. I had heard that the Fremantle prison was quite haunted and very notorious for sightings of apparitions. I eagerly wanted to experience some kind of ghost for myself to put my skepticism to rest. We toured Fremantle prison because it was my friend's mom's idea. She thought it'd be a little fun outing for us as she'd like to keep us entertained and interested. This tour, from what I remember, was around the winter months, so it took place at 6:30 p.m., and being winter, was very dark by then. I had a digital camera, the basic kind, that I had brought along in the hopes to try and capture something out of the ordinary. I'll just note that since this was 5 years ago, I can't remember every single area we were shown, but I have vivid memories of the places I do remember seeing and being in. So if you've ever had a tour and mine seems off as to which areas were entered first, I apologize for my poor memory. I've tried remembering what each area was called, but I'm still unsure and can't be bothered doing tons of reading to research it. We were waiting for the tour group and to be called, as we got there quite early, so my friend and I were sitting on a low rock wall, mucking around just near the entrance to the prison grounds. I remember taking a few silly snaps together and taking random shots of the entrance here and there, reviewing them with my friend to see if we had discovered anything in the photos. Nothing came up, yet. The tour guide yells out for the group to gather and get prepared. He pulls out a large box full of little black torches and says, "These are yours to keep as a souvenir to remember your time here." As each person in the group took a torch, we entered the block. I think it was one of those rooms where they search the convicts, strip them, and give them prison attire to wear. There was a long locker room type bench, big enough for the whole group to sit on. The tour guide told us to find a seat, then proceeded to tell us a little history, what we can expect from the tour, and basic rules. The first room in the building we entered was what I believe to be a kitchen. It had these huge metal type containers, and I don't remember if we were told what they were used for. I took a couple of snaps and followed the group to the next area. I believe the next place we were shown was the courtyard leading to all the other areas of the prison. The tour guide stopped and gave us some more history as I snapped pictures of each section of the courtyard, including a picture of the guide. He then led us to the main cell block, which felt super eerie and cold. Above us was what the prison named the suicide net. As there were numerous cells on different levels, it was popular for inmates to throw themselves off the side and fall to their death. It took 2 years for their government to install the suicide net, so as you could imagine, prisoners were still launching themselves over the railing. As the guide was telling us about the stories, a dummy appeared out of nowhere with a net catching its fall. Most of the group were quite jumpy, as you could imagine. Exploring deeper into the block, the tour guide told us about artwork that the convicts had done on their cell walls. We weren't allowed to take photos of the art with flash on because it can fade the paint. I took pictures of the other cells in the hopes of capturing something paranormal. After we toured the cells, we moved out to another courtyard for where the inmates would go daily to stretch their legs. The next thing we came across was the whipping post in another section outdoor area. The tour guide explained it would be used to punish convicts by whipping them and lashing them, and then covering the convicts with salt. The guide asked for a volunteer, and being the weird child that I was, raised my hand immediately. Giggling like an idiot, I gave my friend the camera and asked her to take photos of me while the tour guide demonstrated the punishment procedure. I remember that I couldn't stop laughing as he was showing the demonstration. In the courtyard, there was a freedom mural that was painted by an inmate. It was beautiful, a sunset behind a beautiful field of lush green grass and tall trees. The tour guide then proceeded to show us Death Row, to which I snapped a picture before we entered, when an actor wearing prison attire popped out of one of the cells and scared the living poop out of all of us. He then explained the history on death row while each of us briefly popped our heads in the cells before a guide then took us to the gallows. The gallows felt extra eerie. Seeing the rope and the open trap door was super creepy. I took a couple of snaps before the guide stopped us to tell us about the convicts who were hanged. After that, we went to the church. This area felt almost frantic, as if it were full of people, noting that torchlight tour groups are less than 35 people, even though the church was very spacious. I took a few photos of the cross, then sat down on the bench to rest with my friend and her mom. As we took in the atmosphere, I turned around to take more pictures. We got back to my friend's house rather late. The prison is quite far from where we live, and we're extremely tired. Before we decided to hit the sheets, I thought it'd be a good idea to review all of the pictures I had taken. A few silly pictures of my friend and I, a few of the entrance to the prison, and some rather odd photos. The first odd photo was in the kitchen of the big metal tubs. In between the two tubs were these perfectly round, different color orbs, about 4 or 5, some of them transparent and some of them full. They were all different sizes. The next photo was of our tour guide in the courtyard. Above him looked like what I assumed to be the moon, but with zooming in and inspecting further, it was transparent. It almost was like a creamy color. The photo after that was of a random spot in the courtyard, the creepiest of the entire series. There in that photo stood a man in what looked like a white doctor's coat. You could barely see his facial features, but I could make out that he had glasses. He was completely transparent, and only his head, shoulders, and torso could be seen. He had no legs in the picture, but you can see his long coat hanging freely. Next to him was a large transparent orb that almost had like a green aura around it. The rest of the photos had a substantial amount of orbs. It was crazy. Numerous sizes, colors, and transparency. The most orbs were in the church, floating around the cross. Maybe that's why it felt rather crowded in there. Unfortunately, I deleted these phones off my camera after having them for a few years. I didn't feel the need to have them anymore, but I highly regret it now after thinking about my experience the other day. It would have been great to share the photos with you all, especially the one of the doctor. I apologize if this was a rather long submission, but thank you so much for reading. When I was 9 or 10, my family and I took a ferry to Port Townsend. We walked along the beach and eventually began to explore the town. One of the first places we came to was a courthouse and jail turned museum, a single lady running it. I remember it being empty except for us and the lady. The first floor is the courtroom. Go down a staircase, and that leads to the jail cells downstairs. We looked around for a short while, and then decided to go downstairs. As you were going down the stairs, the cells slowly come into your view. Poised inside the cells were lifelike dummies positioned in various poses. If you don't expect to see them, then you're going to be startled. Once we reached the cells, my mom saw 2 evil-looking spirits inside the cells. One of them was an old lady shackled to the wall, with long shaggly hair, staring at her with an evil expression, a terrible, able grin with no teeth. The second was a man. She said he was very nasty looking. My mom later told me she wanted to bolt up the stairs right up then. My experience there was a lot tamer. My dad walked into the cells to see what it was like. When he wanted me to come in, as I tried to walk towards the cells, it was like there was an invisible shield around the cells, and it was preventing me being close to them. At least that's what it felt like. Needless to say, we went to that museum again. The lady in charge never mentioned any ghosts. Either she never went downstairs, or if she did know, kept it a secret. We didn't come across any ghosts in Port Townsend that I can recall. Thank you for reading. When I was 12, which was last year, I went to work with my mom. She worked at Boulder County Jail until I moved. Now, my mom was a nurse at this jail and worked nights, so I went to work with her. Being the adventurous type that I am, I went wandering off. I explored everywhere. I went through every building I could find. It was cool. That night, at exactly midnight, I was looking through the little window on a door that leads to the kitchen in the jail. So as I was looking in there, the big metal spoon to one of the pots started turning. Now, with that being creepy enough, the figure of a man started to appear, or at least the outline of him did. From what I could see, he looked like he was maybe in his late 30s or early 40s and was a little bit plump. As I watched the figure turn the spoon to the pot, he looked at me straight in the eye, and then he kind of faded away. I stood peering through that window for a second or two to see if he was going to come back. He never did. A few hours later, at about 2 a.m., I went back to the kitchen to see if he was there again. And he was. But this time, there was another figure in the kitchen with him. This one looked like he was about my age. I stood there amazed for a few minutes. Then both of the figures looked at me, smiled, did what looked like a wave goodbye, and faded. I never saw them again. A few nights after going to work with my mom, I asked her if any of the cooks that worked at the jail had died. She told me this really long story about how he brought his son to work one day, and they both mysteriously died at the jail. She told me the night that I went to the jail with her was the 5-year anniversary for the death of the cook and his son. I never forgot that night, and I don't think I ever will. I am a 56-year-old Vietnam veteran and business consultant. I do not do drugs and do not understand the following story. We used to live in a 2-story, 10-year-old house in Fremont, California. We lived there until May of 2003. In December 2002, just a few days before Christmas, I woke up at about 5:30 or 6 a.m. and walked over to the bedroom window. I parted the vertical blinds and cursed under my breath because it was still raining like it had been for days. As I turned away from the window, my body chilled from head to toe. Standing right in the middle of our bedroom doorway was this huge ghost dressed in a hooded brown robe. The guy was at least 7 feet tall and filled the whole doorway. Where his face should have been in the big hood was just like a swirling mass of energy, and you also couldn't see any hands or feet. But he totally filled the whole doorway. As I looked at him, he extended his arms forward like he was offering me the short staff or rod that he was holding. It was maybe 24 inches long. Then I turned my head away for a moment, and when I looked back, he was gone. I left my wife asleep as I drove to work, still kind of in shock and debating whether to tell my wife. I decided to and called her on my cell phone. She was silent for a few months, then said, "Oh my God, that explains it. I thought I was dreaming, but I opened my eyes after you left, and this huge figure in a long brown robe and hood was leaning towards me from your side of the bed, like he was offering me this short rod or stick. Then when I sat up in bed, he was gone." Now we were both feeling kind of strange. That night, on the way home from work, my wife stopped to use a gas station restroom, something she'd never done before since she only worked 20 minutes from home. When she arrived home, she pulled into the garage and pushed the button to close the garage door behind her. As soon as she stepped into the house, she could see it had been robbed. Our son Colin, who lived with us, had come home 5 minutes earlier and had surprised 2 armed gunmen up on the 2nd floor in the dark. Colin ran out of the house with the robbers behind him. They got away, but hadn't stolen anything. If my wife had arrived home just a few minutes earlier, as she usually did, she would have locked herself in the house with 2 armed robbers. I do not understand what has happened. Who was the brown robe figure? Was he there that morning to warn us about what was going to happen that night? I don't know, but it's kind of creepy. He never appeared again, but that night Colin reminded us that several weeks earlier he had been alone with his girlfriend in the living room sitting on the sofa. Something caused him to get the chills. As he looked up, he saw this robe figure looking down at them from the railing in the loft above them. They quickly left the house. When Colin originally told me his story, I had told him that he had a very active imagination. Then a couple weeks later, the robed figure appeared to me, and then my wife. That night, as I was cutting sections of round, rod-like wood dowels to put in the window sashes, I got the chills again. Was the guy trying to hand me a staff or rod to try and tell me to put it in the windows? If anyone has info on ghosts in hooded brown robes with a rod or staff, I'd sure like to hear it. An Asian lady friend told me about a house of hers who knew of this kind of thing and called him a guardian angel that somebody has to give you or will to you. My brother-in-law Larry was killed in Vietnam on September 20th, 1970. To say his death left an enormous hole in our lives would be an understatement. To this day, we often speak of him and remember him fondly as a much beloved member of our family. I've always been very close to my eldest sister. She and my brother-in-law were married only 3 years when he died. Having been widowed at age 23, she decided to remain on her own and live in the house they had recently purchased. Thus began my frequent visits to stay the nights on the weekends and keep her company. One night, not quite 2 years after Larry's death, we had both been in bed for less than half an hour. I was 15 years old. My sister was 25 at the time. Neither one of us had ever had any type of encounter that we considered out of the ordinary, but this one night would change that. As we began to doze off after our customary chatting between rooms, I slept in our spare room directly across the hallway from our bedroom with our doors open. We both clearly heard footsteps crossing the kitchen floor, not a dozen feet down the hallway from where we slept. The footsteps sounded like someone was wearing heavy, leather boots, and when they reached the carpet in the hallway, the footsteps naturally silenced a bit, with only the sound of heady padding and an occasional creak to give away the fact that they were still coming down the hall. While this was happening, my sister called out from her room and asked if I could hear that, and I answered her immediately that I could. By this time, the covers of the bed were securely over my head. There was no way I wanted to see what was going to soon pass by my door, or worse, maybe into my room. The next thing I knew, my sister was reporting a nearly opaque, adult-sized mist forming in her room, just opposite her bed in front of her dark pine closet doors. The moon was full that night, so there was just enough light filtering through her shutters to softly illuminate the room so she could clearly see what was happening. Although I was nearly sweating with fear, I still asked what the mist was doing, of course hoping in part that it would not float my way. Apparently, it hovered for a bit in front of her closet doors, then floated around the bed to the other side of the room before it began to dissipate. Her dog, who slept in her room and would bark at the smallest of unfamiliar sounds, never awoke. Needless to say, we slept little for the remainder of the night. Still, we were convinced that Larry had returned for a visit. After that incident, while she never received such a visit again, my sister did have a lampshade that would repeatedly turn askew during the day while she was at work. The lampshade was rectangular in shape, so it was easy to spot when someone twisted it around. I witnessed this myself. We would go to bed at night, only to find the shape askew again in the morning. This went on in spurts, off and on, until she sold the house and moved nearly 8 years after the night of the footsteps. The shade was twisted tightly down. An earthquake couldn't jar it loose unless the lamp fell completely to the floor. The lamp itself stayed perfectly stationary, only the shade was twisted. We always thought this was Larry's less scary way of letting us know he was still around. The day my sister moved into her new home, the lampshade never twisted askew again. A few days ago, I was sitting on my bed in a small room that has a side window. I turned on my computer and started listening to music. Everything was okay until suddenly, I saw a human shadow through the window. It was just a shadow, yet I could make out the head and the body. There were no hands or legs. It disappeared after 5 seconds, and I was shocked. I turned on the light and ran down to find out who it might be. And you know what? My yard was empty. I looked around for a few minutes, then I came back home. I still didn't know who or what it was. But that wasn't all. That night, I went to bed around 11 p.m. I had just fallen asleep when I suddenly woke up and felt frozen. I couldn't move. Something was pushing my body and I was hurting. After a few minutes of being frozen, I then felt like I was about to blow up. I got out of my bed and I was breathing hard. I had no idea what was happening. Then, I heard some strange sounds from my kitchen. It sounded like chewing sounds. I ran down my kitchen, turned on the light, and there was nothing down there. Around midnight, I was freaking out, so I called my friend to come to my house. When he drove up, I saw a girl in a white dress and with long hair standing next to the gatehouse. I felt scared, and I screamed to my friend, "Hey, watch your back." Just then, the figure disappeared. My friend saw it as well, and he was more frightened than I was. He said the shadow had been right next to him. The figure looked like a 20-year-old girl with a white face, but also Vietnamese. It was extremely unusual. We sat next to the bed until morning. The next day, I invited another friend to come over and take some pictures, but nothing happened that day or the day after. I think the ghost just visited the house to make us look horrible and to scare us a little bit. Isn't that what ghosts do? Thanks for reading. When I got back from Vietnam, I went to live with my mother in Chicago. Chicago is where I was born and lived all my life. My encounter happened either in 1968 or 1969. My mother had a summer home in northern Illinois and would go there every weekend. So I would be home in our third-floor apartment every weekend by myself. I would usually fall asleep on our front room couch watching TV. One night, I woke up somewhere in the middle of the night and went to the kitchen for a glass of water. As I walked through the doorway, going into the kitchen, a transparent short-haired or bald man or boy ran out from our pantry, looked me straight in the eye, almost like he hesitated for a split second, then ran into the gas stove area and disappeared. The look in his eyes was like someone being startled or caught doing something wrong. It was so real that when he ran closely by me, I kind of moved back, like if someone is going to bump into you. It all happened so fast, and I was in the process of waking up, so it didn't really hit me as to what just happened or what I just saw. I just continued to the sink for my glass of water. Mind you, this all took place in seconds. As I turned on the water and filled my glass and started to drink, it then hit me. Wow, I stopped. I was just in a little shock. I was frightened. Then I thought maybe some intruder was in the house, but no. This figure ran right into the stove and disappeared. And this figure was semi-transparent. Needless to say, I was afraid. I thought that maybe because I saw him, he would kill me in my sleep, so I couldn't tell anyone. I stayed up half the night and finally did fall asleep. 1 or 2 years later, I found out that the landlord's son had died in our house. I don't know what floor or exactly when or how, but I do know it was before my encounter. My mother moved out of the house, and I got married and went on with my wife. I never went back there to see if I could find a picture of the landlord's son. For many years, I thought about it and wished that I would have gone back, but now it's too late. This was over 40 years ago now. I'm somewhat of an artist, not very good, but I did draw a face picture of my encounter. I don't know what happened to that picture. The vision that I have of him is vivid in my mind to this day. Maybe I should try to draw another picture. And that's my story. In my senior year of high school, the Vietnam conflict was still going on, and I had a pen pal who was over there. At lunchtime, I would leave the school and go over to a small church located a block from the school and sit in there and pray that my pen pal was okay. One day, I was leaving the church to go back to school, and I noticed a very old, 1950s car across the street. There was a man standing outside of the car and a very young boy playing with the wheel. The boy looked to be about 5 to 6 years old. As I was walking out, the man beckoned to me across from the street. When I got there, the man said that the man looked too old to have a son that age, wants to know why I went into that church. I smiled and said, to pray for the end of the Vietnam conflict. The man told me some things that were personal, then stated that the conflict would end soon, but another will start. I smiled and walked about 10 to 20 feet and looked back. There was no car, no one around. I was close enough that I would have heard the engine start and see the car go away, but nothing. Way back in the 70s, when our neighborhood wasn't very occupied and only a few houses were around, my aunt, one of my sisters and my mom, was left alone in our spooky, dark, and silent house. She was left playing in one of our living rooms where a lot of spiritual activity happens. Suddenly, she could hear footsteps coming from the ceiling, hard and loud footsteps that seemed to linger right above where she was playing at. Chills crept up her spine and she began to move away, but the footsteps and banging just kept following her wherever she went. Even when she was running and screaming, the steps ran and followed her until she finally ran outside to daylight. This story has been validated by my other aunts and uncles, but let me share my own experience. Since my grandfather is a World War II veteran, he's seen and experienced a lot more than most other people. The whole family believes the spirit protected him through the war, since one of his experiences was running back and forth along the front line in an intense gunfight between Filipino and Japanese troops. He was commanding his troops back then. In any case, fast forward to the year 2004. My whole family was relaxing in our rest house about 40 miles north of this city. The land the house is standing on is cursed. All those who have owned have gone bankrupt. I believe this is true since my grandfather is losing a lot of money to an evil and possibly possessed eldest daughter. My experience happened while falling asleep in his room. Strangely enough, I felt an intense presence within the room, but I didn't feel scared or creeped out, which is something I am prone to feel. The presence just felt safe, but it sure was there, as I could feel it enveloping me. I was half asleep then, and simply fell back into my deep slumber a minute later. I later narrated my experience to my grandfather, and he simply smiled and said, "Yes, it's true." I wasn't born with the ability to see ghosts, unlike most of my maternal family, but I do know when they want to be felt, and I can somewhat read other people's minds and form somewhat of a subconscious link with them while talking or engaging in casual conversation. Another story involves the death of one of our longtime nannies in a spot she loved to sit on during the afternoons. She died of an embolism close to a year ago. One of our maids told us that on the night of her funeral, our maid was cleaning the plates up all alone in the house. Our whole family was in a rest house where the funeral was held, when all of a sudden, the dog started barking rather wildly. She looked out the kitchen window towards the porch where the dogs were barking and could see them looking up at an invisible figure while howling and barking all at the same time. The porch was where our nanny used to sit during the afternoons before she died. The invisible figure soon retreated back into the house, as if retiring for the night. Take note, this all happened at the night of my nanny's funeral, probably visiting one last time before passing on to the other side.
When I was 2 years old, my family and I moved into a quaint little neighborhood in a small city outside of San Antonio, Texas, where I still reside today. It's a quiet place with virtually no crime. In fact, most of the people who live here are retired Air Force families from nearby Randolph. The streets in this neighborhood are named after ancient civilizations and important figures in ancient mythologies. One particular street was named Gothic Drive, after the Gothic tribes which ransacked Rome towards the end of the Great Empire's reign. As one would expect, This street was constructed in a way which mirrored the Goths' macabre reputation, if you will. Trees are planted so close together that sunlight is obscured, and most of the street is blanketed in shadows, even in the middle of the day. The houses on that street, though small, are Victorian in design and are always dimly lit at night. Hedges and lines line the trees, adding to the eeriness and mystique of the street. In spite of the dark aesthetics, I never felt uneasy or disturbed when I walked or drove through this street, until one night when a stranger appeared. The year was 2007. It was a clear, moonlit summer night, and I was driving home from a particularly bad date. Goddamn. The radio was tuned to my favorite station, and my thoughts were geared heavily toward what had happened earlier that evening, of course. As I turned on to Gothic Drive, the beams of my headlights struck something unusual on the other end of the street. Once I got close enough, I was able to make out the figure of a slender woman who was dressed in a black outfit of some sort. Soon I was able to see the figure almost as clearly as I can see the laptop in front of me now. It was a nun. The sight of a nun in my neighborhood was unusual, but not so unusual that I paid much attention to it. I remember shrugging my shoulders and saying to myself, "That's weird," and continuing on with my commute. Then something strange happened. When I looked back to catch another glimpse of her, I saw nothing. She had disappeared. I am a practical and skeptical person, so I initially wrote this incident off as product of the situation that I was in that night. I figured that my heightened emotional state from the bad date had caused my mind to play tricks on me. Why my subconscious chose a nun as a manifestation of my frustration, I could not seem to figure out. Until I realized a few weeks later, during a brisk midnight stroll, that my explanation was dead wrong. It was later in the summer, and I had decided to go out for a late night walk to alleviate some boredom and bum off some energy accumulated in the form of energy drinks. Yeah, I know. It was stupid to drink those kind of drinks so late at night. Give me a break. These late night strolls were part of my nightly routine, thanks to the fact that my neighborhood is relatively safe, and I am usually not the only one out. The neighborhood was quiet that night. Everyone seemed to be in bed, with the exception of one jogger and a few stray cats. And a raccoon. I hate those things. Anyways, I deviated from my usual routine slightly and decided to walk through Gothic Drive. Something I rarely did because it leads to the main road in my neighborhood, and I typically did not like to venture out that far. Tonight was different. I seem to have been emotionally drawn in that direction. The houses on that street were unlit, and the street lamp was off. I slowly made my way toward the end of the street. Suddenly, the street light lit up brilliantly, and there she was, standing in the rays of the lamplight. I was not afraid, not even close to being afraid. It was apparent that she wasn't an ordinary woman, or even from this dimension. Her dress was black. Even the bright light from the lamp above her seemed to be absorbed by her dark ebony remnants. She appeared to float slightly above the ground. It didn't seem to have any feet. For some reason, I could see her face quite clearly, even though I was more than 20 feet away from her. She was a comely woman with dark eyes and soft crimson lips. She was smiling. I walked towards her, shouting "howdy" or something to that effect. The nun didn't move or speak. As I approached her, I blinked once. She vanished. I was in shock. Had I really seen a ghost? Was my imagination playing tricks on me? Then, A terrible thought hit my mind. Was I hallucinating? I have a history of mental health problems, yes, depression, different anxiety disorders, and I knew that schizophrenia can cause one to lose touch with reality and even have hallucinations. Was I going nuts? My fears were relieved when I found out that I'm not the only one who has seen the nuns. My brother told me he saw her one night while driving home from night classes at a local community college. Many of the neighbors I've talked to say that they've encountered her on different occasions. They told me that her facial expressions tend to reflect the moods of those who cross her path. If you're angry, she will have an angry expression on her face. If you're happy, she will smile. And so on. The mystery of the ghostly nun fascinated me, but my focus soon shifted away from her when school started up again. I did not think much of her for several months after that. Then, one night, I saw her again. This time, things were way different. I had stormed out of the house after a vicious verbal exchange with my mother over something absolutely stupid and trivial. I'm not going to get into it. I had no intention of returning home until after my mom had gone to bed, so I decided to take a long walk, which meant going down the main road. To access the road, I turned onto Gothic Drive. I did not expect to see the mysterious nun, but sure enough, there she was. She stood under the street lamp, looking straight at me. I could see her face from where I stood. She was not smiling this time. I could feel hatred and pure anger emanating from her. The expression on her face was beyond menacing. It seemed as if she was ready to lunge at me and rip my heart out. Her eyes were dark and piercing. She knew what had transpired in my home after a few minutes prior. This time, I was afraid. Deathly afraid. I turned around and ran home as fast as I could, looking back occasionally to make sure the woman wasn't following me. When I finally reached home, I locked the door and apologized to my mom for starting the fight earlier. I told her what I saw, and she forgave me and helped me calm down a bit. My frightening encounter happened in February 2008. I've not seen the nun since, and frankly, I don't even want to see her again. This experience has certainly turned my skepticism of the paranormal on its head. Prior to these last few experiences, I'd never seen anything that I could not explain through logic. I certainly have a more open mind when it comes to the paranormal. You better believe it. And I still wonder about the nun from time to time. Who is she? Why is she wandering the streets of a suburban town? How is she able to sense our emotions and reflect them back at us? I may never know.
Long story short, recent breakup, very distraught, cried out for help, felt abandoned by everyone, and finally fall asleep. Around 3:30 in the morning, I wake up to go to the bathroom and realize I'm completely paralyzed. I can't move except turn my head from side to side. I can't speak. I feel like I'm sinking deeper into the bed. After watching the clock for about 30 minutes, I decided to try again and can't get up. I'm scared because I have no control over my body. My mind is clear though. I'm not dreaming. I'm wide awake. Next thing I remember is a man in a black suit. His face is a black void. He's standing on the side of my bed. I know I would be terrified, but I'm not. Strangely, everything about him was pleasing. Creepy, but pleasing. He didn't speak, but somehow I knew he wanted me to go with him, to take his hand and go with him. That's when I looked away. At the foot of my bed are 3 monks. No faces, just brown robes. Every time I tried to get up to go with this man, it felt as if the monks were pushing me back down. This went on for about an hour. I just kept trying to get up and go with him, and the monks kept pushing me back down. Eventually, I quit looking at the man. I refused to look at him. When I finally got the courage to turn and check the time, the man was gone. I looked at the foot of my bed, and the monks were gone. Only then was I able to get up. A couple of years later, I had a near-death experience. Has anyone seen a man in a black suit, or monks, all without faces? Back in May, I moved into an upstairs apartment. At first, I experienced nothing out of the ordinary. Then I met my downstairs neighbors, and that was when things started to get very strange. The first thing that I noticed was being so tired after I got home from work that I literally would come home and fall into a deep sleep. The first time that happened, I had someone stole money from me. At the same time, my neighbor's electric was about to be off. The amount of the bill was $120, which is the exact same amount that was stolen from me. Next, things went from very strange to downright creepy, as in like a haunting. Not things moving around as much as pictures being drawn on my floors and walls. This individual had me believing that he was Satan and that he was my guardian angel from the beginning of time. I found that very hard to believe. I began communicating with what appeared to be a spirit. I asked him questions, and he would grab my head and shake it yes or nod it very lightly. I moved out last month, but my neighbors are still with me. Now, I live with my friend, more than 20 minutes away. There's a symbol of Satan on their flat screen TV. I can grab this entity with my hands and stab it to the wood floor. Sounds incredible, huh? I can see him in the air, where he is floating around. And the house is warm, and it's also distorted, like when you look at a barbecue grill. My question is, how do I make him go away? Is there a way to block his energy from me? Any advice would be welcome. I googled projecting yourself from your body. That is how I found out about astral projection. I've been having these bizarre, terrifying experiences on and off for almost 20 years, but most frequently in the past 5 years or so. This week it has happened to me 3 times, and although it never occurred to me before to do any research on the internet, my sister suggested it, and the first link I looked at brought me here, to another woman's story. I was astonished to find that her experience was almost identical to my own, and now I'm bursting with curiosity about it. Maybe someone out there will read this and will be able to give me some sort of explanation. It always happens when I'm in bed, either just as I'm drifting into the sleep state, or later at night when something awakens me and I begin to fall back asleep. I always think that I am awake when it begins, but now I'm not so sure. I feel like I'm awake, feel like I'm in my body, and then suddenly I am not in control. It didn't used to happen this way, but for the past few months, anytime it happens, it begins with a ringing in my ears that rapidly grows louder. The ringing is so unpleasant. It's like a super high-pitched monotone. This is accompanied by a sudden sensation of floating or weightlessness. The floating sensation is actually nice. It feels free, and sometimes I get the feeling that I just need to let go and let it happen. But I don't ever seem to be able to do it because it quickly becomes very scary. Always with these episodes, I have the sensation that something or someone is there and taking control of me. Perhaps that's just my mind's interpretation. I don't really believe in malevolent entities, but it's a powerful sensation. The floating feeling feels like something is taking me away. I don't know how else to explain it. Taking me away or trapping me, and immediately I have an overpowering urge to fight it. That's where the paralysis part comes in. I get terrified at this point because I feel myself as floating, and sometimes I actually do move around. I'll be carried off of my bed or through a wall into another room, and the whole time I'm struggling against it. I feel like I'm under 100 feet of water, or like I have chains around me. I try to move my arms and legs, and I can't, or if I manage to do so, it's with an incredible lethargy, and it's so slow, so feeble, that it's useless. Sometimes I try to shout or scream, and I can't make any sound come out. Other times, I've literally tried to throw my body around, so that doesn't really work either. Generally, I struggle for some period of time, and then suddenly I'm opening my eyes for real, and in my bed, right where I started, and I'm always shocked to find that I haven't moved and the world hasn't ended. This has happened to me so many times now that I can recognize it when it happens. Even as it is happening, I'm telling myself that it's not real and I just need to wake up, even though I feel like I'm fully awake. This is definitely not a dream and not the normal dream state. It feels 100% real and physical, and I remember every episode so vividly, all the way back to the first one when I was 17 years old. I don't know what to make of it. I was stunned when I read the other woman's account. It is several years old at this point, and saw that she described these exact same sensations. Many people had comments about being an out-of-body experience or the beginnings of one, and this is something that had never occurred to me before, but I suppose it all makes sense now. My questions are, why does something that I would think would be a fascinating experience feel so negative and terrifying? As I've said, some part of me always does have this urge to let go and not struggle, and tells me that everything really is okay and I should just go with it. But every time I try, I just feel like there is something, or this someone, a very negative something, trying to do something to me, and I always end up fighting against it. I know I'm probably opening a big can of worms by putting this out here and asking for opinions, but my curiosity now, after reading some other people's experiences, is too strong to resist. Can anyone give me any idea what's going on? And if this really is me attempting to have an OBE, why does it feel so terrible? And how can I let go and have a positive experience? Thank you so much for reading. About a week and a half ago, I was sleeping next to my boyfriend, and about 4:30 a.m., I woke up to use the bathroom and play a little bit of my RPG game on my iPhone. When I was done, I turned off the lights and slept on my stomach. I held my boyfriend with my left arm. I couldn't sleep. My eyes opened in the dark, even though they were shut. At this point, I leaned up, still on my tummy, and looked at the clock. 5:08 a.m. I looked at my boyfriend, and then he was gone. At this point, I knew exactly what was happening. I was astral projecting. I knew I astraled at this point, but I didn't want to deal with this. I've always astraled by accident, so I slept back down on my stomach. At this point, I felt continuous tugging, and I turned to my right. We slept on the floor, and I'm on the wall side. A sparkly, glittery, blue human with arms, heads, legs was pulling me. It was even on its knees on my legs. I was scared. I said, "Oh my God, please, you're ruining my sleep. Stop." My eyes shift from reality to spirit realm. Finally, I got back. I told my boyfriend. It was like 5:30 a.m. Anyways, I googled someone in the psychic experience site and said, imagine a human glass vase filled with glitter and blue static people. So, I was like shocked. I'm not alone. It was baby blue, white, little pink, lavender, sparkly as hell. Thing is, no one died around me, so I didn't even know what it was or what it wanted. I joined the site to see if any more people can give me answers of what these spirits are. Thank you. For as long as I can recall, music has been a big aspect in my life as far as my emotional state. It has this way of invoking emotion in a way quite like nothing else can compare to. One thing I always wanted to learn was the piano, which up until recently, I haven't been able to play as well as I wanted to. I guess it was this aspect of how much you want something versus how much you imagine it that led me to the current situation. I'd often imagine myself playing some musical instrument while listening to some song in my memory that eventually and accidentally start to project itself to the point that I can hear it in the friggin' sky. As much as I try to focus on somehow keeping it in my own mind, it just so happens to manifest outward into the real world. Now, I apologize if anyone has heard music in this sense, as it may be my fault and I'm still working on containing said abilities. It's to the point now where anything I imagine sometimes projects outward, which I'm not sure if it's normal or not. One of my favorite things to imagine or project are thought experiments involving my favorite topic, astrophysics. I can picture exactly how the universe works and have written a formula on how time itself theoretically works, which solves Einstein's theory of relativity. It's an ongoing thing which I've developed over time, with the first part of it, as I recall, happening in the 6th grade. I was explaining to my teacher that you could go from point A to point B, being any distance apart, and that the only thing that was a factor was velocity. He said that there was a problem. You'd break every bone in your body under acceleration, and said he'd love to read a book about it someday. Time volume theory, basically time itself, is a whole separate thing when spoken in relation to the universe. Time, from my perspective, is more of a volume than a numerical scale which moves one way. Einstein's theory needed space-time to be infinite, but due to the tools he had available, was unable to prove it definitively. Mine proposed that time is not infinite, as it has to have a start and an end. Otherwise, there's no way to tell how much time has elapsed. Time which is finite, over the universe which is infinite, by space which is just a container, equals relativity of 3 parts, your observational time span, over time variables which are mass density, mass velocity, and gravitational field, over an observed object's time span. A big aspect of today's current astrophysics view on the cosmos says that space is expanding, which doesn't take a few things into account, primarily distance measured using redshift techniques. It measures via the star's luminosity, but in a way that proposes light travels in a straight line. When you factor in that line has to go through dark matter and the warping of space around mass, that its trajectory path is curved, it would cancel out the aspect of space expanding, and most likely would show that space is static with dynamic objects that move within its environment. A lot of what I learned over the years as a result of my passion for astrophysics came from Isaac Asimov books, encyclopedias, and documentaries such as The Universe on History Channel. The rest has come from pure thought experiments in my head where I can imagine a set of conditions within a specific environment and simply imagine the outcome of the situation due to my scientific, electrical, and mechanical aptitudes. A few years back, when I first started to learn about my psychic ability, the first thing I did was explore deeper into the realm of my imagination, which led me to some amazing discoveries, in addition to many theories on how life in the universe worked, in theory of course. I definitely look forward to future experiences as I hone my abilities and push myself to explore new horizons, with the only limitation being those I impose on myself. Thanks for reading. I found myself at church as every week. I hadn't slept at all the night before, but all in all, I felt fine walking in and sitting down. A few minutes pass. I drink my coffee and I wait for the music to start. The band begins playing and I relax into my chair a bit, with this strange feeling starting to overwhelm me. The best way I can describe it is that I was distancing from everything and everyone around me, and there was this extreme pain growing centered in between my eyebrows, along with this extreme warmth. I felt shaky and weak, and this pull was growing. I knew that I could resist it if I wanted to, but I chose not to, for the sake of seeing what would happen. It was almost as if I was being pulled to my left and forward, not physically, but mentally. The pain in between my eyebrows split, and started to move to slightly above my temples, on each side of my head. As the mental pull got stronger, the pain from my temples began to grow. Everything around me felt far off. I was watching from a third-person perspective as I stood over my body, which was still lounging in the chair. The area around me and my body was an expanse of gray, and I could see the silhouettes of the people who were sitting beside me off in the horizon. I was alone in this expanse of gray, floating beside my physical body, just watching myself. I watched and felt horns start to tear out of my physical body's skin. The pain was intense and overwhelming throughout this entire process,
The horns continued to slowly grow. As I watched solemnly, an orb appeared about 6 feet in front of my physical body. The orb itself was translucent with a slight golden sheen, but it held in it a liquid of yellow and white that I could only describe as liquid light. The orb slowly floated over to me until it was about 3 feet above my physical body. It floated there for a moment before the liquid inside the orb was released to flow down into my face. As soon as the liquid came in contact with the horns growing on my head, the horns melted as if they were made of metal. The liquid light relinquished the pain I'd been experiencing as soon as it touched my face. The metal that used to be my horns fused with the liquid light, and they slowly moved down my back together and pooling as one at my shoulder blades. Extreme warmth followed by excruciating pain as the metal liquid launched off my back, forming jagged metal bones like those of bird wings. I felt hurt but confused and also enlightened at the same time. I slowly felt myself drifting back into my body, and I felt physically ill and weak. I felt like I just went 3 rounds in a ring with a professional boxer. I haven't really ever been a religious person before. This was my 3rd time going to church, and I don't know what to take from this. I know this last bit isn't astral projected related, but I feel it is relevant to the story. The day after this happened, I was meditating, and I had this image of a masculine figure with the metal wing bones I had. I knew he was me, but he looked hurt. He was sitting up, and there was dirt all over the metal bones. Then there was a flicker of blue light, and there were these tendrils of light extending down from the bones where feathers would have been on normal wings. The tendrils of light slowly undulated, as if they were seaweed floating underwater. Thank you for reading. Last night I had a very vivid, multi-sensory lucid dream. After a few minutes the visitor left. They dematerialized or whooshed away off my right-hand side. With it came a sound I've heard before. It was a very quick but drawn-out note or chord that seemed to become louder before disappearing. Previously, I've had experiences when meditating of a person's light body entering through the crown of my head with a similar but lower and uncomfortable noise until they are in and around me. They then proceeded to communicate through hand signals and images and gestures they made with my body. When they left, there was a similar sound, but much louder, and I felt the being pulling away. It is almost as if a whole person is sucked into a vortex like manna down a plug hole. Once the last of the form disappears, the noise ceases. Last night, when the visitor appeared, I said yes to it, in that I had a conversation with the person. We were face to face. It was therefore unlike the full body takeover described above. It was a 2-way conversation, and I could feel their physical body too. Then they left with a whoosh. Was I receiving an astral visitation from someone projecting directly to me? Does this low, quick, pulling noise sound familiar to anyone? If so, is this typical when being visited by someone performing astral projection? Thank you in advance for your input, advice, and guidance. I see these visitations. They're not infrequent, but this is the most recent as benign. I've no fear associated with them. I would just like to know what type of experience this is and whether the sound is somehow characteristic. I feel kinda silly writing this, since I haven't talked much about it since it happened. I'm 17 now, and still can't come up with any explanation other than spirits. I've always been a believer, and hope to one day have my own encounter with ghosts. I never thought it would be as terrifying as it was. 8 years ago, summer of 2000, my dad's family was having a reunion, and we all decided we would stay at Oak Island Beach in North Carolina. I'm not sure if that is the exact name. I know it was something to do with oak in it. The week we were there, the weather was very fickle. It rained most days, and the sun was only out 3 or 4 times. Most of our time was spent indoors. My parents, sister, and grandparents shared one condo. My dad's brother and sister and her family shared another,
and his step-siblings were in the third with their children. One night, while it was storming, my cousin Josh and I went to the condo to play video games and watch TV. Everyone else was in our condo, playing cards and drinking. We played Dino Crisis and an X-Men game and decided to watch cartoons after about an hour. We spent another couple of hours just goofing off when the storm really started picking up. We were sitting on the couch, talking and laughing, when we heard a creak on the balcony outside. Neither of us is scared easily now, and we weren't then either. I looked out of the sliding doors, but everything was pitch black. We went back to our conversation and had no interruptions for a couple of minutes. When a bolt of lighting lit up the beach, we saw a man standing on the balcony, dressed in a trench coat. He seemed to be looking out at the sea. It all happened so suddenly, we didn't believe what we saw, no matter how skeptical we were. We weren't about to go and check like I had with the noise. After a couple of minutes, we noticed the door was fogging up. Not the entire thing, just a little patch about 6 feet off of the floor. We were very spooked now. During the next bolt of lightning, we both saw the man standing against the door, looking in on us. He screamed, and I screamed, and we jumped over the couch, headed for the door. We yanked it open, and as we did, we heard the sound of glass breaking. We didn't look back, just ran across the parking lot to the other condo. When we came in, we were soaked and out of breath. Our parents started to freak, asking us what was wrong. When I told them, they just laughed and brushed it off. We kept begging them to call someone, but they refused. After about a minute, they got fed up with it. They grabbed us and their umbrellas and dragged us over there. When we went in, the place was just as we left it. The door was intact, and no one was on the balcony, not even a footprint. I know I didn't imagine it. I believe that the spirit was drawn to me for some reason. My cousin has had no other experiences that he has told me about, and I've had quite a few, but none as intense as the first. Anyone that has had a similar experience, know that you're not alone. Finding the site has opened my eyes to the world of ghosts and those that have been affected by them. Thanks. My Aunt Terry, from my father's side, lived in Oklahoma. When I was about 16, she came here to Memphis, and she told me about a house that she lived in. She said that when her husbands and kids moved in, there was a barn out back, and she said when she walked in there was an upside-down pentacle on the barn floor. After she saw that, she never went back out there. One night, when everyone went to bed, my Aunt Terry heard the dogs barking in the kitchen. She went into the kitchen and watched her dog bark at a corner in the room. The next night she went to bed, and the TV in the living room came on by itself, and she said it did it every night. So one night, she decided to unplug the TV, and she went to bed as normal, and the TV still came on. Then another day, after everyone ate dinner, they were all sitting in the living room. My aunt looked out the window and saw a pair of red eyes. Her husband saw them too, and it really freaked them out. On yet another night, my aunt and uncle and the kids were leaving to go see a movie, and on the porch stood a beast with red eyes, and half his body was human, but the rest of him was like an animal. She described his hands and feet as hoofs. Well, after they got home that night, my aunt and uncle made the kids sleep with them, and Catherine started to get really sick. When my aunt and uncle tried to take her to the hospital, the car wouldn't start, so they had to push the car all the way down the street, and it started right up. The doctors couldn't find out what was wrong with Catherine. My aunt and uncle decided to move, and every morning the car wouldn't start when my aunt had to go to work, until my uncle pushed it down the street. After my aunt and uncle found a new place to live, when they got everything they owned out of the house, Catherine got better immediately, and the car never gave them a problem, and the TV never came on by itself again. Some strange occurrences, but I swear they're true. Thanks for reading. The Hampton Inn on Warner Road, off Route 279, has a haunted room, which is number 417. My husband stayed in this room while on a business trip in March 2008. He frequently stays at this hotel while in Maryland, but never had an experience like this until he stayed in room 417. This was his room for 3 nights, and for the first 2 nights, he was very restless and didn't sleep well, which was not a normal occurrence for him. On the 3rd restless night, he realized that he was hearing noises inside the room, not from adjoining rooms. These noises were hangers moving around in the closet, the refrigerator door opening, noises from the bathroom, and the sound of glass being set on the nightstand next to the bed. Final thing that really spooked him was that something grabbed his side as he laid on the bed, trying to ignore the sounds and fall asleep. He was not imagining any of this. He could still feel the sensation of his side after jumping out of bed. He looked around the room and checked the deadbolt lock on the door, and all was secure. He considered packing and checking out, but it was 3 a.m. He finally fell asleep and checked out the next morning. He has since stayed at the hotel and was offered the same room upon check-in, but he refused it. The hotel clerk wanted to know why, but he didn't want to sound foolish and wouldn't elaborate on his experience. For the record, he didn't believe in ghosts or spirits until this happened. We believe that someone must have died in this room, heart attack or something, and their spirit is trapped there. We dare anyone to stay in this room. It is creepy. Last year, I was living in an apartment on the far northwest side of town in Chicago, Illinois, and had one experience in an apartment that for the most part was pretty quiet, but for this experience. I lived in a frighteningly active apartment on the northeast side before this occurrence, so this didn't really totally freak me out, but I was sitting in my living room on the couch reading. The sun was reflecting through the blinds, which I halfway closed, and the TV, which was directly in front of me and perhaps 8 to 10 feet away, was off. I sat reading for quite some time, and at one point looked up and into my reflection on the TV screen. Sitting a few inches from me was a woman with a pageboy hairdo, perhaps in her early 40s, with glasses on. I could see her curves as she sat, so there was no mistake that she was a woman. I turned instantly to my left side, irrationally expecting to see someone sitting next to me in my lockdown apartment, where I knew no one but myself had been the entire day. No one was there, of course. I looked back into the TV reflection again, and she was no longer there. May I point out that there was absolutely nothing in that apartment that could have made such a reflection. I was on the 2nd story, so there was nothing inside that could have reflected that way, no nearby trees, etc. It was a bona fide experience. There was this one terrifying experience, though, that has haunted me ever since while being in that apartment. I was sitting in the bathroom, doing my business, as usual. I left the door open because I felt very uncomfortable with the door closed. I don't know why, it just gave me that feeling. I saw that same lady, early 40s style, with the pageboy hairdo, right outside the door. It was like she was fixated on me, and she appeared momentarily, just staring at me. Although the bathroom light was obviously on, the hallway outside the door was pretty dim, so you could just barely make out the outline of her face and her body. There were some slight changes with her this time. The only difference being this time was that she looked like she was in some kind of nun outfit. It was really creepy. This was the moment where I was terrified. I didn't know what to think. She kind of looked like Mother Teresa in a way. It also looked like she was trying to open her mouth, but somehow couldn't. Like she was unable to speak or something. Maybe she was in danger. Just like that, she disappeared. And later on in that day, I also saw an orb float around. It was pretty eerie. For the record, this was a highly Polish neighborhood, and had been for years, so I have a feeling it was some old Polish lady that couldn't leave her building. I lived there for a year, and am now gone. I also have a theory that because she is Polish, that she was wearing the nun attire due to her religion. You see, Polish people are Roman Catholics usually, so it all made sense to me at the time when I thought about it. Thanks for reading. I had a personal experience at this bed and breakfast, and it was so exciting. A friend of mine and I were staying in this B&B, the Henderson House, while we visited her daughter at a nearby Baptist university where she is a cheerleader. We stayed in the downstairs guest bedroom by the dining room. When we arrived, they were setting up for a big sit-down dinner and reception with round tables covered in white tablecloths. It was a big affair that went on for a while we were at a football game. When we arrived back at the B&B later that night, it was late, and the staff was cleaning up and putting up the tables. They apologized for making so much noise, and said that they'd be finishing up for the next hour or so, washing the tablecloths and putting them away. We were exhausted, so we each took a shower, and my friend crawled into this beautiful mahogany bed, and I pulled out the sleeper sofa and settled in and watched TV for a little while. Finally, it quieted down somewhat out in the parlor, so we turned off the lights and immediately fell asleep. I woke up some time earlier as 3 women in gowns brushed by my bed, carrying things. We had gotten quite friendly with the innkeeper and her staff earlier, so I really didn't think that much about it, and wondered why they had put things away in our room before morning. The next morning, I asked my friend what the women were doing in our room the night before. She said, "What women? No one came in here." And she motioned towards the door where the deadbolt was still locked. She went out to the dining room for breakfast a little before I did, and as I was walking out into the hall, she walked up to me and said, "Come here, the owner has something to tell you." When I walked into the kitchen, the owner looked up and said, "So, you saw them, huh?" I told her I saw 3 women in gowns, and she said, "They are dressed in wedding and bridesmaid dresses." She then walked into the parlor and opened the big old photo album and turned to the page that showed a wedding party lined up on the staircase. It was them. They are seen from time to time, getting ready for a ceremony, and the bedroom where we stayed at was once a porch that leads around to the front of the house. Because it is a Baptist college, they don't promote these ghost stories, as the college frowns on it. But she said many people see them. There is also a ghost of a captain, Army or Sea, I didn't quite get, but he haunts an upstairs room with a big bay window and is seen often too. It was not a frightening thing. I loved it, in fact, and hoped to go back again. They were not see-through people, and had I reached out, I could have touched their dresses. Maybe. In the year 2000, my husband and I moved to LaGrange, Georgia, to a fairly new apartment on Old Airport Road. His job had transferred him from New Hampshire, and he was able to be on a 5-day shift, 5 on and 5 off. That meant he would not be home every other week, as he was a truck driver for a major store chain. Anyway, after being there a month or so, we decided that it was a great little town to settle down in and began looking for a house. During this time, we had no incidents at the apartment. After another 2 months of searching, we finally found the house we wanted. It was a 3-bedroom ranch with a small in-ground pool located in a rural part of LaGrange. When our offer was accepted, we were ecstatic. This is when my 4-year-old son began falling out of bed at night, something he had neither done before or after living at this apartment. Eventually, this led him to waking up in the middle of the night, and I would have to go in and confront him, which was usually fairly easy to do, and he'd go back to sleep, only to wake up later again in the night. When I put them to bed, I would sit in the hallway between both of their doors. Daughter's bedroom was at the end of the hall, which was about 10 feet long, but their doors were close together. I would have all the lights off, except the hallway, and once they were asleep, I'd go and get on the PC in the dining room, adjacent to their hallway. This hallway had a bathroom at the opposite end of the bedrooms and a laundry closet where my washing machine were. One night, my son insisted I lay with him in bed, so I laid down behind him, closest to his closet, with him closest to the door. My eyes were closed, and we were both resting quietly, when suddenly he half sat up in bed and said, "Who is that?" Naturally, I asked, "What do you mean?" He said a woman in a long skirt just walked by his bedroom door and headed to his sister's room. Of course, this is the week my husband's gone, so I'm alone in the apartment, thinking someone must have broken into our second-floor apartment. So I got up and looked. My daughter, who is 9 years old, thankfully was sound asleep, so I checked her room, closet, and under her bed to make sure no one was in there. I questioned my son again, and he said no one passed back by his door, and there's no exit from my daughter's room, just right by my son's room. I brought both kids to sleep in my bed on the other side of the apartment that night. Another night, I sat in the hall again until they were both asleep. Now keep in mind, all the lights are off except the hall, which includes their big walk-in closets. No lights on. When they were both sleeping, I got up and used their bathroom at the end of their hall. While in there, I heard what sounded like a toy hitting the wall of my son's closet, which shared a wall with the bathroom. Thinking that he woke up and started playing, which was not like him at all, by the way, I went to his room to find him sleeping cozily, but the closet door halfway open and the light inside open. Okay, so now I'm freaked out because I know that the door was closed and the light was off, and yes, his bed's right next to that closet, so yeah, I took them into my room again. Again, on another night, my son wakes up again, but this time my husband's home and we're all asleep in our own beds. I can hear my son crying, so I go to comfort him, but he's not there. My husband and I can't find him, but he's still crying, sobbing, a terrified cry actually. In a minute or two, we find him hiding under the sink in the bathroom at the end of his hallway. He told us the mean lady won't let him pass. He had tried to come in her room, but she stood in front of him. Again, he described her exactly the same. Long skirt, hair up behind her head, and she makes faces at him. Now I know for a fact I'm dealing with a ghostie here. My husband thinks I'm just going nuts and putting stories in the kid's head. My daughter, meanwhile, never notices any of this and is not disturbed. While on the computer one night, late around 2 a.m., I hear 3 distinct loud knocks under my feet. one on the left in the small kitchen, one directly below my feet, and one to my right. Sounded like someone downstairs used a broom to knock on the ceiling in extremely rapid succession. I sincerely doubt that anyone could move as quickly in the downstairs apartment and get by the furniture they undoubtedly had there, just as I had mine arranged. I know for a fact the lady and her kids were in bed by 10 at night. So the bank has decided that they will give us a loan on any house in Lagrange, except that one, because it's rural, so we try another place and another. One night, I'm sleeping, and have a more vivid than any other dream I've ever had, kind of like a dream nightmare. In it, we live in the house, and I'm looking for my son, only to find him floating face down in the pool. I woke up crying and made up my mind that there's no way I'm ever moving into the house. So now I must convince hubby, who thinks I'm nuts anyway, and is determined to get to that house. Well, having bought a puppy when we started looking for a house, this collie is now almost fully grown size, but he still has accidents, so we keep him penned in the kitchen with a large baby gate. When we go out, this doggy somehow gets past the gate by pushing a corner or whatever, and is running around our apartment. So one night, we're going out to dinner, and hubby and I lock up Poochie and set 2 high back dining chairs against the gate. Keep in mind, our apartment is carpet, thick and plush everywhere, except the kitchen. When we return, Puppy is looking at me from my kids' hallway, and the gate is still exactly as we left it, and the chairs are too. Not one thing had moved, but somehow, according to Lovey Hubby, I'm supposed to believe the dog vaulted over the chair backs and somehow landed without killing himself or breaking my dining room table, which was a mere foot or two from the chairs. Yeah, okay. My downstairs neighbor's kids told me that their mom was upset because I let my kids run around my apartment, banging at all hours of the night, mostly after 10 p.m., and she can't believe I let my kids stay up so late. She has to get up early, yada yada yada. Except, my kids are in bed every night at 9 o'clock, and asleep no later than 9:30ish. I see a shape leaning out of the kitchen door, watching me as I watch TV and tell it, "Come sit by me and leave my son alone." It didn't sit with me, but it didn't bother my son that night. I never noticed my dog noticing anything. The only cold spot in the house was the kids' hallway, and not always, just mostly. Hubby slept in son's room one day, in the afternoon, and, even though we had central air, complained that he sweat like a hog, and had the worst nightmares ever. But the place still isn't haunted, and yes, he steadfastly refused to ever sleep in there again. I saw blinds move on their own, doorknobs that rattled when I was alone in the place, and no, it wasn't a teeny shake caused by some truck rumbling by, which was there some 50 to 100 feet between the side of our apartment and the road. This was a defined and voracious shaking, a definitive hello, I'm trying to open the door, but no one in the apartment but me. Finally, my husband grew tired of trying to get a loan for that house, and mysteriously, everything stopped. No more rattling of this or that, no shadows, but by now, it is also true that the 4 of us were sleeping in my waterbed, in the one room that never seemed affected by the haunting. But I noticed everything in the apartment changed, and felt cozy again. But by then, I'd also decided that tornadoes, large cockroachy looking bugs, and the ghost belt were too much for me, and we packed up and came back north. Interestingly enough, when we returned home to my parents' house, which we later bought, which has never ever felt anything but perfect there were 3 knocks on the bottom half of my bedroom door one afternoon. I was alone in the house. Immediately, I felt that was the spirit or something, telling us we made the right choice by not getting the house. My father believed that it was his mother who had lived and died in North Carolina, who knew something bad would happen to my son if we bought that house, especially since it all seemed to stop when we stopped trying to get financing for it and gave up on the house. My son has never been affected by any other ghosty type stuff since then, and he's never fell out of bed again either. Feel free to email me if you choose. While I was working at a hospital in town, I had the opportunity to come in contact with many ghosts. I worked on the geriatric floor, and elderly people died there every day. If the power suddenly went out and immediately came back on, a person had just died. This happened every time. One of the most notable apparitions that I've personally seen was a man with a cane that is seen wandering the halls at night. People admitted to the hospital would often report tapping sounds and seeing an old man's face grinning at them from the hospital door, which all of them had. One lady of about 80 kept telling me that she saw this man's face in the mirror in the bathroom, and that half of his face would look badly beaten and disfigured. There have been reports of a cloaked man praying over the dead bodies of the recently departed. I can remember one incident where I walked into the morgue and I saw a body that was recently pronounced dead and covered. I could have sworn that I saw the fading presence of this monk kneeling over the body for a few seconds, then disappear. I would feel the air in the room be so cold, but after he vanished, it warmed up. Another popular ghost at the hospital was the Grim Reaper. The Reaper was a dark figure that would come through the window at the end of the hallway. He would shut doors, touch you on the shoulder, etc. Late at night, you could feel that someone was there, and you would see a dark figure out of the corner of your eye. As soon as you looked up, he was gone. My favorite story to tell is this. I was helping a woman get her bath early one morning. I was asking her how she slept, how she felt, etc. She told me that she did not get a wink of sleep because of the man's face she saw in the window. She said that she thought it was tree branches, but she got up in the middle of the night and saw that it was a man's face staring at her through the window. This woman was just in the hospital for a kidney infection. She wasn't on any drugs that would make her hallucinate. On third shift, you could hear children giggling and hear them running up and down the halls, but there are no children on the floor. If you went past the operating room at night, it would be locked, but inside, you could hear instruments clanging and things being thrown around. Haunted church stories seem to be popping up frequently lately, and I'm here to say that I have a brief story that will involve just that. There's this Catholic church that I used to constantly clean. This was in Vermont, and the church had to have been built in the late part of the 19th century. Very beautiful windows, looked immaculate. Anyway, I used to work as a janitor cleaning the halls late at night, when I would be the only one there. There were many times when I would hear the organ notes playing repeatedly. I would hear the echoes of human voices speaking together, like whispers, and sometimes even clear words. One night, I was cleaning around the church once again. I was all the way at the end of the church when I heard the organs going off. It wasn't the usual sound either. It sounded monstrous, as if someone was literally stomping on the organs. I looked immediately in the direction of where the organ sounds were coming from, and I could have sworn I saw a cloaked figure at the organ and playing it. It was the typical transparent-looking apparition, and when I walked even closer to get a better look, the figure had seemed to disappear. That was, of course, the worst of what I had witnessed, but there were times where I would see the organ once again playing by itself. I'd see a note or two being pushed down by itself when nobody else was in the room, and it was quiet. Anyway, that's all I have to report. I don't work at this church anymore, I'm happy to say, but I thought it was worth sharing. I wish I could say that this wasn't a real experience, but unfortunately, I can't. At least this will always make for an entertaining read. My name is Shannon. I'll be 18 in 11 days. I live in Georgia, and I'm writing to you because I feel so alone. For as long as I can remember, I've dealt with ghosts. I don't know what they are or what they want from me, but they seem to follow me. For the first 5 years of my life, I lived in a trailer in Mississippi. I can only recall one incident from them because I was so young. I remember it was a beautiful day in spring, and I was sitting on a picnic table in our backyard, making mud pies, when suddenly I heard what I thought to be my mother's voice calling me from the woods. I started to follow it. The closer I got, the further out into the deep woods the voice seemed to go. I almost followed it all the way into the woods, thinking my mother was calling me, but suddenly I heard my mother's real voice calling me from the trailer. I turned and saw her waiting for me next to the picnic table, so I ran back and told her what had happened. She, of course, said that it was my imagination. About 12 years ago, our family moved here to Hiram. Every single night for years, I was terrified to sleep because I saw shadow people. They were like three-dimensional shadows that looked like people. I saw them in my room at night after my parents would put me to bed. When I'd call my parents into the room, they would turn on the light and the shadow people would be gone. They said it was my imagination. Lots of other things have happened, and there have been witnesses to some of the events. The house will shake at times. The doors will open and close on their own. I've seen dolls move on their own. A glass has exploded in my hand for no reason. I know glasses will explode from temperature changes, but there was no change in temperature at all. There was a music box that music would play in other rooms of the house when the music box wasn't around. I've heard footsteps when no one was home or awake. I've heard voices. The list goes on. I thought maybe that there was something wrong with me, so I went to a psychiatrist. She said that there's nothing wrong with me. I've learned to verify that I'm really hearing something, because even my cats notice something and hear a lot of things. If they hear it too, their ears perk up. I've tried talking about it before, and they either don't believe me and think I'm making it up, or they think I'm crazy. I really feel alone, and it would be nice if you could give me some sort of guidance. What should I do? Should I do anything? Well, I apologize for the long email. I'm sure that you get a lot of mail every day, and I hate to add to the pile. Thank you for your time. My name is Luann. I'm 19 years old and live in a little redneck town in Virginia. I live with my grandparents and have lived all my life. My mom was 14 and in the 8th grade. My mom had a very best friend named Wendy, who was 13. They did everything together. Soon after our house was built, Wendy's parents were not getting along and were going through some separation and divorce procedures. Wendy and her mother had moved to Woodbridge, Virginia, soon. During the time of the separation, Wendy spent a great deal at my mom's newly built house. They spent much of their time in my mom's room, which is now my room. Then came the time for Wendy and her mom to move. It was very early one morning. Wendy was in the back of the van, holding a glass coffee table steady. This was in the days before seatbelt laws. There was a drunk driver on the road and hit the van head on. Everyone made it out with semi-serious or minor injuries, but not Wendy. The corner of the glass coffee table hit her in the head and killed her instantly. Years later, in 1985, a week before my mom found out she was pregnant with me, she was in the family room talking to my grandparents about going on birth control. My grandmother and my uncle both caught a glimpse of a girl standing behind my mother, and after that 2-second glimpse, she was gone. My uncle and grandmother agreed that it looked like Wendy. Oh, and she was actually shaking her head when she appeared. We believe that she was shaking her head because she knew my mom was pregnant and didn't want her to go on birth control. Ever since then, everyone in my family has caught a glimpse of her in our house. I usually never get any negative feelings when she materializes, but there was one moment I witnessed her ghost that completely terrified me. I was in the shower, I was home alone, and I had the door completely wide open. It was late evening, and I heard the door to the bathroom slam shut. It startled me so much, so I got dressed and headed out the door. I could have sworn I heard my name being called in a gentle, quiet whisper. It sounded like a little girl. I go downstairs and walk into the living room, and then I see the lights flickering. I also start to hear the sounds of footsteps walking across our hardwood floors. At this point, I thought I had an intruder in the house. I go to call the police, and after I hang up, I rush upstairs to hide in my bedroom. The thing was, as I was running upstairs, I could have sworn I saw the presence of a little girl, in black, in the corner of my eye as I ran for the stairs. It was only for a couple seconds, and of course, my mind was just thinking about hiding from this intruder. I could have just been seeing things, but I swear, I saw a girl for a second. The police showed up, of course, couldn't find anyone, and all was quiet. My parents came home, and I told them what happened. They were just happy that I was safe. It wasn't until a few days later that I realized it could have been Wendy. Because my room used to be my mom's room, she's in my room most of the time. I feel her presence there a lot. When I'm upset, no matter where I am in the house, I can feel her there. No one has seen her until my mom became pregnant. My family believes that she was sent to watch over her best friend's daughter. This happened to my cousin and I in Lato too, in a ranch-style house my family and I used to live in. My cousin woke up in the middle of the night to my voice, or so she thought it was my voice. She looked at me, and I was sound asleep and not talking. Also that night, it was probably 4 or 5 in the morning, and I felt someone pecking on my knee, and it wasn't my cousin because she was sound asleep, so I just thought it was my imagination. As we were eating that morning, my cousin had told me what she had heard. I freaked because I knew that whatever had pecked me on my knee was not my imagination. Nothing was ever actually seen in this house, but a lot of things were felt and heard. A few months after that incident, my cousin was staying the night again. Everyone in the house had been asleep for 2 or 3 hours, but my cousin, she was so addicted to the game The Sims, and she was still on the computer. As she was shutting down the computer, she heard voices coming from the hallway directly to her right. She looked down there and saw nothing. The voices she heard, she knew were not any of ours, so she ran to the floor where she had made her bed and covered her head up. I guess the voices must have stopped after that. A lot of times I would hear cabinets shut, dishes clank together, and other odd unexplainable noises. One night, my brother got home from a friend's house around 1 or 2 in the morning. I'd been asleep on the couch in the living room for at least 4 hours, and my parents had been asleep in their room for about the same amount of time. As my brother got out of his car, he looked towards the door that went directly into the living room from the outside. It had a little window on it. He could see the light from the TV that I always left on at night, but he also saw a black figure looking at him from the inside. He ran in the house and noticed I was on the couch sound asleep. Then he went into my parents' room and asked if they'd been up, and they hadn't. What is scary is that the thing was in the same room with me. The next night, I slept on the couch again. Do not ask me why. My brother was not home yet, and my parents had went to bed. I was watching TV, and I got kind of uneasy, so I laid down and covered up my head. After a while, I heard the glasses in the kitchen sink clanking together. I started to sweat. Then I felt as if someone was coming into the living room, where I was. When my brother arrives home and the noises stop, I got up and looked at the dishes in the sink, and none of them had been moved. About 14 years ago, we moved into a house that was built in the 1950s. I believe that used to be a boarding house and was right in front of a cemetery. There were lots of noises heard there, and a few spirits as well. I remember staying home one day from school, and my mom was asleep because she worked nights, and I heard a voice say my name. It scared me because we were the only ones home, and it was a voice I had never heard before. My mom would be home during the day by herself, while my brother and I were at school, and she would hear a music box playing. At the time, we had music boxes, but they did not play the song she heard. My mom would be sleeping on the couch, and she would hear footsteps coming through the kitchen, which was right next to the living room where she was. One time, when that happened, she grabbed her shoes and didn't come back till we got out of school. She also would be sleeping in her bed, and it would start shaking. This also happened to me. The shed in this house was directly behind my parents' bedroom, because their bedroom used to be a garage. Well, anyway, my mom would be lying on her bed, and she would hear someone or something walking in there. The odd thing was, it sounded like boots on wood, but the floor in there was concrete. We had a little dog out there at the time, but there is no way it could have sounded like that when it walked. One night, my mom, dad, and brother, we were all sleeping in my room because we put the air conditioner in there in the summer. Well, anyway, it was a cool night, so they had turned the air off and left the door open. My mom, for some reason, looked at the doorway and felt as if there was a presence there. She just put her face into my dad's back and went to sleep. The next day, she found out that her beloved dad had died, who lived in Kansas, and hadn't been found for a few days. She believes that it was him in the doorway. My brother saw a ghostly head in his bathroom one night. It was in a mist. It was bald on top, with hair around the edges of his head. We believe it was my great-grandpa. This happened at my grandma's house on September 2nd, 2004. It was my grandma's birthday, and my mom, my little cousin, and I went there to have cake and ice cream. Well, my little cousin decides she wants a Miracle Whip sandwich. She pressed up against the door frame, asking my grandma if she could have a sandwich, when all of a sudden, she looked towards the microwave in the kitchen and screams, drops the jar, and runs to the couch where my grandma is, and my little is crying hysterically. We were all like, what just happened? For some reason, I became very cold and got goosebumps and had the urge to sit up. My little cousin wouldn't tell us what she saw. My grandma tried to tell us it was a mouse or a bug, but I highly doubt it because she wouldn't have acted like she did. My grandma believes in ghosts, but I think she said that to make herself feel better because she knew she was going to be there alone when we left. My little cousin, I believe, has forgotten about the incident, so I did not know what happened. Other things have happened at the grandma's, like something kicked her bed very hardly one night, and she also seen the spirit of a young girl dressed in white one day while lying on her couch in her living room. She's seen a shadow-like figure outside her window, which she knows wasn't a human because her cat started hissing and acting weird, and there's probably been other things that happened that I do not know about. I don't believe I've actually ever seen a spirit, but I know I felt them because in certain places, or sometimes when I talk about the spirits, the back of my neck starts to hurt and feels weird, and sometimes my head will start hurting. I have so many stories to share with you, but I will send them at a later time. My cousin and I were out in Glenpool, towards the boondocks where my grandparents used to live, watching TV late at night. We weren't really tired, hyped up on caffeine from Pepsi and Sprite, just hanging out and trying to see how long we could go without passing out to sleep. At first, I thought I was just hearing things, or my cousin thought I was being a jerk and screwing around. But the louder the sound got, and closer, that's when we both turned the volume down. We then went to turn to each other and ask the same question. Was that you? Did you hear that? Of course, it was like a scratching, shuffling sound outside, and we both dismissed it, thinking that perhaps it was the family pets or wild animal, since the house was out in the middle of nowhere. Instead, curiosity got the better of us. I suggested that maybe it was a ghost, and she promptly crawled towards the window for a peek. She didn't say anything, standing still, like if she moved something would see her. I started to talk, but she silenced me with the wave of her hand. When I got over to the glass, I stared off into the black yard, expecting to see a deer or something. Instead, what I saw was a thing. Best word used to describe it. It was all black, nearly invisible in the shadows it clung to. The only way we were able to see it all was due to a distant light pole. It was skirting around. I guess the dogs must have felt the tension in the air, because at that moment, they all went into wild barks at this intruder. It swung its head, or what seemed like a head, towards the sound of the barks, then up to the window we both watched it from. There was nothing there, no face, nothing at all. Needless to say, both of us were terrified to see a hooded, faceless figure staring back at us. It disappeared, melting into the shadows. The dogs yipped, dashing for cover. Both me and my cousin were cold, shocked, afraid, and speechless. We don't know what it was looking for in our yard, or what it was at all. I used to believe it was a person thinking of robbing our house, or at least I tell myself that, so I don't get freaked. Though the truth seems a lot creepier, it is still the truth, and neither I nor my cousin can deny that. When I was 11 years old, at about 3 o'clock in the morning, I woke up to hear the sound of my dad plowing our driveway. He soon left for work, and I couldn't fall back asleep. After all was quiet, I got out of my bunk bed and climbed down my stairs and walked into the hallway. I went to the bathroom and then back to my room. I climbed into bed and crawled over towards my pillow. It was then that I turned around and was about to pull my blankets over me when I noticed two bright green lights in the corner of my room, directly in front of me. They were glowing and hovering in the same spot I just walked through. I was confused and tried to think of all the possible things they could be. Smoke alarm light? Glow-in-the-dark plastic stars? Anything? I started to get more scared as the time passed because I tried to eliminate the fact that it could be a spirit. I tried to figure out if it was my eyes playing tricks on me. Perhaps I saw the lights from a clock and my eyes just needed to adjust to the darkness. I didn't turn any lights on while I got up. I blinked my eyes in a different spot on my wall and tried to see if the lights would follow my eyes. They didn't. At this point, I looked back to the spot and there they were. I was so scared. They were eyes, and they were staring at me. I was terrified. I couldn't move at all. I was laying down resting on my elbows, just staring at them. They moved forward a foot or so, very slowly. Then, they moved back, and just as slowly, vanished to the left through my wall. I was so scared they would come back. And that's the end of the story. Riverdale Road has a lot more than just that certain place by 132nd. Riverdale Road is spooky throughout the entire road. It's weird. Sometimes the road stretches and shrinks. The bad side of the road actually starts on 104th, North Glen, and goes all the way to the end of the Highway 7, Boulder. But anyway, from 104th to Highway 7 is approximately 13 to 15 miles. I was paying attention to the mileage, and I was going about 35 to 40 the entire time. I started at 104th, and by the time I got to Highway 7, I had only gone 9 miles when I turned around to go back the other way towards 104th again. When I got there, I went 16 miles. Now tell me that isn't creepy. If you pay real close attention to the road, you could almost see it stretching. There's also this turn called Dead Man's Curve. It's a real sharp turn. The recommended speed is 25, but easily done at 40. There's a cement block wall bordering one side of the turn. If you turn that corner around 2:30 a.m., you will see a woman in the middle of the road, holding her hands up, waving for you to stop. When I went around that corner, I didn't have time to stop because she's right there after you do a half 90-degree turn. I ended up hitting her. I got out of my car and looked all around. Absolutely no one was around, but there were handprints on the hood of the car. Also, if you turn onto Riverdale from 112th and turn left, there will be a huge line of trees on the either side, and it just looks like a dark cave of trees. And there's a very mean jogger spirit that hitchhikes and jogs around there. My sister and I were driving around on that road and went through that little cave of trees, and she said she first got a glimpse of the light on his shoes on the left side going away from 104th, and as you get closer you can see that it's a person, and he was holding out his hands for hitchhiking. Then all of a sudden knelt down in the running position, and as soon as we got close enough, he jetted out in front of us. My sister said that there were bodily fluids and body parts all over on the windshield, and she blinked, and it was all gone. She said as soon as he knelt down getting ready to run, she saw that his face was just a skull, and his hand was bones. So yeah, it's not just that spot right by 132nd. There are millions of ghost and spirit stories for that road, believe me. I've gone up and down that road billions of times. I used to do it about 5 to 7 times a day for about a year, so I know that road pretty well. I moved to Overland Park Kansas, during my 6th grade year, along with my brother, stepfather, and brother. The 5-story house we lived in was in a new neighborhood, and I never took the time to research the land on which our neighborhood was built. Of course, I didn't know what experiences I would find myself in throughout the next few years. My night's routine consisted mostly of sitting in the sunroom on the 4th floor that looked towards the hallway leading to the 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, a linen closet, and the staircase which led to the master bedroom, while reading whatever book I had at hand. I can't recall how long it had been since my family and I moved into the house. However, I remember this night clearly. My parents went out to eat, and I stayed behind, at home. I was curled into the corner of a sofa that sat in front of a set of windows, reading Guardian by John Saul. The first incident happened well after the night sky had darkened. I was concentrating heavily on my book when I began to hear a knocking coming from outside. It sounded almost exactly like someone hammering on the side of the house. Looking up from my book, I turned and looked outside to see who could be outside at such a time. However, I couldn't see anyone, so I turned around and made myself comfortable to engross myself in my book. Again, the banging continued, and the most effort I put into looking out the window again was angling my head and looking out of the corner of my eye. After a few minutes, the sound outside stopped, only to begin inside. This time, it sounded as someone was banging a hammer on the pipe in the basement, 3 floors below. The banging was 4 or 5 short clangs, and then silence. I'd raised my book again until I was interrupted by another round of clangs. The only thing I can do was try my best to ignore it. As I continued to read, I experienced this unnerving feeling of being watched. I tried to reposition myself on the couch, shifting my legs from underneath me and stretching out, but nothing would unshake their presence. I finally settled on propping my feet on the table and resting the book on my knees. It was then where I could see in my peripheral vision a man standing on the top step of the staircase leading to my parents' bedroom. He stood in complete black, perfectly still, and watched. When I looked directly at him, he disappeared. I figured all the noises in the man I saw were a result of reading the book, and because of this conclusion, I refused to look up at the staircase again, regardless of the fact that the man was still there. I never spoke of the clanging or the man once my parents came home, because I figured it was my imagination. My parents were arguing when they came home anyway, so I tried my best not to get in their way. Most of my time was spent in my room when there were others in the house. You could blame it on adolescence and wanting to be by myself. It was there in my room where another strange incident occurred. I had my radio cranked to the highest decibel and was rocking out when I heard a knock on my door. Turning down the radio, I rushed to the door and opened it to find no one standing outside. I shrugged, thinking I was hearing noises due to the loud radio, closed the door, and cranked the radio back up again. A few minutes later, I heard the knocking again, but this time, instead of turning down the radio, I opened the door while the radio blared. Again, no one stood at my door. I walked into the bathroom, which was immediately to my right, and checked behind the drawn shower curtain because my mother would love to hide and jump out behind me as I walked down the hallway. Well, she wasn't going to get me this time, only she wasn't behind the curtain. I walked down the entire hallway, checking the kitchen and bedrooms before going to my parents' bedroom. It, too, was empty, so I hightailed it to my bedroom shut the door, and sat on my bed. I figured whoever wanted to come in would, so I no longer answered the knocks. Whoever it was knocked twice more and then stopped. Months passed and the knockings continued, and the man stood on the top step of the staircase. After a while, I became so used to it, but I never mentioned it to anyone in my house. I always figured it was my mind playing tricks on me. Eventually, the sounds and the man disappeared, and I never experienced them again until years later. My mother and I were standing on the back porch one night while she smoked a cigarette. No one was allowed to smoke inside because my younger brother was an asthmatic. While she smoked, she mentioned, "I see people in this house." I casually looked at her and replied, "You too?" I can't remember the look on her face, but the sound of her voice distinguished her fear. She told me that she continuously saw 3 people standing on the staircase leading to her bedroom. Only the people she saw were dressed in white. She said that the people she saw stood on the stairs day and night, whereas the person I saw was dressed in black and only stood at the top of the stairs at night. She told me of a night when she was smoking in the garage, and she heard a knocking on the door. Figuring it was her husband, she knocked back in return. Moments later, another knock, and she returned it, and again, until the door opened, and her husband asked why she was knocking on the door. Her answer was, "Because you were knocking." He informed her that he had been downstairs watching television. A year or so after I shared our experiences, my mother and brother, and me, of course, moved out of the house and into an apartment across the street from the neighborhood. My mother and her husband were separated, but he continuously stayed at our apartment anyway. One night, my mother decided to drive back to the house to feed our dog that we left behind at the house, while my stepfather was inside our apartment sleeping. I remained behind as well, sitting outside in the back patio. My mother was gone for 10 or 15 minutes before rushing back through the front door. The hairs on her arm were standing on edge, and she couldn't seem to collect her thoughts. She finally asked, "Do you think I'm crazy?" I laughed and asked why. She explained. While the dog was eating out in the garage, she had gone inside to close the blinds in the formal living room. While her back was the rest of the room, she heard a distant voice saying, "Get out of the house." She said she shook it off and walked up to the sunroom to close more blinds, where she again heard, "Get out of the house." Finally, while closing the blinds in the kitchen, she said that the voice was so close that she ran out of the house without closing the remaining blinds, jerked the dog into the garage, and sped back to the apartment. A year later, we moved to Georgia, where there have been no experiences in any of the houses we've resided in. I've been debating with myself as to why she and I would see people standing on the same staircase, and if their different clothing represented anything. Maybe because that's where most of my parents' fights would take place, or what was trying to get our attention by knocking on the walls. What I do know is that now that my mother is no longer married to the same man, we haven't experienced anything of the like since.
Unfortunately, this is a true story. This was back before the internet was a news source, so I don't have any articles to link, but I do vividly remember reading about it in the newspaper afterward. I was really young when this happened. 1990s to ballpark the time. Back when I was in elementary school. I'm 27 now. Back then, I lived in an apartment complex some ways away from school, so every morning I would hop on my bike and pedal begrudgingly to school. Same route every morning.
I also had a Hindu family for my next door neighbors. They were nice people, and I often had their kids over because they didn't really have any toys at their house. And you know, kids can't hang out without their toys. This particular morning will always stand out in my mind from any others. I was biking to school, coming up on a cross street. My neighbor and her son were walking ahead of me. I remember seeing them a couple feet from the curb, in a car turning from the far lane on the street leading into the one they were crossing. I must have looked away because the next thing I remember is looking up and seeing the boy laying flat on the ground right next to the curb, his mother kneeling, leaning over him, and screaming. This was a while before cell phones. I remember with acute clarity being in shock and riding past them. Time seemed to slow down. The boy was face up, staring blankly at the sky with blood trickling out of his nose. His foot was twitching, but other than that, he seemed motionless. I will never forget that face. His mother's wails will never leave me. I went to school that day because I didn't know what I should do, what I could do. I ended up reading in the newspaper some days later that he'd slipped into a coma, and they'd found the person who had hit him. It was a female drunk driver. Thankfully, the boy did survive and came out of his coma, but he was paralyzed from the neck down thereafter. I don't remember talking to him or playing with him again after that. Maybe they moved. But this experience will always stay with me and will always be a reminder of why you should never, ever drink and drive. No excuses. My place of work is very haunted. I work in an old veterans hospital that has been converted into offices. It does feel a little bit strange consistently entering a room, only to realize that it isn't a hospital anymore, but an office building equipped with cubicles and computers. On my first day on the job, I encountered some really unsettling activity. I consider myself a pretty logical person, so I don't want you to dismiss this as merely fiction or chalk this up to seeing things or hallucinating. Anyway, I was in my usual office tending to my daily activities. I was alone in the building that day and had to close up when I heard what I thought was a male voice coming from down the hall. The voice sounded raspy, but soft. Again, I was the only one there at the time, so I walked down the hall to trace the source of the sound. I was able to catch a glimpse of a male spirit peeking out from what is now the photocopy room, but I'll never forget the look in that man's eyes. It was a look of helplessness, a feeling of absolute despair, and before I could even think anymore, the image of the man faded into thin air. Then there was perhaps the most peculiar experience of them all, and happened a few days after seeing the raspy-voiced man. I know before I get into this particular one, you're going to laugh, but I shit you not, I was not laughing at this particular moment. Sure, you can tell me that this was bullshit, that I was making it all up, and all that other crap, but all I can give you is my word. I was running behind schedule on this particular day at the office and getting frustrated. On top of that, my boss asked me to work overtime and close up for him, and I reluctantly agreed to do so. Finding myself alone again, it was just after 9 p.m. when I finally got caught up with all my paperwork. I quickly tried to close up everything and head out through the hallway and out the door to the parking lot, but I stopped before that. Again, this was highly unusual because there was no logical explanation for this, but what I saw next was perplexing. I looked into the conference room, and I could have sworn I saw a bearded man dressed in all white with long brown hair, kneeling over another man, as if trying to resuscitate him, and the man throwing up a peace sign a millisecond later. It was creepy to me at the time, but I felt an overwhelming sense of peace too. This all lasted not even 30 seconds. Now, I'm not going to say that this was Jesus or something like that, but the timing was too impeccable. I couldn't tell if this was the same man from the day before, or if it was another spirit, but it almost seemed as if the bearded man came to his rescue, possibly taking him up to heaven. Again, I'm not even close to being a religious person, so I don't know how these circumstances work. The following experiences weren't as climactic as the ones above, but still unsettling to say the least. A couple of months later, I could have sworn I saw two shadow people at the end of the hall early in the morning, then immediately noticed another bolt in front of a desk halfway down the hall. Wasn't able to get a good look at them, just knew they were shadow people. At the same time, my husband got the chills when I told him. Months later, I even saw a soldier standing outside of what was the operating room at one time. His head was down as if praying. The rest of the experiences here are still filled with much activity. I've had my husband visit the office, and he's experiencing things as well. There used to be a morgue on another floor, and he once heard a yelp coming from the used-to-be morgue room. My husband had even encountered seeing shadows in the men's bathroom and would constantly experience spirits turning off the lights in the bathroom. The only sensible conclusion I could come up with was that there was no way that a person could sneak in because the doors are very creaky. We're not the only ones who have experienced these things, as other employees have openly discussed spirits being in this building. One gentleman took the elevator up and had a conversation with another gentleman. When his floor came, he turned to wish the other man a good day, and no one was there. Some have spoken of footsteps late in the evening. One guy got to a point he would tell the spirit it was just him, and the steps stopped. Yeah, to say this is a haunted area is kind of an understatement. Thanks for reading my story. I had to come back home 7 years ago to help my mom. My dad had passed the year before, and it was becoming too much to go back and forth. I was working at the time, and Mom could still get around. I have to mention that Mom has since passed away. She's been gone for nearly 4 years now. Anyway, this particular event happened on a Wednesday, and I will forever remember it. My mom had already gotten up and was going downstairs to fix herself something for breakfast. I went into the bathroom to wash up. I had a funny feeling come over me. I can't explain it other than to say I felt something was very wrong. For one thing, I haven't heard any noises from the kitchen. The bathroom is at the top of the stairs, so I opened the door and listened. Nothing. I grabbed my robe and was about to go down the stairs when I saw this woman at the bottom. She startled me and I froze. We stood staring at each other for maybe 10 seconds. She had shoulder-length brown hair and a white floor-length gown. She never spoke. She did, however, point towards the kitchen. My heart sank. I understood immediately. I ran past her and into the kitchen. I turned into the dining room and screamed, "Mom." She was lying unresponsive on the floor. I ran over to her crying like a baby. I kept calling her and trying to pick her up. I pulled up one of the chairs and tripped while trying to get my mom into it. We both crashed to the floor, but I finally got up and pulled her onto it. I was hysterical. I kept trying to talk to her, but she just stared at me. I ran to the phone and dialed 911. The fire department is right around the corner, so they got there in no time. Her blood pressure was sky high. We went to the hospital and I called my sister. My mom stayed for 3 days and came back home. We found out she had a clot in her heart. She had gone into the dining room to sit down and catch her breath and just collapsed. Later that day, I went home and only did I remember the lady. I got on my knees and thanked God for letting me be at home that day, and for finding my mom and myself worthy enough for him to send an angel to alert me about her situation. That was May 2013. She died November 13th, 2013. Let me finish by saying that I've been in the healthcare field for over 20 years, but when you see what I described, everything you ever learned goes right out the window.
Out with my two brothers and my dad fishing at around 12 in the morning. Me being maybe 12 or 13 at the time, William was older and Jason was younger. We were on a bridge that stood over a large body of water, and I was honestly becoming a bit bored since we had been fishing for the past hour. The only real exciting thing that happened was when my dad hooked a skate. It was a kick watching him struggle to maintain the pole. He had let out a mean stream of curses when his line snapped, signaling his loss in the battle. The area was surrounded by forest and was beautifully lit by the night sky. I would look over the bridge's wall countless times just to see the moon's light reflecting off of the dark, steady waves. The bridge wasn't made of wood, but concrete. It was strange looking. Now that I think about it, instead of being only about 3 feet off the surface of the water, it was maybe 10 or 15. I assumed that it was made for walking or riding across. It was narrow, but just wide enough to fit 3 average people side by side. Upon stating that I wasn't having much fun, William led Jason and I down to a large blackberry bush. It was set just next to the beginning of the bridge, so my dad could still see us. With our group, we had 4 dogs. It seems like a lot, I know, but we currently still have only 2 of our said 4 dogs. Tragedies happen, I suppose. Back to the story. 2 of the dogs are German Shepherds, the dogs we have currently. Other than them, we had a Border Collie and a Foxhound and Muda mix, a very beautiful dog. Tall and slender, but with just the right amount of muscle. He was all white with the exception of fall points and freckles. Also, very, very fast. Here's the confusing but necessary part. The female German Shepherd was Charlie, the male German Shepherd was Simon, the Foxhound mix was Buddy, and the Border Collie was Sophie. Okay, now that we've gotten that down, on with the occurrence. We weren't really collecting the berries. It was more of a pick and eat thing. Every now and then, one of us would shout out, startled by the sudden prick of their finger from a thorn. Charlie and Buddy were my personal dogs, leaving Jason with Sophie and my dad with Simon. As I was feeling around for berries with Charlie sitting at my side, Jason left to get my dad some. I turned around to watch him go, Sophie at his heels. Before I could turn back around to face the bush, something caught my eye. Something big. My first thought was that it was a tree, that is, until it turns its head towards me. It locked eyes with me. I felt paralyzed by fear. I barely managed to wave my arm around in William's general direction, trying to catch his attention. He must have noticed as he responded with a quiet yeah. Turning to see what I was looking at, he began to say something, but immediately stopped. All emotion drained from his now pale face. "Who is that?" he would ask me. I could only mumble what. Not that I didn't hear him, no, I was correcting him. This thing was massive. Really, the only color you could see on the creature came from its eyes. They were wide, human-like. From where I stood, they almost looked orange. The rest was basically a silhouette. I could feel the presence of the dog next to us. Charlie snarled, stalking closer bit by bit. I wanted to jump at her, do anything to keep her away from it. Simon was staring intently, as was Buddy, but kept his position in front of William and me. The thing was standing on its hind legs, but looked like a big, hairy dog, at least something with long, pointed ears. It had lengthy fingers, or more than likely, claws. It leaned forward a bit, but not much, almost as if it wanted to intensify its glare, or maybe just to get a better look at us. I jumped at the sound of Charlie snapping her jaws at the thing before bounding towards it. I nearly choked on my breath as Buddy followed her. I frantically looked around for Simon, who was cowering behind William with his head bowed down growling. William started to run faster after them, and I started to cry, from both fear and slight anger. I heaved a breath and willed my lungs to run as fast as I could. William was on the track team and played baseball, but he was the least of my worries, because I was too. It was the fact that we were chasing 2 dogs, and a terrifying animal-like creature. Now that I think back on what I did, I must have been insane. Nevertheless, I chased them in the woods. We eventually slowed to a stop as we saw the dogs ahead of us. They were standing defensively, barking and snarling the cryptid. I couldn't see exactly, but it looked as though the creature was now on 4 legs and smaller. The dogs fell back, as though they had been pushed and scurried away from it as an ear-piercing scream sounded. Buddy took off back to the bridge, where we later found him, and Charlie crouched in front of William and I. The scream sounded strangled, unlike anything I'd ever heard. I had let out a fearful shout before I felt something grab hold of my wrist, which, believe me, did not help my situation. William was trying to pull me along, trying to get us the hell out of there. All three of us ran towards the bridge. The whole way there, it felt as though the creature was on my heels, me being in the back by maybe a foot. Once we were free from the trees, we didn't stop. We bolted into the water, William and I. Charlie merely followed, not knowing what to do. I whipped my head around as we stopped and saw nothing but pine. I choked on my tears, feeling both relieved and terrified of what had just gone down. Back on the bridge, we told our dad. He called bullshit, that we were just playing a prank. But you heard the scream, right? We would ask him. He would blow us off completely and continue fishing. He was, and still is, a skeptic. Gotta see it to believe it, is his paranormal motto. I honestly don't know what that thing was, and I don't think I want to. Part of me is curious, but all of me wants to know what I'm dealing with, so I have more information on the subject. I can't be the only one who's seen it. Today, I'm going to tell you a story I haven't told anyone before, simply because they will think I'm crazy. I don't know why all this even began, but what I do remember is when. It was 7 a.m. in the morning. I was all alone in my house, which I share with my family. I was sitting in the dining room while reading a book. I knew that I was alone. I heard someone. I heard my brother's voice. He was calling my name and asking me where I am. I was extremely confused because I checked his bedroom and saw that it was empty. I stood up and walked towards the voice. It was in the hallway. There was nobody there. I suddenly saw someone's shadow. I was so scared I ran out and waited for my bus outside. For the next 2 years, things moved in our house. My bed moved. My bedroom was also colder than everybody else's. I always had a feeling somebody was watching me as I fell asleep, but yesterday, there was something far worse. I fell asleep with a huge feeling of being watched, but I also smelled some kind of cologne, a man's cologne that I have never smelled before. I shook it off and soon fell asleep. Around 3 a.m. in the morning, I woke up gasping for air. I couldn't move, breathe, or even scream. I felt my arms touching my head, neck, my belly, and legs. I heard some kind of language being spoken in my ear. I tried so hard to scream, but I wasn't able to. That went on until the morning. They would let me go for 5 minutes and then continue their torture. After they finally let me go, I had a huge panic attack. I didn't sleep. Today I'm scared. I don't want to eat. I see them. I'm scared. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid to sleep and I'm afraid of the dark. My husband and I moved into a house built on an old battlefield ground. This field goes on for miles and miles, then there's nothing but graves. Such a bloody massacre happened a long time ago during the Civil War in Nancy, Kentucky. When we first moved there, strange activity immediately started happening. We began hearing voices outside mumbling to each other. Note that we have no one that lives close to us for miles. We go outside to investigate and find nothing. We go back inside. It starts up again. We try to fall asleep and hear old music, kind of like an old music box. This keeps us awake for some time. We were never able to pinpoint the location of the music. Every there on out, activities increase. We go on outside on our porch and sit. At night, we see shadow figures moving along the trees within the woods. We'd also be in the living room and hear something walking on our front porch often. We run outside to investigate. Nothing there. My body was numb from fear. My husband, trying to act calm, was looking at me. I could tell he was in shock like I was. We knew this was something paranormal, and we are very skeptical people about paranormal stuff too, until this happened to us. It changed everything. A whole new door opened up that we were not familiar with. We thought maybe if we don't think about it much, maybe it would just stop. So living there for a week now, we decided to make a flower garden together and enjoy the beautiful weather. I put some little bunny figurines in the garden, and also little chickens and turtles. That night we started hearing footsteps again on our front porch. This time I told my husband, let's not go out. I was hoping maybe it'd just stop if we just ignored it. It kept going on for a good while.
We also noticed it's now pounding loudly on our windows. Okay, we had a candle on the windowsill outside. We lit it nightly to keep mosquitoes away, but we hadn't lit it for days. The pounding was getting aggressive after a few days. I look out the window and the candle was lit. My husband and I were surprised, to say the least. So we went outside to investigate and look at the candle. I noticed that my little chicken fingerings in the flower garden were turned upside down. The next night, I put an app on my phone that allows me to capture EVPs in video in low-light situations. My husband thought I was crazy and was skeptical about capturing anything, but I started talking and asking, "What do you want and who are you?" My EVP app was going off in the direction where my husband was standing. I snapped a picture outside in the dark with my husband posing against the wall. We went inside and reviewed the photo. Amazingly, we saw a dark shadow figure of a man floating behind my husband in old clothes. Now we got proof. We showed it to family and friends, and they agreed something is going on here. The place crept me out so much, we decided to move. I found out later that someone died on that property in a garage fire a long time ago. I don't know if that death is related to the Civil War, or is the cause of our hauntings, or it's the old soldiers still there, or maybe both. What I do know is that strange things happen there. This whole ordeal happened when I was around 10 years old to 13 years old, when I lived in a particular house. The house was quite old. It first belonged to my grandmother when she was younger, and at the time, we were renting from her. Many of my grandmother's antique personal items still occupied the house that had belonged to much older relatives that had passed. The importance of these objects was that objects of those who passed away could channel their energy, and this shadow man I had seen could have possibly been an old relative. He could have even been one that had passed away in my lifetime, since there was actually quite a few deaths of older male relatives whom I still quite miss a lot. The first I was aware of this man, I was around 10 years old. The memory is faint, but I am positive of what I felt and saw at the time. I was in my room with a friend, and we were chatting away when we heard sort of a distinct creaking sound. When we turned our heads, we noticed the shade on a lamp that was on my dresser had somehow flown off of the lamp to a nearby spot on the dresser. Being the young child I was freaked out, and we stayed in the living room the rest of the night. I was about 12 years old, I believe, when I first actually saw the figure, who had done plenty of subtle disturbances throughout the years since my first encounter with it. I had stayed home from school since I was pretty sick and was watching Drake and Josh on television to pass the time. I heard the front door open, and then saw, as well as felt, a tall man out of the corner of my eye passing by the entryway to the TV room which I was in. Automatically I called out, "Hey Dad," thinking he had returned from work early. There was no response. I paused the show, and the house was dead silent. The feeling of the man's presences was gone too. I knew that I had seen something tall and shadow-like walk somewhat quickly past the entryway. I got up to investigate and found that the house was indeed empty. My whole body was shaking, so I did what came to mind. I cuddled up in my blankets on the couch and turned the volume up to try and erase the so prominent fear that had filled me, and waited for my parents to come home. I had seen the shadow man a couple of times after that, each time thinking it was my father, and each time finding out it was not. Those memories are far less prominent in my mind, but are still there. We moved from that house later the next year, and since then, I have not seen nor felt the shadow man. Have you ever seen a shadow figure like this? This is my story of what happened to me at work. I don't know if it's a ghost or anything, but I hope that someone may have opinions. Okay, so I was walking back from giving someone their food to go back to the kitchen. Then I saw a little boy outside of the door. He looked like a normal little kid, so I smiled and walked on. I didn't think anything of it. But then, he was at the drive-thru window. Then again, was back at the door. And so on until the last part. I saw his head at the same time in the door and the window, with a little smile. Then he went back to one, and I saw him running. Then he disappeared into the parking lot. The weird thing about it was 9 p.m., and it looked to be about 5 years old. No adults around. It's not the first time I've seen a little boy appear before. One time I was at home,
and I'd seen a little shadow boy. I went to tap him on the head because I thought it was my brother. My hand went through his head. Description: around 5, not pale skin but not tan either, bluish gray eyes, sandy brown hair, wore a striped shirt with gray pants, cute little smile with a few crooked teeth. Was he a ghost too? Thank you. New Orleans, the Bayou, cemetery tours. Witnessed the devastating effects of Katrina, and right on time to watch my son play college baseball. Then my guests entered into my experience. My first experience started when I captured the most beautiful sunset from home plate facing the swampy area where we were playing. As I looked at the picture, I noticed 2 orbs. One was quite noticeable, as it was a small ball of light in the bottom of the photo. The second was the strobe light coming from the sun behind the clouds. Okay, I'll get to the best part. So I checked into the Whitney Hotel, located in Midtown New Orleans, rich in history. An old bank that is still in use, but is also the hotel that has been renovated with 9 floors of winding halls, leading one to get very confused and turn around, so to speak. Let me mention, the entire time I stayed at this hotel, there was not one other guest ever spotted by myself or my parents. In fact, the only people you saw were the same 5 employees that all seemed to be interacting amongst themselves in an odd sort of way. They were always there. One was the chef, yet never saw one person sitting, eating, or drinking in the restaurant and bar. These same characters were always around, out of nowhere. They were eager to share stories of the hurricane, history of the hotel, and the architecture and other tidbits of the city. What I thought so peculiar was there was nothing ever mentioned of ghosts or hauntings. I will preface this by saying there was a strong sense of something, but I could not quite place my finger on what it was exactly. I finally put it out there and asked, "What about ghosts?" The 2 staff members shared a look and stated, "Oh, you can say that." They shared hearing silverware falling in the middle of the night, sounds from the 100-year-old basement, and the bank vault closing and locking when no one was around. I retired to my room, 6:11, at around 8 p.m. I noticed the complete quietness of the floor. Again, not one other room guest was around. I laid down and fell asleep. Approximately 2:13 p.m., I became aware of a feeling between my legs, as if I had been punched. I was in somewhere between sleep and wake, and had remembered the feeling in the pit of my stomach that told me someone is in this room. I laid there paralyzed as I tried to rationalize what was happening. Was there someone in my room? Why isn't the spot where it was hit not as excruciating as it should be? There was still the feeling, but no pain, rather a strong pressure feeling. Then I felt the most gut-wrenching, gut feeling, sick to your stomach feeling begin to rise in me. The feeling that someone was there, and this was not going to be good. My heart was racing. I was frozen, unable to roll over to look in the direction where I felt the person was standing. 30 seconds in, I am now fully aware and awake and scared to death. I thought, I need to get control. I can either lay here or take action. At this point, I leaped out of the bed and walked 3 feet to where I felt the person standing, as it was in the direction of the restroom. It was at this point that I swear there was a figure, see-through, dressed in black and white, streaks on the face area. It wasn't a pleasant presence. This feeling I had was of sheer terror. Then it was gone. As I gathered my bearings, slowed my heart, and tried to rationalize what I just experienced, I felt a sort of calm presence come over me. I laid back down, and I instantly fell right back to sleep. I awoke refreshed and wondered why it was so easy for me to fall back asleep. In the past with nightmares, it's always been difficult, not this time. I didn't mention this to anyone for a few days, but that feeling of complete terror, dread stayed with me. I returned to work and shared the experience with a coworker. The fact that it was so real and the feelings it caused me is what prompted me to share my experience, and hopefully can find others with similar stories, so I don't feel like I am crazy. Thanks for reading.
Several years ago as a child, around the age of 7 in the town of Wheat Ridge, Colorado, there was a Mexican restaurant that was operational in the same building that is now known as Clancy Irish Bar and Grill. I'm 34 now, so that tells you how long it has been.
It's been so long that I actually have no recollection of the event that I'm about to speak on, but my sister swears that the story is true. It was questionable until several years later, my 5-year-old daughter had a similar experience in the same restaurant. Now let me rewind to the beginning of the story. Keep in mind the building still exists under the current restaurant name of Clancy's Irish Pub and Grill. My sister is 8 years older than me, and every now and then, she would always talk about the event that happened when I was 7. At that time, it was a Mexican restaurant that was very popular and well known. As a family, we had gone there one night to eat, and being the ordinary little punk that I was, I'd wandered off to explore and ran up the stairs to the next level of the restaurant. The upstairs was apparently closed to customers and is where the restaurant office was held. My sister said she saw me run up the stairs, and so she chased after me to take me back downstairs. All she remembers is seeing me stop, as if I was frozen, at the very top of the stairs for some reason. She called out to me from the bottom of the stairs. However, she said it looked as if I was staring at something and was in a trance and would not budge or acknowledge her. She then walked up the stairs to grab me, thinking I was ignoring her. Immediately upon reaching the top, she felt a cold chill and said she had felt also extremely uneasy and even scared. A few years later, the restaurant closed down and the building was left abandoned for over 10 years until another restaurant decided to take it over again. My family and I were living only a few blocks away at the time and saw that there was a construction crew remodeling the inside and just doing minor touch-ups to the exterior. Seeing the remodel, I couldn't help but think about the story my sister would speak about from time to time. I told my wife about the story, and of course, she did not believe it. A couple weeks after the restaurant had been open for business, I decided we should go eat there, just to see what it looked like after the remodel, and to also try the food. When we arrived to the restaurant, I picked my daughter up and carried her toward the building. As soon as we got closer to the building, my daughter instantly started screaming and yelling and having a fit, even though she was perfectly happy while in the car. When we got inside the restaurant, my daughter started screaming even louder, and as we passed the staircase, she looked up and pointed up to the top of the stairs while still screaming her head off. We decided to leave shortly after because she would not settle down. As soon as we got in the car, she instantly stopped screaming and calmed down. This may be a coincidence. However, the next week, my wife and I talked to my wife's mom while visiting her and told her of the story of when I was young. We also told her the situation with my daughter when we went there recently. Her mom asked where it was located, and after we told her, she gave us a very serious and shocked look and told us a story of her own. Her mom told us that her friend at work had recently spoke about her son doing an electrical job at the same building during the remodel. Her friend's son apparently was an electrician and was working upstairs when he heard someone whisper in his ear, "Look outside." Just after hearing that, he heard a loud crash outside. He ran to the window and saw that someone had crashed directly into the parked work truck. He also had told her that he was the only one upstairs at the time when he heard the voice and then the crash happened. This restaurant also later closed within a month and was then bought out by Clancy's. Clancy's is still there, and I also believe it is still haunted upstairs. I've always wanted to visit again and speak with the employees just to see if they had any stories of their own. However, I've never been back since. Thank you for reading. When I was a teenager, I had kind of a chip on my shoulder from family problems, etc. So often, I would not be very emotional with friends or show my feelings. I had a best friend. Her name was Rhonda. We just clicked from the moment we met 2 years prior to her death. We both liked talking about things like life after death and paranormal stuff. We once told each other that whoever passed away first, we would contact the other. Little was I to even imagine at that time that this would indeed come true. I remember one time we went swimming with a few friends, and one friend took me in the deep part of the water, knowing I could not swim, and let me go. I almost drowned, and Rhonda was the only friend who came and sat with me while I was crying because it scared me so bad. She was very empathetic to me. Rhonda herself was an excellent swimmer.
She had awards on her bedroom wall that she had earned from swimming events, yet she understood what it must have been like for me to have almost drowned not knowing how to swim. That is the quality of a best friend. In 1982, I was 15 years old and my best friend Rhonda was 17. She was looking forward to turning 18 in 3 short months. We talked daily, went for walks, did all the teenage stuff together. One day she called me on the phone and asked me if I wanted to go to an outdoor type of party at Cullen Park, a small boat dock park at the Maumee River. It was a very hot day in July, the 27th to be exact. She said about 5 other people were going, and that they were going to have a cookout, play volleyball, and go swimming. I said to her, swimming? Why would you go swimming in the Maumee River? She said she had done it before, and that you just had to wear your sneakers or water shoes to not get cut by rocks or glass under the water. I still did not like the idea of going in that fish-smelling dirty water, so I told her and she said, well, you don't have to go in the water. I know you don't swim anyway. She said I can just go for the cookout and maybe playing volleyball. I said okay. I have $20 in my pocket and I could chip in for food and drinks. Yes, I will go. We hung up the phone. I sat there thinking to myself and thought, I just don't know if I want to go. I called her back and I said, Rhonda, I don't know. I think I'm going to pass on this. And she responds by saying, oh, come on, Rose. You will have fun. At first I said, okay, I will go. And then I changed my mind again. Finally, I said for sure, no, I'm not going to go. Sorry. And she responds again, fine, be that way, and hung up the phone. That would be the last words I would ever hear from her. I sat there in my kitchen and I felt so bad. I had nothing else to do that day and I thought to myself, maybe I should go. I called her back and her mom answered the phone and she already left. So I pretty much dropped the idea then and there. The next day, I was sitting in the dining room of my home where I live with my dad, and there was a little black and white TV we had on a table that was turned on. The new news was on. I looked at the TV and saw a picture of my boyfriend Doug, who was 18 at the time, and it said that he had gotten electrocuted to death by climbing an electrical fence the night before, July 26th. I was in shock. I could not believe what I was seeing or hearing on the TV. The first thing I did was dial Rhonda's phone number. I wanted to tell my best friend what had happened to my boyfriend. I guess you could say I really needed my best friend at that moment. Her phone was busy. I tried another 3 or 4 times and kept getting a busy signal. I ran down the street 2 blocks down to another friend's house. He was an older friend of the family. I was very distraught and just in total shock. I ran all the way there. He answered his door and I spurted out what had happened and he said, come on, you need to calm down. We can go for a car ride and a talk. So we go to get in the car and a neighbor of his came running up to his car and said, did you hear what happened? He said, what? The neighbor said Rhonda, who lived 1 block from him and that he also knew, had drowned in the Maumee River. He said that they were looking for her body. Now, I was already in shock about my boyfriend, and then I hear my best friend is dead. I didn't believe it. I said, no, you are a liar. That's my best friend. My other friend got me in the car, where I proceeded to fall apart crying. I can't remember the ride or even getting home after that, or even what we said. The next thing I can remember is standing at Cullen Park, looking at the river where many others were looking for my friend. I told myself, no, she couldn't have drowned. She was such a good swimmer. With all the awards she had hanging on her wall from swimming, there's no way she could have drowned. But what I didn't know was the river has currents in it, and that is what took her down. I had told myself, she must have swam to one of the little grassy islands around there, and she is knocked out, but someone will find her. It was 2 days before they found her body in the river. All I can remember is not being able to sleep, shaking a lot, for months and months. I worried that my best friend and boyfriend never knew how I felt about him. Because I didn't show my emotions or say things like I love you or you are my best friend, my biggest worries were that they left this world and did not even know how much I cared about them. There was no funeral showing for either of them, for obvious reasons, which made it kind of hard to accept they were really gone. So now,
Skip ahead 5 years. I've been bothered by them not knowing each day of my life. It was something I felt horrible about. One night, not even specifically thinking of either of them, I went to bed. I had a dream. I was sitting in my bedroom and the furniture was arranged just how I had never had it before arranged. And Rhonda, my deceased best friend, was sitting next to me on the bed, and we were talking. I wanted to tell her she was my best friend and that I missed her so much and how much it had hurt me that she died. But I could not get the words out. And then I just realized, in the dream, that my left arm was itching really bad. Before I went to scratch my arm, Rhonda said, "You need to scratch your left arm, Rose." I looked at her and I said, "How did you know my arm was itching?" And she said, I know how you feel." She had a smile and that unique giggle she had that I missed so much, and she kept saying, I know how you feel." The dream ended there. She was telling me she knew the things I was feeling without me actually having to say it. This was a visitation in my dream. I know that for sure. Very shortly after that dream visitation, I also had one from my boyfriend, Doug, who had died the day before my best friend did. In that dream, we were in my bathroom and I was crying. I was crying harder than I ever cried in my life, and he was holding me saying, "It's okay, Rose. It's okay." He also said, "I know how hurt you are, and I know you cared about me." I kept telling him I was sorry, so sorry, and that's where that dream ended. These were not dreams that I willed to happen. I've lost many other relatives, including my mother and father, and have never had a dream like that about them. I'd never had a dream before those two that were so real to me. I'm 50 years old now, and I remember every single aspect of those two dreams, and I know my boyfriend and my best friend and boyfriend visited me in a dream state because it would have scared me any other way. In the dream, I felt safe and everything felt normal. It was like I knew they were gone in the dream, but it seemed normal to see them and to be talking to them. Wow, I have to say, it has taken a lot out of me to write this stuff out, to go through those emotions again, reliving such tragedy, but I felt it important to share this with you. It is a 100% true story, which can be proved from newspaper archives about both their deaths, and I have copies in a scrapbook and stuff from both of them. Blessings, Rose. It was raining heavily that night. I was on my way back from the night class. I boarded a double-decker bus. Thinking that it might be more quiet to take a nap upstairs, I took a seat on the center of the bus in the upper part. The bus takes 30 minutes to reach the terminal, which was near where I stayed. I closed my eyes, thinking of taking a short nap. After about 10 minutes, I heard a boy talking to his mother. I was sure that I was the only passenger aboard that bus. Then the little boy was speaking in a very different language, from which I could hardly understand. Looking at his mom, half of her face was covered by her long hair, so I didn't really have a chance to see her face. When I closed my eyes once again, I felt like the boy was sitting beside me and was whispering in my ear. I opened my eyes again, and he was at his seat and pointing at me, laughing loudly. It felt so eerie. Then suddenly, I felt a gust of cold wind blow past me, followed by a sound of a girl in a low pitch talking to her boyfriend behind me. I turned my head, and at the same time, the rain and thunder outside the window sounded heavy and loud. I could hardly hear what they were saying. I remember I was the only one on the upper decker when I boarded, and I closed my eyes less than 10 minutes. Why were there 4 others on the bus? I did not doze off, and I'm sure the bus did not stop. This time, I told myself I need to keep my eyes open. I was worried if I closed my eyes again, another 2 people might appear. The rain was heavy and the night was quiet, so therefore the bus driver did not stop at most of the bus stops. There were 3 more bus stops to go. I walked down from the upper deck and stood near the driver's seat. The driver said to me, "What a lonely night. You are my only passenger." And I responded by saying, "I beg your pardon?" There's some other foreign passenger on the upper deck. The driver did not answer me. Then suddenly, the bus skidded and crashed into a tree. I knocked against a metal pole in front of me and fainted. When I opened my eyes,
I was still sitting at the bus stop, waiting for the bus. It was still raining heavily. I thought I had a dream, but my head was swollen. How can that be? When I turned my head to the left, a heavy-set man was sitting at the first seat. A lady and a boy was sitting right beside me. The lady's hair covered half of her face, which I cannot see clearly, and a boy and a girl were hugging each other behind my seat. I shivered and stood up. The little boy said, "Are you leaving? Our bus is not here yet." I did not turn my head. I waved to the coming by taxi and quickly got inside. When I entered the taxi, the driver said, "What a lonely night. You are my only passenger." I was shocked to hear this twice and felt uneasy. I quickly aligned from the taxi and entered a night coffee shop, took out my mobile phone, and called for my dad. Then the waiter came near me and asked for my order. I ordered 2 cups of coffee, thinking my dad would be here soon. Then I heard the waitress whispering to another, "This lady is ordering a coffee for that little boy also." I turned my head and looked at them, giving me a weird look. The other waitress walked near me and asked, "Are you going to ask your boy to come in or let him stand outside my door?" I just ignored her, pretending I did not hear what she said and hoped that my father would be here soon. After the coffee was served, I saw my father enter and I felt safe. On the way home, I saw the taxi that I just halted was in the accident. It was badly crashed against a tree, and there stood an overweight man, a couple, and a mother holding a boy staring at the taxi, and the nurses were busy carrying the injured man into the ambulance. Lucky, I was not in that taxi. The little boy turned his head, stared at me pointing and laughing. When I reached home, I was sick for almost a week. My mom brought me to a medium, and the medium sent me and my mom to that bus stop to do some spirit chanting and offering. I guess you could say this was one wild night.
A lot has been happening lately. Comfortable and uncomfortable things. Some of these happenings just leave me curious and confused as to why all of this is happening. I've been experiencing things to the point where I've broken down, and I shall tell you how and why right now. One day, I was sitting in front of the door to my brother's room, just casually sitting there, listening to music as I waited on my brother to come back. When he finally came, just as I turned my head towards him to say something, I was kept completely shut and frightened over what I had just seen. I let out a small scream, which left my brother worried and motivated him to ask me why I had let out a sudden reaction. I explained it all to him, about how I saw a solid figure of a man that stood right behind him. Now, I really didn't believe in the paranormal, and to see something like this just shook me. I did, and still do believe that spirits are real, but my view on seeing them had totally changed around after this incident. I am religious, and I pray more often than I used to back then, which has helped me a lot because I feel more protected and safe. But it doesn't end there. When I found out that my brother was experiencing the same things as me, we told our mother, and she sat us down to explain it all. We found out that she had similar things happening to her in the past too. And I had also learned that when my mother was trying to get pregnant with her first child, me, that she was targeted by black magic and had been attacked by a shadow person. That gives me a feeling that something or someone, the spirits, may have gotten through some closed doors. I'm not a professional or anything, but it's something I assume may have happened. Anyway, we've had our house checked out by different mediums, and they all said the same things. They told us that something was in this house. But the thing is that I feel like there's more than one spirit in this house. One I sense as good and the other I sense as bad, but not demonically bad. I can feel it in my gut. Most times, out of nowhere, I will occasionally see a black mist pass by the corner of my eyes, but I end up dismissing them as my imagination. The way these spirits contact me are through my dreams, most of the times, rather than in my awake hours, although I've seen the solid figure of a man twice in the same hallway I had an encounter with the first solid figure that appeared behind my brother. At night, I feel cold touches, especially on the side of my head, and the feelings of pins and needles stuck into my hands. Very recently, it was as if I was completely drained of my energy, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't think straight. Hours later, I was totally fine and slept well, but this isn't the only time that something like that has happened. One night, I was sleeping, and I felt this voice speak into my ear. It was vividly clear enough to make me understand the words being said, and the voice was soft, yet in a little harsh tone. It said something like, "You think you're clever, don't you? I'm stronger than you, girl. Try me." That's when I woke up. My heart was racing so fast to examine if one of my siblings played a harmless yet frightening prank on me. But when I realized there was no way for my siblings to do that to me, I froze in shock. My bed was against a wall then, and since my door is a bit broken and the floorboards haven't been fitted back in properly, if you open the door, it would create a loud sound that would make anyone jolt. I'm a light sleeper, by the way, so there was no way that anyone could have pulled it off. Plus, I don't sleep against the wall. I always sleep away from the wall, so I wouldn't have known and felt something get onto my bed and lay beside me. It's just confusing me, all of this. I found myself crying one day because of it. I don't know what to do. I've decided to keep myself devoted to God and to follow the light, as I know that's the only thing that assures me safety. I'm sorry for posting such a long story, but I would like to know your opinions and advice on what I should do or about what's happening to me. Thanks. Number 2. My name is April. I'm 21 and have a story to tell you about the experience I had with the infamous Ouija board. You have heard stories of Zozo the demon, right? Well, he is real, and I have read stories on him, but didn't actually think it was true until it happened to me. 3 months ago, I had moved in with my sister, and I had brought a couple friends over to hang out that evening. We were all smoking a cigarette when I came up with the brilliant idea to play the Ouija board and ask otherworldly spirits questions about the afterlife and questions about the future. Now, I have played the board by myself for many years, with little to no negative spirits speaking with me, but this evening was in fact different. We sat at the table and put our hands on the cursor and moved it clockwise around the board as we said Ouija out loud 3 times. My friends weren't avid believers in the paranormal or using the board from rumors they had heard. I asked, "Is there anyone there?" The cursor moved slowly to yes. "Who are we speaking with?" The cursor repeatedly went from Z to O and continued to do so after the question was asked. "What do you want?" It quickly spelled out her. "Who is her?" I asked. It spelled out my friend's name, and I was freaked. "What do you want with her?" It spelled out, "I want her." Very quickly, the cursor returned to moving from the Z to the O yet again, and I was getting annoyed with this because it wouldn't tell me why it wanted my friend. It just spelled out, "I want her," repeatedly. My friend, the one the demon wanted, stupidly called him a pussy, and the board spelled out death. That's when things got bad. I got angry and told her not to provoke him because he was capable of bad things, and I sure as hell didn't want anything happening to my friends. The other friend just sat there freaked out, not speaking the entire time, as we continued to ask it questions, which I don't recall. The cursor began feeling hot under my fingers, and I asked my friends if they felt it too. They said they did. I asked it another question, but its answer didn't make any sense. It spelled out. The word it spelled out was mama, over and over,
and would not move to any other letters, so I cussed at him because I was getting annoyed. The one friend took his hand off the cursor and refused to play anymore, and the atmosphere immediately changed. I could feel Zozo in the room now, and the air was heavy, and I began to get scared. All of a sudden, I didn't feel like myself. I felt if something was inside me. I felt the most intense hatred I've ever felt before. I began to laugh hysterically and then cry like I had no control over my emotions. My mood then turned to hatred again, and I turned to look at my friend, the one the demon wanted, with the most evil smile. I felt it inside. It wasn't me smiling. It was the demon. We all stopped playing the board after that, but the heavy feeling in the air and its presence remained. It took a bit before everything felt normal again that night, and I felt like myself, but when it did, I was certainly relieved. I feared for my friends' safety that night, but fortunately, none of them experienced anything after leaving. My advice: do not mess with the Ouija board. Evil presence in the flat. Since moving out of the flat, when I was going through my divorce, I've made a point of not going back in there unless it was really necessary. When we had tenants renting the place, I'd no need really, but the tenants left, and my mom decided to move in there. Suddenly, I had to go there quite often. The atmosphere in the place was always thick to me. It was like the air was harder to breathe. On one specific night in April 2015, my mom sent me a message and told me strange things were going on in the flat. Not one to leave my mom alone when she was far less open than I was, I ran to the flat. She was sitting in the lounge when it came in, and she asked me to step into her room and tell me if I smelled anything. As I took the one step into her room and came to the closet, on my left, bed to my right, there was the very distinct smell of cigarette smoke hanging in the air. I walked towards the bed, and the smell decreased, towards the closet, and the smell was stronger. No one in the yard smokes, so the chances that it could have been carried in from outside are zero. The closet is also not close to any windows, so the fact that the smoke was centralized to that spot was enough to get my hair standing on end. I went back to my mom and asked her if this was all she had been experiencing. She said no. The whole week, she could feel someone take hold of her ankles as she lay in bed, until one night, where not only did something take hold of her legs, it pulled her halfway out until she got panicked and started kicking. By then, her legs were completely off of the bed. She swore to me for a second it felt like she had kicked a solid human being, but no one was there to be seen, although she clearly smelled the smoke. The weekend, I had Tim and Eileen over and explained the story to them. Tim went into the flat alone, leaving us by the pool, and after about 5 minutes, he came out. He said that the person in the flat was a man, middle-aged. He gave features to this man that had my mom and I looking at each other. For my South African compatriots, the man looked like a thinner version of Eugene Terror Blanche. I asked Tim if he could see the man's right arm, and Tim told me that the man made an effort of staying in silhouette. I went into Adam's room and fetched my mom's wedding album. I found a picture of my paternal grandfather and showed it to Tim. Tim nodded. The man in the flat was my mom's father, Johnny. Johnny had lost his right arm in a car accident. Considering he had been instrumental in the abuse I suffered in the flat, not to mention that he was responsible for the death of my gran when she was 32 years old. My mom was 5 at the time. Neither my mom nor I were very happy about the fact that he was in our home. My mom told me to take every picture of him out of the album. She took the pictures, gave them to Tim, and told him to burn them. After he had destroyed every picture, Tim told us what he needed to cleanse the flat, and he went in, alone. He was busy for close to 2 hours. By then, it was late afternoon. As night came around, my mom went into the flat. For some odd reason, the main switch of the electricity was off. Strange. She switched the power on and went to her bedroom. My son, T, came into the flat and told her he smelled smoke. Since they are both asthmatics, very bad timing. My mom ran out of her room and saw the box that she had set down on the stove catch fire. Yes, not the smartest move, putting flammable materials on a stove. Curious though, my mom never cooks in the flat, so the stove mains are always switched off on the circuit. Yet, every plate on the stove was glowing red, turned up to full heat, and the box and its contents were on fire. Mom yelled and grabbed T, rushing to get out. Tim rushed in, grabbed the box, dropped it in the sink, and doused the flames. Outside, both my mom and my son were having full-on asthma attacks. When Eileen and I were able to get my mom and my son calmed down and breathing, we speculated as to why the stove would have been turned on when it is never used. Tim stated very simply, "You burn my pictures, I will burn you." A sick parting gift from a bad old soul. At long last, the 14 hours of flying nonstop from Singapore to London was over. Max managed to get the key to his hotel room. The thought of having 2 days off in London overcame the trauma he endured during the 16 hours of duty time. The flight was packed with demanding passengers, and it was hard coping with his senior crew. After having a shower, Max took a train from Gloucestershire Station and left for Piccadilly Station, the nearest tube station to London Chinatown. Max's favorite duck rice was in a restaurant in Chinatown. He would never fail to visit Chinatown for his favorite dish. The restaurant was crowded with diners from all over the world. It was noisy too. There was only one small table available, and the waiter ushered Max to that table. Chinese tea was served, and before Max could sip his tea, an old haggard-looking lady of European descent sheepishly asked Max whether she could share the table. Max gestured her to only the left seat. She took a bow and thanked Max. The old lady and Max had placed their dinner order, and it took a long time before their dinner was served. While waiting for their meals, Max and the old lady did not speak to each other, except for the occasional smile they exchanged with each other. After dinner, the old lady was pleasantly surprised when Max paid for her meal. She insisted on paying Max, but Max politely declined to accept. During the time when they were waiting for their dinner to arrive, Max noticed that the old lady was dressed in old tattered clothing. The dress was old and patched up, but it looked clean. She had an old, worn-out handbag. Max took pity on the old lady and decided to pay for her £5 dinner, which was nothing more than a plate of fried rice. After all, Max told himself that the allowances he earned on his London flight was more than $1,000. That night, Max was woken up from his sleep by some noises which sounded like someone talking to him. He looked up, and in the dim room light, could see an old lady seated across from his bed in a chair, smiling at him. Max noticed it was the same old lady who had shared his table at Chinatown. At this point, Max could feel the goosebumps all over his body. He was scared stiff, but the old lady lifted up her hands, smiled, and vanished into the thin air. Max could not sleep and remained so until dawn. Back at Singapore a week later, Max found out that his wife was pregnant. They had always wanted a baby, but Max's wife could not conceive. They have been married for a couple of years, and the knowledge that his wife was pregnant was indeed good news. The following news his wife was pregnant, Max also won a big sum of money by betting on lotteries. Indeed, Max and his wife suspected the old lady whom Max met in London must have given them good luck. "3 years ago, I used to study in France, and I worked part-time at a restaurant in winter. This is a very old restaurant and an expensive one. My job was to clean the whole restaurant before it was noon. So every day early in the morning, around 5 a.m., I used to start my job, and it would take around 2 hours to complete. I like to share the strange experiences I had in this place. In the morning, when I'd start work, it was always dark. Every day, the first thing I did when I entered the place was to lock the door from the inside. After this, I turned off the alarm systems and then would turn on the heating systems. Each and every window was kept closed in the building. The restaurant opened at noon, so all the other employees started work after 11 a.m. I mention this to prove that there was no possibility of someone else entering the place from outside playing a role in my experiences. While working there most of the time, I got the feeling I wasn't alone. I remember many instances where I suddenly turned back because I would feel as if someone was behind me, a feeling of thin air brushing me. Most often, I got confused, but never got scared, maybe because I didn't have much time to think about it. When I worked upstairs, the building is 2 stories. Sometimes I heard footsteps coming from downstairs, or heard someone running up or down the staircases. And at those times, I come to the ground floor to see if my boss or the chef had come. Only 3 of us had a key, but strangely enough, not even once they were present. The next thing I did when it happened was run towards the main door and see if it was locked properly, and it was always locked. Those times, I just eased my mind, telling myself maybe I didn't hear anything. Since no one ever told me about the building's haunted history, I never wanted to believe there were paranormal presences. Other than this, sometimes I heard doorknobs turning. At times, strange sounds from the kitchen were heard, but whenever I checked, nothing was there. This building had some particular locations where it got so cold, even though the heating systems were on. When you are at those places, you tend to get the feeling someone or something is always there, and it never moves from there. One of the creepiest places was the huge cellar in the basement. I had to visit the basement often to refill wine. The cellar and the basement were unusually cold. I often felt humming kinds of sounds from the cellar. It is hard to explain how, since these sounds were not heard, but felt. I worked in that place for 3 months, and in all those 3 months, I had noticed lots of strange things happening. My instincts were saying to me all the time that there were entities in that place which never belonged to our world or dimension. Regardless of that, I dismissed this instinct every time. I also need to say, I never ever experienced something which threatened me. If I saw something as a threat, maybe I would have quit my job. Now, sometimes I think that what I did back then by rejecting or neglecting the presence of paranormal entities, I saved myself from lots of unwanted haunting, which might have disrupted my lifestyle. I strongly believe that the fact I never showed any weakness was the main reason I was not harmed or threatened. After 3 months of work, I found a better job which suited my education, so I decided to leave my job. Something happened on the last day of my work which changed my whole attitude towards that building. It was a conversation with a barmaid who was working there for more than a year. The last day, I was waiting for my boss outside the restaurant to get my last pay and bid goodbye. It was almost 11:30 a.m., and one of the barmaids, Sophia, was already there. Since I had the key, I opened the restaurant door for her, and she went in. While I was outside, within 15 minutes, she came back running outside, and I could see she had a pale and panicked face. She sat next to me, and I could see from her looks she was terrified. She lit a cigarette and started smoking. I asked her what was wrong. She replied to me, "It's as usual. The things inside scared me." I was confused hearing this and asked her what she meant. She looked at me with a puzzled face and said, "Don't you know? Ghosts," and said she heard the usual footsteps and voices. She also said she felt as if someone touched her shoulder from behind. At this point, I noticed she was sweating like hell. I remind you it was winter and freezing even with thick jackets on. Once I saw this, I knew for sure she was damn serious about it. I tried to calm her down and told her that I too had experienced these things, but I never took it seriously and that I never accepted the ghostly presence inside. She said I was lucky I wasn't harmed. She was also shocked to hear that I usually start work as early as 5 a.m. In fact, even my boss didn't know I start work that early. I had to finish work before noon, and they thought I started work at 10 or 11 a.m. If someone had known the timetable I used for my conveniences, I'm sure they would have never allowed me. According to Sophia, throughout its history, the building was notorious for haunting. It was believed ghosts belonged to various centuries were present in that place, and also some other entities as well. People believe the presence of alcohol, food, and other luxuries were the reasons for this building being a hotspot for haunting. The building had always been a restaurant, a hotel, or a bar in its lifetime. Some people would flood to this place to have fun, and it seems the souls of those who never saw lights still visit this building. There were also some ghosts who were trapped inside the building for unknown reasons. Most of these employees and guests, when being alone, have felt the presence of these ghosts. This includes voices, touches, and moving shadows. Sophia also mentioned that a murder or a suicide had taken place in the basement long ago. She wasn't sure about it, but said the basement had the strongest sightings. Some employees were working inside the basement and had seen moving shadows and strange whispers in their ear. Unlike the voices heard, these whispers were very clear. After my conversation with her, I really felt terrified, but also lucky to not have been threatened by ghosts. Now, Sophia was only 18 and was one of the fun-loving people in that restaurant who loved playing small jokes, so it was possible that she was trying to fool me. So that afternoon when I met another employee, Adela, who's a friend and was someone respectable in her 60s, I told her about my conversation with Sophia, and this old lady friend confirmed everything Sophia said. She also yelled at me for working so early alone in that building. She said the ghosts were very violent sometimes, and she mentioned an incident. One day when Adela, my boss, and another employee were having their last drink for the day, almost around midnight, suddenly they heard huge bangs and very loud noises from the kitchen. She said it sounded like someone was screaming out of anger. They were all scared because the whole place was locked from the inside, and there weren't others present in the restaurant but these three. Then after around 5 minutes, once everything had calmed, the three of them together with some people from the neighboring hotel had gone to the kitchen to see what had happened. She said the food trolley kept in the kitchen had banged the door for the rear entrance of the restaurant, which was through the kitchen. In the rear, there was a small garden, followed by a huge wall. The door was locked. It had occurred to them that something had been banging the trolley against the door. What frightened them was the kitchen knives, which were very sharp, were seen scattered around the kitchen as if someone had thrown them all over the place. Had some employee been present at the kitchen when this happened, then most probably he would have died or severely gotten injured. After this incident, my boss had brought a priest and purified the place, and things have calmed down a bit for some time. Then everything had started up again. Luckily, the kitchen haunting had never repeated. The year was 1980, and I was 14 years old. My parents and two younger sisters were living in Saudi Arabia, where my father was stationed as part of a phone system upgrade project for the kingdom. The school for expatriates, Americans, British, Canadians, and others from all over the world, only went up to grade 9 in Saudi Arabia, and so for the grade 10 school year, I was sent back to Canada to live with my grandmother in a small Ontario town, not far from Ottawa. My grandmother lived alone. my grandfather having died long before I was born. She was very religious and very involved with our church community, along with her regular Sunday attendance. My family didn't practice any religion and never went to church, so it took some time getting used to on my part being away from my family for the first time, living in a small rural town and living in a religious household. Further complicating things, I inadvertently crossed the school bully early on in the school year and found myself a pariah at the local high school where I was the new kid. To be exact, I had a hard time adjusting to this environment, and as a result, I stopped going to school. This upset my grandmother deeply, and she sent me to go see a doctor who prescribed me some kind of antidepressant. I just threw the entire bottle out the window. Drug me was not the solution. I would take my bike and go to the library or find a park on a nice fall day and read books. At night, I would stay up and watch late night TV like The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. The apartment was on the second floor of a house by the railroad tracks on the north edge of town. It was old and musty, and the floorboards and steps up creaked. There was only one entrance to the place, and if anyone came in, I would be able to see them coming up the stairs and pass by the living room where I watched TV. One night in November, I heard my grandmother sobbing from her room, which was down the hall. I knew I was the reason for her distress because I had stopped going to school and she didn't know how to deal with me. Then I heard her talking. At first I thought she was talking to herself, as this was 1980 and there were no cell phones and she did not have a phone in her room. The only phone was in the hall and she wasn't in the hall. Then a man's voice responded to her. "Don't worry, Anna," he said. Chills ran up my spine and I froze in my chair. The voice was deep and clear and in the house, and yet I had been in the living room all evening and no one had come into the house. I heard her sobbing some more, and one more time the voice spoke. "Everything will be all right." I remained in that chair until dawn. I'll never know if that was my imagination, my grandmother speaking in a different voice to herself, or perhaps, as I imagined at the time, it was the voice of my grandfather's spirit comforting my grandmother. Whatever the case, I've never forgotten that moment, nor the feeling of creepy dread that crawled up my spine, as something from the other world seemed to pass into this one for the moment.
This is an experience that occurred over several months. In the autumn of 2012, I was home from university one weekend. On the outskirts of my town, there is an old graveyard called the Red River Cemetery. It is very old. The earliest graves are from the 1790s and associated with an abundance of local history. The Great Revival of 1800 occurred there, the first camp meeting in Christian history. A lot of spiritual activity happened at that event. This cemetery is a regular spot for me. It is a pleasant drive into the fresh country, and the entire graveyard is surrounded by ancient trees. In the back of the cemetery is a reconstruction of a log church that was once there. You feel as if you are going back in time when you go there. It is serenely silent and still, and there is a nostalgia with all the graves and arrangement of trees. In the center of the cemetery is a separate walled graveyard. It is an elaborate family plot, and the old wall dates back to the 1830s. There are many graves in there, and one has sunken in and opened. Vandalism or other natural occurrence? Not entirely sure. I walked around the plot for a few moments. I had come here many times before, and nothing strange had ever happened. But this time, I felt an unpleasant feeling. It wasn't very strong, but I felt that I should get out of this plot. I did so and continued to walk around the cemetery. Then it started that night. I mostly had insomnia, but I did drift into sleep eventually. The line between the two is blurred, but I definitely know that I was awake most of the night. In lack of a better term, my mind was tormented. Seemingly out of nowhere,
My mind burned with the image of these two particular graves in the back of the walled plot. It was scorched in my mind. I had nightmares when awake of these two graves, and never could I get my mind off of them. It was something I've never experienced before. The thought and image of these graves blared and blared in my mind, and I felt terrified. I knew I was awake, and I was afraid in my own home. I felt I wasn't alone. I covered myself in the middle of my bed with this torturing thought of these two graves. As the night wore on, the thought or nightmare, I can't recall which, I had a dream of the people buried there. I remember specifically seeing a man, young, but I couldn't tell how young, and his face was a blur. He wore brownish beige clothes, pre-1850-ish style. He may have held pale hair, but I can't recall specifically. He was a little heavy-set, not fat, just big. This image is crystal clear in my mind, and in my torment, I knew it was one of the people buried in those graves. This incident was absolutely dreadful. The next day, I was emotionally disturbed. My parents didn't know what to think. If I thought about my experience, I would start to cry. A few odd things happened that can be attributed to coincidence, but nevertheless odd. My dog was barking at nothing. Then the washing machine went crazy and started moving. The repairman said a part inside had gotten loose. It never done that, nor has it again. Again, this could be coincidence. Eventually, I put it out of my mind. It was disturbing, but I couldn't let it get in the way of my studies, so I carried on with my life. Then came the spring of 2013. I became curious again about those graves. I wondered just who are buried in those graves. I thought if I found out, some sort of mystery would be solved or a question would be answered. So I gathered my courage and went back to the cemetery. I found the two graves. They were there. I wrote down the names but misplaced the exact information, but the individuals were two siblings. There was a Jane, and she passed away when she was 28 and had 3 children. Her brother's name was Chatham. He died when he was 21 or 22 in the 1810s. They were the children of a Kentucky senator, who is also buried nearby, and the site of their old family home is nearby. Nobody special, and I thought little of it. That very night, I woke up at exactly 3:30 a.m. Insomnia again. I had been awake for a few moments, and then my doorknob wiggled. I stared wide-eyed at it for the longest time. It had just wiggled. My first thought is that it was my cat. Sometimes she opens the porch door, then tries to open our doors. I prayed to God, please let that have been my cat, then I can sleep in peace. I convinced myself it was my cat, of course. The next morning, my cat was on the porch, and the porch door happened to be locked. Kitty had not snuck in, so I interrogated my mom, dad, and brother. They denied my accusations. They wouldn't do that. Then, the next night came, and I awoke again at 3:30 or 4:30. When I went to bed, my brother, who was in the den, right outside my room, was watching TV. But here, I was awake again, and I could see the light coming in, where I could see under the door. Then my door opened. I heard the doorknob turn, and it slowly opened, about halfway. Then it began to close again, but didn't close all the way. Then there was a flash of light in the den, and it went dark. I stared at it for a while. I thought it was my brother, because I thought he stayed up all night watching the show and opened my door for some reason. Thus, I wasn't scared, and I got up and closed the door. I attempted to go back to sleep, but was a little bothered. I asked him about it the next morning. He didn't know what I was talking about because he swore he went to bed at midnight, and he has no history of sleepwalking. I did my usual interrogation and everyone denied it. I was ambushed and became frightened. Later that day, I was on the computer and heard my mom scream my name twice, as if from outside, like she needed help. I rushed outside to get her aid. She was calmly tending the garden. She looked startled when I got there. "What's wrong?" I asked out of breath. "I heard you scream my name." She said she never did and looked at me like I was crazy. She thought I was playing a joke on her. She'd never play a joke like this on me. Since this moment, nothing has happened with the incident. I even went back to the graveyard and got no bad feelings. It was a lovely autumn noon. Me, my parents, and my granny were on our way to visit relatives. Everyone was a bit on edge, as these family gatherings tend to be extremely awkward and competitive, so they thought it was the perfect time to express their views on political matters, which is always so delightful. For these reasons, I was rather annoyed when we arrived at the cemetery. Our final destination was visiting live relatives, although visiting dead ones can be competitive as well, as our culture has a knack of graveside landscape design. But my granny also wanted to pay our respects to the deceased because she can't go there by herself too often. I used this opportunity to keep my distance and to gather my wits before standing in front of the grand jury on matters of finance and romance. I raked the leaves and started looking about. I was pleasantly surprised to notice I felt at ease. Previously, I've always felt uncomfortable in graveyards, jumpy even. I started looking around, observing the old, shadowy trees, leaves swirling down. There are mossy graves with old German names, barely possible to read now, Lithuanian names. It's close to the border. Sometimes I would notice a name I have heard, probably from local gossip. I was mostly enjoying the nature, though. At that point, I think it's important to admit, I felt anxious and a bit depressed because of the visit, but the graveyard felt to me like a park. Graves, just like some monuments dedicated to soldiers. However, when we were about to leave, I approached the graveside, almost from behind. Suddenly, I thought to myself, a young girl. Then I got scared because I didn't know if it was really a young girl. I rarely visit there, and I've consciously memorized just our family spot, a few graves around it, and some grave with, I think, Lithuanian names on the way in because it is so close to the path, you almost step on it, and that makes me feel bad. The more I tried to brush the impression off, the more persistent it got. I don't really know how to explain it. The kind of presence I felt was like, it wasn't even physical. Let me give you a clear picture here. You are hanging out with your friends, watching a movie, laughing about this or that. Suddenly, someone says, "Oh, it's too bad John isn't here." And you feel like it would just be the perfect time if John was here, like he is truly missing at your party. That is the kind of presence I'm speaking about. You don't miss John's appearance. It's such a pity he's not here. The sofa looks awful without him. You don't miss any particular quality. You miss his presence, his being. That is what I felt. Like there was this presence of a particular young girl that I felt. It wasn't threatening or anything. I just got freaked out by my own old self. Then I also noticed, or perhaps before, I can't place these two in order because maybe that directed my attention to the grave, that a candle had fallen off the edge of the gravestone, and I felt I should have probably picked it up and placed it back. There was this little angel figurine too, and I thought maybe that was why I decided it was a young person. Although, I'm not sure I saw it from where I was coming. I don't know why. People just don't place angels on the graves of adults and elderly. Maybe it's because jobs and wrinkles don't seem angelic and old people mostly don't like flying. Sorry, couldn't resist a joke. I approached the front and counted the numbers that added up to 23 years. A girl. The graveside was neatly raked, not just raked to sweep away the footsteps from the sandy oil. Someone had even made ornaments in the sand in the traditional manner. I thought it was a perfectly good practical reason not to get involved. I was scared to do something awfully wrong and cause something terribly bad. I didn't want to ruin someone's thorough work, so I started stepping away slowly, having that internal fight with myself. I knew I had to go and put that candle back, but I told myself, come on, it will fall off again when it gets windy. Who cares? The candle's probably burnt out anyway. This isn't an abandoned grave. Someone will come. The grave was cared for. I can't go around picking up everything. As I later explained to my friend, I was probably worried that when you go to heaven, you still have to be preoccupied with order. I'm messy and I've been persecuted all my life for that. I hope when we die, we don't care anymore about such nonsense. I don't want anyone to visit me in my dreams, telling me to clean up under my bed. Finally, I rather unwillingly went back and placed that candle on the stone. I prayed to God to take care of this young soul and to protect me because I mostly had no idea what I was doing, so God had to take care of me. And as I walked back to the car, I suddenly felt really happy and warm around my shoulders. It wasn't a jolly kind of happiness, more like this, all is right kind of happiness. And it stayed with me until we found out my cousin had lost a lot of weight, which made everyone feel plenty of things. Thank you kindly for reading this experience. P.S. My granny saw me by the girl's grave, and she told us about her. It was some kind of tragic, unexpected death. I'm saying this because it might be that she had told me this before. The girl had died several years ago, as the grave was on the way out, and maybe I had unconsciously memorized it. It would be honest to mention this option. I just started experiencing whatever is going on, and it is really scaring me. A few weeks ago, my sister and I went to the local graveyard to test out this ghost radar I got in the app market for my droid. That's my phone, if you didn't know. I didn't think it would really work. It's just a circle with lines around it and a scanner, and if there is a so-called apparition nearby, a dot appears on the scanner in the direction it is. There was a slight breeze that day, and it was sunny. We got near the graveyard, and the scanner started going crazy. Dots were appearing everywhere, red, yellow, and green dots. The colors meaning the strength of the so-called entity, red being the most present and green being the least. A word or phrase appears at the top of the screen sometimes, like something to do with their death or whatnot. A large amount of phrases and words began appearing, some names and some frightening words like hanged or murder. The creepiest part of the whole equation was when a name appeared. The name was Peter. My sister and I started wondering if the Peter that appeared was an inhabitant of the graveyard. We started looking at gravestones, and we actually found one that said Peter Longs. It was a little scary, but then again, there is a lot of people named Peter in this world. We started talking to the so-called spirits. Like I said, is there anyone here with us that would like to share things via my radar? I started getting replies like crazy. Random words and phrases were blazing around like a wildfire. We then started to go home because it was getting near dinner time. Everything was good from then on for about 2 days. My whole family started hearing footsteps, knocks, bangs, etc. My sister said that she heard her name called, and then a bottle of her perfume flew off of her shelf and across the room. I later started seeing shadows and hearing muffled talking in the room next to me, even when nobody would be in there. Everything was starting to scare me, so I spoke out to them and told whatever was plaguing my family that it had to leave my home. Everything was quiet and back to normal until the next night, when I was laying in bed trying to sleep. I felt really cold. All of a sudden, and my TV turned on really quick, and then it turned off again. I went to my sister's room and saw her sitting up in her bed, looking really frightened. I asked her what was the matter, and she said that her TV turned on and off again. I told her that the same thing happened to me. We were both scared as can be, so I just slept in her room that night. The most recent and scariest experience I have was when I was home alone one night because my family was out at the store and I didn't want to go. I was just watching TV, and then the channel flipped. The remote was all the way across the room when that happened. Later, I got in the shower, and as I was washing my hair, I heard a knock on the bathroom door. The door swung open, and one of the knobs in the cabinet hanging on the wall fell to the floor. I was so scared that I called my mom, and I went to my neighbor's house until they got home. But are these experiences attributed to me going to the graveyard recently? I don't know, but I'm really terrified of all these events that occurred. But I guess in a way, it is kind of entertaining. Not in a good way, but an interesting one. Thanks for reading.
I've lived in New Mexico my entire lifetime and never moved. As a result of living in the center of the Southwest, I've heard the story of La Lorna multiple times and in many different versions. I live very close to about 2 rivers, and when I was little, I heard a version of the story where she drowned her children in the river that I could easily walk to. I never thought I would pay much attention, nevertheless see her, hear her, and slightly see, but recently, all that changed. I have 3 friends that are brother and sister to each other. It was summer of 2008 and we were having a sleepover. We had been planning this for about a month, and earlier in the day, we had bought all the food and other snacks we could imagine. We had planned to fire up the grill and make s'mores at about 8 p.m. and just sit outside and have a good time. At every sleepover we have, it seems that the Halloween decorations seem to get taken out of the closet a lot. 8 p.m. came around and we made s'mores in the front yard. It was fun, seeing as I was the first, second, third, and last to set mine on fire. We walked around barefoot in the driveway for a bit. I set the skull on the wall of our patio. After a bit, we sat in front of the door, talking silently. During a small moment of silence and nothing to say, we heard a moan come from up the hill. It sounded outside and very close, but still far away. We ran inside, and in the haste, I nearly got shut out. We were all accounted for, and we ran into my room. When we heard it, it seemed like it was coming our way fast. We all believed it was La Lorna, but we shook it off as one of my neighbors trying to scare us. The 2 streets we lived on had ex-criminals and people with mental disorders everywhere. I eventually noticed that I didn't have the plastic skull with me. About 2 or so hours later, I walked through the dark hallway, switching on as many lights as possible right when I was in my entryway. I looked out the narrow window next to the front door. I saw what looked like a misty shape of a person hovering there. It kind of looked like a woman, but I couldn't tell very easily. It was all very light. I didn't stay to find out. I turned tail and ran back to my room. Right before I got to running half of the 2 feet into the hallway, I looked down a bit and saw my plastic skull right next to the door. I'm still not sure if that really was La Lorna, but one of the friends at the sleepover, the older sister, had heard once before, and the moaning sounded just the same, and she heard her. The other sister with us was hearing bells for the rest of the night. This story goes way back before I was born. My uncle told us the story on one Christmas day when I was like 7 years old. He told us that when he and his work friends went to a bar to relax after a hard day at work, he saw the scariest thing in his entire life. When he got near to the ravine, he saw a lady in white weeping and crying looking down, standing at the edge of the ravine. So he said, "Are you okay? Be careful, you're going to fall." But no words came out of her. My uncle described her. He said she was wearing a long white dress and she had no feet, actually floating in the air. He could only see her back. After a few seconds, my uncle felt really bad and he started backing up. Her weeping became louder and louder. Then she turned around and my uncle screamed. Her face was indiscernible, and she had horse legs. She was part human and part animal. After that, he never walked home alone at midnight around the ravine. He said that, at night, he could hear her weeping soft in the air, and he still gets the chills down his spine. People say that when you hear the weeping lady far, far away, she is right outside your house or near you, and when you hear her really close and loud, it's because she is far away. My mom is a first-generation American. Her parents moved from Mexico to El Paso, Texas, before she was born. The supernatural was very prevalent in both sides of her family. My grandfather claims that we are descended from the Apache warlord Victorio, and that the spirit of Victorio appeared to him and his brothers when he was a young man. My mom had many experiences with ghosts and spirits, but she said that none was more terrifying than her experience with La Lorna. Her family lived in a decent-sized house on the banks of a canal on the south side of El Paso. At the time, the family had 3 dogs. My mom describes all of them as the toughest dogs in the block. One night in the dead of winter, my grandfather was telling my mom one of his great stories when there was a loud commotion in the front yard where the dogs were. The dogs were barking to wake the dead. My mom and her dad went outside into the front to see what was going on. They were joined by my grandmother. They had not noticed this before, but a fog was slowly creeping around the street. The air was chill, but different from the cold of winter. The cold went down to the very bone. The 3 dogs were barking towards the fog, or more accurately towards the canal that was by the house. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night air. My mom described it as the most terrifying cry she has ever heard in her entire life. She says that it lasted for a full minute before finally dissipating. When the scream left, the fog lifted and the dogs returned to the way they were before. My mom asked her dad what the scream was, but all he said was La Lorna and told her to go back to bed. Naturally, she couldn't sleep and instead listened to her parents debate over whether or not to call the cops and report her murder or something. In the morning, when it was light out, my grandfather went down to the canal but unsurprisingly found nothing. When he came back, he told my mom the legend of the woman who drowned her own children and is now fated to cry out for them on the banks of the river where she killed them. And to this day, my mom is convinced that she heard La Lorna on that night so many years ago. Another close associate of mine who has had a close encounter with La Lorna is my former karate instructor and confirmation class teacher. He is Irish and a devout Catholic, but firmly believes in the existence of ghosts and the paranormal. When he was a teenager, he lived in New Mexico, close to the borders with Texas and Mexico. Like any good teenager looking for a rush, he liked to ride around with his brothers after dark and watch for ghosts in the old graveyards. One night, he and his brothers managed to convince a couple of girls they were sweet on to come along. They were sitting in the car in the middle of the desert when a deep fog started setting in. They were unsettled and decided to leave, but the car wouldn't start. Suddenly, he says that everything went completely and utterly pitch black. My friend flipped, but his brothers were frozen in their seats, unable to move a muscle. He yelled, but they still didn't move. He reached over and managed to finally start the car. He was 15 and didn't even have a license, but he drove out of there like a bat out of hell. When his heart finally stopped racing, he stopped the car. He turned to his brother and asked him what the hell happened back there. His brother, with his face still white, asked him incredulously, "Jim, did you not see her?" He shook his head no and asked his brother what he was talking about. His brother told him that when everything had gone black, a strange translucent white woman appeared outside of the car. She looked like a wicked witch. She reached her hand into the car, through the closed window for Jim's neck, but stopped and drew back when she touched it. She then disappeared, and that was when the car started. Jim reached up to his neck and fingered the St. Michael medal he always wore. He firmly believed that the archangel responsible for defeating Satan protected him on that night. Whatever the spirit was, a demon, La Lorna, or some other frightful specter does not matter. Jim is firmly convinced that it was La Lorna, and that she was stopped from whatever evil she intended, and he never stops praying to St. Michael. Hi, my name is Michelle. I'm a mother of 4 children, but when this happened, I only had 2. My oldest was 5, my youngest was just a baby. When my second child was about 4 months old, we lived in a trailer park across the street from an open field in Sodus Point, New York. It was supposedly a battlefield in the War of 1812. One night, around midnight, he woke up crying. I heard someone or something singing, or rather chanting to him. It sounded so weird. I couldn't understand her, but she kept singing until he went back to sleep. This proceeded to happen every time he woke up in the middle of the night, up until the night before we moved. Needless to say, he slept with me every night. I was really scared that something would happen to him. I never figured out what it was. Some people tell me it was the ghost of a slave, and other people say it might have been the ghost of a nurse. Yet, other people said it could be the ghost of La Lorna. She threw her children into the water and drowned them and was condemned to walk the earth until she finds her children. She supposedly steals babies in the night trying to make up for the children she murdered. It still scares me. It was the weekend after Thanksgiving, Saturday, around 3 a.m. 2011. My sister and I were watching movies on Netflix, enjoying our days off due to the holiday. Everyone was sleeping because, after all, it is very early in the morning. All of a sudden, we began to hear a moaning or crying coming from a woman. It was very loud and it was terrifying. It sounded ugly, like a woman in pain or despair. It went on for about 20 seconds, then it stopped for 10 to 15 seconds. Then it began again, even louder. Told my sister to grab the phone to be ready to call the police because I thought a woman was being raped or being assaulted near our house. I stepped outside, scared, to see if I could prevent a crime. Shouldn't have done that, could have been dangerous. When I got to the front of the house, there was no one outside, yet the crying was literally in front of me. It was a foggy night as well. My sister came out, and the crying lasted for about 2 minutes. We were puzzled. We looked at each other, and we both got chills. We were both thinking the same thing. I don't want to come to any conclusions. I'm Hispanic and grew up with the legend of La Lorna. Many people in the Hispanic community swear that that malevolent spirit does exist, and even say they have heard the cries in their native countries and in Southern California. I'm not sure what I believe in regarding paranormal activity and such, but I do have an open mind and like to do as much research as possible before making any firm decisions. This experience happened in November of 2010, a month after having my youngest. I just had a procedure to remove a kidney stent 2 or 3 days prior. I was sick almost right after leaving the hospital and felt horrible, but it was my first time going under anesthesia, and a nurse had told me it was common to feel ill. I was running a low-grade fever about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, The baby had awoken for a 2 a.m. feeding, and I was holding him standing in the living room in front of the heater. I was chilled to the bone because of the fever and feeling a bit dizzy. I thought, oh geez, I'm going to cook the baby. Just then, about 5 feet away from me, appeared this man. He was tall, over 6 feet, buff large muscles, a stern face. He wore old brown-looking clothes. It reminded me of stories of fur trappers out on the frontier. Maybe it was animal skin, but I'm not sure. He had the same style satchel that crossed his body. The strap on one shoulder and the satchel rested almost on the opposite hip. He had long brownish hair and brown wings that went almost to the floor. He was standing beside me, one of the dining room chairs that was pushed away from the table with one foot on the seat. He did not smile, but I wasn't afraid of him, surprised for sure. But instead of freaking out, I just said a muffled hello, and then he disappeared. I felt like I needed to sit and cautiously sat on the chair his foot was on, saying, I'm sorry if you were using this chair, but I need to sit. I thought later, maybe that's why he was there. I was holding a baby with a fever and standing too close to the heater. Maybe he wanted me to sit, but I also understand that I was ill and it could have been some sort of fever hallucination. I did many internet searches trying to find out who this was, but I found nothing that matched. I suppose I was wondering if anybody else has ever seen a man like this, or may know who he is. Thank you for your time. I hope I described him well, but let me know if there are any further questions. So when I was younger, about 11, my family and I lived in a 2-bedroom trailer. We had a small little hallway coming from the living room to the main room. My mom is Christian, and she listens to a Christian music radio station, and we would listen most of the time in car rides. Keep this in mind. In the room I shared with my brother, our feet were pointing towards the door which showed you out to the hallway. If you were to go to the left, you would go into the living room, and if you'd go to the right, to my parents' room. This one night, I woke up in the middle of the night randomly. I looked up towards my feet and saw a slightly tall man singing a song I knew I had heard in that radio station before. He just sang and stared at me, but his voice was so beautiful. I don't think Zahn or anyone else could sing just like he did. Also keep in mind, my dad wasn't home at the time. He was in jail. So the man started walking out into the hallway and walked towards the living room. I was not scared. I was more mystified of the man's presence. I got up and went to my room and asked her if she had seen the man, and she said no, and so I explained to her that he was singing the song on the radio station. I don't remember the name or how it sounds. Up to this day, I firmly believe that it was an angel watching over my family and I. My grandma has gone to explain that the way you know it's an angel is if you don't feel anything but peaceful, and if it's a demon, that you get bad chills and are scared to the max. This story didn't happen to me, but it happened to my sister. In our town, there is a bridge that is on a dirt road that is said to be haunted. It's called Hollow Bridge. They say a couple were murdered, and the wife still comes around every night about 2 a.m., which is the time they died. This was about 100 years ago, or so I am told. Do I believe this story? Not really, but I'll go with it. They also say that if you are there at night and you see her, she will tell you something you don't want to know. When I was 15 and my sister was 17, I've seen something. One night, my sister, her boyfriend, my boyfriend at the time, and myself were all there around 2 a.m. It was a very clear night. Well, all of a sudden there was a fog that was rolling up to the bridge from the tree line, about a quarter mile back. I couldn't believe my eyes, so I freaked out and we left. So forward a year, my sister who at that time had a different boyfriend had called me bawling her eyes out. After she calmed down, she said that the hollow woman told her she would die on the hollow, which is a very dangerous road since it was not paved and it was very narrow. I told her to calm down and that it was just her imagination. She would be fine. A few nights later, we shared a room. We were sleeping and she woke me up out of a dead sleep from her crying. I woke her up annoyed and asked her what her deal was. She told me my grandmother, who neither of us met since both grandmothers passed away before we were born, had come to her in her dreams, telling her that one day she'll need her and she will be there to protect her. At that point, I was kind of freaked out, but I dismissed it, telling her she needed to go to bed. 2 weeks after the dream, about 5 p.m., my brother comes rushing over to my friend's house, which was right behind our house, crying, and kept saying, "Amber, Amber, Amber." My sister, being a very rebellious child and into bad things with bad people, I asked, okay, what did she do now? It wasn't new that she had gotten picked up by the cops. He said she's in the hospital and that she was in a bad car accident on the Hollow. I felt my color drain from my body. It felt like my soul left me. I dropped to my knees, remembering everything she had told me about the Hollow and my grandmother. I knew at that time my mom, cousin, and oldest brother were rushing to the hospital and a half an hour away because she was life-flighted. I grabbed my 2 younger brothers and held on to them for dear life. Thinking I could lose my sister, I wanted to be as close to them as possible. The next 5 hours were hell to me, getting my brothers to sleep, trying not to cry while I waited for the phone call to know what happened. She had broke her neck, a hangman's fracture, along with her wrist and her upper arm, which went right through her elbow. The doctor said that she had a 30% chance of surviving the surgery, and if she did, she would be in a halo. Once she came out of surgery, if she survived the night, she would only have a 15% chance of ever walking again. The next morning, they took her out of the coma and she was talking and being her stubborn self. They realized that she was moving her feet and legs. We all cried. We couldn't believe that she had survived this and will walk again. The doctors say she had a guardian angel on her shoulder that night because there is no medical reason as to why she should have survived. Almost 10 years later, she has a beautiful 8-year-old little boy. Yes, still has problems with her neck and arm, but has never went down that road again. That road is now paved in certain areas, and a very strict speed limit is attached to it. But still, to this day, I say that she was warned, and she had a loved one at her side that day. Sorry this was so long. I hope you enjoyed the story. First, as far back as I can remember, I've always been fascinated with the paranormal. When I was around 8, I believe, I started seeing a blue lady out of my bedroom window. She always seemed to be walking towards our house. I thought maybe I was imagining things at the home. One night, I finally went outside to make sure it was something with my window, but I still saw her. When I came back in, I told my parents, who they said they saw glimpses of her going into my bedroom. Hearing that got me excited, like there was something special about me. But not long after I stopped seeing her, I do recall hearing my name a few times clearly, but no one was home. This blue lady had a majestic aura about her. A very serene, very peaceful and tranquil aura. I can't explain it more than that, but it just felt good. Not like it was a bad presence or anything like that. Then one night, I had a dream where a lady in a white dress and long curly blonde hair looking like the lady in blue appeared out of nowhere. She had gave me a kiss on the cheek, and I woke with what felt like ice-cold lip marks on my cheek. After that incident, I had nothing paranormal happen again that I recall. Although my family says all paranormal activities quit as soon as I moved out, I happened to find this coin in my house that says Guardian Angel on it. This coin has followed me around for 18 years. There have been times I've lost it, but somehow found it randomly later on. Recently, I had lost it at my previous house and never found it. I recently happened to find it in a used car I purchased from a family friend within the time I've been at my current residence. I've had a few experiences in the last 6 years that are paranormal, but those stories, yeah, they're for another time. Thank you for reading this, and I hope that you may find comfort in the story. This all happened 6 years ago when I was visiting my great-grandmother in the Free State. I've always been scared of the dark or sleeping alone, so I asked if I could sleep with my aunt, and she didn't have a problem. I'm 30 years old, by the way. The first night wasn't so bad, as I had the comfort that I wasn't alone in bed. I heard dragging footsteps in the kitchen and the door opening and closing, but was too afraid to wake up and investigate or wake my aunt up for something that's not there. I just laid there on the bed, listening to this thing and person dragging feet around in the kitchen and opening and closing the doors between the dining room and kitchen. I ultimately fell asleep. The next morning, I asked my aunt if she'd heard anything, and she said no. The second night was what scared me the most. As we laid there sleeping, I just suddenly turned, and my eyes opened wide, and there, inside the wardrobe, I could see, since the door was half open, was a dark male figure with red eyes peeping through. Our eyes just met, and I couldn't scream or move. I just stared right back at those red eyes, and it spoke in Soto, South African language. It said, "I'm not here to scare you, but to scare that one." Meeting my aunt, and I can't remember what happened after or how I fell back to sleep. I told my aunt about it, and we had to sleep with the light on for the rest of my stay. I still can't get the black figure with red eyes hiding in the wardrobe out of my head. The first strange experience I had was during my sister's 10th or 11th birthday party. At the time, my family lived in a house in a blue-collar town in New Jersey. The house was set up where the front door was, up a flight of stairs. Once inside, there was a landing that led to another flight of stairs upstairs and another leading to the lower level. Downstairs was a long hallway with a doorway leading to the garage. At the foot of the stairs, which formed one end of a long hallway, there was a closet under the stairs. There was a laundry room at the end of the hallway, and finally large living room. My sister had invited all of her friends, and everyone was having a good time. After eating cake, the grown-ups went upstairs for coffee, and the kids stayed downstairs to play on their own. At a certain point, we all decided to scare each other by telling ghost stories in front of the laundry room. My sister and I had always thought of it as the creepiest spot in the house, and it proved to be the perfect spot to tell ghost stories. When you opened the laundry room door, you stared down a long dark room with a shaded window at the end. The doorway to the laundry room was a small recess at the end of the hallway. The house quieted down as we started talking about scary things. After a few of those stories, everyone started to get into the spirit. My sister and I were sitting at the end of the hall, looking down its length. From our vantage point, we could see the wall along which the door leading to the garage was. We were midway into someone's ghost story when my sister suddenly noticed that the door leading to the garage had suddenly popped open just a bit. She remembered that the door was definitely locked. We walked over and closed the door and made sure to lock it again. By then, all of us were terrified and thoroughly petrified in our own little recess. As little kids, not one of us wanted to move out of our spot or make a noise. Just then, someone rang the doorbell, which made everyone jump 3 feet, but was enough to kill the moment. Everyone started laughing. Our house was new when we bought it, and nothing strange had ever happened to anyone in my family there. Now that we're older, my sister and I still bring up this incident with my sister, and we both have a good laugh. She still swears that she locked the door. Growing up, I spent a lot of time reading true ghost stories and still do. When we were little, my sister and I would borrow the ghost books from the library. The best were the ones with real pictures. I remember reading one of those ghost books when I was in middle school. It was right during the time when midterms or finals were coming up, and I had a pile of school books on my desk. A ghost book was tucked away there somewhere, and for a break, I'd pull out the ghost book. At the time,
I was part of the school basketball team and proudly received my practice jersey, which I still have, that I kept hung on a hook at the back of my bedroom door. That night, I was studying for finals with the bedroom door closed. My desk faced the wall, and the door was 4 feet to the right. I had my Walkman on. Do you remember those things? And started getting into the rhythm of doing my English homework to the tunes of rap. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I was distracted by some movement. I looked up to see my jersey swinging back and forth on the hook. It looked just as if someone had tipped the hanger to one side with a finger, causing it to swing. Right away, I checked to see if the door was locked. Maybe my father had opened the door after I didn't hear him knocking. I didn't want to be bothered while studying, so it was logical that I would have locked it. When I checked, the door was definitely locked, and there was no noise behind the door. All the while, the jersey continued swaying back and forth, eventually stopping after losing speed. Next, I checked to see if the window was open, but it was November, and the windows were all closed to keep out the cold. Right before I noticed the jersey swinging, I just put down a very large, hard-covered dictionary onto the desk. The dictionary was about 10 inches long and 3.5 inches thick. I thought maybe it made a slight wind as I put it down, but no matter how many times I tried, I couldn't cause the jersey to move from 4 feet away. I didn't feel scared and just continued studying with the Walkman on. Nothing like this has ever happened again, but I can't explain what caused that jersey to swing. One of the most bizarre experiences I've ever personally had was with my family while staying at a hotel in Atlantic City, New Jersey. It happened around 1997, and I was lucky to have most of my family there to experience it with me. Atlantic City is an interesting location for strange experiences. The casinos draw many from the New York area and beyond, but along with this brings the good and bad of social ills that come along with games of chance. The summer of 1997 was a typical one. Like we did many summers before, my family drove down the shore to spend a few days enjoying the beach and casinos at Atlantic City. As usual, my father arranged the trip and found a new hotel with a very reasonable price. The name of the hotel is called the Flagship and is still located at the northern end of the boardwalk, far from the other casinos. After a long, cold winter, my family was anxious to see the ocean and asked the front desk for an oceanfront view. We were told that the only room available wasn't facing the ocean, but with 2 queen-size beds, the room was very comfortable and that we could see the ocean from the side of the balcony. It was the perfect size for my parents, my sister and I, and we agreed, and the man at the front desk gave us 2 door cards. Our room was on the 10th floor. Looking back, none of us recalled running into many guests in the hotel at all. However, we thought that since the hotel was new, it was just beginning to attract customers. Once we found our room, we used the room card to open the door and went inside. Right away, things went wrong. The room was very dark. The curtains for the sliding door to the balcony were pulled, and extremely cold. It was a typical hotel room, except for a small kitchen area right in front of 2 queen-size beds. At the foot of the second bed was a sofa bed. Then beyond the second bed, there was a sliding glass door leading to a small balcony. Although we were facing the interior of Atlantic City, just as the front desk mentioned, we could see the ocean on one side of the balcony. Very soon, we found out why the room was so chilly. The air conditioner, which was located on the wall above the sofa bed, was turned on full blast and wouldn't turn off. As I mentioned this to my father, I saw my mother fidgeting with the front door's electronic lock. Like she often said, and did, she checked to see if the door was locked when closed from the outside. It wasn't. Inside the door, there was a sticker that explicitly stated that the door was always locked on the outside. Not so.
We also realized that the stove in the small kitchen wasn't working. Then we saw that there was a small leak coming from the mini fridge as well. My father called downstairs, and soon a repairman came up and fixed the AC, the stove, the refrigerator leak, and even the front door. He mentioned that the lock should always be locked from the outside and seemed puzzled by the device. We gave the man a big tip and then quickly made our way over to the casinos. When we arrived back to our room, well after dinner, we immediately felt how cold it was in the room and turned off the AC. After washing up, we watched some television before turning in. I remember one of the programs was about ghosts, and we watched that one for a while, not realizing what was to come. My mother and sister were the first to go to bed and turned off the lights. They slept in different beds, with my mother in the bed closer to the kitchen area and my sister in the one near the balcony. I stayed up reading on the kitchen table with the dim light on. I had some trouble falling asleep that night since the sofa bed mattress was new and was still covered in plastic. I must have felt lazy because I left it on and suffered because it was very hot and not very conducive to a good night's rest. At breakfast the next morning, my sister told us about something strange that had happened during the night. All night long, she said she felt someone brushing past her bed as if trying to walk to the balcony door. At the foot of her bed, there was about a foot of space between her bed and the end of my sofa bed. She said it felt exactly like someone was squeezing through the tight space and rubbing against her bed. At first, she thought it was me trying to get outside the balcony. Then when she looked up, she saw my father and I still sitting at the kitchen table reading. At the time, none of us really believed her, and we went out again for a day of walking on the boardwalk and then gambling at night. That night, I stayed up later than everyone else. I talked to my sister about what she experienced the night before. I also told her to let me know if she felt it again. As soon as she got in bed, I sat down by the kitchen table to read, glancing over towards her bed every once in a while to see if anything happened. After a while, I gave up and continued reading before getting up to wash up in the bathroom. When I came out of the bathroom, my sister was sitting up in bed. She said that she again thought I had squeezed past the bed to go to the balcony, but then she opened her eyes and saw me come out of the bathroom at the other end of the room. I was positioned on the sofa bed so that my head was right next to the little space at the end of my sister's bed. If someone walked past, I would have surely felt something, but that night I didn't notice anything at all. As usual, it took a little bit of time for me to sleep. I listened intently and tried to feel any wind or changes in the room, but eventually gave up and slept. I had by then taken off the troublesome plastic cover and finally had a good night's rest. The next day, my father woke me up early to rent bikes for an early morning boardwalk ride. Then he went to my sister and woke her up as well. As soon as he did this, my mother, who planned to sleep in, suddenly sat up in bed and turned on the lights in the TV. We asked her why she didn't want to sleep, since it was still only about 5:30 a.m. She told us that she wasn't very tired and that she felt like waking up, which is unusual since she usually likes to sleep past 11. We all thought this was pretty odd. My mother loves to sleep late. She kept giving us vague reasons about why she wouldn't go back to sleep, and even turned on the television. Later on, she told us the reason why. At breakfast, my mother told us about the strange incident that happened that night. She had woken up in the middle of the night. It was late, and she could hear all of us either snoring or breathing the natural rhythms of a very good night's rest. She was sleeping on the right-hand side of the first bed and was lying on her side facing inwards, but gradually she realized that she felt the sensation of someone's back lying against her own. At first, she was convinced that it was my sister, but she was pretty alarmed to realize that my sister was in the other bed, 4 feet away. Slowly, without opening her eyes, she moved closer to my father. The feeling was very real, but very slowly, the other person's back gradually went away. My mother said that in the morning, she hadn't expected my sister to go riding bikes with us, leaving her all alone in the room. After we left, she tried her best to stay awake. She turned on all the lights and turned on the television, but eventually she fell asleep anyway. As my mother told us this story, my sister chimed in saying that the person walked past her bed all of last night as well. This time, though, she also felt her sheets being gently pulled away to the corner of the bed towards the balcony. For some reason, whenever she turned to face the balcony, it would stop. When she turned back around, she would feel the bed bulge a little, as if a person were rubbing past it. Also, she felt energy waves from the foot of her bed. After we came back to the room from breakfast, all of us were not so sure about our room anymore. Despite this, we still had a day of vacation and fun to look forward to. After we got what we needed, my father went downstairs early to get some brochures. Then my sister and I walked to the elevator while my mother got some last-minute things. We were both standing there by the elevator doors when we heard my mother anxiously calling us back to the room. When we got there, she looked a little shaken and said that the front door wouldn't lock from the outside again. She said that all the while, as she was rifling through her suitcase looking for something, she had a bad feeling and couldn't wait to get out of the room. Once safely outside, as an afterthought, she turned the handle to see if the door was locked from the outside. Once again, it wasn't locked. This time, we went downstairs instead of calling for a repairman. The front desk seemed puzzled about the lock. They said that the lock should always be locked from the outside. They were at a loss as how to fix it, and finally recommended that we get another room. Everyone felt very relieved, and we quickly gathered our things to get out of the room immediately. We got another room upstairs, and this time, our new room was perfect in every way. Not surprisingly, the rest of our trip was pretty relaxed, but we sometimes joked about what would happen to us if we stayed another night in that room. All of us agreed that there was something in that room that wanted to be left alone. It didn't want to scare us, but instead just gently showed us that we had to go. For some reason, my mother and sister feel that it was a child or a little boy. If this is true, perhaps something happened to the boy in the room. Everything seems to point to the balcony where things seem to emanate from. Perhaps the boy fell off the balcony, or maybe someone died in the room. Maybe the spirit felt an affinity to the woman, as opposed to my father and I, who didn't experience anything. The flagship is now a luxury timeshare condo. I'm not sure if it's still partly a hotel. While we were there, the hotel operators aggressively tried to sell us a timeshare, but of course, we turned them down every time. I wonder who bought the timeshare for that room on the 10th floor, and if anything similar happened to them. I have a brother who works in Hong Kong. Many of his clients are from this area in China. One of his clients was a Hong Kong businessman in his 40s. This client often went on frequent business trips to Shanghai and Beijing for his company. My brother was very familiar with this man, as were many other of the people working in my brother's office. My brother worked closely on him on several large projects, and they often made small talks during breaks. On one occasion, he told my brother that on one of his visits to Shanghai, he was staying in a hotel and had just returned to his room at night after a long day's work. He washed up, turned down the lights, and then got into bed. He had drifted off into an exhausted sleep when he was violently awakened in the dead of night. In the pitch darkness, he felt the ice-cold hands of a woman clasped around his neck, strangling him as he tried desperately to break free. After a few seconds, the hands finally let go, and the man jumped up and turned the lights on. As he scanned the room, he found himself absolutely alone. The room looked just as it had before he got into bed. Upon his return to Hong Kong,
He was profoundly shaken by the incident and consulted with a very good fortune teller that his family knew well. The fortune teller told him that there was a woman following him around. He didn't know the reason, but that was the case. My brother's client was a businessman, and in spite of what had happened to him, scoffed at the idea of some mysterious ghost lady following him around. My brother and his client had a good laugh about this during their break. Still, my brother warned him to be careful and to make sure he was a gentleman to the lady ghost. A few months had passed before my brother heard what had happened to his client. Many of my brother's colleagues were talking about it in my brother's office when the topic came up. They had heard that the client had died in a hotel room in Shanghai. The cleaning lady had discovered his body in the room, alone and lying in bed. We sometimes wonder what really happened to this client. We wonder if he just died of natural causes, or if those cold hands returned during the night. If so, who was she? I don't know, but it's a strange story.
When I was in my early 20s, a friend and I decided to rent a house together. We found a lovely old house near the Mississippi River, and I was immediately drawn to it. After we moved in, we both began to notice banging on the walls and lights blowing out constantly. The lights we attributed to bad wiring, and the banging, I truly believed, was my friend, and she truly believed it was me. The layout of the house was one we had never seen before. There was a hallway that led from the front living area to the back bedroom areas that was at an odd, slanted angle. I always felt uncomfortable going down this hallway and found myself going around by way of the kitchen. After months, my friend and I decided to take in a third roommate to help with expenses. During the next month or so, after this third roommate moved in, we noticed an increase in frequency to the noises, banging, and lights going out. We also began to notice that every month, and this is really weird, right around the time that all three of us began our menstrual cycles, a very large stain began to appear in the middle of our living room floor. We tried constant shampooing, but it would always reappear immediately. Then after our cycles were finished, the stain would disappear on its own, only to reappear the next month. Our third roommate then became very withdrawn after only a short time of being in the house. She began to go directly to her bedroom and never came out except to go to work. Her personality has also changed drastically. She went from being very funny and outgoing to a complete loner. She would also say very inappropriate, weird things to us. We had known this girl for some time, and her behavior was quite unsettling. She finally told us that she was not comfortable in this house and was moving out, and she did so that very day. Shortly after she moved out, the banging noise began in earnest, and we started noticing our things being rearranged. We began to laughingly and nervously admit to each other that something was not right in this house. However, neither one of us felt threatened by any kind of the weird happenings, and in fact, I personally actually felt almost protected by it. We started to call our ghost George, and would talk to him whenever the banging would begin. We were trying to watch something on TV, and George would start banging or knocking. We would say, "Please, George, not right now. We're trying to see this." And he would actually stop, at least until the show was over. Unfortunately, no matter how much we begged him to stop putting the stain on the floor every month, that never ended. In fact, it got bigger and darker the longer we lived there. One kind of amusing episode happened to us one memorable evening. I decided to let my boyfriend at the time stay overnight with me, although I usually didn't do this. Just as we were dozing off, a very loud bang sounded, coming from the hallway. My boyfriend sat up and asked, "What the heck was that?" Immediately, a knocking began at the far end of the hall and rushed towards my room very fast, knocking louder and louder the closer it came. My boyfriend said, "That has to be your roommate being funny." I just laughed and tried to explain about our ghost, and that I thought he might be angry that I had a male friend overnight. He said that was bull and got up to investigate. Just as he came to the hallway, the knocking began again, all around him. Needless to say, my brave 6'4" boyfriend ran straight out the front door and never came back in the house. Anyway, after a few years, my roommate and I decided we were going to move to a cheaper apartment, closer to where we worked. As soon as we started packing, the noises, and especially the lights going out, began to get really bad. I was even starting to get a little frightened. One day, as we were finishing up packing, we decided to go check in the basement and see if we had anything left down there. While we were down there, we decided to go in the old fruit cellar, since neither one of us had actually looked in it. We found some old fishing equipment. We also found an old shirt box that was sealed with tape and felt kinda heavy, so we brought it upstairs and opened it up. Inside was a bunch of old pictures. Most of the pictures were of a young man of about 25 or 30. In many of the pictures, he was in our house and standing on the porch of the house. There were also some antique glass slides with pictures of him in the military uniforms. We dated the stuff around World War II. We decided to call our landlady, an elderly woman, around 80 years old, to tell her we had found the box. When we called her and told her what we had found, she hung up on us. We called back, and her daughter answered and said that they didn't want that stuff anymore, and we could have it or throw it away. We thought it was very strange, since normally our landlady was a sweet old lady, so we decided that some of the stuff in the box might be worth more money, and we would sell some of it. Some war medals, and even an old stock certificate. That night, I put the box on the kitchen table, and we went to bed. In the morning, we were going to move the last of everything, and as we were preparing to go, I asked my roommate what she had done with the box of stuff. She said she hadn't touched it. We looked everywhere and couldn't find it. Finally, around lunch, we got hungry and decided to cook a frozen pizza. We turned on the oven and immediately began to smell something burning. When I opened the oven, there was the box. Okay, I swore my roommate did it, and she swore I did it. So we left the box on the table again and left to move some things to the new place. When we got back, the box was gone again. This time, we found it immediately in the kitchen pantry, so we kinda laughed it off and put it back on the kitchen table. About 10 minutes later, I walked into the kitchen and it was gone again. I decided to heck with it and decided to just go finish the bedroom closet I had just minutes before been working on. When I stepped up on the chair to wipe off the upper shelves, there was the box. That did it. I said out loud, "Okay, George, we promise not to take your stuff," and put the box back in the fruit cellar where we had found it. We left that day and have never been back, but I've always wondered if the next tenants ever heard from George. I've worked for a domestic violence shelter for approximately 7 years. While I personally have never seen anything, there are always odd sounds and unusual occurrences. Let me start at the beginning. The house is 2-story with an attic and a basement and over 100 years old. I really don't know much else about its history. The local domestic violence center purchased the building, which had been uninhabited for a number of years, did some renovations, and began operating an anonymous shelter for battered women and their children. Over the years, there have been numerous sightings of a young couple. A woman in a long flowing dress can be seen periodically walking up the long staircase. A man in dark, old-fashioned clothing has been seen in the living room and at the top of the stairs outside the attic door. It is usual for all who went into the attic or the basement to feel uneasy and not alone. Recently, the sightings seem to have increased. A church group came over to the holidays to sing Christmas carols to the residents, and a young boy pointed to the ceiling and said, "Look, there's an angel." The only thing seen by the others in the room was a hazy, grayish fog that wasn't in any particular shape. A few months later, one of the employees' daughter was in the living room, alone, working on a school project, and looked up to see a gray, transparent figure looming in the doorway. She screamed, and her mother raced in to see the figure moving slowly upstairs. It was as if the ghost was checking in and didn't mean to frighten the young girl. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of this haunting is that the couple together, fitting the same descriptions of the man and the woman seen in places of the house, have been seen in one bedroom upstairs. To my knowledge, at least 3 residents in the last year have been awakened at night to see the woman sitting on the edge of the bed with a man standing behind her. The couple has been described as comforting and reassuring to those who have seen them in this manner. And these apparitions have seemed to know when these residents were about to face a particular trying experience. One woman was going to court the next day for an order of protection. One lady was facing a decision about the custody of her new little baby. And one woman was about to embark on the dangerous underground trying to change her identity in order to hide from the husband who tried to kill her. All 3 of these women felt as though the ghosts were trying to tell them that everything was going to be alright, and, as it turns out, the dire situations facing each of these women worked out in their favor. I personally find their presence reassuring as well. Women and children who came through the shelter are very often depressed, sometimes hopeless, scared, insecure, and anxious. I think that the fact that they are comforted by these spirits is a sign that these are good spirits who seem to approve of the work being done in their house. They've never tried to scare anyone. Sure, lights turn on and off by themselves, and the dishwasher is forever turning on by itself. Maybe they are just trying to figure out what these gadgets are. I do not know anything about the history of the house, but I assume these spirits were once residents of this house. Based on their actions, they seem to be good and well-wishing. I hope they continue to watch over the shelter and help the current residents. I just sent you info on the old Kelly house in Houston, Texas. I used to rent there with 4 other people. It's a 3-story, turn-of-the-century house built by Mr. Kelly. He owned Kelly Lumber Company and used this lumber to build the house. The rent house goes for about $2,300 to $2,000 a month as of current. It has a long history of hauntings that started right after Miss Kelly committed suicide. We found out about this info by accident, which I will describe later. I was the first to experience the haunting. I just moved in and had a friend over. The front window blinds at the entrance slammed shut and closed by themselves. It scared my friend so bad, he ran out of the house. I shared the house with 4 other adults. 2 of them, ladies, were amateur mediums. Just local psychic fairs and healing centers was their occupation. We overlooked the house together before we rented. Upstairs in the master bathroom is a set of old French windows above the sinks. It has a crank to open the windows. 2 of us tried to open it, but it was weathered and painted shut. We forced it, and it would not budge. That year, the hard freeze came early, and our first evidence to share together of the haunting became known. All 5 adults and 2 children were accounted for. Matt, one of the roommates, came down from taking a shower and asked was there any reason for us having the other bathroom windows open. Sandy and I looked at each other with raised eyebrows, with disbelief. We asked Matt again to be sure we had heard him right. We investigated. Sure enough, when we got to the top of the stairs, you could feel the cold winds blowing. As we entered the bathroom, Sandy and I stood shocked to see the French windows fully opened. We debated the issue in our heads, but there is no way Matt himself could open the French windows by himself, even if he was on steroids. I tried to reel in the windows using the crank. It was rusty and hard to close. I had to use tools to shut it. That moment on, we all knew we had a problem on our hands. A few weeks later, Sandy wanted to use the house as a gathering of friends to share vegetarian meals. Her ambition expanded to the public. For public relations, she wanted to write something about the house, but steered away from haunting stories. She struggled with different concepts, but succumbed to telling the story of a couple and their tragic love for each other. The story is about a recently engaged, mischievous young lady that plays a practical joke on her fiancé at their engagement party. From the upstairs balcony, she pours water on her boo down below. This enrages him, and he scolds her with fever. Shocked and dismayed, she bursted out into tears and ran to the other side of the house to the porch, which was located on the second floor. Heartbroken and drunken with wine, she hangs herself. It wasn't until violent weather did the secrets come out. On October 13th, 1993, a tornado paid us a visit. It was all over the nation, in CNN. It was simply unheard of. A tornado touching down near a large downtown area, especially in Houston. The tornado struck our neighbors next door in the apartment building across the street. Because of her national cover, and Sandy's interview with news reporters being broadcast over the nation, it prompted an old resident to pay us a visit. The granddaughter of Mr. and Mrs. Kelly came by to see if we were all right, and wanted to share pictures and stories about the house. We wanted to ask her questions too, without sounding nuts. We already had a couple of occurrences of the haunting since then. We decided to manipulate her in going upstairs to the upstairs master bathroom. Then, we unfolded to her the news about the house and its little gifts. She hesitated on entering the bathroom, which raised questions in our minds. We told her about the windows, and suddenly, she started to get very nervous. She finally told us that the house was in fact haunted. It was in that very room where she found her grandmother hanging from the ceiling. One night way after the death of her grandmother, she went into that room and saw the apparition of her grandmother laying in a fetal position in the corner of the room. She could hear faint sobs in the room many times before, and in another encounter from that same room, she saw 3 ghosts hanging from the ceiling. She said they were too dark to make out, that they were just silhouettes. It was like they were hung like chandeliers and were swinging gently. The room used to be a screened-in porch overlooking her grandmother's garden. She was so overwrought with pain in her knees so much, so she couldn't garden anymore. It crippled her to the point where she was using a wheelchair and had an elevator installed. She couldn't take it anymore and took her own life. Margaret, one of the other roommates, always complained about her knees. I started to have problems myself. She told us about their dog, which is buried out back near the pool. The granddaughter heard scratching noises when she was a little girl at the back door. The dog had been dead for years. She would hear a cabinet open and shut when the scratching sound occurred. Then the sounds would stop. She says of seeing an apparition of her grandmother in the garden, and it was too much to bear, and never stepped foot in the house again till this day. I would be more than glad one day to show you the house. Many people that lived in the house had shared similar stories and are still around the neighborhood. Drop a word or two. When I was in my 20s, I'm 30 now, I used to always go camping with my older brother during the autumn months in Washington state. This story won't be very long, but it'll always be an unforgettable experience. On one of the days we were venturing out to go camping, we ended up taking the back roads on the way to the campground. The total drive was about 3 hours long, and got up early in the morning to make the drive. If you're unfamiliar with Washington State scenery, it is breathtaking. Lots of trees towering over you as you drive through, mountainous landscapes, green pastures, etc. It is, in my humble opinion, the best place to be in America. Well, anyway, we ended up staying for a couple of nights and set up a tent in the middle of these woods in the campground. It was just us and nature. I remember we sat on a log and built up a fire every night, roasted s'mores, admired the beauty of the nature here, and just took in the impressive scenery, as we usually do. One of the nights we were doing this, my brother thought he heard another person scream "help me" from afar. "Josh, you think that person is in trouble?" he remarked. I didn't hear the sound, so I dismissed it and told him how absurd it was, because I was certain we were the only ones here. "Come on, Tim, we always camp here. Nobody is here." At that point, my brother insisted that he heard a voice, pleading for help. He even said that while we were asleep in the tent one of the nights, he could see a shadow moving around just outside the tent. He grabbed his flashlight and shined it in the direction of where he saw the shadow moving, but it was gone. Another night, he could have sworn that someone was unzipping the tent while we were sleeping. He took out his flashlight and got out of the tent to investigate. He said that he saw a mist slowly disappear and dissolve into the trees. I remember the last night we were there, my brother and I had a debate on whether or not the campgrounds here used to be an Indian settlement. We later found out that the Native Americans were known to frequent these lands, and that there was a story long ago that a little boy drowned in a nearby river. He has been known to haunt the campgrounds. Anywho, as we were talking, the campfire that we just started went out the moment we mentioned anything about Native Americans. It was not windy at all, and the fire was very strong. It startled us so much that after a couple hours, we said we had enough and ended up driving home later that night. It was about 3 a.m. as we were heading back home, and we started the car up. I ended up driving us back home because my brother was too rattled from all the events. Now, this is the freakiest part. My brother told me that as we were leaving the campground, he saw an old Native American man with a beard in the rearview mirror, with a tomahawk in his hands. He was pointing towards the car, and he looked completely human. I looked into the rearview mirror myself and saw absolutely nothing. Either my brother was playing games with me, or we just invaded the territory of natives, and they were very upset with us. Hi, my name is Diane. Growing up in Detroit, my family lived in a house that was haunted. On several occasions, my family would hear loud crashes that could only be described as boxes of dishes being smashed. Everyone in my family experienced several ghost contacts in one form or another. On 3 different occasions with 3 different family members, a man about 60 was seen wearing a plaid flannel shirt. This man merely stood there, looking at the person, never attempting communication or harm. I was about 8 when he appeared, and I was the first one to see him. Although my sister, who was 7 years older than me, was not present. I'm telling you this right now so later you will understand. My relatives from out of town were visiting, and the adults were sitting in the living room after dinner. I was extremely quiet, in the hopes that only a child can have, that they would forget that I was there. I was sitting on the couch, and the front door was open, with the screen door closed. I saw the man wearing a red plaid shirt, standing at the front door and looking in. I told my family about this, and they thought I was overtired, so they put me to bed. Later that same week, My older sister was getting into the shower when she saw a man in a red plaid shirt standing in the bathroom with her. She freaked out and told my mother, who this time listened more closely. She then revealed that she too had seen the man in the red shirt standing in the kitchen by the sink, looking like he was getting a glass of water. All family members routinely heard footsteps throughout the house, especially going upstairs into an attic bedroom. The steps would continue across the floor. All family members experienced this together and separate on several different occasions. My sister, whose bedroom it was for a while, admitted she was scared to sleep in that room and was frightened, very often thinking that someone was coming into her room. I later had that same bedroom and became so afraid of it that I began sleeping on the living room sofa. On several occasions, dishes in the house would break when put in a certain china cabinet. On 2 separate occasions, a silver meat platter in the china cabinet, whose doors were kept closed, flew across the room at my mother. Lights turned off in the basement would be on when we woke up every single morning. The dryer would routinely come on by itself, and even after the electric was checked, this still continued. The basement had an old coal room that had been converted into a storage room with paint cans and stuff. This room had a negative feeling, and no one in the family liked to even go in there. Likewise, no one in the family wanted to go under the stairs, although no one ever had a mysterious occurrence in those places. Every family member in that house had their name called on different occasions, many times when they were home alone. One occasion comes to mind. My father, who was home alone, was working in the basement. My mother's sister and I were out shopping at the mall. He distinctly heard the front door open, even though it was locked, and someone walked across the living room and kitchen. He went upstairs and found the front door locked, as he knew he would. It was then that someone called his name. He answered, and no one said anything after that. Another all-family experience came when we all went to visit my grandmother, who lived across town. We even brought the family dog. We were returning home, and as we pulled in the driveway, I saw the drapes move back, like someone was watching us return. I remember distinctly asking if anybody had seen that. My father countered, "What did you see?" I told him, and he and my mother and sister agreed that that is what they saw too. My dad went into the house first while we waited in the car. Everything was just as we left it, with the doors locked. On one occasion I awoke to having a woman standing at the foot of my bed. She disappeared as soon as I got a good look at her. She said her name was Anne, and she had lived in that house. No one in that house ever saw Anne again. This house had an addition that was a formal dining room off the back. It had built-in china cabinets that would fly open on no occasion, even after my mother put hooks on them, thinking the wood was swelling. Music was often playing softly. All in all, it was a weird place to live, and we are all very glad to move, but we did live there for over 20 years. My parents moved into an apartment, as I did in a different location, while staying with them because I had become extremely ill. I had a unique experience of a ghost nurse who took care of me. My parents were asleep, and I was lying on the sofa, so hot, but lucid. I could hear them snoring from the bedroom. I heard soft slippers shuffle across the floor and felt a cold hand lovingly touch my forehead, checking my fever, a comfort. I was not afraid, and somehow thought Grandma is here, but I had no evidence of this. I remember keeping my eyes closed, just knowing my nurse did not want me to see her. I was very conscious of my parents snoring and knew it was not them. When the feet shuffled off, I opened my eyes and got up and looked at my parents. They were sound asleep. The whole situation lasted maybe 2 minutes, yet I started to improve that night. I now live in Indiana, and a few years ago, my husband and I rented a little farmhouse. Our landlord lived right behind us, and the farmhouse used to belong to his grandparents, now both deceased. Not long after we moved in, we began to hear things, and my 2-year-old daughter would wake up in fear, crying about a man in her room. I would say, "Where?" and she would point to a corner of the room, but I would see nothing. We would often hear footsteps coming up the basement stairs with no one there. This is happening in front of other witnesses also. We would sometimes hear a man in the basement talking, but couldn't make out what he was saying. Now, the basement was a creepy place where I always sensed being watched and followed. There was a little room that used to hold well water with a heavy door that had the window painted white. I felt this room was evil, and I hated it. Unfortunately, my washer and dryer were down in the basement, so I had to go there often. For a long time, the ghost just made noises, not meant to scare, just moving about the house. Later, he would come into our bedroom at night. I never realized it until I saw your site and David and Sherry's site, but he came in the room a lot more than the 2 times I saw him in human form. I would either be asleep or almost asleep, and I would see a ball of light drift slowly into the room. It would sometimes move to the side in front of my closet, or to my horror, it would come right at me and hover right above me. I didn't realize then that the orb was the ghost. I thought I was dreaming a weird dream that seemed like I was awake, because I saw the room exactly like I was awake. Apparently, because I was awake. I would be half asleep and angry at myself for having such terrifying visions, so I would angrily think in my mind, "Get out of here, stop," and it would disappear. Twice after that, I woke up to see a 30 to 40-year-old man with dark hair and a red and black lumberjack shirt. I would catch him staring at me beside my bed. Oddly, I was so tired that I just rolled over and went back to sleep. I found out later from my friend who used to live next door to the house that my landlord's grandfather had died in the house. His name was Pete. Also, he had been a grumpy old man. Funny thing was that both times I saw him, he was a younger man. Anyways, he never really bothered us, so we had no problem. We only moved out because we bought a new house this past year. To this day, I still can't believe I calmly co-abided with a ghost. I've been reading stories on this page for over a year now. Why? I don't know. I'll always find myself scared at night. But look forward to the new entries every month. I thought it might be time to submit my scariest. I'm very sensitive to the spiritual world, so I have many. Okay, a few years ago, I met my current husband, Joe, during the beginning stages of his nasty divorce to his wife, Jennifer. Jennifer was raised in a Jewish family that had a lot of problems. Before they married, they lived in the downstairs apartment of Joe's father's house. His sister and her family lived upstairs. They had experienced some ghostly activity when they were children there, but it was all positive, like smelling roses throughout the house. Jennifer's brother, Andrew, had joined a devil-worshipping cult and moved to California. Eventually, he realized I was crazy and sick, so he hopped on a bus and journeyed home to Massachusetts. At every stop, one of the members was standing outside the bus, just staring at him. He made it home, but did not escape. They came to him at night, played head games, and did not allow him to let go of the devil. He was also very heavy into drugs. Joe was, and still is, a member of AA, so we invited Andrew to live with them while he tried to recover and get off the drugs. Unfortunately, Andrew couldn't, and one day he said to us, "I just want to live to see you two get married." A few weeks after their wedding, Andrew was found hanging from a tree in a nearby park. After the funeral, Joe was consoling Jennifer when he heard 3 knocks on the door. He went to answer it, but no one was there. All of a sudden, a rush of energy entered his body, and then everything went black. Joe awoke to his brother-in-law holding him down and trying to stop him from convulsing. He had come downstairs to find out what the knocks were from. Joe and Jennifer got Andrew's wonderful leather living room set. They moved to Connecticut and split up shortly thereafter. I came along pretty quickly and also got pregnant pretty quickly as well, so we were not allowed to see the family, for they were ashamed of Joe's actions. One night, I had a nightmare of being chased by an evil and angry spirit through a house I had never seen before. I was flying from room to room, up many stairs. Finally, I went into a room where there was a child spirit on a bed, and very scared. I remember holding it while watching the spirit fly up the stairs at us. Then, I awoke. I told Joe about this because it was so vivid. He just about died. I described every room down to the wallpaper of his father's house that his sister still lives in. We were invited over shortly after. His family began to forgive him and understood his reasoning, not to mention they had a beautiful niece, granddaughter, that they did not know. When I walked in, I knew I had been there before. Amy, Joe's 7-year-old niece, said, "I knew you had blonde hair. I had a dream about you last week." Strange. A year later, I went to a psychic who I had never met before. She told me a lot of stuff about my guides and messages from them. Well, one was this. That spirit that was chasing you, it is the sibling of your boyfriend's ex-lover. And that was it. We just finally sold that dang leather furniture. I hope Andrew leaves me alone now. This is a true story that happened to me. It is one of many, and I mean many stories, that happened to me that involve spirits. It started one night. I was spending the night at my grandma's house in the spare bedroom. She has 2 spare bedrooms. One is mine, and one is my older sister Tammy's. I used to sleep in my room, but after that incident happened about a year ago, and no one died or anything. The room just went wacko from the presence of a spirit when me and my friend Damien were in it. I haven't gone in there since. So now I stay in my sister's room, since she doesn't visit as much as I do. I was laying down, looking at the white ceiling, like I always do when I can't sleep. All of a sudden, I saw a black shadow coming from the bottom of my eyes. It slowly covered my whole vision, and it turned black. It was holding my head down, so I couldn't even move. I got so scared that I swung my hand at it, and it was just like swinging at smoke. It just separated and then moved back together. The most terrifying and weirdest part of this all is that it really seemed like there were eyes, glowing red eyes, that were coming from this black shadow. The next time I met the black figure was when I was at home. I was having a sleepover with my friend Sarah in the basement. We were both on the pull-out couch across the room from the bar. She turned and looked over, and then saw the black figure just staring at her with glowing red eyes and leaning up against the bar right in front of her back. She slept facing the other way for the rest of the night. Again, I had a sleepover with Sarah in the basement. This time, I saw it. It came through the roof right above me, with its arms and legs straight out to its side, as if it was in the shape of a star. When it popped through the roof, I could see smoke come from around its body. What is this thing? Why is it following me? What does it want? Will it hurt me? And then slowly, it lowered itself towards me. I was so frightened. I didn't want to tell Sarah because she might get scared, so I pressed my head into the bed, trying to stay away. I was right in my sleeping bag, so I couldn't swat at it again. And then Sarah leaned over and asked, "What are you doing?" Then I told her, "That thing is right above me." She looked around me and saw nothing. "There's nothing there, Trisha." And I thought, how could she not see this? It's right there. How could she not see this? And then I said, "Hey, it's right there. It's right above me." She then tried to prove that there was nothing there and waved her hand over the top of me. Just as she did that, the figure jumped up and spread its arms and legs again and just popped through the roof. That was the last time that I saw that figure. I have many other stories. Most of them I'm going to submit to this page. If you have any questions, or if you want to talk to me about spirits, ghosts, or angels, email me. Odd things have always happened to my family. As a child, I was raised by my grandparents on the hoops of a reservation. There was no question to there being spirits on a reservation. My grandfather came from a long line of medicine men. Although he doesn't practice medicine, he says he remembers everything he witnessed while he was learning to practice. Something scared him to death, and some things he says are very comforting. He says it was a practice of good versus evil. Some ceremonies were so intense that they were physically attacked by apparitions. Large, small, white, sometimes gray or black images. He says the spirits are present all the time, as if waiting for the right moment to strike. He always said if I was harmed in any way, I shouldn't point blame to anyone or anything. He said to express in words, "You aren't getting the best of me, just loud enough for me to hear it." Even when whispered, it was a means of protection. He said sometimes late at night, family members that have passed away would come knocking at his window, mostly his brother. He said he knew when it was his brother and when it wasn't. His brother gave him a sense of happiness or protection, but the others came with evil intentions. He said that all encounters are warnings and signs of bad things that are about to happen, or when sickness was about to fall on the family members. He said he knew when evil ones were around. When they came to his window, he would feel a cold breeze, then a strong sense of fright. Chills would overwhelm his body, and then a split second before he saw or heard anything, he would be paralyzed, completely taken over. The chills got worse, and when he would try to yell, nothing would come out. Sometimes he said he felt like he was dying and feeling every bit of it. Of course, this only time this happened was when it was pitch black in his room. Sometimes they reached in for him from outside his window or from right underneath his bed. He said it wasn't the same feel as someone grabbing you physically. Their grasp pierced right through to the bone, much like a snake wrapping tightly around you. Only every bit of the inside would also feel constricted, right down to the bone. We always had traditional singing gourds hung up around the house. These were used for funeral wakes. Almost every time a force was present, it was through a dead family member, even if it was just a dark shadow. The dead were used as portals to reach the livelihood of our people. He said the gourds served as a warning system. If a force entered our house, the gourds would rattle like crazy, much like an alarm system, protecting the house from theft. He said this would cause the dead to return to their resting place. It was a reminder that the person was dead, and that he was only causing distress. The evil using it had no way of evading or entering our house. If the force was strong enough, the gourds would not work. He said if that happened, we would all experience cold chills and a sense of fright. He said you'd have to feel so scared you wouldn't want to move, and that if you didn't convince yourself to move, it would only get worse, and that one person would be taken as an outlet for the family. Sickness or death would fall that person. To this day, I've never seen or experienced anything of that nature, but deep down inside, I know it's all true. I've heard the gourds go off, but never felt anything. My grandfather says they still visit him. I love my grandfather for everything he has shared with me. He says that all of this is only fair warning, and that this happens to everyone. Some just don't notice. The next time you fall or get in a fight, just think, who is really behind it all? I could go on, but I think it's best to stop here. Okay, here's a story I heard from my dad. My dad used to work at a warehouse at the Goodyear facilities in Akron, Ohio. There were stories floating around about various ghosts and whatnot associated with the various buildings in the plant campus, which, if you ever visited Akron, sprawls over a vast area. Anyway, one of these stories involved a ghost that followed you through various warehouses as you walked and was never seen, only heard. My dad was always working swing shifts at this plant, very little seniority, and so he was there at all kinds of wacky hours. One night in the winter, he was working the midnight shift in one of the supposedly haunted buildings. There was only 4 guys in this particular building, and my dad, being the rookie in the place, was given all the crappy jobs. At about 3 in the morning, my dad's supervisor instructed him to go to the 3rd floor of the building, back in the oldest part of it, to pick up some fluorescent lights, because the small storage area in the machine room was out of them, and they needed to replace a few. So, being as superstitious as you can be, my dad was sure he was gonna see a ghost in that very dark, very scary old building. Up the dark stairs my dad went, one by one, sweat pouring off his face. Even though this part of the building was barely heated, when he finally reached the 3rd floor, he felt a little stronger, probably adrenaline. So he bravely pushed open the door to the adjoining room, between the stairwell and the storage room. This room used to be a rubber cutting room. It wasn't used for anything anymore, since manual rubber cutting was no longer done. There were a few large containers sitting around, but for the most part, the room was empty. There was a thick layer of dust covering most of the room, except for a small path where people walked to get various items from the storage room. Spiderwebs everywhere, and the occasional squeak from a disgruntled rat were just enough to give my dad the total spine chills. But he pushed on, being a man, and not supposed to be afraid of anything. He started walking across the abandoned rubber cutting room, towards the storage area, when very faintly, he heard footsteps behind him. Whirling around ready to fight, he peered into the dimness. Nothing was there. He assumed it was his nerves, which he had worked into a frenzy by this point, and he turned quickly, embarrassed, and continued towards the storage area, when sure enough, more footsteps. He slowed. They slowed. He sped up. They sped up. With his heart racing, he slowly turned around. Still, nothing was there. Drenched with sweat and scared nearly to tears, he bolted towards the storage room, his feet pounding heavily on the thin metal floor. The footsteps were even louder now. Every step he took, another step followed, not an echo, but right behind him. He made it to the storage room, fumbled with the lock, ran inside, and slammed the door behind him. The room was very small. All he could hear was the pounding of his heart, threatening to blow right through his chest. The only way out was the way he came. After calming down a bit and smoking about 5 cigarettes, he was feeling brave again. He grabbed a large box of lights, decided to fling open the door, and run like hell as fast as he could cover the 50 to 75 feet to the stairwell. Getting up his nerve, he grabbed the door handle. He slowly turned it. As soon as he heard the click of the latch opening, he flung open the door and sprinted towards the light in the stairwell. There were the footsteps again, closer than ever, right behind him. That's when it happened, tripping over something. He sprawled headfirst into the darkness. Total quiet met him. Darkness and quiet. He slowly rose to his feet, putting one hand behind him to help him get to his feet. Once again, the footsteps crept up behind him. That's when he finally got the guts to look in the direction where the footsteps were coming from, and what he saw astonished him. He saw an old man wearing an eye patch and had a cane in his hand. He had suspenders and overalls on, and a blue hat on that resembled Mario from Super Mario Bros. The guy only appeared for about 30 seconds, but it was long enough to notice the presence. The figure disappears. He rose to his feet and walked back to his coworkers, never telling any of them of what he found. Years later, he still tells stories about sending the new rookies up there in the middle of a dark night when all is quiet to walk across the metal floored room to get light bulbs that aren't really needed. It all started when I was about 10 or 11. This story is very true, by the way. We had moved into a new house in northeastern Wisconsin. Let me explain where my room was. There was a porch, and then the door into our house. To the left was the kitchen, to the right was the laundry room. And if you were to go straight when you entered the door, there was a staircase. It led to the attic, where my room was. The staircase was not very long at all, 12 steps to be exact. When you went into the attic, there was a bathroom if you went straight. My room if you turned left, and to the right was a living room with a TV. One night, while I was laying in bed trying to sleep, I heard creaking up the steps. I thought it was my cat or one of the dogs, so I wasn't scared. I counted the number of steps I heard. There was 12. I noticed it sounded like a person coming up. I remembered every creak the steps made. I looked at the staircase, which I could see from where my bed was. I noticed some sort of dim light from the top step. The lights in the kitchen were off, and so was the upstairs light. I hid under the blankets, hoping for it to go away. I listened closely and heard 12 steps going down the stairs. Every night from then on, I heard the steps. One night, after I heard the steps going down the stairs, I got out of bed and looked at the bottom of the staircase. It was very dark, but I thought I could see a crumpled figure. Then a few days later, I saw a figure in white glide up the same staircase. It actually looked like a floating sheet and sort of resembled the Grim Reaper. I would start to see a lot of different types of spirits moving along the staircase. The last one I remember was a floating head that darted down the stairs. 3 years later, we moved into a new house in Indiana. One night, my mother told me that a little boy had died in the house in Wisconsin because he fell down the stairs. She didn't want to tell me when we lived there because it might frighten me. To this day, I'm still very haunted by that. Back in September of 1982, my boyfriend of 4 years named Keith and I were visiting his sister Julie, her husband, and family in Orneco, Minnesota. He was 17 and I was 21, an odd age range, but he looked every bit my age and was mature as well. Sitting up late, we were talking, and for some reason, we got on the subject of death. I asked him if he believed in the afterlife, and he said that he did not. He believed that when it was over, but he knew I believed, and I asked that in case there was an afterlife of any sort, and that if we were able, that if one of us should die before the other, that the one who died would come back and watch over the one left behind. He agreed. As time passed, Keith needed his space, and I gave it to him, reluctantly at times, to the point where we would get into heated arguments, and I would move out of his house, where we lived together with his father. In June 1983, on a windy, extremely hot Wednesday night, Keith died in a fire that consumed their trailer house. I hadn't been with Keith for about 3 months, as our breakups and makeups were getting more sporadic. I recall trying to hitchhike to his place that night, 12 miles away, but as I stood on the highway for what seemed like 45 minutes, I just wasn't getting a ride. It was strange, because I hitchhiked the highway regularly and never had a problem getting a ride within 5 or 10 minutes. But that night, it was mostly humid and so hot that within minutes of leaving my apartment to go to the highway, I was soaked with sweat, like I had just taken a shower and didn't dry off. So, I went back home. The next day, my sister contacted me, saying that Keith had died the night before. I was devastated. My whole world fell to pieces. I spent the next few days with Keith's dad at Julie's house, preparing and attending the wake. At the wake, I was alone in the viewing room with Julie, and everyone else was downstairs visiting. It was a closed coffin service, but I had written a letter to Keith and wanted to place it in the coffin. But due to the extensive damage to Keith's body in the fire, the funeral home director would not let me see him. So I decided to put the letter in the small groove between the top and bottom halves of the coffin. As I was putting it there, a gust of wind came out of nowhere. It seemed to come right from the groove where I was about to place the letter. It was so strong and sudden that I screamed. People came from downstairs to see what the matter was, and I told them I had seen a mouse. No one in their right mind would believe me, and besides, maybe it could be explained some way I could not figure out. The night before the funeral, I was having a tough time trying to sleep due to the emotional turmoil I had faced from hearing the tragic news. I couldn't stop crying, and I was absolutely devastated. Just then, I felt a cold breeze brush past my face while I was still laying down in bed and hysterically crying. I then felt the weight of the bed getting heavier, like someone else was sitting on the bed. I screamed Keith instinctively and laid up in bed. The bed instantly felt lighter, and I could have sworn I saw a small ball of light move around the room before disappearing. During the wake, I had a 110 camera and took several pictures of the coffin. These pictures I will have to retrieve from Julie, as I've gotten married 6 years ago and gave my photo album a key to her as a means of trying to let go of the past and move forward into my new life with my husband and daughter. But when I do, if I can't figure out how to scan them and get them on here, I will send them in. I believe I have something here. Also, in closing, I realize the depth of the promise we made to each other that night, just months before Keith died, and have spoken aloud, hoping I will release him if we're bound in any way, that I release him of his promise and set him free several times in the past few years. Thank you for reading. In this story, my wife and I had moved, and we rented a 60-year-old plus house because the landlord allowed pets. My wife had misgivings about the house from the first day we viewed it, but she agreed to move in. We lived there for 6 months, August 1997 through January 1998. She had a strange feeling about the staircase, as if something bad had happened or would happen to one of us. I couldn't blame her, for the staircase was dark with no railing and carpeted so that it could be easy for someone to fall down the stairs. She also swears she heard old-time music playing in her bedroom late at night. I never heard it, and I don't believe it was our neighbors. She also said she would see people out of the corners of her eyes when she was alone. This hadn't happened to her before, and hasn't since in our new house, which we have lived in for 9 months. The strange coincidence is this. One afternoon, I was in the bathroom taking a shower when I saw movement about the size of a human move across the floor in front of the sink towards the door. I thought it was my wife, so I opened the door, but she wasn't around. About a week later, we were talking about how cold and where the house was. My wife told me, in addition to the music and odd feelings, that when she was taking a shower, she had seen movement in the front of the sink going towards the door. I told her that the same thing had happened to me. I thought that perhaps reflections off moving cars in the street in front of the house could explain the movement, but it wasn't sunny when I showered. At this point, I was freaked out, so in addition to poor insulation, bats in the attic and mice in the walls, we had ghosts. We moved out within a few months. It started when I was just a little girl. I would see things in my room at night, movement, shadows, in dark forms. I was told that it was a dream and I should not watch scary things on TV. Now that I am 29 years old and I'm not dreaming, I know this for a fact. The ghost started to intensify when I was pregnant with my first child. I was 21 and still at home. I would wake up in the night with a feeling of being watched. Afraid to open my eyes, I would anyway, and the same man would be there looking over me without an expression and cold eyes. I tried sleeping with the light on, but this did not stop it. I knew it could not be a dream because it was the same image every night. My son was born and we moved into our own place, about 8 blocks away from my home. The man did not appear for a few months, but he did eventually show himself. Frightened every night as to what I would wake up and see, my husband worked out of town during the week, so I had my best friend come stay with me. I warned her that in the night, I sometimes scream because of what I see. Hesitant at first to believe me, then the screams came, and she too was a believer. My friend eventually moved into her own place. What happened next, I can't explain. My friend has never experienced any ghosts or such, but one morning, while lying in her bed, she felt something jump up on it, like a cat would. The only thing is, She didn't have a cat. Before she knew it, she was frozen, as if someone was lying atop her and restricting her movement. The incident left as soon as it came, but she was well aware that this was an event that she could not get over. She moved shortly after. The stranger thing was that the man I'd seen for 4 years was gone. Had he been the one at her house? Did he move on with her? I will never know. I've never seen him since. My husband and I eventually bought our own home and began to move. The last night in our apartment, I awoke to at least 6 to 8 apparitions above my bed. The spooky thing was that I was pregnant with our second child. It was as if they came to say goodbye. We got settled into our new home. Incidentally, it's 3 blocks from our apartment. It was about a year before the first incident. We knew when we moved in that the lady of the house had died here. That is who I expected to see, but quite the contrary. It was a man in police dress, like you would see at a funeral or graduation. His image appeared in the mirror next to my bed. He's the only one of the many ones that I've seen here. Now I only see an image once, and never again do they appear. Some months, it is every night. In some months, none at all. Just when I think they are gone, I wake up and scream. They never touch me or try to talk to me. They just stand there and stare at me. The lights can be on or off. It does not matter. I think that my younger son is experiencing the same thing, but I do not know how to ask him without scarring him. Some nights, he sits straight up in bed and cries and points with terror on his face. I look, but there is nothing there. All I want to know is if I'll ever be able to go to sleep and be confident that I won't wake up screaming. Thank you for your time, and hopefully someone out there can relate to me. I've had numerous experiences with supernatural entities, but one that sticks out in my mind happened to my brother and I about 2 years ago. I have a cleaning service and clean many buildings at night, but the case in point occurred at a clinic in an older district of South Fort Worth. One night, my brother and I were finishing up at this clinic. I have a habit of walking through a building before we lock up to be sure everything is secure and the lights are off. My brother was in the lobby area of the clinic, preparing to leave, when I informed him I was going to check the building. There are 4 hallways in this clinic, with many examining rooms, so I proceeded to walk the building. About halfway through my walk, I heard another pair of steps, about 10 foot or so behind me. I assumed it was my brother coming to help me, so I started talking to him. At the last stop of my walkthrough, there was a break room. I reached in to turn off the light of the break room and turned around, facing back towards the direction from which I had come, expecting my brother. What I turned to was not my brother, but the upper torso of a male figure, somewhat see-through and misty white. I blurted out a few choice words, and the figure was gone. After this experience, my brother as well heard many strange things as well as the figure of a female. I was talking to one of the doctors one day in the receptionist area when I noticed a picture on the wall. Instantly, I recognized one of the people in the picture with the figure I'd seen. A cold chill came over my body at this point. I pointed out the picture to the doctor and asked who this person was. The doctor stated that he was the doctor who founded the clinic in 1929 and had died in 1985. I thought to myself, I knew doctors worked a lot of overtime, but this was going to an extreme. In the mid-1980s, My wife and I bought a home in Hanover Park, Illinois. It was a neglected house, which had a hard time selling and was being rented. The owners lived in a different state, and the tenants let the place go pretty bad. We saw a lot of possibilities, and the price was right. So we moved in, and things were, to put it bluntly, bad. The place was filthy. There were spiders everywhere. The gas wasn't on in late October, and it was raining continually. So I'm sitting in the living room area questioning my sanity when I see this blob of haze, a little larger than a basketball, round in shape, start moving across the living room about 7 feet away and just sort of floats into the dining room and out the patio door. It just went through the door and out of the house. I'm like, am I seeing things now, or was that an apparition? It was weird because I wasn't scared. It was more like, wow, what the heck was that? We finally got the place in shape, and it turned out to be a nice home. We had our first child just before moving in, and it was nice to have a place of our own. I never mentioned the apparition to my wife, lest she think I was really losing it. A few months later in the spring, other things started happening. My son, who was now a full year, would wake up in the night, laughing deliriously. My wife thought it was hilarious. I never mentioned what I'd seen to her. She couldn't figure out what was so funny. I remained tight-lipped. This happened on a regular basis for about a month. Then one day, she calls me at work in a panic, saying that Chris, our son, got out of his crib and was sitting on the floor playing with his toys. Fine, except Chris couldn't walk just yet and definitely lacked climbing skills. So how did he get out? If he tumbled out, he would have most likely have been hurt or screaming at the very least. To this day, we don't know how, and he has no recollection of the event. Other events included the TV turning on at night, a strange happening of voices in the night, strong flowery odors, a feeling my wife once described as having passed through by something, in the car shutting down in front of the house once we moved out. We sort of visited, and when we passed the front of the house, the car just shut down. It restarted with no problem, and had no problems before, or any time soon thereafter. Weird. I was dating a guy when I was 14, about 5 years ago. His house had been built over an old well. The story goes that in the early 1900s, 2 children were playing near this well, and the little girl fell in, and her brother tried to help, but fell in too. Their parents didn't know they were missing for a while, but by the time they got there, it was too late. Well, they moved, and another house was built over it. My boyfriend's closet was built over this well. One night, it was raining really hard, and he was playing his guitar. A bolt of lightning struck right outside his window and lit up the whole room. About 10 seconds after that happened, we heard children laughing. I looked in the corner of his room and saw 2 children standing there, staring at us. I just sat there and stared back. They stood there for about 30 seconds and then vanished. After that, you would find things misplaced and then find them later. He came home on several occasions to find his room messed up. He would pick it up, leave, come back, and it would be messed up again. We broke up soon after that, and I've never heard about the children again.
I've yet another story to tell. I guess I am susceptible to spirits and apparitions, as I've had other encounters with loved ones who have passed. This one was my very first encounter.
I was going through a very bitter divorce, being only 28 and afraid to be alone with two very little boys. I didn't know which end was up, so to speak. It was in the summer. I had my two babies bathed and in bed. I decided to lay on the sofa and watch some television. I fell asleep, a pretty deep sleep at that. I was awoken by the static of the television. The station had gone off the air for the night. My baby of 10 months old had the bedroom right off of the living room. The sofa was facing his room, and he was sleeping soundly. I had a habit of keeping all of the bedroom doors open at night, so that if one of my sons cried, I would hear them. All of a sudden, the living room got so cold, like a very damp chill. A glowing light appeared at the doorway of my baby's room. Then a figure appeared, a woman, in a long white dress and dark hair. Her hair was up in an upsweep, but I couldn't make out her face. Her face was blurry, and I just couldn't see it at all. I was shocked, couldn't move, mind racing and heart pounding like crazy. I sat up on the sofa and just stared at this figure in the doorway of my baby's room. Then she spoke, only a few words, but she spoke. She said it will be all right. Then she vanished into thin air. That damp chill vanished along with the apparition. I was so shaken by this, not knowing who it was or what it was about. I eventually calmed down and put it out of my mind. A few days later, my mom and dad came up for a visit. They loved their grandbaby so much, they came to visit several times a week. We were sitting at the table in the kitchen, just chatting about anything and everything. That's when I thought of the strange happening I experienced a few nights before. I told my folks about what had happened and described the figure that I saw that night to my parents. I mentioned too how cold and damp it got in that room that night and how the chill went away when the figure went away. My dad sat there, looking at me with the eyes of dinner plates and had a stunned look on his face. I asked him if he was okay. He said that he was, but he knew who that figure was. I asked him who that could have been, and he said it was his mother. He was only 7 when his mother died. She was only 34 years old. She died a week after her 9th child was born. She had all of her children in the farmhouse where her and my grandfather lived. Dad used to sit at his desk in a one-room schoolhouse and look out at her grave. The cemetery was right next door to the schoolhouse. I asked him how he knew it was his mother. He said the way I described her, wearing a long white dress, and the color and style of her hair. Her hair was dark and always in an upsweep, but this part is what really convinced me that he was right. He told me that she would always use that expression, "It will be alright," to him and his brothers and sisters when things didn't go quite right. He said he just knew it was her. He said she was comforting me and telling me that everything would get better. I was quite amazed, not only by the fact that I never saw my grandmother, but how she came to visit me in my times of need. I never had any other encounters with her after that visit, though I felt a calmness inside of me and felt somehow closer to her after that hot summer night. Thank you for reading my story. I hope you enjoyed reading it. I had visited my mother on Monday afternoon, after she and I had a disagreement on the Saturday before. She had called me on the Saturday afternoon and told me she needed to come to her house. I lived in the country at the time, and she lived about 10 miles from me. I'd just been in town with my youngest 2 sons for baseball practice. I also had just taken my only transportation to the shop to have new tires put on, so I had no vehicle to take me anywhere for the day. Our conversation escalated into an argument quickly, and I ended up hanging up the phone after she had not stopped her insistence that I come to her house immediately. She was never this insistent over me coming to pick up some fresh veggies she had gotten from her early garden. On Sunday, I was stubborn, and though I could have gone in to visit all day, I stayed at home. On Monday, I'd taken off work a little early to go to school to watch my sons in a spring sports day. I had about 45 minutes after the sports events before they would be out of school, and I went to see my mother. We talked, and our argument from Saturday was completely forgotten. She and I talked about all 3 of my sons. My oldest is 8 years older than my younger and 10 years older than my youngest, so he was in college and doing well. She told me that she had some problems with asthma lately, but she wasn't going to let it get the best of her. I told her she should really go to the doctor because asthma might not be something to ignore. She said she would be fine. On Tuesday morning, around 2 o'clock, I got a phone call that they were on their way to the hospital with her. I got up, dressed quickly, and drove into the hospital. About 20 blocks from the hospital, I was at a spotlight and thinking that I could run the light because I was the only car around, when I had a warm and comforting feeling fill me. Something told me to take it easy. She was okay and in heaven. Really, it was such a grateful feeling of peace. I got to the hospital, and I knew for sure the way the receptionist at the ER desk met me that she was gone. In the next week after the adjustments, I'd driven my sons to school and was on my way to work. There are some industrial sites at a cross street right before a spotlight, and it can get busy and bottled up. Also, there's a hill going down in the direction of where I was headed. I again felt a warm presence and felt her hand on my arm. Her voice said, "Vicky, look up." Far enough ahead of me was a tractor-trailer truck crossing over my lane into the side street. I'd been in deep thought about so much, but had plenty of time to slow down very preventively, not to have any problems with the truck. She has been with me many times since then, and it is always such a warm, loving feeling. In her life, she dismissed ghosts and paranormal things as if she didn't think it was real. I have no idea if she has ever been with any of my 4 sisters or my brother, but she has definitely been with me. Thanks for reading. When I was about 4 years old, I answered the front door. We had one of those bells that was a knob you would turn on the outside. There, in bright daylight, stood a woman dressed in all pale yellow, in a long dress and matching, colored big brimmed hat. This occurred in the 1950s, around 1959. I let her in. She asked for my mother. I told her I didn't know where she was. She was illuminated. I thought by the sunlight coming through the glass of the front windows and doorway, I was only about 4 years old. Not frightened by her, but rather I was fascinated and mesmerized. I followed her into our living room. She proceeded to sit on the antique Empire couch and kept asking where my mother was, and she seemed very concerned that I was left all by myself at a very young age. After what may have been an hour or so, she got up from the couch and said to me, "Tell your mother that Ada said it was very beautiful and don't be afraid." She then got up, walked to the front door with me following her, and left. When my mother came home, I told her about the lady in yellow named Ada and related her message. My mom almost fainted and fell down on the same spot where Ada sat. She asked me in a very unnerving voice, "Are you sure she said she was Ada?" To which I said yes. Then she said, "My cousin Ada just died a few days ago." At my age then, thankfully, I feared nothing. Ghosts were not in my brain tank, so to speak. Until about 7 years later, I was up in our attic. It was a very old house, looking for stuff to wear for Halloween, and came across the same dress Ada had worn when she showed up as a ghost many years before. It was a dress that had actually belonged to her from when she was young in the early 1900s. Also had a run-in when I was 19 years old. Old same house, with a sea captain. I was lying in my bed, daylight, and I was not asleep, just relaxing. Suddenly, I felt someone was there, next to me, and no one but me and my mom were home. My mom was downstairs watching TV. So, very reluctantly, I slowly looked to my left, and there, standing, was a tall man dressed in a blue uniform with brass buttons with anchors on them. He had no face, just like TV static for a face, but the rest of him was visible. He reached out a huge hand to me and said, "Don't be afraid. I only want to touch your blonde hair." It took me a while to not have a heart attack, until I found my voice. I screamed to my mom. She came running upstairs. I told her what happened, and she said, "You just had a bad dream." I explained to her
I wasn't asleep. I knew what I saw, and I was very frightened. She then told me that my most male ancestors on her side of the family were sea captains, and some were lost at sea. She assured me that he didn't want to hurt me, but he almost killed me from fright. I've also had animal ghost visits, and those were of course sad, but that's a whole nother story. Didn't want to bore you. You may now go to sleep. Thanks for reading. I've decided after about a month or two of wandering around your site that I'll add my own story. I noticed your last update was in 2003 or so, therefore, I'm not expecting immediate posting of my tale. Keep in mind, this is the first time I've ever written the story out, so excuse me if I digress or repeat myself. In other stories that I've read, I've noticed people apologizing for extensive background information, so here's my apology/disclaimer. There's a serious pity me, I've had a hard life story involved that needs to be told before the actual ghost story can be understood. Feel free to skip over it, but don't expect to get the whole situation if you do. Oh, and may I add that I'm not completely looking for sympathy or anything. So that being said, here goes. When I was 14, I was living in a predominantly African American suburb in Illinois. My best friend and I seemed to be the only white teenagers around. Something started one night when someone called my friend's, let's call her Jen's, cell phone. The number showed up on Jen's caller ID as private number, and Jen answered, thinking it might be her parents calling from the restaurant they had gone to. But the other person on the other end started ranting about how Jen was a slutty person and a nasty whore. The caller proceeded to tell Jen that she should just kill herself and get it over with, adding that if Jen didn't commit suicide, the caller and her friends would hunt her down and slaughter her. Jen told the girl to grow up and hung up the phone. She was obviously and understandably shaken up, but she had the sense to star 69 to call. She wrote down the number and informed her parents of the incident when they returned. The next day, Jen's father, being the military man he is, called the number. No one picked up, so he and Jen headed to the police station. The police force in that town was also predominantly black, and when Jen stated that she thought the caller was black because of the way she spoke, the officer behind the desk gave her a dirty look and said he'd look into it and call her in the morning. She never heard from him. Then again, she never got another threatening phone call either. About a month later, Jen and I were walking back to our place from a convenience store about 9 o'clock at night when we heard something walking behind us. We turned around and there was this black girl following us. We didn't recognize her from anywhere, and yet she started screaming the most obscene things I've ever heard, directed at Jen. To this day, and I'm 20 now, I've never heard such awful things come out of a human being's mouth before. This girl, who looked to be about our age, told Jen, I told you to just kill yourself. I warned you that I'd get you if you didn't. She then stabbed my best friend in the stomach and chest. I was frozen with fear and shock, but I finally jumped on the girl and started punching her with such fury and animal rage that she backed off and ran, but in the scuffle, she slit my arm pretty badly and took off. I started to chase her, intending to tackle her to the ground, not knowing if I wanted to hold her down until someone came to help or if I wanted to just kill her for hurting my best friend. But I quickly decided that Jen needed me, so I went to Jen, ripped my t-shirt off, wrapped it tightly over her wounds, and told her to hang on. I ran back to the store we had just left, in my bra, which made the most horrifying moment of my life also the most embarrassing, and begged to use the phone. I called the police and explained what had happened and where we were. Then I darted back to Jen, ignoring the blood dripping onto my jeans and the pain in my forearm. I sat there, with Jen's head in my lap, pressing the shirt against her injuries, telling her I loved her and everything would be okay, and that the police said they'd be there with the ambulance as soon as possible. It wasn't soon enough. Jen died in the ambulance. The stab wound to her chest punctured her left lung. She suffocated before even reaching the hospital. I didn't find out until the next morning. It was 2 summers later that I saw her. My family moved to New Jersey soon after the incident. thinking a change of scenery would help me forget. Wrong. Our new home was down the street from a conservation area where I like to go and relax on nice days. There was one specific spot that I liked. There was a neat little clearing where just enough sunlight came through the thick trees, and there was a fallen tree that I'd sit on to read or write or whatever. On the other side of the clearing, though, there was a spot I wasn't too fond of. There were 6 saplings, taller than I, forming a triangle. I never had a positive vibe from that area. It just felt wrong, not like the rest of the clearing, where I felt peaceful and relaxed. If I walked through those trees, I'd have this overwhelming urge to burst out in tears and hurt something. I never knew why until one day. I was sitting on my tree, smoking a cigarette, and reading Shakespeare when that angry, depressing feeling came over me. The feeling I only got from that triangle of young trees. I ignored it and kept reading, but it grew and grew until I felt like I'd choke on it. So I looked up at the triangle and waited. For what? I had no idea. There was a little smoke coming up from the leaves on the ground, but I wrote that off as lit cigarettes someone had thrown. Then again, since I'd been there for quite a while and hadn't seen anyone around, how could someone have thrown a cigarette in there? So I shrugged it off and kept reading. Then I heard leaves rustling, and the feeling of deep depression intensified. There was no wind, the trees were not swaying, my hair wasn't blowing, but leaves were moving. I raised my head and saw only leaves being pressed into the ground, as if an invisible person were walking across them, and they were coming towards me. Needless to say, I booked it out of there and sprinted home. That night, I woke up unable to breathe, with a searing pain in my stomach. I turned the light on, and just as I did, I caught a glimpse of those familiar blue icy eyes I knew and loved. My best friend. After a few minutes, the stomach pain went away, and I caught my breath and turned the light only to see those eyes again and feel presence on my bed like someone sitting down. I felt like she was sitting there watching me, the corners turned up a little, and something cold touched my cheek. I realized then that the angry/depressed feeling I often got was flashing back to the emotions I had the night she was killed. Angry at the killer and myself, and so very depressed that the best friend I'd ever had was taken away from me. And the pains I had moments before were the same feeling she had when she was taking her last gasp of air. I suddenly felt overpoweringly tranquil. She was here, and she was not angry with me. "I miss you," I said, and went back to sleep. Nothing has happened since, and it's been 3 years. I think she's watching over me every day now, except I know it's her, not by a feeling of extreme sadness, but by the overwhelming urge to smile and make the most of my day. Thank you for reading. I know this was heavy-hearted, but I appreciate you sticking through to the end. Thank you so much. If you got to the end of the video, that means you were able to watch the video in its entirety. So grab a glass of wine and celebrate by liking, share, and subscribing. Please give it a like, comment, and share. I can't do it without your support. Really can't. Even though I sound like I'm being theatrical. It's true, I can't. Love you guys, and see you in the next video.